A successful and domineering female CEO gave up everything to marry a man who was paralyzed from the waist down after a car accident. Wang Shikong sat on the hospital bed, his gaze drifting out the window. The sky, clear as a mirror after the rain, allowed the warm sunlight to pierce through the clouds, casting a golden hue over his pale, handsome face. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. She had returned to 5 years ago. Although it wasn't before the disaster, there were still 3 days left until the infinite continent connected with Earth, and that was enough. In the white hospital room, a crisp female voice broke the silence. Are you out of your mind? My dad is talking to you. 5 million. Leave my sister. The speaker was a charming girl with twin ponytails, Ning Qingru. Wang Shikong adjusted his silver glasses, his gaze sweeping over the middle-aged couple with furrowed brows before him, and he softly replied, I can't leave. Kid, 6 million, I advise you not to be ungrateful. The middle-aged man, Ning Tianxiong, glared at him, his voice icy. Wang Shikong looked down at his legs. I can't walk. How can I leave? A few days ago, Ning Tianxiong's daughter had accidentally hit him with her car, leaving him permanently paralyzed. Upon learning that he was alone, his daughter decided to marry him as compensation. This nearly caused Ning Tianxiong to faint. His outstanding daughter, pursued by many wealthy suitors, couldn't possibly marry a paralyzed man because of one accident. Just as Ning's mother was about to continue persuading him, the hospital room doors suddenly swung open. A graceful figure in a burgundy dress entered. It was Ning Qingya. She held 2 red marriage certificates in her hand, looking furious. You really think you can deceive me? Shikong and I have already made our decision. Ning Qingya's voice was firm. This scene matched his memories perfectly, and Wang Shikong felt a surge of emotion. From initial resentment to budding feelings, and finally to parting in life and death, everything was about to begin anew. I need to go to the restroom, he said. Ning Qingya quickly brought over a wheelchair, her cheeks slightly flushed as she reached out to help him. With her clumsy assistance, Wang Shikong transferred to the wheelchair. Once they reached the restroom, he used his arms to support himself as he stood. Ning Qingya, eyes nervously shut, reached out to help, but he gently stopped her. Just hold on to me for support. At over 1.7 meters tall, she had to lean against the over 1.8 meter tall Wang Shikong from behind, struggling to support his 150-pound weight. Ning Qingya's delicate face turned a deep shade of red as she stiffly nodded. Don't worry about what my parents and sister said. I'll make sure they accept you soon. Ning Qingya reassured as she slowly wheeled him out of the bathroom. She approached the hospital bed, her muddled thoughts becoming clearer, and she absent-mindedly rubbed her delicate face. Wang Shikong, I'd like to sit in the sun on the balcony, he said softly. Ning Qingya nodded in agreement and wheeled him to the balcony. The warm sunlight bathed Wang Shikong's handsome profile, causing him to close his eyes slightly. Watching him in a daze, Ning Qingya felt a pang of guilt. A fresh graduate full of life, now paralyzed for life because of her negligence. Would you like some fruit? She asked gently after a moment. No, thank you, Wang Shikong replied calmly. I'll go handle the discharge paperwork and then take you home. If anything urgent comes up, call me anytime. All right, please get me an electric wheelchair. Listening to Ning Qingya's footsteps and the sound of the door closing, Wang Shikong slowly lifted his right hand. With a thought, grains of sand appeared between his fingers. Time, taking form, slipped through his grasp. Time is formless, silently shifting stars and changing the universe. The years are like a blade, carving mountains and seas, he murmured to himself. In his palm, an ethereal hourglass materialized, accompanied by mysterious text. Time hourglass. Ability 1. Restart restores own state, currently limited to 10 minutes back, cooldown 1 day. Ability 2. Time stop pauses all existence within mental power 1 meter radius, currently can stop for 1 second, cooldown 1 day. Ability 3. Time perception precisely senses the passage of time, predicts the future within 1 second. Other abilities. Locked due to insufficient mental power. This was a treasure he obtained after surviving countless dangers in a secret realm. Compared to the spatial power he once wielded, time power was more mysterious and unpredictable. The foresight ability, with no cooldown, would be invaluable in battle. Thinking of the impending arrival on the boundless continent, Wang Shikong closed his eyes and tried to sense the surrounding elements, practicing the elemental refining technique. Detecting no response, he understood that until Earth connected with the boundless continent, the cultivation method couldn't be used. Shikong, it's time to go. Ning Qingya's voice interrupted his thoughts. 2 orderlies carefully lifted him into the waiting van outside the hospital. Uncle Lu, drive us home, Ning Qingya instructed. Sitting in the luxurious vehicle, Wang Shikong noticed the graceful figure beside him, her every move pleasing to the eye. In less than 20 minutes, the luxurious sedan smoothly entered the top-tier residential area of Tan Palace in Shanghai and slowly stopped in front of Villa number 018. As the car door opened, the middle-aged butler and driver immediately stepped forward, ready to assist Wang Shikong into a wheelchair. Miss, let me push the young master, the butler said respectfully. No need. I'll do it myself. Ning Qingya replied gently but firmly, then added, from now on, address him as the young master. A flicker of surprise crossed the butler's face, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement. As they pushed open the heavy, ornate doors, the opulent living room revealed Ning Tianxiong leisurely enjoying a cigar, while Ning's mother sat nearby with a worried expression. Ning Qingru, the younger sister, watched Wang Shikong with wide, curious eyes. Mom, Dad, is the room ready? Ning Qingya asked. Everything is prepared, Ning's mother replied, standing up. Let Butler Chen stay with him in the room to take care of things. Okay. Ning Qingya nodded, then said as she pushed the wheelchair, I'll show you the room. Let me know if you need anything. It would be best if there was no smoke smell in the room, Wang Shikong said calmly, causing Ning Tianxiong to freeze mid-cigar. Dad, how many times have I told you not to smoke in the house? Ning Qingya turned to her father. I. Ning Tianxiong stammered with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wang Shikong. Dear, our daughter is right. Ning's mother quickly interjected to smooth things over. I've been smoking for decades. What else should I do if I don't smoke? Ning Tianxiong retorted angrily. Hee. Dad, maybe you should switch to a gas canister. Ning Qingru teased from the side. Ning Qingya pushed Wang Shikong towards the elevator, gently explaining, my dad is actually nice. He rarely smokes at home. Arriving at the 70 square meter room on the second floor, it was fully equipped with living essentials and had 2 beds. Wang Shikong requested to stay alone, and Ning Qingya immediately agreed, thoughtfully suggesting installing a call bell by the bed. She then showed Wang Shikong around the study, tea room, and movie room, explaining the daily arrangements in detail. During dinner, the family of 5 dined together for the first time, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Ning Tianxiong occasionally drowned his sorrows in alcohol, casting glances at his son-in-law. Over the next 2 days, Wang Shikong quietly adapted to his new environment. He basked in the sun during the day, and, in the evenings, Ning Qingya would push him around the neighborhood, gradually becoming familiar with the Ning family. On the morning of the 3rd day, after Ning Qingya and her father left for the company and Ning Qingru went to school, Wang Shikong went to the study alone. He gently fanned himself, adjusted his glasses, and closed his eyes, as golden sands swirled in his gaze. At that moment, a voice resonated in the minds of people worldwide. Connecting to the Endless Continent. The Endless Continent welcomes cultivators from other realms to slay demons and ascend to immortality. You have 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, you will descend upon the Endless Continent. Buzzing. Amidst a piercing hum, Wang Shikong suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar world. This was the legendary Endless Continent, in the town of Tianqing within the Snowfall Empire. The site was breathtaking, a perfect blend of ancient garden-style architecture and solemn white buildings, with the stone-paved ground exuding a sense of weightiness. Floating elemental formations enveloped the exquisite town. In the central square, numerous onlookers from Blue Star were exclaiming in awe. Sitting in his electric wheelchair, Wang Shikong gently fanned himself in an attempt to dispel the oppressive heat. His eyes were drawn to the 9 massive white-gray buildings in the center of the square, each bearing a unique symbol and inscribed with different words at the base. The voice of heavenly Tao echoed in the air. Cultivators from another world, please proceed to the altar to awaken your elemental perception and choose your future cultivation path. Voices of various discussions rose from the surrounding crowd. That cripple is still a cripple in the new world. How unfortunate, someone murmured. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted over a young man fully armed, astonishingly holding an AK rifle. Wang Shikong calmly maneuvered his wheelchair toward the 9 buildings. He was acutely aware that this was not a game world, but a real foreign realm. Here, weapons from Blue Star remained functional, and disabilities could not be healed. The only fair starting point was the cultivation techniques and the 10 lives everyone possessed. The cultivation systems were divided into 2 main categories: body cultivation and magic cultivation. Body cultivators stored elemental power in the lower dantian to enhance their physical bodies, excelling in close combat. Magic cultivators stored elemental power in the upper dantian, strengthening their souls and specializing in long-range spells. The 9 symbolic buildings represented 9 basic elements, each inscribed with a forward mantra. Praise life wood. Celebrate light light. Manipulate flame fire. Stir the waters water. Enslave darkness dark. Command thunder thunder. Harness metal metal. Control storms wind. Master the earth earth. Wang Shikong knew a secret. Beyond these 9 basic elements, there were 2 legendary forces, space and time, with their mantras being revere space and gaze upon time. Wang Shikong's rise to power is legendary. Despite being paralyzed and expending a great deal of energy for healing, he mastered a trace of spatial power later on, developing 2 major spatial divine abilities and a spatial domain, eventually making it to the top 10 of the Great Xia's list of strong individuals. As the saying goes on the Endless Continent, when time is absent, space reigns supreme. At the center of the 9 elemental symbols stands a stone tablet, detailing the characteristics and cultivation methods of the two major professions, elemental body cultivation and elemental spirit cultivation. The tablet also records the two most basic methods of elemental application. Body cultivators enhance their attack, defense, or gain special abilities by sensing the elements of heaven and earth and attaching them to their bodies or weapons. In contrast, spirit cultivators focus on controlling elements, manipulating the changes of the 9 elements: metal, fire, water, wood, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness for attacks. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Ding! You are enveloped by the holy light of the endless continent, activating elemental perception. Awaken your attribute panel based on personal talent. Please select a cultivation system promptly and understand and master elemental application. Those who master elemental application first will receive the blessing of the elements. This announcement caused a stir among those present. Some were exclaiming in surprise, while many others had already started diligently recording the cultivation methods of their chosen professions and studying the corresponding elemental application skills. With a thought, Wang Shikong opened his attribute panel. Descendant, Wang Shikong. Profession, not selected. Level 0. Vitality, 140,200. Constitution, 710. Spirit, 1010. Elemental affinity. Metal, 78 wood, 89 water, 88. Fire, 92 earth, 80 wind, 88. Lightning, 80 light, 77 dark, 72. Space, 95 time, max. Skills, none. Equipment, origin of time hourglass. Subprofession, not activated. This simple panel revealed his current state. Due to his paralysis, his vitality and constitution were below the standard for ordinary people. However, his elemental affinity was exceptionally high, where the normal limit is 100, and many people only have scores of 20 to 40. His values were quite remarkable. The only change was that this life's attribute panel displayed a time affinity. The importance of elemental affinity is self-evident. In this real world, strength is influenced by many factors, and consuming natural treasures can also enhance elemental affinity. Wang Shikong recalled a secret he had heard in his previous life. Yin Kuang, the monarch of fire and one of the top 10 strong individuals in Great Xia, became terrifyingly proficient in the use of fire because he was the first to master fire element application and received an elemental blessing that increased his fire affinity by 100 points, establishing his reputation as the monarch of fire. Now, the first opportunity of the endless continent lay before him, and Wang Shikong fell into deep thought. Wang Shikong focused his mind, sensing the metal elements within a 10-meter radius around him. His gaze was fixed on the gung metal element template ahead, and soon the system's notification sounded, indicating he had successfully mastered the template. Immediately, he channeled his mental energy to guide the surrounding metal elements, constructing according to the template's guidance. With a faint hum, a golden light took shape in his palm. This was the most basic form of the metal element, with a power equivalent to throwing a stone if used directly. With a thought, the golden light stretched and transformed into a slender golden needle. At that moment, the system issued consecutive notifications. Not only had he become the first cultivator to master the basic use of metal elements, but he also received the metal element blessing, increasing his affinity with metal elements by 100 points. Subsequently, his mastery over gung metal reached an extraordinary level. A warm energy coursed through his body, and the surrounding metal elements seemed to gather around him as if summoned. Remembering the promise of the king of leaf fire, a glint appeared in Wang Shikong's eyes. The promise had indeed been kept. He then dispersed the golden needle and began experimenting with other elements. As a former transcendent at the 4th stage, he was already well-versed in the basic use of the 9 major elements: leaf fire, gui water, yi wood, wu earth, wind, thunder, mysterious wind, light, and darkness. Even with his currently weaker mental energy, he could still cast spells without incantations. The system's notifications continued. Congratulations to the cultivator for mastering the basic use of leaf fire, receiving the fire element blessing. Congratulations to the cultivator for mastering the basic use of wood, receiving the wood element blessing, and so on. Once all 9 elemental blessings were acquired, they merged into an elemental heart, which not only boosted elemental affinity by 500 points, but also reduced elemental damage by 50. The Heart of Elements. Wang Shikong was momentarily stunned when he heard the final hint. An increase of 500 to all elemental affinities made his heart race back. In his previous life as a 4th stage transcendent, his highest affinity with the space element was only 577. Now, even his weakest affinity, the dark element, reached an astounding 572. The enhancement brought by such terrifying elemental affinities was breathtaking. He could almost instantaneously cast all elemental skills, a feat typically reserved for those who had reached the 2nd stage of divine palace creation and mastered their skills to perfection. Even more astonishing was that while an ordinary practitioner would expend zero point 0.5 mental energy to cast a fireball, his consumption for using the leaf fire technique was less than zero point 0.1. Pressing his lips together, Wang Shikong quickly regained his composure. He knew well the difficulty of obtaining the heart of elements one must surpass everyone in all 9 elemental skills among Blue Star's billions. Excelling in a single element was already extraordinary, but he had to achieve this 9 times. This was the advantage of being reborn. Although he had acquired his first crucial opportunity, healing his paralyzed legs would require at least the energy equivalent to a level 10 experience. Staring at his immobile legs, Wang Shikong calculated that he was effectively 10 levels behind others and needed to accelerate his leveling up. Recalling information about Tianqing Town, he knew several key quests and valuable natural treasures awaited him. Navigating the streets of Tianqing Town in a high-end electric wheelchair, Wang Shikong moved at nearly 45 kilometers per hour in the 30-degree heat. This high-tech scene seemed out of place in the fantasy world, drawing curious glances from the locals. He elegantly opened a fan, gently stirring the stifling air, and gazed up at the sky-blue expanse marred by cracks of black and blood red, like shattered glass invaded by an unknown entity. As he approached the east gate of Tianqing Town, the guards looked at him with surprise. Soon, a demonic chicken appeared on the prairie, a level 0 ordinary creature with 150 health points and 10 mana, wielding the skill Desperate Peck. Its blood-red eyes glinted with bloodlust and ferocity as it charged at him with a speed rivaling his electric wheelchair. Wang Shikong adjusted his glasses, his eyes shimmering with a golden hue. Focusing intently, he swiftly conjured a flame strike in front of him, which precisely hit the head of the demonized pheasant. Flame Strike is a basic spell that inflicts 4 times the damage based on mental strength. In the early stages of cultivation, fire is a popular element among spellcasters because its natural aggressiveness allows it to unleash power without needing to change form. This is a significant advantage over elements like water, wood, and metal, which require transformation to achieve similar effectiveness. Facing the enraged, demonized pheasant, Wang Shikong deftly summoned a gust of wind, transforming it into a sharp wind blade that flew out and struck with devastating effect. This attack far surpassed the damage of the flame strike, instantly ending the pheasant's life. Wang Shikong remained unfazed by the impressive damage. This exemplified the subtlety of elemental manipulation, first using the flame strike to break the pheasant's outer defenses, then delivering a lethal blow with the wind blade, akin to stripping an opponent of their armor before launching an attack. After the demonized pheasant collapsed, a cluster of elemental energy emerged from its body. Wang Shikong effortlessly absorbed it with his mental strength. Seeing no other items drop, he gracefully fanned himself and continued onward. Although a level 0 demonized pheasant posed a deadly threat to ordinary residents of Blue Planet and had claimed the lives of many cultivators, it was exceedingly simple for him, requiring no particular skill. I need to test my true strength, Wang Shikong murmured to himself as he maneuvered his wheelchair deeper into the area. Along the way, he easily dispatched a few reckless pheasants. 20 minutes later, a demonized wolf appeared in his sight. This was a level 4 standard demonized wolf with 600 health points, 30 mana, and a biting skill. As its blood-red eyes locked onto him, the wolf charged to within 20 meters. Wang Shikong's eyes glinted with excitement as he decided to test the power of a combination skill. He began to cast his spell, his voice steady and commanding. Earth. A clump of yellow earth materialized. Metal. Golden light fused with the earth, doubling its size. Water. A blue water orb joined, forming a larger energy mass. Wood. With the infusion of wood elements, the mass became a large wooden block. Sensing the wood element on the verge of losing control, Wang Shikong's gaze sharpened as he commanded, Fire. With a roar, the wood ignited into a massive fireball 2 meters in diameter. As the wolf closed to within 5 meters, he smiled slightly. Wind. The wind fanned the flames, causing the fireball to swell and change direction with increased speed. A flicker of human-like fear crossed the wolf's eyes, but it was too late. Before it could complete its retreat, the fireball engulfed it. With a piercing howl, the wolf was instantly killed. The astonishing power left Wang Shikong momentarily moved. He softly concluded, Earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, then ignite with fire, and wind fuels the flames. An instant kill. This is the power of combination skills. Wang Shikong stood in place, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. An astonishing fact unfolded before him. As someone at level 0, he had managed to defeat a level 4 opponent in less than 2 seconds. This seemingly impossible feat was due to his masterful control over elements. He combined 6 basic fireball spells, each supposed to inflict only 40 points of damage. Even with defense breaking and critical effects, the total damage should not exceed 400 points. However, his extraordinary elemental affinity, which exceeded 500, completely altered this norm. The law of elemental combination stability flashed in his mind. When multiple elemental skills are combined, they exhibit compatibility or conflict. To suppress this tendency towards chaos, one needs either immense mental strength or a reasonable elemental combination. Once the limit is reached, the skill must be released or nullified. Recalling his past life's experience, Wang Shikong clearly remembered, to combine elements, one skill proficiency must reach a perfect level. The more skills combined, the higher the requirement. If one wishes to fuse more than two skills, a mastery level proficiency is necessary, or else it could spiral out of control at any moment. Even in his past life, the top mage of Xia, known for the signature move Thunder Wind Dragon Fire, only managed to fuse 4 elemental skills. Even the space master Wang Shikong could only cleverly fuse 3 elemental skills by relying on spatial power and using space sealing to prevent chaos, yet its power still fell short of Thunder Wind Dragon Fire. But now, he could flawlessly merge 6 elemental skills, thanks to 3 key factors: mastery level basic skill proficiency, the blessing of the elemental heart, and Wang Shikong mused these were the most basic elemental applications, combined with the fact that he was currently only level 0. Thinking of how the former top mage of Xia could fight against tens of thousands, confronting the military formations of an entire elite guild, a hint of ambition flashed in Wang Shikong's eyes. 1 against 100,000? Or even more, he murmured to himself. At that moment, he noticed something shining next to the charred wolf carcass. Using his wood manipulation skill, he lifted a thin yuan coin marked with the number 10, the common currency of the Endless Continent. After pocketing the yuan coin and absorbing the surrounding energy, his gaze shifted to another wolf several meters away. His wheelchair activated, and as he approached within 15 meters, the wolf noticed him, growling low before lunging at him. Wang Shikong's lips curled slightly as he prepared to attempt a new tactic. He simultaneously conjured 3 light orbs and 3 dark orbs on each side, hurling them at the wolf. Boom, boom, boom. As the light and dark elements collided, a violent explosion sent the wolf flying 5 meters away. Although the repelling explosion wasn't as powerful as the previous fusion skill, it provided an additional knockback effect. Wang Shikong observed and analyzed. The combination of elemental skills didn't simply follow the rules of compatibility and conflict. For instance, Water Arrow and Thorn Strike couldn't utilize the Water Nurture Swoot trait, but Healing Water could perfectly merge with Thorn Entangle, greatly enhancing its power. This was the mystery of the 9 elements in the Endless Continent. As he thought, this isn't a game, but a real world. A person's strength depends not only on power, but also on an exceptional mind and exquisite operational skills. The basic skill set still seemed thin. As Wang Shikong absorbed the energy from the corpse of the wolf he had just slain, he pondered ways to enhance his strength. The system notification chimed in timely, indicating his level had increased to 1, with a 5-point boost in mental strength and a 2-point increase in physical constitution. This was the 8th level 4 wolf he had killed today. With the rise in mental strength, his damage output had noticeably increased. However, the drop rate for killing creatures for levels higher was frustratingly low. After all these wolves, he had only gained 20 yuan coins. This prompted Wang Shikong to consider seeking opportunities elsewhere. In this vast continent, many people reach level 10 without acquiring a decent weapon, yet some special places are known as land of great opportunities. Sometimes, luck is such that even jumping off a cliff could lead to obtaining a supreme skill, although such opportunities often come with great danger. The abandoned mine from his memories was such a place, perfect for accumulating early-stage capital. Maneuvering his wheelchair, Wang Shikong headed towards it, ignoring any monsters encountered along the way. An hour later, he arrived at the ruins of a massive mining pit 30 kilometers away. Riding a wheelchair is faster than running. Wang Shikong chuckled to himself, then entered the ruins in search of the target mine. After 10 minutes of searching, he noticed 2 cat-sized mine rats staring at him intently. The system displayed: Mine Rat Common, Level 3, Health 350-350, Constitution 22, Magic 10, Skill, Rapid Speed. Wang Shikong swiftly unfolded his fan, launching a massive fireball infused with wood and fire elements. One mine rat couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the fireball. The other rat's body glowed green, its speed suddenly increasing by 50% as it charged at him. Wang Shikong remained calm, using 2 Lytandar combination skills to dispatch it. Watching the last injured mine rat flee in terror, Wang Shikong followed at a leisurely pace. When the rat slipped into a crevice, he immediately used a light-dark element fusion technique to blow it open, revealing a dark, deep cave entrance. This is it. No wonder it wasn't discovered until half a month later, Wang Shikong remarked. Despite the rough terrain, he navigated his high-end wheelchair without much trouble. He summoned a flame to light the wall-mounted lamp, illuminating the 3-meter-wide mine tunnel. Not far ahead, a standing figure appeared. Wang Shikong gazed at the zombie miner wielding a long knife in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. This was a level 5 monster, boasting 1,000 health points, 35 magic points, and 15 skill points, with mastery in the skills of blood-sucking and leap. The most eye-catching feature was the guard long knife it held, a black iron quality weapon that provided a 50-point damage boost and had a full durability of 100 points. His eyes were fixed on that black iron long knife. For an early-stage body cultivator, this was an exceptional piece of equipment. Typically, each level up would only grant a cultivator a 20-point damage increase, but this weapon offered a 50-point boost, effectively enhancing one's combat power by more than 2 levels in one go. Recalling his past life, it was over half a month after the endless land connected with Blue Star that a lucky few discovered this treasure trove. They slaughtered all the zombie miners and obtained a large number of black iron weapons. Each weapon could be sold for nearly 10,000 currency, leading to overnight riches. At that time, the wealthy of Blue Star were willing to purchase them at a hundredfold price, with a single black iron weapon valued at $1 million. In this world, there was a special rule. Killing monsters allowed one to obtain their weapons and equipment. Even the claws of a demonized wild chicken could be cut off, dried, and used as decorations. The only restriction was that the meat of demonized creatures could not be consumed, or else the economic system of Blue Star would collapse. However, it was important to note that slain monsters could be reanimated by demonic energy, but they would no longer have weapons. Thus, the first kill was the most valuable. Wang Shikong calculated in his mind that the zombie miner with the black iron long knife was formidable, capable of killing him with a single strike. He carefully surveyed the narrow space around him, pondering his tactics. As a magic user, his attack range was closely linked to his mental power, requiring precision within a range of his mental power multiplied by 1 meter. Of course, if one's skills were strong enough, long-distance preemptive attacks were also possible. He stopped 20 meters from the zombie miner, noting that it had not yet detected him. He gently fanned himself to dispel the heat. In an instant, the elements of earth, metal, water, wood, and fire converged before him. The 5 elements fusion technique took shape, and with the aid of the wind, a massive fireball with a diameter of 2.5 meters filled the passageway, hurtling toward the zombie miner. The recently awakened zombie miner was slow to react and couldn't dodge in time. With a resounding boom, a damage number of 800 appeared. Wang Shikong nodded in satisfaction. Achieving such damage as a level 1 cultivator was indeed extraordinary. The injured zombie let out a low growl and leaped toward Wang Shikong. However, he remained calm, as a bright and a dark orb collided and exploded in front of him, effortlessly slaying the zombie miner. Shielding himself from the swirling dust with a gust of wind, Wang Shikong slowly approached the corpse. A black book caught his attention, and he used branches formed by wood element to retrieve the book and the long knife. It was a skill book for summoning skeletons, allowing the user to consume mental power to summon skeleton soldiers of the same level as the caster. Wang Shikong was quite pleased with this skill book. In his past life, he had learned this skill and mastered it. He immediately began learning, channeling the surrounding dark elements to construct the skill template. For seconds later, a skeleton, standing at 1.6 meters tall and wielding a rusty long knife, appeared before him. The system notified him that his proficiency in summoning skeletons had reached perfection, which surprised Wang Shikong, leading him to suspect it was due to his strong elemental affinity. This level 1 skeleton, although average in attributes with 250 health points, 12 magic points, and consuming 0.5 mental power, was indeed useful in the early stages. After all, summoning skeletons was a rare and valuable skill. He summoned a second skeleton, positioning them on either side. As he moved forward, pushing his wheelchair, Wang Shikong was pleased to find that his view was clearer and his progress smoother. In the dim depths of the mine, 2 skeletons were slowly pushing Wang Shikong's wheelchair forward. About 20 meters in, they encountered a zombie miner. Wang Shikong skillfully used the 5 elements fusion technique, combining light and dark elements, to easily take down the zombie miner. A guarding long sword fell to the ground. Bringing a satisfied smile to his facade was like finding money lying around. As they ventured deeper, the third zombie miner soon succumbed to his spells. These zombies, with their impressive defenses and excellent equipment, were formidable foes for other cultivators of the same level, but they were powerless against Wang Shikong, who was only level 1. Wang Shikong noticed another item on the ground. The skeletons pushed him closer, and he picked up a bottle of crimson potion, the Dark Eye Elixir. This ordinary grade bloodline potion granted its user night vision, making Wang Shikong marvel at how this mine was truly a treasure trove. In the Endless Continent, being an alchemist was a promising career. With the right formulas and ingredients, powerful alchemists could create potions that enhanced mental strength, improved elemental affinity, and boosted combat prowess. This reminded him of the Ning family who, with the loyalty of a group of dedicated alchemists, rose to prominence in his previous life and established a mighty guild. The market price of this Dark Eye Elixir was quite high, selling for 5,000 yuan in the early stages and stabilizing at 2,000 yuan later on. After consuming the elixir, Wang Shikong's vision brightened instantly, even curing his nearsightedness. He removed the lenses from his glasses, leaving just the familiar frames. About 200 meters deeper, when the 13th zombie miner fell, Wang Shikong decided to halt his exploration. By then, the skeleton's arms were laden with black iron longswords, and his mental energy was down to just over 2 points. Experienced adventurers knew not to deplete their mental energite would leave them unable to cast spells and exhausted. Although he could restore it by practicing the elemental spirit refinement technique, at his current level, he could only recover about 5 points per hour. We can head back now. I need to transfer these weapons to Blue Star. Wang Shikong placed the 13 longswords on his wheelchair and silently recited the exit command. The system prompted, "You can exit if not attacked within 10 seconds, and he counted down. 10, 9, 8, 1. Back at Blue Star's Tan Palace Villa number 18, Wang Shikong's virtual image slowly solidified, holding the 13 longswords. He used the E-wood element to create wooden ropes, tying the swords together and placing them on the ground. Then, he went to the courtyard to meditate, absorbing the surrounding elemental energy. He discovered that Blue Star's elemental energy was no different from that of the Endless Continent. Although pure cultivation wasn't as fast as absorbing energy from monsters, his cultivation speed was over 5 times faster than in his previous life. About an hour later, Ning Qingya's voice interrupted his meditation. "Shikong, you went into the Endless Continent, didn't you?" Ning Qingya hurried over to Wang Shikong, her face full of shock. Wang Shikong simply nodded, his gaze sweeping over the family of 3 standing next to Ning Qingya. "Let's talk inside," Ning Tianxiong said in a deep voice. In the living room, just as Ning Tianxiong was about to light a cigar, Ning Qingya swiftly snatched it away. He sighed helplessly. Old Chun and the others all called to resign just now. Except for Aunt Song, who is still handling the meals, everyone else has left. It's the same at the company. I had to give all the employees at the pharmaceutical company and the factory paid leave. The emergence of the Endless Continent is bound to reshape the world order, Ning Qingya analyzed calmly. This means a redistribution of wealth and the rise of extraordinary powers. In the future, it might truly become a world where the strong rule. Extraordinary powers. Ning Qingru jumped up excitedly. This might just keep us forever young. Mom, Dad, Sis, look at me. She extended her right hand, her round eyes focused intently on her palm, and began chanting a spell. 20 seconds later, a small fireball formed in her hand. "Impressive, right?" she said proudly, tilting her delicate chin upwards. Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. Even Ning Tianxiong showed a rare expression of approval. "Not bad at all. It takes me 25 seconds to gather flames on my arm. Our immediate priority is to enhance our strength and gather more information about the Endless Continent. Especially since real-world items can be taken into the Endless Continent. It suggests the reverse is possible too. We need to quickly contact the company's executives and employees. Unity is strength," Ning Qingya mused. "I'll handle that," Ning Tianxiong replied. "Sis, why did you choose body cultivation?" Ning Qingru suddenly interjected. "Close combat is so dangerous. Isn't magic cultivation cooler? I'm planning to use a bow and arrow. Long-range attacks are possible too," Ning Qingya explained. "All right. I almost forgot you're the president of the shooting club," Ning Qingru realized, glancing at Wang Shikong with something unsaid. Ning Qingya gently tapped her sister's forehead to stop her, turning to Wang Shikong with an apologetic look. "I found out that your leg injury can potentially be healed in the Endless Continent. I'll make sure to find the healing medicine for you." Wang Shikong nodded calmly. "I won't be going to the company for now," Ning Qingya continued, her cheeks slightly flushed. "We'll decide on a time to enter the Endless Continent, and I'll take care of you in the evenings. How about letting your dad do it?" Ning's mother tentatively suggested. Ning Tianxiong's eyes widened, clearly opposed to the idea of taking care of Wang Shikong in such a personal manner. "No need," Ning Qingya said firmly. "He's my husband. It's my responsibility to take care of him." Seeing Wang Shikong, who had missed the opportunity due to his own negligence, Ning Qingya felt deeply guilty, determined to do her best to make amends. Wang Shikong looked at her, warmth rising in his heart. Ning's mother hesitated, finally just sighing. "What a fate. Aunt Song is packing up, so I'll cook lunch today," Ning's mother said. "We'll eat before entering the Endless Continent." "Mom, I'll help you." Ning Qingya followed her. Suddenly, Ning Qingru approached Wang Shikong, baring her teeth in a playful threat. "Humph. Once your leg heals, stay away from my sister and don't drag her down. See my fists." She flipped her ponytail and strutted away, feeling triumphant. Watching this mischievous yet adorable sister-in-law, Wang Shikong couldn't help but smile. He remembered how, after her sister's incident in the future, her smiles became rare as she matured to shoulder the guild's burdens. "What you owe us, the Ning family will repay," Ning Tianxiong said coldly from the side. "Once it's repaid, I hope you'll be sensible." Wang Shikong wasn't angered by these words. Instead, he was reminded of how, after Qingya's departure in the previous life, he even helped. As lunchtime arrived, the enticing aroma of food filled the dining room. Ning's mother approached with a plate of freshly steamed shrimp, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Time to eat. Try my cooking. It's been years since I last cooked. Let's see if I've lost my touch. Shikong, I steamed these shrimp especially for you. Ning Qingya, cooking for the first time, also picked up a shrimp and offered it to Wang Shikong. Steamed is fine. Thanks, Wang Shikong said as he began peeling the shrimp. No need to be polite. Although I haven't cooked before, I think I have a natural talent, Ning Qingya said confidently. Wang Shikong's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, women, where does your confidence come from? The warm lunch concluded quickly. Ning Qingru eagerly dashed back to her room, shouting about conquering the endless continent as she went. Wang Shikong hesitated briefly but did not refuse, watching her emerge from the bathroom with a flushed face and shyly hurry away. Wang Shikong chuckled softly, noting how revisiting the past felt different. He realized his mental strength had recovered, and with a thought, the surroundings transformed, bringing him back to the abandoned mine. After a quick survey of the area, he summoned 2 skeleton guards and continued deeper. 20 meters ahead, 2 zombie miners stood. No big deal, Wang Shikong said, casting a 5 elements fusion spell that simultaneously hit the zombies standing together. The subsequent explosion from the clashing lights blasted the approaching zombies away, effectively killing them. This efficiency was a significant improvement over before. The skeletons escorted him to absorb the elemental energy, rewarding him with 2 black iron long knives. Venturing another 20 meters, he spotted an unusual figure, smaller in size but shrouded in a dark aura. Suddenly, a black flame with corrosive, polluting, and decaying effects came at him. Immediately fire, woo earth. Wang Shikong quickly combined defensive spells, forming a 1-meter-high earth wall. The black flame crashed into the wall, successfully blocked. The zombie miner captain before him had formidable attributes. Level 6, 1,200 health points, 25 constitution, 55 mental strength, and wielded 3 skills: black flame, shadow assault, black armor guard along with a guard staff, with 55 damage. As Wang Shikong prepared to unleash the 5 elements fusion spell, a chorus of squeaking sounds erupted around him. Turning, he saw 20 to 30 mine rats charging toward him. In the face of imminent danger, he immediately cast the 5 elements fusion spell into the swarm of rats. The thunderous explosion eliminated over a dozen, but the remaining rats continued their relentless assault. With Wang Shikong's frail physique, a single mining rat could easily bite him to death. Faced with the imminent danger, his expression turned grave as golden sands swirled in his eyes, the power of time manifesting within his pupils. The moment his precognitive ability activated, he decisively unleashed the mysterious wind. 2 whirlwinds roared forth, one carrying a tissue towards the front, while the other blew his scent backward. The zombie miner captain sensed something amiss and raised its staff to gather dark elements. As the whirlwind swept past, it hesitated briefly, then a black flame accurately struck the fluttering tissue. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Wang Shikong's mouth as he seized the fleeting opportunity to swiftly perform the 5 elements fusion technique. Harnessing the wind, flames roared towards the remaining mining rats. Amidst the booming sound, the tissue disintegrated into fragments, and over a dozen mining rats perished simultaneously. The danger persisted as Wang Shikong suddenly looked up, with sands rapidly swirling in his eyes. The zombie miner captain swung its staff again, and a 2-meter-tall shadow lunged at him like lightning. In the nick of time, he was forced to activate his time-stopping ability. In the frozen moment, he ordered 2 skeletons to retreat while concentrating on the 5 elements fusion technique. As time resumed, the skeletons had already retreated 4 meters with him. A pit several centimeters deep appeared instantly at their previous position, sending dust flying. Without hesitation, Wang Shikong hurled a fireball and continued gathering energy for the next strike. The first 5 elements fusion hit the target, dealing 700 points of damage. The second strike followed closely but was completely nullified by the enemy's suddenly deployed black armor. In the face of a dire situation, Wang Shikong bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. He once again unleashed dual mysterious winds, one carrying the blood drop forward, the other sweeping his scent backward. This was a special tactic against zombie-type creatures. They lock onto their targets by scent rather than sight. The first time, the tissue with his scent worked, but now he needed a more genuine decoy. Sure enough, the zombie miner captain fell for it again, releasing black flames at the blood drop. At this moment, Wang Shikong seized the opportunity, channeling the 5 elements fusion and using the wind to fuel the fire. With a thunderous roar, the zombie miner captain, whose black armor had just dissipated, fell to the ground. A bit troublesome, forcing me to use time stop, Wang Shikong calculated internally. The battle lasted less than a minute, consuming a third of his mental energy while activating precognition and time stop. Considering this was a fight against a monster 5 levels above him and of black iron rank, the cost seemed reasonable. After the battle, he used the mysterious wind to clear the dust and began absorbing the energy clusters scattered around. Just by absorbing the energy from 30 mining rats, his level increased by 1, with a boost of 5 to mental energy and 2 to constitution. After absorbing the energy from the miner captain, the progress bar increased significantly. He instructed the skeletons to collect the spoils, and the haul was substantial: a shadow assault skill book, a dark eye potion formula, and 500 currency units. The potion formula, in particular, delighted Wang Shikong. Once he became an alchemist and gathered the materials, he could brew the dark eye potion, which was worth far more than any black iron weapon. He then learned the shadow assault skill, a powerful ability that inflicts damage equal to 7 times his mental energy. Surprisingly, he immediately comprehended it to an extraordinary level. This reminded him of his past life experience. Shadow assault combined with the light elemental healing skill, light and shadow possession, could deal astonishing damage. In the early stages of the game, top-tier mage teams almost always mastered one of these two skills, and their combined use was formidable. As for mastering both skills simultaneously by one person, in the early stages, that was impossible. The descendant, Wang Shikong, a mage who has reached the elemental god refining realm, boasts impressive attributes: vitality 211,100, physique 196280, mental power 11, and an elemental affinity of 2020 at full capacity. He has mastered a wide range of elements, including gold 578, wood 589, water 588, fire 592, earth 580, wind 588, lightning 580, light 577, dark 572, space 595, and time at its maximum. He is proficient in numerous elemental skills, such as Gungjin, Lihua, Guishui, Imu, Wutu, Xianfeng, lightning, light, and darkness, all at an extraordinary level. Additionally, he has achieved mastery in summoning skeletons and excels in shadow assault. In terms of equipment, he possesses the time hourglass essence and a guardian staff, though his secondary profession remains unlocked. After a recent power boost, he can easily defeat black iron level miner captains, even during the cooldown of his time-stopping skill. Having temporarily stored the sword and staff he acquired on Blue Star, Wang Shikong re-enters the Endless Continent to continue his exploration. In the depths of a mine, he comes across a corner where a faint white light emanates. This unusual sight heightens his alertness, prompting him to send 2 skeletons ahead to investigate. As he turns the corner, a holy light suddenly envelopes him. The scene before him is breathtaking. An elderly man with white hair stands silently before a cross. With a smile, the old man says, "Fortunate one, welcome to the Temple of Light." As his words fade, the surroundings transform abruptly from a dark mine to a solemn, sacred hall. The ceiling and side walls are adorned with carvings of white battle angels and light priests, while 2-meter-tall sculptures of holy warriors holding swords and shields exude an aura of solemnity and authority. The sudden change causes Wang Shikong's expression to shift drastically. He recognizes this place, the Temple of Light, the trial grounds of the Third Era's dominator, the God of Light, on the Endless Continent. Memories from his past life flood back. This place claimed his first life and is the source of many people's hatred towards the prostitute God of Light, the evil God of Light, and the old pervert. He hadn't expected to encounter the God of Light's trial in Tianqing town. This treasure trove filled with black iron weapons concealed such a massive trap. Yet, since he was here, he resolved to face it calmly, taking a deep breath to prepare himself. The priest ahead continues to smile, saying, "Lucky one, congratulations on gaining the favor of the great God of Light. Are you willing to praise the God, sing of the God, worship the God, and become one with the God?" "I am willing," Wang Shikong responds solemnly, remaining fully vigilant. The priest approaches slowly, a wise choice. The great God of Light has left behind 4 trials. Complete them to receive the God's legacy. The first trial tests the heart and wisdom. If your family and the residents of a city both need saving, and you can only choose one, what will you choose? "Save my family," Wang Shikong answers without hesitation. Wang Shikong answered the question without hesitation. The priest showed a hint of surprise at his quick response, and then gestured, "Please follow me." "God does not favor liars," the priest explained. "Those who make false choices will surely perish. One must approach the temple with a heart of pilgrimage." They reached the edge of the great hall, and the priest stopped. Several kilometers away, a figure shrouded in holy light sat high upon a divine throne. The priest bowed his head devoutly and said, "Ordinary believers must kowtow every 9 steps, but as a candidate for the divine inheritance, you must do so with every step." Wang Shikong fell silent at these words. Seeing his hesitation, the priest turned to look at him. "If the great God of Light could heal my legs," Wang Shikong slowly began, "I would crawl to him, kiss the hem of his garment, and offer my most devout heart." "God loves all people and will treat every believer kindly," the priest said gently. "God permits you to advance in your wheelchair." Wang Shikong snorted lightly and pressed the button to move his wheelchair forward. The dense light elements almost solidified, forming an invisible resistance. His eyes flickered, and with a thought, his mental power easily dispersed the light elements ahead, clearing a path. So that's how it is, he laughed inwardly. The rumor about the second test assessing elemental affinity in my previous life was true. This isn't a test of devotion. It's just that dog of a god of light toying with people, forcing them to kowtow with every step. With his extraordinary elemental affinity, his wheelchair moved swiftly forward. If not for the lingering fear of the god of light's presence, he might have attempted a wheelchair drift. Under the priest's astonished gaze, he soon reached a point 2,000 meters from the divine throne. Looking up, 99 steps rose before him. Congratulations on passing the second trial of God. The priest suddenly appeared beside him, gazing up at the staircase. God favors mankind. With each step, you draw closer to him. Praise God. Let him hear your voice. Extol God. Let him know your determination. Wang Shikong stared at the most treacherous trial. Each step had a dividing line in the center, splitting it into a left and right side, representing life and death, with a 50% chance of death on each. Stepping on the center line meant certain death. The seemingly ordinary steps relied purely on luck. No wonder no one had ever passed the God of Light's inheritance test in his previous life. This wasn't a test, but a death trap set by the deity while expecting praises. At this moment, Wang Shikong's pupils glowed with a golden light. With a cracking sound, two skeletons appeared beside him, lifting him onto the right side of the first step. Do not let such foul things desecrate the sacred hall and displease God. The priest frowned. Wang Shikong ignored him. He recalled historical records. The god of light in the third era was a perverse old being, branding dissenters as heretics. Even evil gods were more merciful, demons more kind, and succubi more trustworthy. He was the greatest villain of that era. At the time, people thought this official history was altered by some rogue historian. With his foresight ability, he could see whether he would survive the next second and naturally made the correct choices. Step by step, he ascended the stairs, gradually approaching the divine throne shrouded in holy light. The priest was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "Praise be to my elderly god of light. Have you shown mercy?" With a resounding thud, two skeletal guards placed Wang Shikong firmly on the 99th step. Gazing at the scene before him, a slight smile appeared on Wang Shikong's lips. He hadn't expected to pass the third trial of the god of light on his very first day in the endless continent. He lifted his eyes towards the divine throne, where a phantom figure was seated. It was an elder in a white robe, with flowing white hair, and above his head floated a crown emitting a rainbow of light. Even as a mere shadow, it exuded an aura that compelled reverence and submission. Who would have thought a living soul could reach my side? How many years has it been? The god of light spoke, his voice booming like thunder throughout the sanctum. Suddenly, he let out a peculiar laugh, which abruptly ceased as he regarded Wang Shikong with a playful gaze. You remind me of my younger self, destined by fate. But to gain my legacy, it must also accept you. With those words, the divine figure vanished, coalescing into a book radiating a holy light, hovering quietly before Wang Shikong. He reached out to take it, noting the title, The Divine Word, with a subtitle below, The Ruler of the Third Epoch, The Great God of Light, Auckland. A Legacy of Xingguang's, Volume 1. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Achieve mastery in the skills on the first 3 pages within a fortnight. Fail, and be expelled from the Hall of Holy Light. Wang Shikong placed the book on his lap and opened the first page. In the center were 3 lines. The divine word. Those who defy me are my enemies. Those who do not revere me are heretics. God loves the world. God blesses the faithful. Below was a skill along with 2 peculiar diagrams. The divine word. Let there be light, and thus darkness was dispelled. Divine light technique. A system notification followed. Ding, congratulations on learning the divine light technique template. This divine light technique surprised Wang Shikong. Unlike the single effect version he learned in his previous life, this one offered 2 options. One dispelled negative effects and provided an 11 times mental power damage shield lasting 30 seconds. The other inflicted 11 times mental power damage on evil heretics. He turned to the second page, revealing another dual effect skill. The divine word. I love the world, spreading light to heal all beings. The system notification sounded again. Ding, congratulations on learning the divine healing technique template. This skill also had 2 versions. One released light with 11 times mental power for healing health and overflowing physical and mental strength. The other used the same intensity of light to heal the soul, cleanse the bones, and purify the flesh. The third page detailed divine encouragement, the divine word. To my followers, I grant courage to charge into battle. This skill could bestow divine light within a 10-meter radius, boosting allies' attack, defense, and speed by 40, consuming 100 element affinity of mental power per second, but effective only on beings below the first transformation. Wang Shikong continued browsing through the skill list, the screen repeatedly flashing the message, insufficient mental power, unable to open. As he looked at these astonishing skills, he couldn't help but press his lips together. Truly worthy of being the great Jie God. Your abilities are beyond impressive. Upon closer examination, he realized these skills were unique because they weren't purely light element skills. They cleverly incorporated dark elements. The god of light elements had actually blended opposing dark forces into their divine arts. Even in Wang Shikong's past life, he had never encountered such a brilliant fusion of light and dark skills. This undoubtedly confirmed the deity's status as the ruler and ultimate villain of the third era of the Endless Continent. Unlike ordinary light encouragement skills that only boost power by 20 and consume a lot, this skill was nearly impossible for the average person to manage. However, for Wang Shikong, it was incredibly suitable, consuming only 0.2 mental power per second. With his current reserve of 20 mental power, he could sustain it for over a minute. Gazing at the three skills, Wang Shikong began to attempt mastery. God said, "Let there be light," and the darkness was dispelled. He started chanting the incantation, focusing intently on constructing the elemental combination. After a full 30 seconds, the words "divine light technique" escaped his lips. The system prompt immediately chimed in. Ding! Your proficiency in divine light technique has increased to beginner level. A glow appeared in the air, and Wang Shikong's expression turned serious. This skill was far more challenging than ordinary skills, especially when integrating dark elements into light elements, which could easily lead to elemental chaos, requiring extremely precise control. Even in his previous life, top-tier supportive magic practitioners would find it nearly impossible to master any of these three skills to a high degree within half a month. However, with his strong elemental affinity and extensive experience, Wang Shikong was confident he could overcome these challenges. He resolved to obtain the legacy of the God of Light Elements book, God said, even though it was only the first part. Such legacy books were exceedingly rare in the Endless Continent. Once acquired, as long as mental power was sufficient, one could learn a vast array of systematic magic skills, making it a top-tier opportunity. After 3 hours of focused practice, Wang Shikong checked the time and exited the Endless Continent. As he stepped out of the elevator, he heard Ning Qingrou's clear voice. Ha ha! I can now cast a fireball in 10 seconds. I'm a genius. I took down 5 wild chickens this afternoon, and tomorrow I should level up to 1. Isn't that amazing? Amazing, amazing. Soon you'll fly and touch the sun. Touch the sun? No, I want to become a goddess. Ning Qingru laughed heartily, sprawled on the couch in her cool attire. Seeing Wang Shikong arrive, her laughter abruptly stopped, and she sized him up with a look of disdain. Why are you so dirty? Wang Shikong glanced down at himself. Indeed, the dust from the mine had clung to him. Ning Qingyao walked over, guiding him towards the bathroom. Let me help you clean up. In the bathroom, Ning Qingyao meticulously wiped his clothes with a towel. Looking at her delicate face in the mirror, Wang Shikong smiled. You're a bit dirty. How about I help you wash up tonight? Ning Qingyao hesitated as she saw the dust on the back of his neck while wiping his shirt. Wang Shikong turned to look at her, and their eyes met. Ning Qingyao suddenly felt flustered, quickly tidying her hair and raising her voice. It's my duty to take care of you, especially since we are married. Wang Shikong cleared his throat and nodded. All right. Humph, my sister has never been this nice to me. Ning Qingru muttered at the dinner table, tapping the edge of her bowl with her chopsticks as she watched her sister help Wang Shikong away. Her lips pouted unconsciously. I tell you, your sister is just too kind-hearted. Ning Tianxiong commented from the side, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that once this kid's leg heals, he should leave as soon as possible. His own daughter didn't even have time to take care of him, yet she was always fussing over this boy. What about the marriage certificate? Ning's mother asked with a frown. Wang Shikong is indeed good-looking, should we? There's nothing to think about. Ning Tianxiong interrupted his wife, pulling out a cigarette. Divorces are common these days. What does a marriage certificate mean? Qingya is only sympathetic towards him. There's no love involved. And besides, this kid is not worthy of my daughter. He took a deep drag of his cigarette. Damn it. Can't even smoke in my own house. In the bathroom, the sound of running water created a slightly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Wang Shikong could manage the crucial parts himself, so Ning Qingya only needed to help wash his back and legs. Even so, when she helped him back to bed, her face was as red as a ripe apple, and she quickly left the room. Although they were officially married and she was determined to take care of him for life, her lack of romantic experience made her heart race and her mind go blank every time she assisted him. Watching her flustered retreat, Wang Shikong found it amusing but also made a silent vow to himself. He then closed his eyes and entered the Endless Continent. He appeared again in the Temple of Light, continuing his practice of the divine light technique. He had no complaints about being stuck here on the first day. In the Endless Continent, leveling up was secondary. The 3 skills he currently possessed were enough to turn him into a powerful being and top-tier priest within a year. It's like having a unique skill that could dominate all. By midnight, feeling exhausted, he chose to exit and rest. Even with the training methods, resting when necessary was crucial. Overexertion would be counterproductive, as mental fatigue could hinder the improvement of combat and skill proficiency. Therefore, he made sure to get 8 hours of rest each day. 3 days later, his divine light technique finally reached mastery. He then moved on to the more challenging divine healing technique, which he mastered in less than 4 days. The last and most difficult skill was the divine inspiration. On the 14th day, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, your mastery of the divine inspiration skill has reached completion. Wang Shikong breathed a slight sigh of relief, as his relentless efforts over the past few days finally paid off. Suddenly, the divine book in his hand emitted a radiant light, enveloping him. The system notifications continued. You have passed the trial of the god of light elements and obtained partial inheritance. Mental power 40. Received recognition from the divine book of inheritance, soulbound. When the divine book is opened, light element spell casting speed 50. Congratulations, child of God, on obtaining the great inheritance of the god of light. As the sacred sound of a divine prompt rang out, an elderly priest with snow-white hair suddenly appeared before Wang Shikong. The old man knelt on one knee, holding a staff, and respectfully said, "Please, son of the divine, spread the light god's radiance across the endless continent." A system notification immediately followed. Main quest activated. Radiance of the light god. As the son of the light god, it was imperative to restore the glory of the light god. The task required spreading divine light, purifying heretics, and achieving a reputation of 10 million for oneself or for a team or guild established by oneself. Upon completion, the second inheritance of the light sanctuary would be unlocked. Upon hearing the details of the task, Wang Shikong's eyes shone with determination. He looked at the priest kneeling before him and solemnly nodded. "I will ensure the world sees the divine light once more. I believe in you, divine son," the priest said with relief. "Once you've passed the trial, this sanctuary will belong to you. At that time, my lingering soul will go to serve the great light god." With that, the priest rose, bowed, and dissipated into small points of light that vanished into the air. The system notification promptly followed. You have acquired a spatial treasure, light sanctuary. Attributes: quality, epic tier spatial treasure. Effect: light element spell power 50. Feature: can be transformed into rings, jewelry, or other storage items, can store living beings. Binding: soulbound. With a thought, Wang Shikong saw the scene before him vanish instantly, and he found himself back in the abandoned mine. Looking at the treasure in his hand, he couldn't hide his excitement. In the endless continent, equipment levels are ranked as follows: common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, mythic. Such a precious epic tier treasure was something he hadn't obtained even 5 years into his previous life, where the best he had was a dark gold tier artifact. What thrilled him even more was the reward of 40 mental power, equivalent to an instant upgrade of 8 levels of mental power. For a practitioner about to open the divine palace, this extra mental power boost was immensely valuable. The stronger the mental power, the larger the divine palace that could be established, enhancing combat power post-transition. This is akin to the foundational stages in cultivation novels, where the foundation's strength determines future achievements. He checked the divine book again and found that this light element god's inheritance book was already soulbound, with an additional acquisition of the truth spell. The system prompt stated, "The god dislikes liars." The truth spell could passively discern the truth of someone's words, a skill originally reserved for those at the 4th transition transcendent stage. In a world rife with deceit, lies could be more destructive than malicious curses, making this skill invaluable. Half a month had passed, and those wealthy merchants should have gathered enough currency by now. Wang Shikong stored the black iron weapon he held into the light sanctuary, which had transformed into an ordinary ring on his finger, giving no indication of its epic tier status. He summoned 2 skeletons to carry him towards the cave's entrance. Outside, he brushed away the hot air and headed straight for Tianqing town, his mind filled with numerous plans awaiting execution. The wheelchair moved slowly forward, and the surrounding scenery was entirely different from before. The road was bustling with activity. Some people leisurely pedaled by on bicycles, others zipped around on shared electric scooters, and there were those who roared past on motorcycles. These modern modes of transportation added a touch of technological flair to this fantastical world, making his figure in the wheelchair seem less out of place. In fact, the technological advancement of the infinite continent far surpasses that of Blue Star. This land boasts a history spanning 100,000 years, having gone through 5 glorious epochs of civilization. From communicators to teleportation arrays, elemental airships to spatial storage rings, and even projection arrays, the development of elemental technology has reached its pinnacle. After selling his equipment, His primary task was to purchase a communicator to prepare for forming a team. The subsequent tasks of the Light God's legacy required a boost in reputation, which was no easy feat on the infinite continent. Even a guild with a reputation of 10 million would take a full 3 years to achieve. For Wang Shikong, establishing a guild was clearly not a wise choice. Time was not on his side, and besides, his wife was also set to establish a powerful guild. Therefore, forming a team became the better option. It would allow him to accumulate reputation and tackle those instances and tasks that required teamwork. More than an hour later, he returned to Tianqing town. By then, the town was bustling with newly arrived locals. Their weapons were a motley assortment. Some wielded kitchen knives, others carried scythes, some brandished baseball bats, and a few even used steel rods as weapons. It wasn't surprising that few had formal weapons. In town, the starting price for ordinary weapons at the armory was 500 yuan coins, while black iron grade ones cost a hefty 10,000 yuan coins. Considering the meager drop rate on the infinite continent, finding 20 yuan coins in a day was already considered lucky. Wang Shikong maneuvered his wheelchair to a busy intersection and placed 4 guardian swords in front of him. He took out a pre-prepared wooden board with an inscription, black iron grade long swords, 5 off the weapon shop price. Yuan coins only. In the towns of the endless continent, setting up a stall is an incredibly free activity. As long as it doesn't obstruct traffic, even selling weapons at low prices right in front of a weapon shop won't garner any complaints from the shop owners. After all, at the beginning of the game, the local weapon stores couldn't keep up with the players' demands. Although the drop rate for equipment in the endless continent is quite low, there are plenty of wealthy players in the real world willing to spend real money to buy in-game currency. Take the rich people from Daxiao, for instance. They often buy luxury cars worth millions, wear clothes costing tens of thousands, give their girlfriends bags worth millions, and spend millions annually on mistresses. In comparison, spending a high price on weapons that can accelerate one's path to excellence seems trivial. Wow, black iron weapons? And at a 5 discount compared to the weapon shop's price? For black iron long swords. Exclamations from passers-by echoed one after another. As soon as Wang Shikong placed the weapons on his stall, he immediately drew a large crowd's attention. A heavily made-up woman in revealing clothing crouched in front of the stall, batting her eyes flirtatiously. Handsome, where did you get these weapons? Tell me, and I'll reward you generously. Wang Shikong didn't even lift an eyelid, focusing intently on the divine book in his hands, practicing his skill proficiency. What's going on? Is he not only lame, but also deaf and mute? The woman raised her voice when Wang Shikong ignored her. Hey, man, will you accept real money? I can transfer 1.1 million right now. A genuine buyer offered, but Wang Shikong remained indifferent. Real money meant nothing to him. His family wasn't short on cash. Besides, in a year, the real currency system would collapse, and everything would be traded in yuan currency. Seeing Wang Shikong's firm attitude, the onlookers could only leave enviously. In the city, robbery is a serious crime, punishable by death or imprisonment, and a few years in prison would make anyone fall behind in the game. Not long after, a few well-dressed young men approached the stall. They were well-equipped, holding legitimate weapons, with 2 of them carrying exquisite shields and staffs. Hey, man, we want 2 black iron long swords. The leading young man smiled and said, Can you give us a 10 discount? Consider it a friendly gesture. I'm Zhang Zihao, heir to the Qingyun Group and founder of the Qingyun Guild. No, Wang Shikong replied bluntly. Even if you were a beast, no. Zhang Zihao's expression stiffened as he took out yuan currency from his space ring. 9,500 yuan, right? Here's 19,000. All right. Wang Shikong counted the currency and handed over 2 black iron long swords. Where did you get these black iron weapons? Which guild are you from? A young man next to Zhang Zihao took the long sword, his eyes filled with curiosity. Dropped from monsters, Wang Shikong answered briefly. Dropped from monsters? You. They looked at Wang Shikong sitting in a wheelchair, their faces filled with disbelief. Interested in joining our Qingyun Guild? Zhang Zihao extended an invitation. Wang Shikong shook his head and placed 2 more black iron long swords on the stall. Wang Shikong was deeply engrossed in the book of divine teachings, completely oblivious to the surrounding noise. Zhang Zihao, seeing that he was being ignored, frowned slightly and glanced at the 2 newly acquired black iron swords beside Wang Shikong, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The black iron weapons had sparked a buying frenzy in Tianqing town with a 5 discount. Although each item was only 500 yuan cheaper, the price difference was quite significant for the wealthy who needed to exchange currency. The weapons were quickly sold out. Brother, do you have any black iron sabers left? A middle-aged man hurriedly approached Wang Shikong just as he was about to pack up his stall. Sold out, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. The middle-aged man looked disappointed but then asked, Do you have any intention of selling currency? Sorry, I don't, Wang Shikong responded briefly. Let's exchange contact information then, the middle-aged man suggested, taking out a communicator. If you ever decide to sell currency or weapons, you can reach out to me. I haven't bought a communicator yet, Wang Shikong noted. I have an unopened one here. Consider it a gift to make a friend, the middle-aged man said generously, handing over the communicator. Wang Shikong was a bit surprised. Let me pay you for it. No need, it's just 500 yuan. Just call me Lao Hu. The middle-aged man replied with a sincere smile, extending his hand. The two shook hands amicably, and Wang Shikong set his contact name to Shikong. When the system prompted, "You have added Hu Xianfeng as a friend," his eyes narrowed. Lao Hu? Hu Xianfeng? Isn't he the future leader of the Tianhu Guild, one of the top 10 super guilds in the Great Xia? After parting ways with Hu Xianfeng, Wang Shikong checked his balance of over 140,000 yuan and headed straight to the cultivator service hall in Tianqing town. After paying a fee of 1,000 yuan, he created a team named Divine Sayings. The system informed him that team levels were categorized into 6 tiers: ordinary, elite, silver, gold, king, and legendary, and issued 10 member badges. Having established the team, Wang Shikong contemplated the second opportunity in Tianqing town. With the highest level in town reaching 4 or 5, he decided to focus on enhancing his strength. Just then, he overheard discussions about a new decaying manor dungeon that had appeared in the burial lands. What is a trial dungeon? The Heavenly Dao trial dungeon. It said you can kill monsters and level up inside without actually dying. Each person can enter 3 times a day, and there are rewards for clearing it, though no team has succeeded yet. Won't die? What are we waiting for? As Wang Shikong walked down the street, a sudden exclamation from nearby caught his attention. The Rotten Manor dungeon? A glint appeared in his eyes. This dungeon was a rare opportunity in their world, offering a chance to hone combat skills by defeating monsters and gain vital energy experience. Most importantly, he recalled that the first clear of the dungeon would also provide additional rewards in mental and physical strength. I have to secure this first clear, Wang Shikong decided immediately. In his previous life, he was unfamiliar with such things due to his paralysis and couldn't even remember the exact timing of the dungeon's appearance. But now, faced with this opportunity to strengthen his foundations, he wasn't going to let it slip by. Moreover, achieving the first clear could elevate his team's prestige. He quickly pulled out his communicator and messaged Hu Xianfeng. Old Hu, the Rotten Manor dungeon. Bring 3 more people. I'll lead us to the first clear. Huh? Are you confident, Shikong? Hu quickly replied. I am. Wang Shikong responded tersely but confidently. All right, I'm at the dungeon entrance now. Just come over. I'll be there in about 40 minutes, Wang Shikong replied, then immediately drove off towards the outskirts of town. Just outside the town, he sensed something was off. Greed indeed clouds people's minds, he thought calmly, deliberately slowing down and proceeding leisurely. 5 minutes later, a gust of wind rushed past, and a long knife was suddenly at his throat. Huh, just a cripple. We followed you cautiously for 5 minutes, thinking you might have some skills, came a mocking laugh from behind. 4 men, who had been tailing Wang Shikong for several hundred meters, quickly surrounded him, their faces alight with excitement and malice. They were the very ones who had previously come to his shop to buy a guardian long knife, claiming they wanted to make friends and asking for a discount, led by Zhang Zihao. You really forced us to make friends with you this way, huh? Zhang Zihao approached, full of ridicule. A crippled waist. I'm really curious how you got your hands on so many black iron weapons. If you don't want to suffer, just spill the beans. Brother Hao, let's get his space ring first. This guy is tens of thousands of yuan, worth over 10 million. A young man greedily edged closer to Wang Shikong. To them, Wang Shikong, paralyzed and held at knife point, was nothing more than prey on a chopping block. Impure minds need cleansing. Wang Shikong calmly opened the divine book and spoke softly. In an instant, an arrow of light formed in front of him and swiftly pierced the neck of the young man behind him. The young man widened his eyes, initially not feeling any pain, only terror as he clutched his neck. But to Zhang Zihao and the others, their comrade had already fallen dead. Even more shocking to them was the sight of several swords of light forming at an incredible speed before this cripple. With Wang Shikong's proficiency, basic elemental manipulation required no incantation, and with the divine book's 50 casting speed boost, it took just over a second to form 4 swords of light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The swords shot through the air. Damn. Run. Zhang Zihao shouted in despair. Thud. However, Wang Shikong had already anticipated their positions. 4 bodies fell in succession. With the Holy Light Temple's 50 power boost to light element spells, combined with attributes comparable to level 10, such instant kills were effortless for Wang Shikong. No way. How is this possible? In a luxurious villa in Su Province, Xia, Zhang Zihao shouted in disbelief. As someone well-versed in magic, he knew that even the fastest spell casting took at least 4 seconds. Yet, that guy had done it instantly. What pained him even more was that all the gear and weapons he had spent a fortune on had been stolen. Meanwhile, outside Tianqing town, Wang Shikong was happily counting his spoils: 5 black iron weapons, 3 pieces of black iron armor, a pair of black iron shoes, and 5 space rings. He carefully cleaned them with gui water and disinfected them with leaf fire before storing them away. While checking the space rings, he found 2,000 yuan and 5 communicators inside. What a profit! I can sell these to Tiger Vanguard, he thought, driving towards the corrupted manor dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was bustling with at least tens of thousands of people. Complaints filled the air. It's too hard. This dungeon is insanely difficult. There were wandering ghosts inside that nearly scared me to death. And those fire rabbits are disgusting. 20 level 4 fire rabbits charging at once. I'm just level 4. I couldn't handle it. Others were recruiting loudly. Looking for a body cultivator with basic weapons. 4 out of 5 for a team. I'm a fast-casting wizard from a top university, looking for a strong team to tackle the dungeon. Wang Shikong, in his wheelchair, used his communicator to locate Old Hu. Standing next to Old Hu were several people, the most striking of whom was a short-haired woman standing at 1.75 meters, holding a long sword and clad in basic black iron gear, exuding a heroic aura. Wang Shikong recognized her immediately as Yao Yijin, the future Thunder Queen renowned across Blue Star, whose fame even surpassed that of Snow Queen Ning Qingya. Old Hu, Wang Shikong greeted. Shikong, my young friend, you're here. Old Hu smiled and introduced him. I've bought some dungeon information from a few capable teams. However, when the others saw Wang Shikong in his wheelchair, the atmosphere changed. A young man directly taunted. Dude, are you crippled? Wang Shikong nodded calmly. Old Hu, you want me to give up my spot for this crippled guy? The young man questioned. Yeah, Uncle Hu, this dungeon is already tough, and we only have 3 chances a day, another person chimed in. Positioning and kiting are crucial for magic users, and you think someone in a wheelchair can handle that? Huh. Others searching for teams joined in the mockery. Is there a level for the old and infirm in the dungeon? Maybe wheelchairs are allowed inside, hee. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shikong's brow furrowed slightly. Old Hu's face instantly turned grim as he scolded the young man. Along, didn't we agree on this earlier? What are you doing? Along pointed at Wang Shikong with a tone of disdain. It would be fine if a normal person took my place, but he's just a cripple with paralyzed legs. Shut up. Old Hu interrupted harshly, his face full of apology as he turned to Wang Shikong. Brother, I'm sorry, Before he could finish, Old Hu sensed something was amiss. Light elements rapidly gathered in front of Wang Shikong, and a powerful magical aura filled the air. Damn, spell casting? Along was momentarily stunned, instinctively feeling uneasy. Seeing the gathering light elements, he quickly raised his staff. What the hell are you doing? Wang Shikong looked at him calmly. Divine healing light. The light fell upon Along, and white smoke rose from his body. His agonized screams echoed around, chilling everyone present. Within seconds, Along collapsed heavily to the ground. Damn, you dare to ambush Along. I'll kill you. The young man beside Along shouted in rage, drawing his longsword. Wang Shikong turned his gaze to him. God says, never mind. God doesn't want to waste words. As he finished speaking, an arrow of light formed and shot toward the young man. The young man was shocked, trying to dodge, but his movements were too predictable for Wang Shikong. The light arrow hit its mark, and the young man fell without a sound. Wang Shikong turned to Old Hu, who was sweating profusely, and said apologetically, Sorry, Old Hu, your friends needed to be disciplined, and I couldn't hold back. Do you want to avenge them? Old Hu was astonished. These 2 teammates, well-equipped and top-tier among their peers, were instantly defeated by 2 spells. The terrifying damage and casting speed were beyond his understanding. Avenge? You're joking, Brother Shikong. Old Hu shook his head bitterly. It's my fault. Insulting a stronger person is a lesson they had to learn. I apologize again. All right. Wang Shikong nodded. In this endless world, for the weak to insult the strong is a path to destruction. Seeing Old Hu's sincere attitude, he continued, Are you still interested in joining a dungeon run? Of course. Old Hu's eyes lit up. I have a few other brothers who are ready to join anytime. Wang Shikong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the nearby young men and women. Seeing his look, their faces turned pale, and they quickly pleaded, Big brother, we're sorry. We repent. We seek redemption. God loves all people, and so does Wang Shikong. Faced with the young couple, he chose to be merciful. He took 4 badges of the God Says team from his pocket and offered them to Lao Hu. How about temporarily joining my team? Lao Hu accepted the badges with a nod and introduced the people around him to Wang Shikong. This is my daughter, Yao Yi, and these 2 are my brothers I met in Tianqing Town, Tianqing and Jingshan. Hello, Wang Shikong nodded slightly. The 2 young men quickly responded, Hello, sir. Their voices were filled with excitement and reverence. Yao Yi curiously observed Wang Shikong. Though she had many questions, she knew when to hold back. Prepare to enter the dungeon. Wang Shikong led the group to the entrance. The system prompt sounded, Welcome, God Says team, to the corrupt manor trial dungeon. Please select the difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Wang Shikong chose without hesitation. Behind him, the youths whispered among themselves, That guy in the wheelchair is so strong. Instant spell casting? It takes me 6 seconds to cast a spell. His first skill is terrifying. Is it because sitting speeds up casting? A flash of light transported them to a dilapidated courtyard entrance. Under the dim sky, a cold moon hung at an angle, and the flickering firelight within the courtyard added an eerie atmosphere to the decaying building. Nightmare level? Lao Hu looked worried. Brother Shikong, are you confident? I think we'll be fine. Although it was Wang Shikong's first time entering the corrupt manor dungeon, he was confident because he had read the strategy guide in a previous life. Moreover, Lao Hu and the others were quite capable, adding to his confidence. Yao Yi spoke up. It said that even on hard level there's a black iron level boss. Nightmare difficulty must be even tougher. We can't even clear normal difficulty, so we'll need your help, sir. You don't have to call me sir, Wang Shikong said, looking ahead. Prepare for battle and follow my lead. Okay, Captain, Yao Yi replied. Lao Hu also started calling him Captain and instructed his daughter to push the wheelchair. Wang Shikong waved off the offer, then cast a spell to summon 2 skeletons to lift the wheelchair. Under the moonlight, the combination of skeletons, wheelchair, young people, and a white book exuded an eerie aura. Bodyguards in front, Wang Shikong ordered, holding the God Says book. Lao Hu moved into position and couldn't help but praise, so cool. Captain, Yao Yi finally couldn't contain her curiosity. How can you cast spells without chanting? It's a matter of proficiency, Wang Shikong calmly explained. If you can raise your proficiency to a masterful level, you can do it too. Proficiency? I've been practicing the lightning element for 4 hours a day in the skill training room of Tianqing Town to reach mastery, and yet you've already surpassed that. Yao Yi asked in astonishment. The Endless Continent has been connected to Blue Star for half a month now. It's widely known that honing skills aligned with one's elemental affinity leads to faster progress, and those with strong learning abilities can enhance their skill proficiency more swiftly. Although the skill training room charges a steep fee of 100 yuan per hour, it is indeed a shortcut to boosting one's strength. The skill training room is already the fastest way, Wang Shikong replied calmly. Everyone has different talents, so naturally, their learning speeds vary as well. The group cautiously entered the villa. Once we step inside, we'll definitely encounter demonized servants, Lao Hu warned quietly, keeping watch on the left while Jingshan guarded the right. Wang Shikong's eyes, sharp as lasers, were fixed on the path ahead. The moment they crossed the threshold, a bright arrow whizzed through the air, aimed at Lao Hu's right side. With a bang, a shadow appeared, a level 3 demonized doorman with 500 HP, 35 constitution, and 14 mental strength, wielding the skills of shadow, lurking, and claws. It even has invisibility? Is this the power of nightmare level? Although caught off guard, Lao Hu reacted swiftly, his black iron long knife wrapped in flames, striking down the enemy in one blow. Wang Shikong nodded approvingly. No wonder you're a future top-tier warrior. While the invisibility of dark elements is hard to see with the naked eye, you can detect it by sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding wind and dark elements. Standing over the demonized doorman's corpse, Wang Shikong announced, from now on, all dropped items and elemental power belong to me. The rewards for clearing the dungeon will be substantial enough for you all to gain a generous return. Everyone agreed readily. Given their abilities, even completing a regular dungeon was challenging, so clearing a nightmare-level dungeon was an unexpected delight. After advancing another dozen meters, they were suddenly attacked by 3 level 3 black iron demonized gardeners. Wang Shikong quickly unleashed 3 light arrows, and with the coordinated strikes from Lao Hu, Yao Yi, and Jingshan, the gardeners fell before the mage Tianqing could even act. Upon checking the loot, they found 50 yuan and a torch. This torch, when lit, could enhance fire element spell attacks by 5 and burn for 10 minutes. The drop rate is really high, Jingshan remarked. Tianqing was even more amazed, saying, with the captain here, nightmare-level dungeons seem so easy. The captain's casting speed and damage output are equivalent to 10 of us. My fire separation technique takes 4 seconds to deal over 100 points of damage, but the captain's light arrows deal 3 times that damage and can be fired 5 or 6 times in the same period. It's unbelievable. Wang Shikong gazed calmly ahead. The corrupt manor dungeon contained over 300 monsters, and this was just the beginning. Suddenly, a series of urgent barks echoed. For demonized guard dogs bared their teeth and charged at them fiercely. I have to step in this time, Fa Xiao Tianqing said, immediately beginning to chant a spell. The 3 body cultivators quickly moved to engage. Jingshan stood in the center with a sword and shield, earth elements gathering on his shield, clearly taking a defensive stance. Old Hu's long blade was wreathed in flames. Yao Yi was surrounded by lightning. The 3 coordinated seamlessly, their movements skilled, indicating professional training. Wang Shikong stood at the back, lightly tapping his fingers as arrows of light shot out like lasers. Despite the high defense of the level 4 demonized dogs, his attacks still managed to cut their health by more than half in a single hit. In a little over 2 seconds, he fired 4 arrows, continuing his assault without pause. He deliberately used only light element attacks, partly because of the dual boost from the Light Sanctuary and Divine Scripture, which increased spell damage and casting speed by 50 each. Moreover, he understood the importance of not revealing all his abilities in front of others, especially combination skills like the 5 elements fusion technique. It was a common understanding among cultivators. Showing all your cards often meant your end was near. Once your methods were fully known, opponents could exploit elemental interactions, doubling their chances of taking you down. Fa Xiao Tiancheng, standing next to Wang Shikong, released a fire spell, but it awkwardly landed on the corpse of a demonized dog already killed by Wang's second arrow. He scratched his head sheepishly. With the battle over, Yao Yi gathered the spoils, 60 yuan coins and 2 demonized dog teeth. She handed them to Wang Shikong, her eyes reflecting awe. Captain, your attack speed is incredible. I should have chosen to be a spellcaster too. Wang Shikong shook his head. Body and spellcasting each have their advantages. As long as you hone your combat skills to the highest level, defeating monsters of the same level becomes just as easy. He had seen top-tier body cultivators who could defeat monsters without taking damage, and assassin-type body cultivators who could kill in one strike and then vanish without a trace. Yao Yi nodded thoughtfully. Over the past few days, she had come to appreciate the importance of technique. The team moved forward, encountering several more waves of enemies, sometimes 5 guard dogs, or combinations of level for demonized servants and guard dogs. Under Wang Shikong's powerful attacks, these monsters were quickly dispatched. As they reached the end of the front courtyard, the middle courtyard lay ahead. Captain, this is where it gets tricky, someone warned. The middle courtyard has roaming spirits and a pack of fire rabbits. Those fire rabbits are especially troublesome. They attack as soon as you get within 20 meters. Old Hu explained with a grave expression to Wang Shikong. The vengeful spirit is a level 6 mage monster. Although the fire rabbits are only level 4, they always appear in large groups, up to 20 at a time. Once you engage with the vengeful spirit, it inevitably attracts the swarm of fire rabbits. They use a pincer attack strategy, with the fire rabbits charging from the front and the vengeful spirit attacking from the back. It's an unbeatable combination. As far as I know, no one has managed to break through the inner courtyard. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, recalling how Ning Qingru had complained about this challenge for 5 or 6 days in his past life. A 5-person team wanting to break through this setup Hedon would need all members to be at least level 7 or 8, equipped with top-notch gear and proficient skills, or they would surely fail. Even with his current strength, encountering such a combination alone would require him to give his all. Even with Old Hu and others holding the front, he would still need to use some of his hidden strategies. Let's go in. Wang Shikong signaled the 3 physical cultivators to take the lead. As soon as they stepped into the inner courtyard of the villa, they spotted a vengeful spirit wandering not far away. The houses nearby flickered with flames, clearly the gathering spot for the fire rabbits. Jing Shan observed the wandering spirit cautiously, glancing at the flaming houses with a furrowed brow. Draw the vengeful spirit over here, Wang Shikong ordered. Draw it over? Old Hu hesitated, exchanging a look with Jing Shan. That's a level 6 dark iron vengeful spirit, a mage-type monster that can kill me in 3 hits. Jing Shan swallowed hard, but still cautiously approached the vengeful spirit. As soon as he entered its alert range, the monster locked onto him. A dark beam shot out immediately, and Jing Shan hurriedly raised his shield infused with earth elements. With a loud crash, he barely managed to block the attack. Come on, chase me if you dare, Jing Shan taunted, gathering his courage. The vengeful spirit let out a piercing shriek, and suddenly, several death claws burst from the ground, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on Jing Shan's legs. Captain, help! Jing Shan cried out in terror, scrambling back towards the team, adrenaline overriding his pain. Only by overcoming pain can one become strong. Wang Shikong shook his head helplessly, then began chanting, Healing Light. Upon hearing the incantation, Jing Shan, who was fleeing in panic, became even more terrified. Captain, I know I didn't perform well, but don't kill me. He desperately tried to dodge, but the healing light still enveloped him, instantly healing the wounds on his legs. Huh? I'm healed. Jing Shan stood there dumbfounded, feeling the warm sensation throughout his body, awkwardly getting back on his feet. You all handle the vengeful spirit. Wang Shikong ordered the group while taking out a torch dropped by a gardener and lighting it. He continuously released gui water, which turned into increasingly dense water vapor under the flame's influence. Xian Wind. Wang Shikong waved his arm, directing the water vapor toward the nearest fire rabbit house. Tian Sheng, take this torch to the water vapor and keep releasing gui water to maintain it, Wang Shikong instructed. Yes, Captain. Tian Sheng responded immediately, finally finding his role and no longer questioning the plan. Wang Shikong watched as his 3 teammates struggled to fend off the vengeful spirits, raising his hand to shoot arrows of light. The arrows sliced through the air, instantly easing the pressure on his comrades. These level 6 black iron spirits, with only 1,000 health points, and no fire rabbits to block their path, were quickly eliminated. Bring another one over, Wang Shikong commanded, scanning the battlefield. Hey, where are the fire rabbits? Jing Shan asked in confusion, then noticed Tianqing nearby and exclaimed in surprise. Is this even possible? Stop talking and get to work. Lao Hu urged excitedly, eyes bright with anticipation. With the team's cooperation, another spirit was quickly drawn in and defeated. Wang Shikong absorbed the energy, collected the dropped items, and turned to the mage Tianqing. Stop now. Release the fire rabbits. Okay, Captain. Tianqing replied with admiration. You're amazing, Captain, using water mist to stop the fire rabbits. Water and fire are opposites. Fire dislikes water, Wang Shikong explained calmly. Lao Hu looked at the 20 black iron level fire rabbits charging at them and said, We'll need the captain for this. It's up to you guys now, Wang Shikong said, sitting in his wheelchair and beginning to cast a spell. The divine says, to my followers, I grant courage to charge into battle. Divine encouragement. The effect of divine encouragement was immediate within a 10-meter radius. The attack speed and defense of teammates increased by 40. Combined with a 50 boost from the light element, the strength of Lao Hu, Yao Yi, and Jing Shan increased by 60, elevating their level 5 strength to match level 9. Holy crap, a 60 stat boost. Jing Shan exclaimed in shock. Lao Hu and Yao Yi were equally stunned, unable to believe the power of this skill. Hurry, this skill consumes a lot, Wang Shikong urged. The three of them rushed towards the fire rabbit horde. Though level 4, the black iron fire rabbits were no match for their nearly level 10 attributes, with each rabbit being dispatched in less than a second. Within 10 seconds, all 20 fire rabbits were down, leaving behind coins and a black iron dagger. Wang Shikong ended the skill, noting the minimal consumption of less than 2 points of mental energy, and smiled slightly. With nearly 600 elemental affinity, his power was indeed formidable in the early stages. Holy crap, that was awesome, like a god descending from the heavens. Jing Shan couldn't help but cheer loudly. Let's continue, clear out the courtyard quickly, Wang Shikong said calmly. Haha, we're about to break through the courtyard. First clearance is within reach. It's amazing having the captain with us. Tianqing and the others shouted excitedly. Even Yao Yi was full of joy, occasionally glancing at the calm figure on the wheelchair. With a crisp notification sound, Wang Shikong advanced to level 3, significantly boosting both his mental power and physical strength. The abundant energy dropped by the black iron monster, combined with his previously low level, made this breakthrough seamless. The group of 5 stood at the entrance of the backyard, gazing at the dim scene ahead. This was the final stage of the dungeon, notoriously difficult, earning it the nickname, the Family of Despair, among players. It had been the downfall of countless cultivators. Unexpectedly, as they passed through the backyard, they encountered no attacks. On either side, buildings were engulfed in flames, illuminating a structure ahead with its doors and windows burned away. There, 5 figures awaited silently. In the center, a decaying manor lord wielding a spear sat upright in a chair. Beside him stood the ghostly lady of the manor with a staff. Flanking them were 2 young men, one with a sword and shield, the other with a long sword, and another ghostly woman holding a staff. These 5 must be the dungeon's main bosses, right? Yao Yi remarked, staring into the distance. The middle-aged one in the center is actually a bronze monster, Tianqing noted with a grave expression. Their setup is just like a complete team. We'll have to rely on the captain now. The system displayed, Corrupt Manor Lord, Bronze level, level 6, Health 20002000, Physique 70, Mental Power 25. Skills include Sweeping Army, Shadow Spear Thrust, Lunge, and Earth Armor. Equipped with a Bronze level Shadow Spear and an Iron level Black Scale Armor. Captain, do you think you can handle it? Lao Hu asked anxiously, looking at Wang Shikong. As a level 5 body cultivator, his physique was only 35, and even with Wang Shikong's skill boosts, he couldn't reach 75, let alone counter their skills and equipment. The Lord could easily take him out with a single spear thrust. It's not just these 5, Wang Shikong said calmly. What? There are hidden monsters. Lao Hu and Yao Yi immediately scanned their surroundings warily. Wang Shikong pointed to the family portrait behind the manor lords. Do you see the baby in the lady's arms in the portrait? Only then did they notice the lady in the portrait cradling a baby with a jade pendant, yet there was no sign of the baby at the scene. No way, there's another one, Jing Shan exclaimed. This dungeon is so treacherous. If we're suddenly ambushed during the fight, we're done for. Although they couldn't accurately sense the location of the little sun due to the distance, Wang Shikong knew it was also a bronze level support mage, capable of healing and buffing its family, and could cast binding skills. Most players assumed this was a simple 5v5 battle, unaware of the troublesome support hiding in the shadows. When considering the 6th boss, Wang Shikong opened his eyes and looked at his companions with determination. Let's fight. I will provide you with blessings. However, during this time, I won't be able to join the battle. You will need to face the 5 bosses on your own. Even with the blessings, it might still be tough. Jing Shan expressed his concern. Captain, do you have any other cards up your sleeve? Wang Shikong looked at Jing Shan with resolve. The 5 bosses ahead must be handled by you. This. Lao Hu hesitated for a moment before speaking firmly. All right, leave it to us. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement as Lao Hu led the team forward. When they were 30 meters away from the manor's master and his family, the opposing group suddenly opened their eyes. Wang Shikong immediately cast divine encouragement from the rear, enveloping Lao Hu and the others in a holy light that instantly boosted their combat power. Seeing this, Tian Chung began chanting. Intruders, die! The manor's master roared, charging forward with a spear alongside his 2 sons. Give it everything you've got. Take them down. Lao Hu shouted, quickly pulling out 2 scrolls. He tore open the first scroll, and water instantly enveloped his teammates, forming a protective water garment. A system notification appeared. Flowing water armor scroll. Upon activation, covers allies within 5 meters, absorbing 500 damage, lasting 1 minute. Without hesitation, he activated the second scroll, and a wooden armor covered the entire team. Wooden armor scroll. Upon activation, E-wood armor covers allies within 5 meters, absorbing 500 damage, lasting 1 minute. Due to the synergy between Gue water and E-wood, the system notified. Your armor can absorb 1500 damage, lasting 90 seconds. Wow, Uncle Hu, your scrolls are amazing. Jing Shan exclaimed in surprise. Even I didn't expect this, Lao Hu grinned. Let's do this. Wang Shikong also looked surprised upon witnessing this. Scrolls? As expected of the Tiger Vanguard, managing to get such rare items. He thought to himself that elemental scrolls were indeed incredibly valuable, with even the most basic ones costing thousands of currency, and the better ones easily exceeding tens of thousands. Their worth was undeniably a high-quality elemental scroll could turn the tide of battle early on, and even in later stages, such instant-use trump cards remained highly sought after. Wang Shikong continued pondering the profession of an elemental scroll crafter. This was a unique sub-profession, distinct from alchemists and blacksmiths, and was extremely difficult to master, classified as a hidden profession. In the previous era, renowned crafters were few and far between, and despite varying skill levels, they were all coveted by major guilds. He recalled how Ning Qingyao once went to great lengths to recruit and train a crafter, only for them to breach the contract and join another major guild, leaving her furious. Due to its challenging entry requirements, the status of crafters far surpassed other sub-professions. With the dual scrolls blessings, Lao Hu and his team's combat power surged, engaging in a fierce battle with the manor's master and his family. Although their attributes were no longer inferior to their opponents, and even surpassed the lady of the manor and others, there was still a gap in skill utilization. The battle was intense, with both sides exchanging blows and damage numbers continuously flashing, resulting in a stalemate. The wooden armor became their final line of defense, shielding the 3 from lethal damage. Wang Shikong calmly assessed the situation and issued concise and powerful instructions. Trade blows. Aim for the vital spots. The heart and head will cause extra damage. Attack. Yao Yi shouted fiercely, her long blade cutting a sharp arc in the air, aiming straight for the head of the manor lord's eldest son. Seeing this, Jing Shan exclaimed, "Wow, that's intense. I can't even handle it." The battle was ever-changing. The manor lord suddenly unleashed a sweeping area skill, forcing the trio to retreat. The manor lady and her daughter launched a fierce assault from the rear, shooting arrows and black flames. Wang Shikong, firmly gripping his wheelchair, calmly commanded, "Yao Yi, duck. Jing Shan, hold your shield. Lao Hu, get behind. Tiancheng, disrupt them." They immediately moved. An arrow barely grazed over Yao Yi's head, while Jing Shan's shield blocked the black flames. Yao Yi, roll to the right. Raise your blade at a 45-degree angle. Lao Hu, leap and strike. Jing Shan, shield bash to the left at 65 degrees. Wang Shikong's instructions were precise. Yao Yi's blade hit the eldest son's ribs accurately. Lao Hu's heavy strike dealt 300 damage on the manor lord's head, and Jing Shan successfully blocked the second son's attack path. The 3 worked in perfect harmony under Wang Shikong's command, rapidly reducing the manor family's health to 1/5. Their wooden armor remained intact, and victory seemed imminent. Yet, at that moment, a chilling sight appeared. A bizarre infant hovered behind the manor lord, its blood-red eyes emitting an ominous glow. This was the manor lord's youngest son, a bronze-level boss. Level 6. Health 10001000. Constitution 18. Spirit 80. Skills: Black Blood Baptism, Fearful Cry, Entangling Water Serpent, Kuei Water Shield. Equipment: Blood Eye Amulet Bronze. Holy crap, there's a bronze boss too. Lao Hu exclaimed. As the manor family's health rapidly regenerated, the situation turned dire. Wang Shikong remained calm. Tiancheng, stand in front of me. Block the damage with your body. Though hesitant, Tiancheng complied. A water serpent suddenly attacked, prompting Tiancheng to instinctively duck. Meanwhile, 2 attacks also came towards Wang Shikong, forcing him to interrupt his divine encouragement. Earth, wood, fire combined. Wang Shikong quickly deployed an earth shield, blocking the incoming attacks. However, the others weren't as fortunate. Ah damn! A shout shattered the balance of the battlefield. The captain was ambushed, and the divine inspiration buff vanished instantly. Tianqing failed to block the fatal blow in time, causing a momentary chaos among Lao Hu and his teammates. The villa owner's family seized this fleeting opportunity and launched a ferocious attack, like hungry wolves. Without Wang Shikong's command and the divine buff, Lao Hu, Yao Yi, and Jingshan were suddenly exposed to the vast power gap. The battle was brutal and swift. In the first second, their emu armor shattered. In the second, their health points halved. By the third, all 3 had fallen and were teleported out of the dungeon. Before Tianqing could recover from the sudden turn of events, the joint attack from the villa owner's wife, daughter, and younger son was already upon him. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Shikong remained. All right, Wang Shikong, leaning against his wheelchair, smiled faintly. The battle officially begins. Kill him. The villa owner's family locked their blood-red eyes onto their opponent in the wheelchair. The 5 elements fusion quickly formed in front of Wang Shikong. Summon wind. A powerful fireball roared toward the villa owner's younger son. Son, dodge. The villa owner shouted in terror, but the attack, empowered by Wang Shikong's 65 points of mental strength, was far from ordinary. Even though the younger son tried to set up a defense, the fatal strike, locked by predictive ability, hit accurately. The villa owner's younger son fell, dropping an item from his body. Son, I will avenge you. The villa owner roared, charging forward, with the rest of the family following, their cries like those of wild beasts. Time stop. Wang Shikong remained unfazed, precisely waiting for the enemies to enter the range of his mental power. A second later, another fireball roared out, engulfing the villa owner and his 2 sons, whose health was already significantly depleted. After a thunderous explosion, the 3 lay motionless. Wang Shikong turned to the villa owner's wife and daughter in the distance, beginning to gather the power of light and darkness, preparing for the final act. Outside the dungeon, Lao Hu and the others appeared in disarray, their expressions grim. Damn it! We were so close to clearing it, and another boss showed up. Tianqing, the captain told you to block the damage. Why didn't you? Jingshan couldn't help but ask. Tianqing stammered, looking ashamed. Yaoi glanced at him, her tone softening. Let's consider this a learning experience. At least it proves one thing. If the captain leads us through a difficult dungeon, there's definitely a chance to clear it with ease. Thinking back on the battle, her heart was still in turmoil. The captain is incredibly strong. Old Hu stood in awe, utterly astounded by what was unfolding before him. The individual displayed extraordinary abilities, unfathomable skills, sharp insight, unparalleled wisdom, and a godlike command that left him genuinely impressed. Despite their failure to clear the dungeon on their first attempt, wasting 2 precious elemental scrolls, and gaining nothing tangible, he harbored no resentment. He understood fully that they had been the ones holding back the team. Just then, a notification from the system rang out. Congratulations to your team for being the first to clear the nightmare-level Corrupt Manor dungeon. As the first team to clear this dungeon, you will receive combined rewards for clearing the normal, hard, and nightmare levels. Stamina 8, mental power 2. Another message quickly followed. Congratulations to the Godsaid team for being the first to clear the nightmare-level Corrupt Manor dungeon, earning 80,000 reputation points. This unexpected announcement made Old Hu's pupils contract, shock etched across his face. No way, the captain! Jingshan shouted excitedly, having received the same update. The group exchanged glances, incredulous after their deaths. The captain had single-handedly defeated the Manor Lord's entire family? Yao Yi's face lit up with excitement. This reward is equivalent to more than a level up, and without actually leveling up, it means. He quickly grasped the significance of the dungeon reward. It's like the gap between an ordinary person and a genius. This is solid foundational strength. The news quickly spread throughout Tianqing town, causing an uproar. What's going on? The Corrupt Manor dungeon has been cleared? And at nightmare level? The Godsaid team? What kind of divine squad is that? We haven't even cleared the courtyard of the normal dungeon yet. Shocked discussions erupted everywhere. Some were indignant. They must have used sniper rifles, submachine guns, and grenades to clear the dungeon. It was probably foreigners who set the record. It's so unfair. This news caused a sensation, not just in Tianqing town, but in every novice town's Corrupt Manor dungeon as well. In one such dungeon, a fully armed team was left speechless. They had Gatling guns, Barretts, AKs, and were loaded with high-explosive grenades, yet were dumbfounded upon hearing the news. A middle-aged, heavily armed team leader mused, "Even though we've reached level 7, our upgrade path was wrong. Spectral monsters can ignore firearms and ammo. Only elemental attacks can harm them. Our skill proficiency is just at the beginner level. It takes us 20 seconds to cast a fireball, making us powerless against spirits." Meanwhile, Inside the corrupt manor dungeon, Wang Shikong smiled upon hearing the system rewards. A reward of mental power 8 and stamina 2 was substantial. Such foundational enhancements were crucial in battles at the same level. Even a single point of mental power could determine victory, especially since there was no cooldown time for skills here. In addition to the system rewards, the loot dropped by the Manor Lord's family was equally plentiful. Wang Shikong assessed the spoils. Bronze equipment, Shadow Lance, Blood Eye Amulet, Iron equipment, Black Scale Armor, Imu Staff, Zircon Shield, Special items, Gue Water Guardian Blueprint, Tianjiao Pavilion Trial Qualification 5, Skill Book, Black Flame, System Special Note, weapons used by monsters in the system trial dungeons are not guaranteed to drop. Wang Shikong carefully examined the attributes of the two bronze pieces of equipment. The first was the Shadow Spear, a weapon that increased attack speed by 10 and added 140 points of damage. Its special skill, Shadow Thrust, could deliver 2 consecutive thrusts to a target, each causing damage equivalent to 5 times the user's stamina. The second item was the Blood Eye Amulet, which not only provided a 150-point damage boost, but also increased Dark Element Affinity by 10 points. Its skill, Blood Ward, could form a defensive barrier equivalent to 5 times the user's mental power. Both pieces of equipment were of bronze quality, with a durability of 100,100. For players before their first class change, such equipment was considered almost legendary, and even after reaching level 10, it would still be considered top tier. The Blood Eye Amulet was particularly useful for Wang Shikong, offering him a significant damage boost. However, what truly caught his eye was the blueprint for the Gue Water Guardian Scroll. Compared to bronze weapons, this item was worth several times more. Additionally, there were 5 Tianjiao Pavilion Trial Qualification Certificates. Although these could be obtained in the Corrupt Manor dungeon and weren't exceedingly rare, the value they represented was enticing. The Tianjiao Pavilion Trial was a crucial method for the Snowfall Empire to select its elites. Passing the trial not only granted a shop in the city worth at least 2 million currency, which would exceed 2 billion in real-world value, but also numerous privileges. Access to quests unavailable to ordinary players, a 10 discount on teleportation arrays, and more. Of course, such generous rewards came with a high mortality rate. Nonetheless, the Tianjiao list was recognized as the pinnacle of strength. Wang Shikong recalled that in his previous life, he joined the Tianjiao Pavilion in the 3rd year, when it had only 200 members. Highly satisfied with his haul, Wang Shikong focused his mind and left the dungeon. As soon as he appeared, Lao Hu, Yao Yi, and others eagerly gathered around him, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jinshan excitedly asked, "Captain, did you really defeat the Manor Lord and his family?" "I convinced them," Wang Shikong replied, looking at the group. "I obtained all the primordial energy and equipment from the dungeon. Leading you in the first clear was my duty. Hand me the squad badges." "Captain, can we join your squad and follow you in the future?" Jinshan asked eagerly. "You're not qualified," Wang Shikong replied calmly, then turned to Lao Hu and Yao Yi. "Joining my squad comes with other requirements." "What requirements?" "Am I qualified, Captain?" Yao Yi asked nervously. Wang Shikong smiled and said, "The future Thunder Queen Yao Yi naturally qualifies. The founder of the Super Guild, Lao Hu, is also qualified." He then listed 3 conditions. First, after joining Shinshua, you must not join or form any other squad. Second, unless circumstances demand it, squad missions should take priority. Third, as a squad member, you must contribute at least 100,000 reputation points annually to the squad. All for the Shinshua squad. Lao Hu was a bit surprised, finding these requirements much more lenient than expected. It wasn't about prioritizing the captain, but rather the squad as a whole. As for the reputation requirement, it was already the responsibility of the members, and besides, squad level-ups provided additional aura benefits, enhancing member strength. The reputation points for the Divine Squad have reached 80,000, just 20,000 short of advancing to the Elite Squad. Wang Shikong knows that once they reach the Elite level, the entire team will receive a 5 attack boost, which will continue to grow as the squad advances in rank. "Brother Shikong," Lao Hu said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Wang Shikong. "I'm planning to start a guild. Are you interested? I'll cover all the investments. I've got billions ready. I can give you 50 of the guild shares right away." Faced with the opportunity to become a major shareholder in the future mega guild of millions, Wang Shikong simply shook his head calmly. It wasn't that he was against guilds, but he had other responsibilities. Lao Hu was secretly amazed at Wang Shikong's lack of reaction to billions, further convinced that the captain was no ordinary person. "Captain, if I establish a guild, can I still stay in your squad?" Lao Hu asked cautiously. "Yes, it won't affect anything." "Can my daughter and I join?" "Of course," Wang Shikong agreed, and then asked, "Are you still buying equipment?" Lao Hu's eyes lit up. "Yes, Captain, however much you have, I'll take it all." 14 pieces of black iron equipment, 1 bronze piece, Wang Shikong said as he took out the equipment, adding, "I'm also giving you 2 special items. Can you handle it?" "Bronze equipment?" Lao Hu was shocked. I'll take it all. No one had heard of anyone acquiring bronze equipment in the past half-month. Wang Shikong took out the shadow spear of the villain master and handed it to the tall Yao Yi. It's perfect for you. A spear that shakes thunder, unparalleled Yao Yi. Usually strong and assertive, Yao Yi showed rare delight upon seeing the spear. Wow, this spear is amazing. She blinked her bright eyes and asked, Captain, am I really suited for a spear? Wang Shikong nodded with a smile and said to Lao Hu, 95 of the market price. No problem, Captain. I'll log out to get the yuan currency. For safety, I keep it at home, Lao Hu said, and his figure gradually disappeared. Wang Shikong watched Lao Hu leave, inwardly admiring this brother not only for his wealth, but also for his exceptional investment foresight, having stockpiled a large amount of yuan currency early on. This batch of equipment was worth over 20,000 yuan. Soon, Lao Hu logged back in, and Wang Shikong collected 260,000 yuan at 95 of the market price, also giving 2 additional Tianjiao Pavilion trial qualifications. Captain, with these weapons, our strength has greatly increased. Should I call a body cultivator? And should we continue the dungeon? Lao Hu asked excitedly. For someone recruiting experts and building a team, this batch of weapons was significant, especially when all the indigenous equipment stores had been bought out. I'm logging off now. Let's talk tomorrow. I'll take half the profits from the next dungeon, Wang Shikong said. All right. See you, Captain, Lao Hu replied. Yao Yi waved goodbye to Wang Shikong, watching his figure gradually disappear. Daughter, Lao Hu cleared his throat, patting his daughter's shoulder. There are many excellent men in the world. You don't have to limit yourself to liking only women. Yao Yi looked at the shadow spear in her hand, her eyes reflecting determination. Many? So far, I've only met one, and he is unmatched. Dinner's ready. In the Ning household in Magic City, just as Wang Shikong returned to reality, he heard Ning Qingya's gentle call. Accompanied by the light sound of footsteps, a glimpse of a red dress appeared at his door. Okay, Wang Shikong responded. Ning Qingya skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair downstairs, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. After dinner, I'll give you a gift. A gift? Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face as he realized something. I guarantee you'll like it, Ning Qingya said with a smile. At the dining table, after half a month of getting to know him, the Ning family had grown accustomed to their son-in-law who was paralyzed from the waist down. But today was different. Ning Qingru, normally quite peaceful, was pouting and glaring at Wang Shikong, as if he had taken away her favorite toy. Wang Shikong understood but pretended not to notice, focusing on his meal while listening to Ning Tianxiong and others discuss the Ning family's investment plans in the endless continent acquiring yuan coins and preparing to form the Jinxiu Guild. After dinner, they moved to the living room for tea. Ning Qingyao approached with a pile of gifts. You're lucky. These are things most people wouldn't dare dream of. They're so expensive. Ning Qingru remarked with a hint of jealousy. Stop talking nonsense. Ning Qingya scolded her sister, handing the first item to Wang Shikong. This is a space ring. 12,000. Ning Qingru muttered under her breath. This is a communicator, Ning Qingya continued. 5,000, Ning Qingru added. These are essential for the endless continent, Ning Qingya explained. Especially the communicator. Once you learn to use it, we can add each other as friends and stay in touch in the endless continent. I already have a communicator and a space ring, Wang Shikong replied, taking out his own communicator. This action left everyone present, including Ning Qingya and Ning Tianxiong, in shock. These items, although basic, were unaffordable for 95% of people. One cost 1,200 yuan coins, the other 500. A regular person might earn 20 yuan coins on a lucky day, saving up 300 to 400 in half a month. Without purchasing them in the real world, acquiring them was nearly impossible. Shikong, how did you manage to earn so many yuan coins? Ning Qingya asked, both surprised and pleased. She had avoided asking about his activities in the endless continent, worried that the reality of his disability hindering his ability to fight might upset him. Not bad, Wang Shikong replied with a calm smile. He now had over 300,000 yuan coins, equivalent to 30 million in real-world cash. This was pure cash, unlike the Ning family's assets worth hundreds of billions mostly tied up in stocks and real estate, with only about 1 billion in liquid cash. And there's more. Seeing that he was doing well in the endless continent, Ning Qingya breathed a sigh of relief and, with a smile, presented a staff. A black iron-grade staff. A staff worth 1.5 million. Do you have one? Ning Qingru asked, pouting, her tone slightly challenging. Wang Shikong glanced at her, and with a slight movement of his hand, a guardian staff appeared out of thin air. You got that too? Ning Qingru's mouth formed an "oh" in surprise as she stared at the black iron staff in disbelief. Ning's mother also looked surprised, knowing how difficult it was to obtain a black iron staff. Even wealthy people found it hard to buy one despite spending a fortune. Shikong, did you complete some high-level task? Ning Qingya asked in astonishment. Then you don't have this robe, do you? Ning Qingru took out another piece of equipment. Wang Shikong nodded and retrieved the black iron robe he had acquired from Zhang Zihao's companion from his storage space. Did you rob a store? Ning Qingru couldn't sit still, her eyes wide as she stared at him. She then pulled out a black iron necklace from her sister's bag. You don't have this, right? No, Wang Shikong shook his head. As a cultivator, there was a standard set of equipment: a mage's hat, robe, staff, bracelet, necklace, boots, and pants, with rare handheld books sometimes included. Excess equipment was unnecessary. Humph, I thought you had everything. Ning Qingru huffed, a bit smug, but her eyes sparkled with admiration. I don't even have this. Wang Shikong found her reaction amusing. He remembered how this sister-in-law had often targeted him in his past life, being as annoying as his father-in-law. Perfect, Shikong. You can have this. Ning Qingya smiled. I worked hard to complete a commission task to get it. No need, give it to your sister. Wang Shikong shook his head, refusing. This made Ning Qingru's eyes light up with satisfaction. Exactly. What's a cripple going to do with it? No worries. Ning Qingya began to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Shikong. He directly took out the blood eye amulet, and the unique glow of bronze-level equipment immediately illuminated the room. Bronze. Bronze. Holy crap. Ning Qingru jumped up. Bronze weapon? Am I seeing things? Ning Tianxiong swallowed, equally speechless with shock. As far as they knew, no one had ever obtained bronze equipment. It wasn't available in their town, and a bronze weapon reportedly cost over 100,000 yuan, which was a significant amount even for wealthy people like them. Did you find a rich lady on the infinite continent? Is there some setting for caring for the old, weak, sick, and disabled? Ning Qingru leaned in to examine the amulet closely, then tilted her head to look at Wang Shikong, firing off questions like a machine gun. Is it really hard to get bronze weapons? Wang Shikong asked with a smile, hitting her right where it hurt. Shikong, what level are you now? Ning Qingya asked in shock. Level 3, Wang Shikong replied honestly. I'm level 5 and haven't even found a regular weapon. How do you have so much equipment? Ning Qingru stared at him intently. It was already incredible for someone with paralyzed legs to reach level 3, but she could accept that since she was level 5. What she couldn't accept was how he had so much high-level equipment. Are you cheating? Found it, Wang Shikong answered simply. He knew her nature well. She would be bothered for days without an answer. But he wanted his sister-in-law to be bothered. Ning Qingya and Ning Qingru had very different personalities. When Wang Shikong suddenly acquired so much equipment, including the rare bronze gear, she didn't question him much. She simply felt happy for him and occasionally praised him, saying, Shikong, you're amazing. Her father-in-law had a similar demeanor to his younger daughter. Although he was intensely curious, he couldn't bring himself to ask this son-in-law, whom he had always looked down upon. After all, asking would be akin to admitting he was inferior to a man who couldn't walk. Yet, even he didn't realize that every time he glanced at this disabled son-in-law, he felt a deep-seated sense of amazement that he didn't want to acknowledge. After a brief moment of showing off and subtly putting his sister-in-law and father-in-law in their place, Wang Shikong happily returned to his room and immediately entered the Endless Continent. When he appeared once again in front of the corrupt manor instance, it was nighttime in the Endless Continent, yet the area was still crowded. This instance was a great place to level up, but it could only be entered 3 times a day and required a team. He planned to challenge the nightmare level instance 3 times tomorrow with Hu Xianfeng and the others. At that moment, Wang Shikong decided to continue his exploration. Based on his memory, the next area was the graveyard of the corrupt lands. It was empty during the day, but at night it was inhabited by level 6 and above monsters like skeletons, demon crows, and zombies. Without the Eye of Darkness, no one dared to level up there at night. As he walked, he thought to himself, if I level up a bit before sleep and add tomorrow's 3 instance runs, I should be able to reach level 4, after which I can take on the illustrator's quest. Although he didn't become an elemental illustrator in his past life, with his current high elemental affinity and control, it would be a shame not to pursue this path. More importantly, he discovered that the 2 patterns on each skill page in the Divine Book were actually original illustrations. This meant that the skills in the Divine Book could be turned into spell scrolls through illustration. Given the rarity of elemental scroll illustrations, this alone was enough to make him resolute in becoming an elemental illustrator. This profession would undoubtedly bring him unimaginable power. 20 minutes later, Wang Shikong arrived at a gloomy graveyard. Ghostly flames flickered, gravestones leaned at odd angles, and the air was filled with eerie crow cries and a lonely wind, adding to the sinister atmosphere. As he approached, a skeleton emerged from a grave, holding a bone knife and advancing menacingly. The system displayed, Skeleton Soldier, Level 6, HP 10001000, Constitution 37, Mental Power 15, Skill, Skeleton Slash. Without hesitation, Wang Shikong cast a light-dark combination spell, instantly killing the newly emerged skeleton. His mental power had reached 73 points, comparable to an ordinary level 12 or 13 mage. Combined with the damage bonuses from the Blood Eye Amulet, Black Iron Staff, and Robe, Dealing with a level 6 skeleton soldier was a breeze. His monster-killing speed was incredibly fast, with skeletons being instantly defeated as soon as they appeared, allowing him to progress deeper into the area. Soon, level 7 skeleton warriors, level 8 zombies, and level 9 fire crows started appearing. Fire crows always came in flocks of 5, and the light dark power could no longer instantly kill them. Although slightly troublesome, they were still easy for Wang Shikong to handle. When faced with the charging fire crow flocks, he effortlessly conjured a water shield using fusion spell, rendering the crows unable to penetrate. Ding! A system notification sounded, and Wang Shikong received an upgrade notice. Level 1, Mental Power 5, Constitution 2. As midnight approached, he had defeated nearly 200 monsters, successfully advancing to level 4. This speed exceeded his expectations. He also gained 522 yuan coins and 2 ordinary weapons. Feeling his mental power nearly exhausted, he decided to rest. Returning to the real world, Wang Shikong fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, he re-entered the Endless Continent. Upon seeing Lao Hu's message, he arrived at the Corrupt Manor dungeon within half an hour. Captain, Lao Hu and the others approached immediately. I found a new guy, a physical type, specializing in defense. Hello, Captain. You can call me Immovable Mountain, greeted a sturdy man standing at 1.9 meters tall. Immovable Mountain. Wang Shikong sized him up, thinking, could this be the future Immovable King, the most solid wall of the Tianhu Guild? Secretly admiring Lao Hu's judgment, he nodded in acknowledgement. Let's go. I'll push the captain, said Yao Yi, dressed smartly, as she stepped behind Wang Shikong with a shadowy long spear. No need. It's fine, Yao Yi replied with a smile, disregarding his refusal and pushing the wheelchair forward. Entering the nightmare-level dungeon, armed with previous experience and having replaced the lagging mage with Immovable Mountain wielding a black iron shield, they quickly reached the backyard. Listen to my commands and stay focused, Wang Shikong instructed seriously. Yes, Captain, the team responded solemnly. Despite lacking 2 defense scrolls, Yao Yi's upgraded equipment significantly boosted their combat power. Wang Shikong cast Divine Inspiration, and the team charged ahead. The newcomer, Immovable Mountain, quickly witnessed Wang Shikong's impressive overall control. Sitting in the wheelchair, holding the Book of Gods, his golden eyes calmly directed the battle. With the Blood Eye Amulet's blood armor protection skill, he could withstand long-range attacks from the manor's mistress and daughter. Though the young son caused trouble, resulting in sacrifices from Jinshan and Immovable Mountain, they ultimately cleared the dungeon. For pieces of black iron equipment and a physical skill book, Lao Hu looked at the loot, smiling happily. Although not in need of money, earning equipment through skill felt particularly satisfying. As agreed, Wang Shikong received half the rewards. Let's take a break and run it twice more this morning, Wang Shikong suggested with a smile. The next 2 dungeon runs were noticeably easier. Captain, here's 70,000 yuan coins, Lao Hu said after storing the equipment, then turned to Immovable Mountain. Captain, what do you think of this guy? Can he join the team? His skills are sufficient, but I won't take your people, Wang Shikong shook his head. If you're unavailable, he can substitute for you. Well, all right, Captain, Lao Hu agreed, though slightly disappointed, understanding that the Divine Squad couldn't entirely consist of his recruits. Politely declining Yao Yi and Lao Hu's invitation to level up together, Wang Shikong returned to Tianqing town, arriving at a small courtyard he remembered. A sign reading Academy hung at the entrance, and inside, an elderly man in ragged clothes was engrossed in writing and drawing. Are you here to learn? Someone among the dozen people at the entrance called out. Though unaware of the old man's purpose, they all hoped to trigger a quest. The old man glanced up with dull eyes and said blandly, can't teach. The young man appeared baffled. Wang Shikong stepped forward. I seek to learn. The old man looked at him with lifeless eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing as he slowly stood up. All right, come in. What the young man exclaimed, seriously? That paralyzed guy can, and I can't? A cripple gets in, but I don't. The crowd around them looked equally stunned at the figure in the wheelchair. The old man, hearing this, snorted coldly, a cripple? If he's a cripple, then you all are mere mayflies. Damn, are they calling us mayflies, implying we're just tadpoles? Someone grumbled indignantly. This scene reminded everyone of those cliched fantasy stories where a prodigious youngster participates in a celestial selection, only to rise as an unparalleled genius. But reality often defies expectations, and at this moment, they all felt like mere extras in such a tale. When Wang Shikong entered the classroom in a wheelchair, the expressions of those around him turned quite sour. Surprisingly, Wang Shikong found everything progressing smoothly. He glanced at the restless crowd and followed an elderly gentleman with a kindly smile into the inner chamber. Follow me, the elder said. Yes, sir, Wang Shikong replied respectfully. Inside, the room was neatly arranged with tables and chairs. 3 people were intently focused on their paintings. Upon Wang Shikong's arrival, they all looked up with surprise. Take this empty seat, the elder pointed out. My surname is Tianyun. You can call me Teacher Tianyun from now on. Hello, Teacher Tianyun. Wang Shikong greeted respectfully. He knew that on the endless continent, it was crucial to show sufficient respect to the natives. Although they wouldn't harm newcomers, a poor attitude could mean no chance of getting tasks. Moreover, establishing good relations with powerful locals could yield unexpected benefits, like free weapons and skills. Just like that lucky one in the past who soared to success by aligning with a wealthy native. Not bad? You have great talent. Teacher Tianyun nodded approvingly, then began introducing the essentials. Here are the basic books for illustrators: an elemental pen, an inkstone, and ink. The ink is made by grinding elemental coins and mixing with water. These are basic elemental illustrations. You just need to channel the elemental force and copy them. If you can replicate them perfectly within 5 days, you can move to the next stage. If not, there's no need to force it. Understood, teacher, Wang Shikong nodded. He knew the first step of his task had officially begun. Before him was an ordinary portrait, but it was infused with elements, making it appear vividly lifelike. The elemental pen in his hand was very similar to the basic brushes of the daxia, with no special attributes. The paper was simple elemental-bearing paper. Teacher, why doesn't he need to practice drawing first and go straight to the second step? A girl beside him couldn't help but ask. He is him, and you are you. Teacher Tianyun responded calmly. Wang Shikong was a bit surprised. Could it be that his strong elemental affinity allowed him to skip the first stage? Focus on your drawing, Teacher Tianyun said before leaving. Come to me when you can complete this drawing in 5 minutes. You're really lucky, man. As soon as the teacher left, a chatty young man approached him. We spent 5 whole days on ordinary drawings. I'm Fei Yu, this lovely lady is Fei Fei, and that guy is Shanghai. I'm Shikong. Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement, then opened the basic book for illustrators. The first page prominently featured a poem. With the spirit pen, elements arise, past splendors burst into radiant light. Divine brilliance forges a legacy, reviving glory through time's flight. The divine presence envelopes the vast earth, painting the heavens and the universe. Wang Shikong stood in his study, gazing at the yuan currency in his hand, marveling at the high cost of being an illustrator. Practicing every day consumed 100 yuan, equivalent to 10,000 real-world currency. He flipped to the second page of his book, carefully studying the basic processes of ink grinding and drawing, before taking out a 10 yuan piece to start grinding the ink. As he picked up his brush to begin, he suddenly realized he lacked any foundational drawing skills. With a thought, he transported himself back to the real world with his tools and headed straight to the study in the villa. Before him was old Ning's well-decorated study, a rosewood desk adorned with valuable ornaments and equipped with a complete set of calligraphy and painting tools. Even though Wang Shikong knew these were merely for show, he pulled out his phone and diligently studied painting tutorials. Thanks to his powerful mental abilities, he learned at a pace far beyond the average person, rapidly mastering the art of drawing. 3 hours later, he began attempting to integrate elements. The yuan ink could stabilize and highlight elements, but accurately incorporating 9 elements into a painting was extremely challenging, even for him, with a 1 in 10 chance of error. To improve his accuracy, he activated his foresight ability. This greatly accelerated the creative process, allowing him to complete a perfect replica in 20 minutes. Looking at his first piece, Wang Shikong smiled with satisfaction, though he knew he needed a few more days of intense practice to achieve his goal of completing it in under 5 minutes. What are you up to? Ning Tianxiong suddenly appeared at the door. Painting, Wang Shikong replied, looking up. Painting, Ning Tianxiong eyed him strangely. Idle and unproductive, come down for dinner. Wang Shikong nodded and wheeled himself to the dining room. Ning's mother informed him that Qingya was busy with guild affairs and told him to eat first. During the meal, Ning Tianxiong couldn't resist another jab. Unlike you, so relaxed with time to paint. Ning's mother quickly hushed him. In the following days, Wang Shikong spent his days farming dungeons with Old Hu and the others to earn yuan currency and dedicated all his remaining time to practice. By the 3rd day, after completing the nightmare-level Corrupted Manor dungeon, he had leveled up to 5, with increased mental strength and physical fitness. After 4 hours of focused practice, he finally reduced his creation time to 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Standing before Teacher Tianyun, Wang Shikong confidently said, Teacher, I can meet your requirements now. Teacher Tianyun immediately stood up. Oh, you're ready? Go on, demonstrate. In the subsequent demonstration, Wang Shikong further reduced the time to under 4 minutes and 30 seconds, earning the teacher's praise. Good, well done. Teacher Tianyun glanced at the homework Wang Shikong submitted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He pulled out a slightly glowing blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Wang Shikong. This is the schematic for the explosive fireball spell, Teacher Tianyun said in an uncharacteristically gentle tone. If you can complete the drawing within 10 days, this blueprint is yours. If you fail, I will take it back. He paused, but I must remind you, Drawing the explosive fireball requires a level 1 elemental carrier paper, and you'll have to cover that cost yourself. Understood, teacher. Wang Shikong nodded solemnly. At this moment, Fei Yu suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, teacher. Didn't you give us just the regular fire spell schematic? Yeah. Fei Fei couldn't help but chime in. Teacher Tianyun turned his head, giving them a sidelong glance with his signature deadpan expression. Do I need to explain my actions to you? With that, he turned and walked away. Fei Yu and Fei Fei looked at each other, momentarily speechless. Once teacher Tianyun was out of earshot, Fei Yu leaned over to Wang Shikong and said, You're impressive, man. The explosive fireball is several levels above ours. Why is the old man treating you so well? I'm not sure myself. Wang Shikong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Fei Fei also came closer, looking at the schematic with envy. The teacher is so biased. Is it because you learn quickly? She suddenly remembered something. By the way, Shikong, I noticed you haven't joined a guild yet. How about joining our heretic guild? We have special skills, and the guild will reimburse the cost of drawing scrolls. Sorry, no thanks. Wang Shikong declined directly. Are you sure? Fei Yu added. As a draftsman, you need levels too. Your legs are paralyzed, making leveling up inconvenient. But if you join our guild, someone will help you. With your skills, the guild will definitely treat you well. Wang Shikong shook his head again. I have no interest. Fei Yu looked disappointed, while Fei Fei furrowed her brows. Congratulations on mastering the explosive fireball spell. Wang Shikong felt the power surging within him and had reached a state of perfect mastery over this powerful spell. While he was immersed in the joy of his training, an unexpected discovery brightened his eyes. He realized that during the process of crafting spell scrolls, he could simultaneously enhance his spell proficiency. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation, but he soon noticed the difficulty involved. The paper for carrying a level 1 spell cost 400 yuan, and with the ink, each attempt would cost him 500 yuan. More troubling was the fact that if he failed, the paper would be completely wasted, making the cost far exceed that of forging and alchemy. Eager to try, Wang Shikong began his first attempt. However, the result was not ideal, and the spell crafting ended in failure. Noticing the faint smiles on the faces of Fei Yu and the other two, he realized they were practicing repeatedly using ordinary paper. With this revelation, Wang Shikong immediately adjusted his strategy and returned to his study in the real world to focus on practice. After only 4 or 5 tries, Wang Shikong put down his pen. He recalled that in his previous life, he had already mastered the explosive fireball spell to perfection, and according to the basic books on crafting, such mastery could provide a 30 success rate bonus in scroll crafting. Taking a deep breath, he activated his foresight ability, carefully took out a level 1 energy carrying paper, and began crafting with focus. 5 minutes later, a system notification sounded, announcing that he had successfully crafted a scroll of ordinary quality for the explosive fireball spell, officially advancing to an apprentice crafter. This scroll, when infused with energy, could deal 5.5 times the combined damage of mental and physical strength, and although it was of ordinary quality, it was quite commendable for a first piece. Wang Shikong studied his work closely, contemplating the scroll's quality system, from inferior to ordinary and then to premium, with higher quality offering greater power. For instance, a premium-level scroll could deal 6 times the damage multiplier. Its instantaneous casting feature made it extremely advantageous for surprise attacks. Soon, however, his gaze turned to a more challenging target: crafting the divine inspiration skill. Although the blueprint for this skill was in the divine book, executing it was fraught with difficulties. The light and dark elements clashed and disrupted each other during crafting, making it several times harder than the explosive fireball scroll. Wang Shikong did not attempt it rashly, but chose to continue practicing on ordinary paper. Finally, his efforts paid off, and he successfully crafted an ordinary quality scroll of divine inspiration. This achievement not only brought significant experience points, but also promoted him from an apprentice to a formal crafter, granting him a 30 success rate bonus for crafting spells below the first transformation. Once released, this scroll could boost the overall attributes of allies within a 10-meter range by 40 for 50 seconds, including attack, defense, and speed. With a soft ding, Wang Shikong felt the skill of divine inspiration reach its perfected state. After 4 days of effort and despite wasting 2 sheets of level 1 parchment, the divine inspiration scroll was finally completed. This achievement not only marked his skill reaching perfection, but also elevated him from an apprentice to a full-fledged scroll artist. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, Wang Shikong's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly calculated the scroll's worth. A powerful enhancement lasting 50 seconds could turn the tide in a team battle. Priced at 10,000 yuan, equivalent to a bronze weapon, it was more than justified. Especially in 5v5 skirmishes, as long as the power gap wasn't too wide, this scroll guaranteed victory. After winning, they could easily recoup the cost by seizing the opponent's gear. For the wealthy, it was a symbol of intimidation and morale. In comparison, other spell scrolls seemed insignificant. A scroll like the explosive fireball, at most priced at 2,000 yuan, had a production cost of 500. With a low success rate, it was almost a losing deal. Wang Shikong pondered that defensive and area effect spell scrolls maintained high prices, becoming top-tier luxury items beyond the reach of ordinary people. At that moment, teacher Tianyun appeared in the classroom without anyone noticing, his gaze falling on the scroll before Wang Shikong, a glint in his eye. All right, everyone stop. I have good news for you. Fei Yu, Fei Fei, and the others immediately stopped their work, faces filled with anticipation. Teacher, what's the good news? Teacher Tianyun handed out a paper detailing the appearance of black iron-level fire crows to the right of the burial grounds. By hunting these crows and collecting 100 central tail feathers and 100 ordinary fire crow feathers, they could forge a black iron drawing pen at the town's forge, increasing drawing success rates by 5. Hearing this, Fei Fei and Fei Yu were ecstatic, claiming that with this pen, their success rate for refining Lihua scrolls could reach 50%. Wang Shikong was secretly amazed at their low success rates, especially since they had been here 5 days before him. The rest of you may go, Shikong, you stay. Teacher Tianyun suddenly said. Fei Yu, Fei Fei, and the others left the classroom, casting envious looks at Wang Shikong. Teacher Tianyun privately shared important news with Wang Shikong. A bronze fire crow was maturing in that area, expected to be ready by tomorrow. Additionally, a Tianyun fruit, which could increase mental power by 2 points, would grow there. However, he warned Wang Shikong to stay clear of the Sin Abyss fissure nearby. You've graduated, you don't need to come back, Teacher Tianyun concluded. Grateful, Wang Shikong asked. Will we meet again? If you can see me, then you'll see me, Teacher Tianyun replied cryptically. Before leaving, Wang Shikong asked for advice on reducing scroll-making costs. Teacher Tianyun smiled and said, if you're skilled, one piece of parchment can be cut into 4, but it will be much more challenging. As Wang Shikong departed, Teacher Tianyun's gaze shifted to the first page of a scroll artist's foundational book, murmuring to himself, when the era of dark chaos begins, a prodigy will emerge to revive the glory of scroll artists. Is he the chosen one? As Wang Shikong stepped out of the Painter's Academy, he carefully examined his attribute panel. As a descender in the realm of magic cultivation, he was currently at the elemental refinement stage, with his attribute data clearly displayed. Vitality 595100, Constitution 210300, Spirit Power 1720, Elemental Affinity 8383. His affinity for the 8 main elements was as follows: Metal 578, Wood 589, Water 588, Fire 592, Earth 580, Wind 588, Lightning 580, Light 577, and Darkness 572, with space and time attributes maxed out at 595. In terms of elemental heart skills, he had mastered all 9 basic elements to an exceptional level, including Gung Metal, Li Fire, Gui Water, Yi Wood, Wu Earth, Xian Wind, Thunder and Lightning, Light, and Darkness. He also possessed skills like Summon Skeletons Perfected, Shadow Assault Exceptional, and Explosive Fireball Exceptional, as well as numerous skills from Divine Books. In his equipment inventory, he held the Hourglass of Time Essence, the Holy Light Sanctuary Epic level, Blood Eye Amulet Bronze level, Guardian Staff Iron level, and Iron Robe Iron level. As a painter, he had mastered the drawings of Flowing Water Protection and Explosive Fireball. He was just 1 experience point away from reaching level 6, which was indeed slow progress. Wang Shikong recalled his recent frustrations in the Nightmare Dungeon, where he couldn't obtain iron equipment and decided to stop farming. However, he had accumulated 510,000 yuan currency and possessed a level 1 elemental carrying paper worth 100,000. While cutting a level 1 carrying paper into 4 card-sized pieces in his study, he heard Ning Qingrou's slightly proud voice from next door. My Li Fire has finally reached the exceptional level, and my wind summoning has achieved mastery. Wang Shikong smiled slightly. In the 20 days since the connection between Blue Star and the Endless Continent, Ning Qingrou's progress had indeed been impressive. Online, people had already begun to discover and spread the relationships between elemental compatibility and opposition. He focused on the issue of skill drawing. Although cutting the carrying paper into 4 parts would have the success rate, it would save nearly half the cost. Compared to the complex Divine Inspiration skill, the success rates for Light Healing and Divine Light were higher. These 2 skills, which he currently only mastered at the mastery level, could be practiced and improved through drawing, and they were also profitable and useful for himself. The next morning, as Wang Shikong drove out of Tianqing town, he keenly sensed a gaze fixed on him from behind. Is it that Zhang Zihao? Or? He pondered, but didn't dwell on it. He clearly remembered his plan: to acquire the rare treasure that could increase his spirit power by 2 points, obtain a bronze drawing pen, quickly reach level 10, and complete the Tianjiao Pavilion task. Once he reached the required level, he would leave the limited scope of Tianqing town and head to the broader Shanghai city to seek opportunities. Although those cultivators were ranked higher than him, They were only at levels 8 or 9. An hour later, Wang Shikong followed his teacher's guidance to reach the chaotic burial ground. He moved along the right side, using the changes in air temperature to locate the heavenly flame area. When he encountered a flock of fire crows, Wang Shikong avoided direct confrontation. He cleverly shrouded himself in flames, using light refraction to create an invisibility effect, effortlessly dodging one attack after another from the fire crows. Soon, a vast sea of lava appeared before him. Several hundred meters behind the lava was a massive, bottomless fissure. Legend had it that this crack led to the abyss of sin, a place of exile, an unruly underground world. Wang Shikong glanced at the abyss, knowing that such fissures were not uncommon on the endless continent. Even in his previous life, information about them was scarce, and all who ventured in were lost. He turned his attention to the edge of the lava, where a small fiery red tree about a meter high was growing. Hanging from the tree was a glowing, fiery red fruit, the heavenly flame fruit. This fruit, born from the heavenly flame tree, ripened once every 10 years and could increase one's mental power by 2 points, making it a truly rare and precious treasure. There were 15 minutes left until the fruit would mature, and the timing was perfect. Wang Shikong's gaze turned to a fire crow egg several hundred meters away, too far to reach. He knew that as the fruit matured, the bronze fire crow would hatch. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, a cawing sound pierced the silence. A fire crow with a wingspan of 2 meters broke out of its shell, its fierce gaze immediately locking onto Wang Shikong, eager to feast. The system displayed, Fire Crow Bronze, Level 9, Health 26002600, Constitution 88, Mental Power 39. Skills, Summon Crow Flock, Fire Feather, Flame Burst, Flame Claw. Facing the aggressive Fire Crow, Wang Shikong smiled slightly. Although the crow's attack could kill him instantly, it wouldn't get the chance. 5 Elements Fusion Technique, Summon Wind. As the fire crow approached within 10 meters, a terrifying fireball formed in the air, causing the crow to halt abruptly, fear filling its eyes. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the crow fell from the sky. Not cawing anymore. Wang Shikong chuckled as he approached the crow's body, collecting it. Such non-demonized fire crows were edible. Easy. He casually walked towards the heavenly flame fruit, but as he reached out, he suddenly paused. Bang! A sharp sound followed, and he felt a slight sting on his skin. Frowning, he turned to see Fei Yu and Fei Fei leading a large group of people, numbering around 200, approaching. As expected, the old man gave you the better task with better rewards. Humph, that old guy is really biased, a familiar voice remarked. A middle-aged man wielding a black iron longsword stood in the center of the group, angrily shouting, Damn, you actually made it this far. If this wasn't our territory and our brothers weren't here leveling up, our treasure would have been stolen by this little thief. Wang Shikong's gaze warily swept over the sudden crowd. Among these members of the Heretic Guild, some wielded traditional swords and staffs, but more surprisingly, about a dozen were equipped with modern firearms. One bald young man even held a sniper rifle, the very one who had fired earlier. This Heretic Guild triggered memories for Wang Shikong. In his past life, they were a top-tier guild that could rival the Jinxiu Guild. Rumor had it that their founders were a group of telecom scammers who quickly rose in the endless continent, thanks to ample funds and the advantage of firearms. It was a testament to the harsh reality. Bad people don't always get their comeuppance. Instead, they might thrive. Wang Shikong silently assessed the situation. Facing over 200 people with the advantage of firearms, the odds of winning were 0. He adjusted his glasses and turned to Fei Yu and Fei Fei. Thank you both for teaching me a lesson, showing me that I should never underestimate my opponents. Fei Yu and Fei Fei were taken aback. Fei Yu stared at him and said, Shikong, here's your chance to join our family. Haha, a crippled man like you should feel honored to join the Heretic Guild. A young man mocked with laughter. Wang Shikong remained unfazed. Sending so many to deal with a cripple like me. I must say you hold me in high regard. Shikong, you overestimate yourself, Fei Fei sneered. If it weren't for the trouble with the Fire Crow flock, do you think we'd need so many people? You still have a chance now, join the Heretic Guild. Heretics deserve death, Wang Shikong calmly replied. A young man from the Heretic Guild aimed his gun at Wang Shikong's legs. I don't know what act you're putting on, but my gun's loaded with 7.62 rounds. Let me see if your crippled legs are tougher than my bullets. Wang Shikong smirked, moving his hand. Gui water, Yi wood, Li fire, Wu earth, earth shield. He simultaneously pulled out crafted scrolls and cast, explosive fireball, divine light. Gunshots rang out, but the bullets were precisely blocked by the earth shield. The 2 spell scrolls flew towards the enemy. It's spell scrolls, be careful, Bing. Fei Yu shouted a warning, but it was too late. With a resounding explosion, Wang Shikong's spell scrolls, powered by spiritual strength akin to a level 15 spellcaster, instantly killed the young man wielding an AK. Damn, Bing. That old man must have given him high-level spell scrolls. Fei Yu's face changed drastically upon seeing his comrade fall. The burly middle-aged man leading them shouted, "Useless!" He swung his long knife confidently and ordered, "Capture him alive." "Capture me alive?" Wang Shikong sneered, throwing 3 divine light spell scrolls directly at him. "Watch out, he still has magic scrolls." Fei Yu and Fei Fei shouted in alarm as they saw 3 more spell scrolls flying their way. Their eyes flashed with envy, clearly doubting that Wang Shikong had crafted these himself. The burly middle-aged leader's expression changed, and he instinctively pulled a subordinate to shield himself. Unfortunately for the subordinate, he perished instantly, and the leader soon followed, being purified by the spell, his scream abruptly cut off. The boss is dead. This power is terrifying. The more than 200 members of the Heretic Guild were shocked, their eyes blazing with anger. A cripple, daring to kill their boss right in front of them? How could the Heretic Guild maintain its reputation if this got out? Wang Shikong sneered, waving his hand as a branch deftly wrapped around the Tianyan fruit, securing it into the holy light sanctuary. His eyes gleamed like drifting sand as he quickly conjured an earth shield. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down as the Heretic Guild members charged in fury. Unfazed, Wang Shikong pulled out 2 more spell scrolls Divine Light and Light Healing and launched precise attacks on 2 gun-wielding members. More scrolls. Take cover. The targeted pair paled, but with Wang Shikong's foresight, their attempts to dodge were futile. As screams echoed again, 2 more comrades fell, pushing the remaining members of the Heretic Guild into a rage. As the earth shield began to crumble, Wang Shikong summoned gusts of mysterious wind to retreat with his wheelchair. By now, his magic scrolls were depleted. "A cripple ambushed and killed our boss, and now tries to flee," they shouted through gritted teeth. Seated in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong calmly gazed at the abyss of sin behind him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Think you can kill me? You're not qualified. When I return, all heretics will be purified." With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair backward, plunging without hesitation into the abyss of sin. Crash! A wheelchair plunged off the cliff's edge, along with the figure seated in it, disappearing into the darkness of the sinister abyss. "Damn, he's going to jump." Members of the Heretic Guild rushed to the cliff's edge, their expressions shifting dramatically. Fei Yu and Fei Fei quickly arrived, staring gravely into the endless chasm below. Their original plan was merely to seize the explosive fireball spell scroll and quest reward from the man, but they hadn't anticipated such a drastic move. Worse still, the guild leader had lost his life in the process. The thought of their enraged superiors sent a chill down their spines. How could a nobody cause them such a significant loss? The wind howled relentlessly as Wang Shikong plummeted, struggling to breathe. He glanced around, captivated by the subterranean crevice world surrounding him. Legends about the sinister abyss and the exiled lands were abundant, yet this high-level dungeon had remained unopened even 5 years on. Time seemed to stand still. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed, and Wang Shikong was still falling. He remained calm, aware that the worst outcome would be reviving in the Tianqing town square. However, an hour later, a jutting rock appeared below, and collision seemed imminent. Xianfeng, Xianfeng. Wang Shikong began casting spells. A series of wind-calling incantations slowed his descent, and with his foresight ability, he landed smoothly on the rock. Gazing at the bottomless abyss on either side and the barren rock walls, he took out a Tianyan fruit and took a bite. A system notification chimed. "Congratulations on consuming a rare treasure, Spirit 2. His spirit points increased to 85, and just as he was about to survey the area, a sharp voice sounded from below. "I smell it. I smell it. I smell it." The voice, as grating as a duck's quack, grew closer. Wang Shikong abandoned the idea of immediate suicide revival, opting to see what would unfold. Soon, a creature resembling a black crow, only 7 or 8 inches in size, with blazing red eyes, flew up. It hovered in the air, flapping its wings and sniffing the air. "Yes, yes, that's the scent." The creature excitedly flapped its wings, its fiery gaze fixed on Wang Shikong. "That's the scent, the old pervert's reincarnation? No, no, it's his heir, the old pervert's heir." Wang Shikong stared in confusion at the talking black creature, unsure of its origins. "Call me, the great and evil Crow Lord." Before the words could fully leave Wang Shikong's mouth, a massive crow suddenly interrupted him. It raised its head, looking crazed and excited, and screeched, "I'm going to devour his soul. Little one, offer your soul to the great Crow Lord." Caw caw caw. In an instant, the crow lunged at Wang Shikong's face with unbelievable speed. The sudden attack left him utterly shocked. Thoughts raced through his mind. Is this deranged crow here to take his life? Is it connected to the sinister god? An apprentice of that old pervert? Or does it have some vendetta with that cawing crow? Damn it, Wang Shikong couldn't help but curse. Even though he had anticipated the crazy crow's move, its speed was too fast, and he could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Just as the bird's beak was about to touch his forehead, Wang Shikong's mind shifted. Time stop. Everything within the range of his mental power froze instantly. He grabbed the suspended Crow Lord and without hesitation, tossed it into the light sanctuary. Time resumed its flow. Suddenly finding itself in the sanctuary, the crow lord looked bewildered, flapping its wings and surveying its surroundings with confused eyes. The light sanctuary? A spatial artifact? How did I end up here? No, this is the power of time. Kid, how can you possibly control the power of time? It's impossible. The crow lord continued to rant. The great crow lord commands you, let me out, or I'll devour your soul. Heretic, you'll stay here forever. Wang Shikong coldly interrupted its threats. Heretic? How dare you call the great crow lord a heretic? The crow flew into a rage, unleashing a stream of shocking profanity. Wang Shikong stared, dumbfounded, at this foul-mouthed crow. He realized that this crow was not only incredibly intelligent, but also bizarrely undetectable by the heavenly path, a rarity among wild creatures. Finally, seeing Wang Shikong's persistent silence, the crow lord's attitude softened. All right, kid, let's make peace. Unless you sign a master-servant contract with me, you'll stay here forever, Wang Shikong replied, leaving the crow behind as he returned to the real world. Back in his study, he focused on his current task, grinding yuan coins into ink and cutting level 1 yuan power paper into 4 pieces. Fortunately, he had a habit of stocking up and had previously purchased yuan power paper worth 100,000 yuan, enough to draw 400 light healing and divine light spells. He pondered whether these talismans could completely eradicate the heretic guild, then calmly immersed himself in his drawing work. Wang Shikong cut a level 1 force-bearing paper into 4 pieces, each the size of a playing card. Sitting at his desk with a bronze-grade drawing pen in hand, he meticulously inscribed runes onto the paper. Despite the bronze pen's 10 success rate boost, bringing his total success rate to 60, progress was still slow. In 1 hour, he managed to produce only 12 scrolls, averaging 5 minutes per scroll. With nothing else to do in the abyss of sin, he devoted his time to practicing his drawing skills. As night fell, he glanced at the listless crow in the corner and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Wang Shikong asked, "Good morning, crow. Have you made up your mind?" The crow's voice, now weary and less sharp than usual, replied, "I am but a withered remnant of a soul, a ruined body, and a shattered will. Why do you torment me? Let me go. You wanted to kill me. Signing the contract is your punishment," Wang Shikong responded calmly. "Give me something to eat, young man," the crow pleaded, looking up. Ignoring the crow, Wang Shikong spent the entire day in his study, focused on drawing scrolls. When night came, he looked at the crow lying on the ground and softly said, "Good night." The following morning, the same conversation unfolded. This time, the crow's attitude shifted noticeably. "Great Crow Master, I am willing to sign an equal contract with you. A master-servant contract. You have no choice." Wang Shikong immediately rejected the proposal, knowing the crow's cunning nature. An equal contract would likely lead to the crow's swift escape. "Young man, I'm starving. At least give me something to eat," the crow begged. "Can a being like you get hungry?" Wang Shikong asked, surprised. "I am now just a withered remnant of a soul, a broken body. Naturally, I get hungry," the crow explained, exasperated. "Sign the contract, and you'll get food. Otherwise, you can starve," Wang Shikong replied nonchalantly. The crow erupted in anger. "Once, an old pervert knelt before me, begging for a contract, and I refused. You little brat, you." Unfazed, Wang Shikong continued to grind ink and sip tea, focused on drawing scrolls. Another morning arrived, and unexpectedly, the crow's demeanor changed. "Prepare a sumptuous breakfast for your great crow master. I am ready to sign the contract." Wang Shikong was taken aback, incredulous. "Giving in so quickly? Really? Would your great crow master lie to you?" The crow replied, feigning calm. Excited, Wang Shikong wheeled himself to the kitchen and instructed Aunt Song, who was cooking. "Aunt Song, please prepare an extra breakfast for me." Half an hour later, Wang Shikong brought the breakfast to the Holy Light Temple on the Endless Continent and said to the crow, "Offer your contract, and I'll give you the food." Who would have thought the great crow master, undefeated by the old pervert, would fall to a young one? "Fate is unjust," the crow lamented, then gathered its essence and soul to draft the contract. "The crow master offers you its soul," signing the master-servant contract. Wang Shikong accepted the crow master's soul, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Congratulations on contracting the crow master." Wang Shikong carefully examined the information of the crow entity. Level Gold. Health 100, 001, 0000. Constitution 100. Mental Power. Innate Talent 120 points. Soul Absorption. Skills 1. Soul Tracking. 2. Vanish into Darkness. 3. Eye of Calamity. 4. Dimensional Abyss. 5. Mastery of the 9 Elements. Current status: Soul Decay, Body Ruined, Will Extinguished, requires 23 hours of sleep daily. Special note: can recover state by absorbing souls. Even in such a dire state, it can maintain a gold level. Wang Shikong marveled internally. This crow entity not only possessed the innate talent of soul absorption, but also mastered the 9 elements, and had a skill suspected to be related to spatial attributes, the dimensional abyss. If it weren't for his own mastery of time, allowing him to send it to the light sanctuary in time, he might have truly been at a loss. Good morning, here's your breakfast. Wang Shikong suppressed his inner joy, summoned the crow entity, and handed over the food. Caw caw caw. The crow entity let out a peculiar cry and began to eat with a gloomy expression. After a moment, it remarked, "No wonder you're from the same era. It's been ages since Lord Crow Entity had such a delicious meal. The days in exile are not for any crow to endure." You're called the Crow Entity, right? From now on, I'll call you Kindness, a little nickname for you. Wang Shikong said with a smile. The Crow Entity immediately tilted its head at him. Caw, Kindness. You want the great and evil Lord Crow Entity to be called Kindness. Be good. You need to listen from now on, Wang Shikong said, looking skyward. Caw caw caw. The crow entity gnashed its teeth, but couldn't resist due to the master-servant contract. After breakfast, take me up there. Can you do it? Caw caw caw. The crow entity looked up at the sky. Speak human language. Wang Shikong gently tapped its head. Caw, it'll exhaust the crow. The crow entity replied reluctantly. As long as we can get up there, Wang Shikong said, his eyes lighting up. Although rare life-reviving treasures could be found on the endless continent, staying alive is always the best option. Moreover, a life revival later costs hundreds of thousands in currency, which is exorbitantly expensive. Let's go. Kindness, take me up. Don't bite my clothes. Grab the wheelchair. Caw caw caw. The great Lord Crow Entity has now become a slave. The Crow Entity cried, grabbing the back of the wheelchair and flying Wang Shikong up towards the abyss of sin. In less than an hour, they returned to the land. Although their landing spot was a bit distant from where they fell, it wasn't too far. Wang Shikong drove straight to Tianqing town. As for settling the score with the heretical guild, he decided to prepare thoroughly before doing so. With his current strength, his methods were still too limited. He couldn't attack and defend simultaneously, and with his legs disabled, he couldn't even perform basic evasive maneuvers. Even if he could dodge, facing an attack from 100 people would be futile. In the early stages, even a top-tier 5-person team would struggle against an enemy of 100, not to mention the heretical guild was equipped with firearms as powerful as a level 10 fire mage's attack. To deal with the heretical guild, he must prepare enough spell scrolls. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. With enough spell scrolls, he could even take on 10,000. Caw, caw, caw. The Crow Master glanced around with a hint of disdain in its voice. Why are there so many people in the world? Such weak souls, not even worth the effort to consume. Its gaze was suddenly caught by a scene. Oh, those two men are kissing? The great Crow Master has been away from the world for too long, unable to keep up with the times. Wang Shikong arrived at Tianqing town, with the Crow Master on his shoulders sleeping until they entered the town, where it woke up and curiously observed the crowd. He walked straight into a forge, took out a fire crow feather, and said to the clerk, "Hello, I'm a student of teacher Tianyun and would like to request the master to forge a drawing pen." "Oh, a student of senior Tianyun? Please follow me." The clerk immediately led him to the back. Inside the forge, a shirtless blacksmith took the feather and simply said, "You want a drawing pen forged? Hand me the materials. Wait here, it won't take long." "What poor quality feather," the crow master suddenly commented. Its remark made the blacksmith pause, staring in shock at this extraordinary avian creature. Just as the crow master was about to make more disrespectful comments, Wang Shikong silenced it with a smack on the head. "Master, can its feather be used to make a drawing pen?" Wang Shikong changed the subject. The blacksmith explained, "Its feather is too high grade for me to forge as is, but with some modifications, it should reach a gold level." Upon hearing gold level, Wang Shikong's eyes lit up, and he turned to the crow master. "Give me a feather." "Oi, you're going to pluck my feathers?" the crow master screeched as it flew away. "How can there be such an evil and perverted owner in the world? Where is the Animal Protection Society? Speak for me." Under the power of the contract, the crow master had no choice but to comply, reluctantly giving up a feather. Wang Shikong handed it to the blacksmith, while the crow master continued to caw incessantly, clearly complaining despite being unintelligible. Soon, the blacksmith completed the task. The properties of the gold-level elemental drawing pen made Wang Shikong's eyes light up. It provided a 20 success rate increase and a 20 speed boost for making scrolls below first tier, and a 15 success rate increase for first tier scrolls. After leaving the forge, Wang Shikong returned directly to the real world, entering his study to begin drawing. At this moment, the crow master's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, let me out." The raven, thrown into the temple of light, cried out. Wang Shikong summoned it and instructed, "I'll let you out, but you're not allowed to harm anyone or cause trouble." "Hey, where are we?" the raven asked, its eyes wide as it looked around. Wang Shikong ignored it and focused on drawing the divine light and light healing spells. With a gold-level drawing pen, he could stabilize the elements, reducing the time to create one from 5 minutes to 4. His success rate had reached 70, succeeding 7 out of 10 times, which was remarkably high. This was largely due to his extraordinary elemental affinity and foresight. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. In 1 hour, he drew 17 cards. Wang Shikong noted the time, nodding slightly. In 2 days, he could use up all the level 1 elemental paper he had. As time passed, more spell cards were completed. However, they could no longer be called scrolls. Being palm-sized, they were more like spell cards. Ding! Your divine light skill has reached mastery. Ding! Your light healing skill has reached mastery. With the final spell card completed, both of Wang Shikong's skills reached mastery. 501 spell cards. Originally expecting to make 400, the gold drawing pin's assistance brought the total to 501. Apart from a few divine inspiration spell cards, the rest were all divine light and light healing spells. It was enough. Wang Shikong smiled, putting them away. Tomorrow, it's time to purify the heretics. With a thought, he summoned back the benevolent being who was off playing somewhere, and he drifted into sleep. In the morning, the sun illuminated the picturesque Tianqing town. Wang Shikong sent a message to Old Hu, asking him to locate the heretic guild, and then he wheeled himself out of town, the benevolent being asleep on his shoulder. Tiger Vanguard, Captain, the heretic guild members are all leveling up in the Lost Valley. They've taken over the entire valley. Why do you want information on the heretic guild? Soon, he read Old Hu's message and replied, to purify them. Tiger Vanguard. Tiger Vanguard, Captain, did the heretic guild provoke you? They're quite strong, with about 300 members in Tianqing town. If you're planning to take them on, I'll bring my brothers along. Heh. I, Old Hu, have recently established the Tianhu Guild with over 3,000 members. Taking them on would be a breeze. No need, Wang Shikong replied, recalling the location of the Lost Valley, and headed there. Meanwhile, not far from the Lost Valley at the Donglu Lake leveling area, Old Hu and his subordinates were leveling up. It had been over 20 days since Blue Star connected to the Endless Continent, and during this time, various guilds were formed. In Tianqing town, the strongest guild was the Tianhu Guild. Its leader, Tiger Vanguard, was known for his bold personality, generous actions, and a large supply of black iron equipment, attracting many followers. The benefits of a guild were clear. A strong group naturally occupied the best leveling spots. Others wanting to level up there? Not a chance. In the world of transcendent power, survival of the fittest was the basic rule. Dad, what does Captain Shikong want with the heretic guild information? Asked Yao Yi, a tall and spirited figure holding a spear. Old Hu frowned slightly. He said he's going to purify the heretics, so he must have had a conflict with them. A conflict with the heretic guild? Yao Yi twirled her spear, raising her eyebrows. President, who is this captain you're talking about? A young man holding a staff asked curiously. A very powerful person, Old Hu replied. Very powerful? More powerful than you and Sister Yao Yi? The young man asked, surprised. Extremely powerful, chimed in Jingshan, unable to hold back. The president even offered him a 50 share to join the Tianhu Guild, but he refused. No way. Our Tianhu Guild is a major guild even on Blue Star, the young man exclaimed in shock. Doesn't he know how powerful our president is? Yes, our president and vice president are both level 10, ranking among the top 3 in Tianqing town, another subordinate said in surprise. Just leading a bit in the early stages, I suppose? All right, Jingshan, send someone to keep an eye on the heretic guild. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Old Hu interrupted the conversation. As the president of Tianqing town's top guild, he couldn't openly admit to being outmatched. Moreover, he hadn't leveraged the fame of the Xinhua team while building the guild to avoid any conflict with the captain. His subordinates naturally didn't know that the captain he referred to was the leader of the Xinhua team. Regardless, if the captain needed help, Old Hu was ready to give his all. Ugh, all the good leveling spots are taken by the guilds. Isn't that just bullying? A group of players complained as they walked towards the entrance of the Lost Valley. Their faces were filled with frustration. Even if they let us level up, who would dare? Once we get good gear, who can guarantee they won't kill us and steal it? Especially that rogue guild. I heard they're all involved in shady dealings in real life. Not only the Lost Valley but also the nearby Donglu Lake, another prime leveling area, was occupied by the Tianhu Guild. Although there were rumors that joining Tianhu Guild came with good perks, most people still chose to leave. At that moment, a peculiar figure caught their attention. A young man in a wheelchair slowly approached. He held a pristine white book, and a strange black crow perched on his shoulder. This unusual combination made it hard to believe he was there to level up. After all, a paralyzed person leveling alone seemed almost impossible. The passers-by glanced at him and continued on, paying little attention. This young man was Wang Shikong. His gaze landed on the valley entrance, where 2 young men with guns and cigarettes stood, their guild badges prominently displayed. Wang Shikong looked at the emblem, his lips curling into a slight smile. Whoa, Dongzi, look at that guy. One of the guards suddenly recognized Wang Shikong. That's the one we've been looking for the past 2 days. Damn, it really is him. Get him, the other exclaimed. However, before they could raise their guns, a divine light and a massive fireball were already descending upon them. Whoa, it's a spell scroll? Dodge! They panicked, but had no time to escape. With two loud bangs, they fell to the ground. Oh, killing people. The crow on his shoulder Yaz immediately perked up with excitement. Even a small mosquito is meat. Souls, my souls. It swiftly flew towards the bodies, its beak shimmering with a dark glow, greedily absorbing the souls, looking utterly satisfied. Wang Shikong calmly approached, taking the space rings from the two men, and said to Yaja, kind-hearted, purify everyone we encounter next. Purify everyone? Yaja exclaimed excitedly. What an elegant term. No wonder the old pervert loves using it. Well then, I will be very kind-hearted indeed. Wang Shikong smiled and summoned two skeletons, instructing them to carry the wheelchair deeper into the rugged valley. In the distance, a young man who witnessed everything quickly sounded an alarm. Simultaneously, the two deceased also relayed the message through their real-world connections. Boss, that paralyzed guy is coming, and he took out the two brothers at the valley entrance. Deep within the Lost Valley, the heretic guild leader, Outlaw, was taken aback upon hearing the report from his subordinate. What? It's that guy in the wheelchair from last time. He came to us on his own. The subordinate repeated, his tone filled with astonishment. They hadn't gone looking for him, yet he delivered himself right to their doorstep. The cripple. A fierce glint flashed in the outlaw's eyes, his face twisted with murderous intent. President, we need to be cautious. That kid will definitely bring spell scrolls with him. Feiyu warned vigilantly. Shut up. Last time I was careless. If he dares to come this time, I'll tear him to pieces, the outlaw snarled through gritted teeth. Gather all the brothers. A worthless guy dares to oppose our heretic guild? Kill him. Guard the respawn point. As soon as he dares to leave town, slaughter him. Let everyone see what happens when you cross the heretic guild. The heretic guild members all wore ferocious expressions. The idea of a paralyzed guy daring to challenge them was unthinkable. Their reputation in the endless continent was at stake. Nearly 300 of them quickly gathered at the entrance, brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, an excited cry came from above. Caw caw caw. Oi, oi. A crow circled and then swiftly flew away, barely warranting a glance from the heretics. 300 heretics, on their way. The crow perched excitedly on Wang Shikong's shoulder reported. Purify them. Let their souls return to the embrace of the great crow master. Wang Shikong stood calmly, waiting. Soon, the figures of the 300 heretic guild members appeared in his line of sight. Damn, President, that kid really dared to come, acting all high and mighty with two skeletons carrying him. The outlaw stared coldly at Wang Shikong. Kid, kneel and apologize now, and you might still have a place on the endless continent. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never dare to leave town again. Unperturbed, Wang Shikong opened the Book of Divinity, casting a light element spell to gain a 50 casting speed boost. His voice was calm, as if delivering a verdict. The divine decree is that all heretics must be purified. A beam of divine light magic shot towards the outlaw. Kill him, the outlaw roared in anger. A shield-bearing body cultivator snorted as he stepped forward, gathering earth elements to block. With a loud bang, the body cultivator spat blood and was sent flying back. Shocked how could he be injured through his shield? Gunfire erupted as the body cultivators swarmed forward and the spellcasters began chanting. Wang Shikong calmly summoned defenses of fire, earth, metal, and water elements, while activating a divine light scroll that enveloped him in holy radiance, capable of absorbing damage equivalent to 11 times his mental power. He shone like a divine being, continuously releasing attack-type divine light cards. Oi, let the great crow master join this glorious purification. The crow eagerly spread its wings, disappearing into the darkness. Damn, he has so many spell scrolls. Spellcasters, use your skills to block them, the heretic leaders exclaimed. The mages cast spells in a desperate attempt to counter, yet 15 spellcasters fell instantly. Idiots, take him down. The outlaw's face turned pale. Wang Shikong, like a magician, pulled out another dozen cards. A hail of bullets rained down, but was blocked by water screens and divine light. Wang Shikong smiled slightly. Even if his defenses were breached, he could immediately reset the barrier. After all, as someone focused on defense, he still had plenty of divine light protection scrolls as his trump card. Arg! A spellcaster shouted in fury. Damn it! How does he have so many spell scrolls? It's expensive and difficult for us to make just one, and they don't even do much damage. Why are his so powerful? Wang Shikong waved his hand again, and a dozen spell scrolls traced graceful arcs through the air. As expected, more spellcasters fell. One in the back, unable to bear it any longer, screamed hoarsely. There's no way he made those scrolls himself. The old man must have given them to him. Feiyu stared at the scene in disbelief, echoing. Crafting spell scrolls is extremely difficult. He only has a blueprint for a fireball scroll. He must have gotten these from somewhere else. Fei nodded in agreement. The outlaw's gaze was cold. A crippled man, Yet he managed to kill 30 of them in an instant? Ridiculous. With his skills and equipment, it should be hard to kill even 5 people, and the rumor of one man taking down 7 was already shocking. Yet this guy was taking on 300 by himself? Are scroll crafters really this insane? The outlaw pondered. No, the 2 crafters in my guild are useless compared to him. As he was deep in thought, a sudden sharp pain shot through his forehead, and his pupils dilated in terror. In his last moments, he heard an eerie voice. The crow says, heretics must be cleansed. Caw caw caw. He died without ever seeing what hit him. The boss is dead? The guild leader is dead. The outlaw's sudden collapse left everyone stunned. Wang Shikong gave them no time to think, as spell cards flew from his hands like raindrops. The damage was so terrifying that anyone without a shield was killed instantly. Meanwhile, the crow, like a reaper lurking in the shadows, struck with deadly precision each time. What terrified Wang Shikong even more was the crow's ability to completely blend into the darkness, making any shadow its hiding Placia-born harvester. How can he have so many spell scrolls? This is like cheating. In less than 2 minutes, 70 or 80 people had already fallen, someone shouted in fear. Flank him from both sides. The high-ranking members of the Heretic Guild urgently commanded. Spellcasters, attack him with spells. Even if he has scrolls for protection, we outnumber him and can take him down. A few physical fighters pulled out grenades and threw them at Wang Shikong. Xinfeng. Wang Shikong smirked, pausing slightly. The grenades, yet to explode, suddenly reversed direction, returning to the throwers. Boom boom boom. The explosions instantly killed 5 or 6 of their own. Damn it, stop throwing grenades. His Xinfeng spell is too skilled. The Heretic Guild members were in a state of panic. We're being attacked by some creature in the dark, someone shouted, horrified, as they saw a comrade inexplicably fall with a bloody hole in their forehead. Arg! As another wave of a dozen spell scrolls descended, more screams erupted. Under the dual assault of eerie assassinations and spell scrolls, the members of the Heretic Guild fell like wheat being harvested. Chaos spread across the battlefield. Members of the Heretic Guild were gradually losing their composure in the face of the endless magical attacks from the mysterious figure in the wheelchair. Is he exploiting a glitch? How come his spell scrolls never run out? Someone shouted in terror. Wang Shikong noticed the weakening of their offensive and commanded his skeletons to advance, calmly responding. They're almost finished. You're kidding me. You say they're almost out, and yet you dare to approach. A physical cultivator cursed inwardly. But when he saw the face on the wheelchair, illuminated by the light elements, and smiling warmly like a divine being, he swallowed his words. Run, he decided, turning away. It had been confirmed online that everyone had only 10 lives. Dying 10 times meant vanishing completely. He not only had to escape, but also resolved to quit this stupid guild. But just as he turned, he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, his consciousness fading as blood trickled down his face. When half of the 300 members of the Heretic Guild had fallen, someone finally broke down and screamed. Yes, 300 against 1, and yet they chose to flee. Pride and reputation were meaningless in the face of the terrifying presence in the wheelchair. Trying to escape? Wang Shikong ordered coldly. Kindness. Deal with those fast-running physical cultivators. Caw caw caw. Heretics. I have wings. You can't escape. The crowman taunted excitedly. Death and slaughter continued, a completely one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, outside the Forgotten Valley, Old Hu was leading 500 elite members of the Tianhu Guild to the scene. The guild members were both shocked and excited. Whoa, President, is your squad leader really that fierce? Taking on the Heretic Guild alone? They have 300 members. Haha, never mind that. I've been fed up with the Heretic Guild for a long time. Today, let's show the cultivators of Tianqing Town the power of the Tianhu Guild. However, Old Hu wore a serious expression. He knew very well that the wheelchair-bound leader couldn't possibly be using Hitandrin or assassination tactics. Facing the entire Heretic Guild alone, how was that possible? There are corpses ahead. Yao Yi noticed 2 bodies at the entrance, frowning as he ordered the pace to quicken. They hadn't gone far when they encountered the panicked Fei Yu and Fei Fei. Noticing the guild emblem on their shoulders, Yao Yi raised his gun and ordered, "Stop." Esteemed brothers and sisters of the Tianhu Guild, Fei Yu began, bowing slightly, only to be cut off by Old Hu. Why are you running? Fear was etched on Fei Fei's face. Inside, there's a maniac slaughtering our Heretic Guild members. Detain them and move on, Old Hu commanded. For subordinates immediately stepped forward. We haven't done anything to the Tianhu Guild. Why are you detaining us? Fei Yu's face turned pale. Old Hu ignored them and continued forward. 10 seconds later, he and the 500 elites behind him froze in place. In the Hidden Valley, a shocking scene unfolded before the members of the Tianhu Guild. Hundreds of bodies were scattered across an area spanning several hundred meters, each one displaying signs of horrific corrosion. Even for the seasoned warriors of the Great Xia, who had faced battles on the Endless Continent, this massive scene of death was chilling. At the center of this desolate land, an even more bizarre sight caught everyone's attention. Two skeletons were carrying a wheelchair, on which sat a young man with a black raven perched on his shoulder. As the skeletons turned, the crowd glimpsed the young man's face, handsome, with a gentle smile, surrounded by a radiant white light, and holding a similarly white book in his hands. Captain Shikong. Lao Huyao quickly stepped forward, staring in shock at the scene before him. Wang Shikong smiled and signaled the skeletons to approach, getting straight to the point. Let's settle some scores. Lao Hu, do you want these pieces of equipment? Yes, Captain, I'll take them all, Lao Hu replied, taking a deep breath and quickly recovering from his shock. Wang Shikong nodded, turning his gaze to Fei Yu and Fei Fei nearby. Brother Shikong, we shouldn't have harbored any ill thoughts against you. It's our fault. Please spare us, Fei Fei pleaded tearfully. Wang Shikong nodded gently, producing 2 spell cards in his hand. Each of you, pick one. Don't joke with us, brother. We truly know our mistakes. What will happen if we pick one? Fei Yu begged fearfully. 2 ways to die, one more painful, the other less so, Wang Shikong replied calmly. Fei Yu's face changed drastically, shouting in anger, damn. You need purification. With a wave of Wang Shikong's hand, a divine healing spell fell on Fei Yu. After a scream, Fei Yu's body collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, the other card released divine light, instantly killing Fei Fei. The surrounding members of the Tianhu Guild witnessed all this, gasping in shock. Captain, what kind of attack is this? Yao Yi asked in amazement. Just a spell scroll, Wang Shikong replied simply. Lao Hu surveyed the 300 bodies around him, his heart shaken. He had founded the Tianhu Guild believing in strength and numbers, but the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. Could one person really sweep away an entire guild? It made him question the very reason he had established the guild. Captain, I was planning to bring the brothers to help you, but, Lao Hu said with a wry smile. But it's just as well, we can help clean up the battlefield for you. Finally, he instructed, go and bring all the equipment and space rings here, and don't touch anything inside. Yes, President, responded the elite members of the Tianhu Guild in unison as they briskly moved towards the scattered corpses. They occasionally stole glances at the figure, their eyes filled with both reverence and curiosity. Thanks a lot. Wang Shikong expressed his gratitude to Lao Hu. If he had to clean up the battlefield alone, it would surely take a considerable amount of time. Lao Hu's initiative to help collect the equipment saved him a lot of trouble. During the recent battle, he used a total of 244 spell scrolls, which cost nearly 50,000 yuan. The equipment on these bodies would help him recover some of those expenses. As the guild members gathered the equipment, they whispered among themselves. Is this the captain of the president's team? Defeating 300 on his own is unbelievable. I heard he used spell scrolls, but where did he get so many? What's even more astonishing is that he's disabled. President, we've collected all the equipment, a guild member reported. There are 25 pieces of black iron equipment, and the rest are of ordinary quality. We haven't checked the items inside the space ring yet. Take out the items from the ring, Wang Shikong ordered. The guild members complied immediately, revealing a variety of items, yuan currency, skill books, materials, and even some everyday items like condoms and stockings. Suddenly, a particular book caught Wang Shikong's attention. With a flick of his wrist, the emu transformed into branches that wrapped around the book. Wow, the emu can be used like that. It's so elegant. A member specializing in spellcraft marveled. Wang Shikong examined the book titled The Years I Spent as a Sword Immortal, and was taken aback. While the content seemed like an ordinary fantasy novel, he knew it contained a powerful sword immortal legacy. In his previous life, the Heretic Guild had risen to prominence thanks to a sword immortal who mastered this legacy. That sword immortal, wielding 12 celestial swords with a spellcaster's body, could only be suppressed by Wang Shikong at his peak, but never fully overcome. After tallying all the items, Wang Shikong pocketed over 20,000 yuan, while the rest were sold to Lao Hu at a 95 rate, totaling 300,000 yuan. Despite spending 50,000 during the battle, he netted a profit of over 270,000, bringing his total assets to over 800,000. Even more gratifying was that the entire Lost Valley had now become his exclusive training ground. Struck it rich, Wang Shikong thought to himself, delighted. In the Resurrection Square of Tianqing Town, members of the Heretic Guild gathered with pale faces. The guild leader, known as Lawbreaker, stood in the center of the crowd, his face filled with anger and frustration. Useless. 300 people couldn't defeat one person? All of you were killed. Lawbreaker shouted furiously. Boss, that guy is cheating. His spell scrolls are endless. We couldn't do anything against him, one of his subordinates explained with a trembling voice. This was the second time Lawbreaker had been defeated by the same person, causing his level to drop by 2. What was even harder for him to accept was that a single individual had wiped out the entire Heretic Guild of 300 members. Such an unbelievable feat was hard to believe, even to talk about. How does that damn guy have so many precious spell scrolls? Lawbreaker growled through gritted teeth. Even Fei Yu and Fei Fei, who had become apprentice scroll makers, were at a loss for words. To them, It seemed like a gift from that biased old man. Damn it. We need to get stronger and then take revenge. Lawbreaker took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his anger. Boss, I don't even have a weapon now. I need to find some gear first, one of his men said bitterly. Looking around at his subordinates who had lost all their equipment, Lawbreaker's face darkened. The loss was heavy, and the millions invested had gone down the drain. Meanwhile, in the Lost Valley, Yaja was leading 50 to 60 level 10 demonic cloud leopards, their eyes blood red, charging forward. Wang Shikong had already chosen a favorable position, and, seeing Yaja luring the beasts, he smiled slightly. 5 elements fusion technique. Xian Wind. With spells cast in quick succession, the demonic cloud leopards fell one after another. Any leopards attempting a sneak attack were swiftly taken down by Yaja. This was the third wave of wild beasts. After declining a team invitation from Yao, Yi, and others, Wang Shikong focused on leveling up. As the last cloud leopard fell, the system notification sounded. Ding, you're level 1, mental power 5, constitution 2. His level had reached 6. Although he was leveling up quickly, the mental power consumption was significant. Each 5 elements fusion technique consumed 0.6 points of mental power, and with his current 90 points, he could cast it just over 100 times. This works too. I can spend the remaining time creating spell scrolls, Wang Shikong thought to himself, disappearing back to Blue Star. With his great revenge fulfilled, he was in high spirits. He went to the pavilion in the courtyard, brewed his father-in-law's renowned tea, and leisurely opened The Years I Spent as a Sword Immortal. In his previous life, Sword Immortal Chunxing only mentioned that his legacy came from a book, without specifying how he obtained it, so Wang Shikong carefully studied it for clues. Yaja, with a decaying soul and a broken body, mostly dozed on his shoulder. This harmonious scene lasted for over an hour, until a figure with a cigar appeared. Ning Tianxiong glanced at the book, The Years I Was a Sword Immortal, in Wang Shikong's hand, and his expression immediately darkened. His gaze then fell on the seemingly ordinary crow perched on Wang Shikong's shoulder, and his displeasure grew. Drawing, reading novels, raising birds, this guy is a complete good for nothing. He thought back to when he had high hopes for Wang Shikong after seeing him acquire various equipment, and now it seemed laughable. While his family worked tirelessly for the guild, this young man spent his days leisurely, and Ning Tianxiong's anger flared up. However, he restrained himself from losing his temper. As a father, he knew his elder daughter's personality too well. He secretly planned to expedite the treatment for Wang Shikong's legs. Once he recovered, his daughter would no longer stay with him out of guilt. Then, as her father, he could persuade her to leave him. With this thought, Ning Tianxiong turned and went inside, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Shikong noticed his father-in-law's presence, but didn't greet him. He knew very well that his father-in-law was far from satisfied with him. Shikong, it's time to eat. Shortly after, Ning Qingya came to the pavilion, smiling warmly at Wang Shikong. Dad said you were reading. What are you reading? A novel. Wang Shikong looked up and casually waved the book in his hand. Reading and drawing are great. Ning Qingya nodded in approval, pushing him towards the dining room as she asked, what level are you now, Shikong? Once you reach level 10, head straight to Shanghai City. We'll meet there, and I can help you level up. Just reached level 6. I'll let you know when I get to Shanghai City. Level 6 already? You're leveling up fast, Shikong, impressive. Although she was already level 9, considering Wang Shikong's condition, reaching level 6 was indeed surprising to her. Wang Shikong teased with a smile, you don't have to worry about me. Focus on improving yourself. I'm counting on you to support me in the future. Hee, don't worry. I've got you covered. I'm quite formidable now, Ning Qingya said proudly, lifting her head. Over the past month, the young couple, who had a marriage certificate, had become good friends. In the dining room, Ning Tianxiong saw them enter, chatting and laughing, and interrupted, have you seen the online trending topic, daughter? What trending topic? There's a drafter who single-handedly wiped out a guild of 300 people. Their strength is terrifying. Wang Shikong was slightly taken aback by this, while Ning Qingya exclaimed in surprise. One person wiped out a guild of 300? How is that possible? Ning Tianxiong, though also incredulous, analyzed. It might be a rumor to promote the drafter profession. But speaking of which, that god squad who first cleared the corrupt manor is indeed impressive. I only managed to lead my team through the nightmare-level dungeon this morning. There are already over 1,000 guilds nationwide, and the pressure will be greater in Shanghai City. Ning Qingyan nodded solemnly. The real challenge is just beginning. Wang Shikong listened to their discussion, a subtle, playful smile on his lips. Although he knew many strategies for the Endless Continent, he hadn't shared them with Ning Qingya. He worried that changing the future might affect her significant opportunity in Shanghai City, a moment that would earn her the title of Snowstorm Queen. Moreover, the Jinxiu Guild was developing smoothly, and he didn't want his intervention to cause Ning Qingya to miss her chance. Ding! With the system notification sound, Wang Shikong felt a warm current surge through his body. The attribute boost from leveling up increased his mental strength by 5 and physique by 2. For the next 2 days, Wang Shikong focused on leveling up in the Lost Valley. His progress was astonishing, reaching level 7 by midday of the second day, a speed of advancement beyond ordinary imagination. While he was engrossed in his training, a message from Yao Yi suddenly arrived. Captain Shikong, would you like to join the Tianjiao Pavilion mission? Seeing the message, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow slightly. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, you go ahead first, I need to wait a bit longer. This mission seems to be solo. He knew little about the initial Tianjiao Pavilion mission, only that it involved being transported to a battlefield to hunt demons. Okay. Receiving the refusal, Yao Yi couldn't help but doubt her own charm. She glanced down at her long, shapely legs and curvaceous figure, pouting to herself. Could it be that Captain Shikong is only interested in something else? Unaware of Yao Yi's thoughts, Wang Shikong was contemplating the timing for the Tianjiao Pavilion mission. The highest level cultivators on the server had already reached level 10, and the Tianjiao Pavilion mission needed to be completed before reaching level 10. To avoid missing the opportunity, he decided to level up once more before going. Seeing his mental strength depleted, he chose to meditate and recover rather than wait for natural regeneration. 2 days later, in the morning, the system notification sounded again, and his level increased by 1, gaining another mental strength 5 and physique 2. What thrilled him even more was that when his mental strength reached 100 points, the time hourglass unlocked the simulation, skill allowing him to predict the trajectory and changes of an event within the next 6 days, with a cooldown of 60 days. This ability left Wang Shikong astonished, as it was akin to having a cheat code in future guild battles. Anticipating the opponent's layout and trump cards seemed almost invincible. The time hourglass is my true ultimate trump card, he thought, taking a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Calming himself, he decided to head to Tianjin town to complete the Tianjiao Pavilion mission. At that moment, the crow on his shoulder suddenly spoke. I smell something. What smell? The smell of that heretic guild leader, about 10 kilometers to our right, the crow continued. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow and asked, heretic guild leader? Go purify him. Caw, no problem. How about it? My dear master, isn't the great crow impressive? The crow said proudly. Impressive indeed. Wang Shikong praised. Go quickly and come back. We still have a mission to do. Caw. The crow let out a long cry and flew off to the right at an astonishing speed. Wang Shikong's soul-tracking skill proved incredibly effective, allowing him to pinpoint his target even from 10 kilometers away. As he hurried towards Tianjin town, he contemplated the eager attitude of the crow, clearly aiming to absorb souls. I smell it. A few minutes later, at a leveling spot, the outlaw was leading a group of armed followers to quickly take down monsters. Due to 2 previous deaths, his level had fallen significantly behind. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry broke through the air. The outlaw paused, recognizing the sound, and looked up to see a crow appear ahead. Caw. Pathetic heretic, dare to provoke the great master of the crow. Prepare to be purified, the crow jeered arrogantly. Even a mosquito is meat. In the outlaw's horrified gaze, the crow vanished in an instant. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. That crow? Is it the pet of that artist? How is it so terrifying? Instant kill. How can I even play like this? Having died 3 times, the outlaw only wanted to report it, vowing to stay as far away as possible from the wheelchair-bound artist named Shikong. Minutes later, all members of the Heretic Guild received a warning message from their leader, the outlaw. He was genuinely frightened. Caw, all done. Here's the equipment and space ring. The crow landed triumphantly on Wang Shikong's shoulder, presenting the spoils. Very good, Wang Shikong smiled. With the crow's strength, hunting down cultivators of the current level was a breeze. This back and forth earned him a tidy sum of 100,000 yuan coins. Feel free to ask for anything you want to eat in the future. According to the information about the Tianjiao Pavilion's qualification test, Wang Shikong arrived at the Tianjin Town Guard headquarters. A cultivator from another world. Are you ready to take the Tianjiao assessment now? A guard asked. Yes. The guard led him to a teleportation array. In a flash of light, Wang Shikong found himself at a grand fortress. The surrounding earth-toned walls exuded a sense of solidity, while the eerie darkness and blood-red light in the distant sky cast an oppressive atmosphere over the environment. Far off lay a deep green forest, with towering trees stretching endlessly. Welcome to the Snake Calamity Battlefield's frontline post number 3. A soldier approached and said, please follow me. I'll take you to join a squad. This is your merit badge. Achieving 100 merits completes the assessment. Under the soldier's guidance, they arrived at a courtyard. A burly young man approached and extended his hand. Welcome to the Green Snake Army's Squad 05. I'm the captain, Lishan Hu, with strength equivalent to your level 15. Hello. Captain, just call me Shikong. Lishan Hu looked him over. All right, the team is now complete. Let me introduce your teammates. Soon, 8 individuals emerged, 4 locals and 4 from another world. Damn, so unlucky. First a mute, now a cripple. A cultivator named Qing Yun frowned and said. Li Shanhui glanced at Qing Yun. Cultivator Qing Yun, merit is mostly about personal performance, but we are a team, and I hope everyone can cooperate. The more demonic creatures we slay, the greater the rewards and merits. In half an hour, we'll enter the Ninewood Forest to hunt demons. Understood, Captain, Qing Yun responded, though he still eyed Wang Shikong with dissatisfaction. In the resting room of Squad 05 of the Green Snake Army, Wang Shikong sat in a wheelchair, his gaze sweeping over his 4 teammates. The team was divided into 2 small groups. 3 young men focused on physical cultivation and 1 young woman specializing in magical cultivation. The woman stood with 2 of the young men, while another young man with slightly long hair stood alone, holding a long knife, his hair covering his eyes. The 3 grouped together occasionally cast disdainful glances at Wang Shikong, their brows slightly furrowed. Although the mission's merits were awarded based on individual performance, having a strong teammate would undoubtedly make the task easier. Clearly, they were not pleased with a teammate in a wheelchair. Wang Shikong was unfazed. Compared to the discrimination he faced in his previous life, these looks were insignificant. He silently took out a divine scripture and focused on practicing to improve his skill proficiency. Soon, 5 members of Squad 03 of the Green Snake Army arrived. Their leader, Li Shanhui, briefly instructed, "We'll first take you to clear out some snake god spawn and familiarize you with the environment." Everyone responded in unison. Under Li Shanhui's guidance, the team left the Green Snake Army's guard post number 3. Although this fortress was slightly smaller than Tianqing Town, its massive earthen structures resembled a sand castle in a green forest, exuding an impressive aura. Wang Shikong recalled information about the demonic snake god army creatures that favored water, wood, and darkness, and were conveniently countered by earth elements. Passing through the enormous gates of the guard post, they were greeted by an endless forest. The sky above was marred by eerie cracks, casting a sinister and terrifying atmosphere over the woodland. As they entered the forest, Li Shanhui explained, "These demon snakes tend to live in groups, with at least 7 in each group." "Captain Li, how much merit does one gain for hunting a single demon snake?" Qing Yun asked. "Hunting one alone earns you 1 merit point," Li Shanhui replied. "However, these demon snakes are at least of black iron level, making it quite challenging to hunt one solo." Hearing this, everyone grew more serious. As they ventured deeper, the path became increasingly difficult, overgrown with weeds. Li Shanhui turned back with concern. "Are you all right, Shikong?" "No problem." Wang Shikong was about to shake his head when he suddenly felt his wheelchair being grabbed. Turning around, he saw it was the long-haired young man. "Thank you, but I don't need help." Wang Shikong smiled and then, with a thought, commanded, "Summon skeletons." 2 skeletons appeared, lifting the wheelchair from either side, to the astonishment of the others. "That's impressive skill proficiency," Li Shanhui praised. The long-haired young man nodded silently and stepped back, while the other 3 gazed at Wang Shikong in surprise. After advancing for another 10 minutes, Li Shanhui's expression suddenly tensed. "Dodge the attack." Wang Shikong looked up to see 7 or 8 demon snakes, each 2 meters long, coiled in the trees. Their triangular heads were unusually large, with ears unlike ordinary snakes, and faces resembling humans. At that moment, 3 of the demon snakes opened their massive jaws, spewing deadly venom directly at the group. A jet-black venom streaked through the air, heading straight for Wang Shikong. In the nick of time, he swiftly opened the divine tome and uttered, "Divine Light." Thanks to the book's 50 casting speed boost, he executed a master-level divine light spell with near-perfect precision, instantly forming a protective barrier in front of him. The venom struck the light shield with a sizzling sound, but failed to break through. The battle was imminent. The team led by Li Shanhui was perfectly composed. 2 mages, 1 offensive and 1 supportive, 2 warriors with one specializing in defense with a shield and the other in archery, while Li Shanhui himself wielded a large saber. The 5 worked in perfect harmony, immediately launching an attack on the demon serpents when the situation turned dire. Other participants in the celestial task assessment were equally outstanding and quickly joined in. Wang Shikong swiftly assessed the attributes of the demon serpent. Level, Black Iron 10. Health, 18001800. Constitution, 78. Spirit, 40. Skills, Death Coil, Venomous Bite, Ambush. He decisively opened the divine tome and cast divine inspiration. The battlefield was enveloped in holy light, and the 5 members of Li Shanhui's team, along with a young man with slightly long hair, were visibly invigorated, turning to look at him in disbelief. Quick and decisive, Wang Shikong reminded concisely. The 60 boost in attack, defense, and speed was astounding. Li Shanhui's team, already at level 15 strength, unleashed incredible power, severely wounding the demon serpent in a single strike. Even the young man with slightly long hair could deal a blow that took away 40 of the serpent's health with ease. What an incredible enhancement spell! The members of Li Shanhui's team were thrilled. 8 demon serpents were cleared in 2 seconds, 100 times faster than their usual speed. The 3 from Qingyun, who didn't receive the boost, were dumbfounded, unable to fathom how the battle ended so quickly. Wang Shikong, you deserve 40 credit for this kill, Li Shanhut sincerely praised. You can have 4 shares of the demon serpent's essence, and we'll take care of the bodies. All right, Wang Shikong agreed, absorbing the 4 shares of essence energy. Although these demon serpents didn't drop equipment, their teeth could be used to forge weapons. 40%? What did he do? Qingyun, who hadn't had a chance to act, couldn't help but ask. That's an extremely powerful area enhancement spell, Li Shanhut explained. Even so, does it merit 40 credit? One of the women questioned. Don't doubt my fairness, Li Shanhut interrupted with a wave of his hand. Let's move on. As they walked, the supportive young man in Li Shanhut's team gave Wang Shikong a thumbs up. Brother, that enhancement spell is amazing. Thank you. Wang Shikong replied with a smile. Why didn't we get the boost? Qingyun asked, unwilling to let it go. Wang Shikong glanced at him coolly and replied with 3 words. Are you worthy? The battle reignited. The group of level 11 demon serpents not only had enhanced defense, but also more ferocious attack power. The 10-person team had just ventured deeper when they encountered 8 even stronger demon serpents. Divine inspiration. Wang Shikong calmly sat at the rear, instantly casting a skill. The members of the Lishan Tiger team immediately felt a surge in their strength. The young man with slightly longer hair charged forward. With the powerful boost, even though he was only level 10, he could confront the level 11 Black Iron Demon Serpent's Hedon. In contrast, Qingyun and his 2 companions seemed awkward, barely getting in a couple of swings before the battle was over. Captain, with this brother's help, we could definitely head to the Muddy River, suggested the young man in the team after easily dealing with several demon serpents. I'll apply to the Legion tomorrow, Lishan Tiger nodded in agreement, turning his attention to Wang Shikong with a noticeably friendlier tone. Brother Shikong, the Tianjiao task is easy for you, but I suggest you earn more merits. You can use them later to exchange for equipment and skills. All right, Wang Shikong nodded. He knew well that after entering the Tianjiao pavilion, he could take on merit tasks, and merits held significant importance in the Snowfall Empire not only for exchanging equipment, but also for accumulating enough to gain a noble title. Does your spell consume a lot of energy? Lishan Tiger continued to ask. If it lasts more than a minute, I know a place where demon serpents are densely populated. No problem, let's go. Great. Lishan Tiger nodded enthusiastically. Let's head this way. At this point, Qingyun couldn't help but speak up. Brother, can your boosting spell help us too? The 3 of them watched the young man in the wheelchair, who was receiving such preferential treatment. Even the captain consulted him and said he could easily complete the task with a mix of surprise and envy. Why wouldn't he use such a powerful boosting skill to help them? Sorry, this spell can only boost teammates, Wang Shikong replied coolly, making the 3 look displeased. Shikong, we're teammates now. The girl named Xingguang tried to ease the tension. We were wrong at the start. Please be generous, and let's complete the task together. Wang Shikong ignored her, focusing on the book in his hands. Then, the long-haired young man known as the Mute approached him, handing over a note. My name is Tianya. Thank you. Seeing the name Tianya, Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the renowned Tianya Bladesman? In the 5th month of the Endless Continent, he had single-handedly defeated 100 elite members of a top guild, creating a national sensation. Without top-tier equipment or rare spells, he achieved such feats with sheer skill, becoming an idol for countless blade cultivators. Major guilds offered high terms to recruit him, but this brilliant shooting star vanished at the height of his fame, disappearing without a trace. Later, a shocking piece of news emerged. Tianya, the swordsman, was betrayed by his girlfriend in real life. The woman conspired with others and took everything from him. This news caused quite a stir at the time. What's more poignant is that Tianya was mute, and even after he could speak, he rarely did. Wang Shikong didn't expect to encounter Tianya here, but on second thought, it made sense those tasked with this mission were no ordinary people. He glanced at Tianya, who had slightly long hair, and smiled as he extended his fist. Tianya was momentarily surprised, then smiled and bumped fists. Nearby, Xingguang noticed Wang Shikong ignoring him and snorted softly, falling silent. The team continued forward, frequently encountering groups of demon snakes along the way. With the skill god's encouragement, they easily hunted these snakes. Even when facing over a dozen level 15 demon snakes, they handled them with ease. Everyone's mental and physical energy is nearly depleted. Let's head back for now and continue tomorrow morning, Li Shanhu said after checking the time. Everyone nodded in agreement, clearly exhausted. It was evident that this mission couldn't be completed in a day or 2. The next morning, Wang Shikong arrived punctually at the team's resting courtyard. Li Shanhu addressed the group. Today, we're heading to an area with higher concentrations of demon snakes, so the risk will be greater. As long as we return safely, each person will earn a base 10 merits. No problem, we'll follow the captain's lead. Qingyun and the others chimed in. Wang Shikong also nodded silently in agreement. The team set out again, this time venturing in a different direction from the previous day into the forest. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators. Some were fellow mission doers, while others were native soldiers, indicating a defensive line was set up ahead. Half an hour later, they reached a river cutting through the forest. The river was about 100 meters wide, with murky waters below. A temporary rest area and lookout tower were set up on the riverbank. Lishanhu approached a lookout tower, and, after speaking with the soldier inside, a scout covered in special materials approached. Captain Li, I suggest you clear the area 5 kilometers to the right. There are demon snakes crossing the river there, and the surrounding banks likely hide over 100 level 15 demon snakes. With your team's strength, you should be able to handle it with caution, the scout said. Thank you, Captain N. Lishanhu replied with gratitude. Sitting in his wheelchair, Wang Shikong's eyes narrowed upon hearing the scout's words. With the truth spell granted by the gods, he could sense the scout was lying. This puzzled him. Why would a scout provide false information? Lishanhu approached Wang Shikong and handed him a potion. Brother Shikong, the next part might be tough on you. This is a potion for mental recovery. Thank you, Captain Li. Wang Shikong replied, examining the potion. It was a mental recovery potion that restored 1 point of mental energy per minute for 10 minutes, with 10 doses in total. These potions were quite valuable, with each costing over 100 currency units. Let's move out, Lishanhu signaled with a smile, leading the team forward. Wang Shikong sat in his wheelchair, deep in thought. He chose not to tell Lishanhu about the scout's deception because he understood that between an outsider and a comrade, Lishanhu wouldn't choose to believe him. He pondered, could this be a special condition within the mission? We're up against level 15 demon serpents next, and we're leading the main attack, Lishanhu explained concisely as he led the team forward. There are over 100 demon serpents in this area that need clearing. Wang Shikong, seated in his wheelchair, flashed a sharp look. Are the scout reports reliable? 80% accurate, Lishanhu replied steadily. Even if unexpected situations arise, there's no need to worry. We're a field unit and can retreat at any time. If we discover any special intel, we can report it for extra merit. With so many demon serpents gathered, won't we be surrounded? Wang Shikong pressed further. Lishanhu shook his head. Generally no. Only high-level intelligent demon serpents organize collective actions, and those are on the front lines, not here. What level are these intelligent demon serpents? Xinguang interjected curiously. Silver level and above, Lishanhu said seriously. Their intelligence rivals that of humans. They're the elite of the demon army. Be cautious when you encounter them in the future. Will we really face them? Qingshan asked in surprise. Lishanhu nodded. If you otherworldly cultivators wish to establish a city here, it's inevitable. He then explained the relationship between the Endless Continent and Blue Star Heaven's path endowed Blue Star people with extraordinary powers to resist external demons. City building can only occur at void rifts, inviting demon invasions, but also serving as prime leveling grounds. Suddenly, Wang Shikong's expression sharpened. Tianya, get down. Though startled, Tianya immediately complied. In the next instant, 20 to 30 streams of venom whizzed by. Although Wang Shikong was enveloped in divine light magic, the venom quickly corroded it, forcing him to use a divine light scroll. It's an ambush. Captain Li and the others shouted, deploying defenses. The situation turned dire. Xinguang was struck by venom and died instantly. Qing Yun and another young body cultivator blocked the first wave, but perished in the second. Hissing sounds erupted as countless demon serpents emerged from both sides, numbering over 100. How is this possible? It's high-level intelligent demon serpents. Lishanhu's face showed despair. This mission tests not only strength, but also luck. Wang Shikong surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the dense swarm of demonic snakes had encircled them completely. He quickly assessed the situation. 100 level 15 black iron demonic snakes were in plain sight, while a silver level intelligent snake lurked in the shadows. This force could easily crush the entire heretic guild several times over. Fortunately, during the first wave of the assault, all 5 members of the Lishan Tiger squad successfully withstood the attack. Judging by their displayed strength, they were indeed much stronger than the black iron monsters of the same level. Divine encouragement, Wang Shikong said calmly, instantly producing 3 cards in his hand. As he cast the enhancement skill, he sent the cards flying towards the surrounding swarm of snakes. This time, the divine encouragement was specifically targeted against heretics. Disperse and attack directly. Upon seeing the spell scroll Wang Shikong threw, the Lishan Tiger squad quickly noticed the change in the snake's state, their faces showing a flicker of astonishment. But they didn't hesitate and charged into the enemy ranks. Tianya shot a grateful glance his way before joining the fray. Wang Shikong awakened the crow from its slumber within the light sanctuary. Kind one, stop sleeping. Go find that commanding snake and take it down. The crow groggily opened its eyes, locking its gaze ahead, muttering, disgusting smell, the great crow shall purify you. Watching the somewhat dopey crow, Wang Shikong shook his head in resignation, but he knew that with the crow's gold-level strength, the difference in level wouldn't be much of an issue. The tide of the battle shifted instantly. Under Wang Shikong's dual skill effects, the Lishan Tiger squad received a 60 boost, while the snakes suffered a 40 suppression, creating a gap equivalent to a level 20 fighting a level 10. The 5 team members could slay a snake with a mere wave of their hands, and their area skills could take out 3 or 4 at once. Even Tianya could dispatch a snake with 3 strikes. Cackling, the divine magic, truly formidable. Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel at the power of the god of light elements, understanding why it became the overlord of the Third Era. The sounds of fierce combat and shouting came from ahead, followed by a massive tree crashing down. A glimpse of a 3-meter-long snake with a human face could be seen battling the crow. The spatial disturbance lasted for about 10 seconds before settling. Caw caw caw. Dare to bark at your great crow master, filthy soul. I wouldn't eat you even if given. The crow boasted as it flew back. Time for a nap again. Well done, go ahead. Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. By this time, more than half of the demonic snakes had been cleared from the battlefield. By the time the Divine Encouragement Scroll's effect faded, all the snakes had been eliminated. The Lishan Tiger squad, though out of breath, looked at the snake carcasses scattered around with a mix of exhilaration and lingering fear. All 5 bowed in unison to Wang Shikong, who was seated in his wheelchair. Thank you, young Master Shikong, for saving our lives. The change in address signified their deepened respect for him. Wang Shikong nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly absorbing all the surrounding elemental energy, which led to a level increase. He approached the corpse of the snake with a human face. Without his intervention, even this single silver-level demon would have been enough to decimate the entire Lishan Tiger squad. Turning to the group, his tone was grave. Earlier, that scout deceived us. What? The faces of Lishan Tiger and his team turned pale at the revelation. The scout deceived us? How is that possible? Exclaimed the young man holding a shield in the Lishan Tiger squad, his voice trembling with disbelief at this harsh reality. The squad members' expressions shifted, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. Even though they had just been ambushed, they had attributed it to mere accident. But now, hearing this shocking truth from the mouth of their savior, combined with the formidable strength he had just displayed, they couldn't help but start questioning everything. Don't doubt my words, Wang Shikong said firmly, his gaze piercing. I am 100% certain that the scout is a traitor. Captain Un and the others have actually sided with the demons, becoming their followers? Lishan Tiger's face turned grim. Taking a deep breath, he thanked Wang Shikong. Thank you, Mr. Shikong, for the warning. We will report this matter. You saved the 5 of us. Here are 500 merits, and once we collect the demon snake corpses, we will also award merits based on their value. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement, then began absorbing the energy from the high-intelligence demon snakes. Lishan Tiger, with a heavy heart, instructed his team, pack up quickly and return immediately. A demon worshipper among the scouts is a serious issue. Wang Shikong fell into deep thought. A scout in the army acting as an enemy agent was no small matter. It's well known that scouts are the eyes of an army, and marching and formation heavily rely on the information they provide. What was more concerning was whether there was only this one scout as a demon follower, or were there more? Simulation. Regarding the snake disaster battlefield and the scout betrayal incident in the Qing Snake Corps, simulate for 6 days. Wang Shikong activated his newly unlocked time ability, his eyes glowing gold as the sands of time flowed through his pupils. The future scenes of the next 6 days flashed before him. The demon snake army's assault, soldiers lying dead everywhere, the fall of the 03 guard post, flames of war, and finally, the demon snake army surrounding the Qing Snake Corps' defensive city. Mr. Shikong, we must report this to the defense general as soon as possible and have him investigate the truth, said Lishan Tiger after collecting the demon snake corpses. Wang Shikong's eyes flickered. First, try to contact comrades from other teams, reach out to several, but do not disclose any information. Lishan Tiger's face turned pale as he immediately sent a group message through the communicator. The result was alarming. Out of messages sent to over 20 comrades, only 2 responded. Even considering some might be engaged in combat with the demon snakes, the response rate was too abnormal. Did any comrades who went out last night not return? Wang Shikong continued to question. Lishan Tiger's pupils slightly contracted. Sometimes we do have night missions, but all team members are required to report their safety. His voice trailed off as he realized a terrifying truth. If something had happened to the teammates last night, the upper echelons of the Qing Snake Legion would have surely been informed and taken action by this morning. However, the situation unfolded unexpectedly. There was no report, no action taken. This could only mean one thing. Someone deliberately concealed the incident. In the 03 guard post, only someone in a high position could suppress such significant news. Li Shanhu's face turned grim. He knew that the deaths of many soldiers could not be hidden forever. So, the Demon Snake Legion will surely take further action, Wang Shikong said, staring at Li Shanhu. And that is to attack the 03 guard post. I'll go privately notify the garrison general right away and request aid from the Empire, Li Shanhu said solemnly. It won't work, Wang Shikong said decisively, his gaze fixed on the void above. The teleportation array must have already been sabotaged. The Demon Snake Legion's attack is imminent, today. Li Shanhu panicked for a moment. Then, what should we do now? At the very least, we need to report to the general and prepare everyone. If we're ambushed while vulnerable, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't panic, Wang Shikong said calmly. First, contact reliable people to secretly lead us back into the city to avoid alerting the enemy. Do you have a plan, Mr. Shikong? Li Shanhu looked at him with surprise and then nodded. I'll contact someone right away. Half an hour later, a figure hurried over. It was the garrison general, Li Shanhu's father. This middle-aged mage held a staff, his expression serious. After confirming the soldier's disappearance, he turned to Wang Shikong. Thank you, young Shikong, for saving Shanhu and his men. It was my duty, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. General Li, I need to understand the exact military strength and hidden resources of the guard post. Under General Li's guidance, the group quietly returned to the central garrison residence of the guard post, using spells and scrolls for concealment. 10 high-ranking officers immediately approached, bringing more troubling news. The teleportation array was indeed damaged and would take a day to repair. The city's protective formations might also have been compromised. Upon hearing this, General Li was furious. We must root out these traitors immediately. General, we need to act now, a sturdy middle-aged man urged. Wang Shikong finished reviewing the documents in his hand and shook his head gently. It's too late. Too late. Wang Shikong's rhetorical question caused a stir within the residence, drawing everyone's attention to him. As the hero who first identified the current crisis and saved Li Shanhu and his group, every word he spoke carried significant weight. General Li scanned the assembled officers, finally fixing his gaze on Wang Shikong. Is it too late? Do you have a strategy to turn the tide, young man? Wang Shikong surveyed the room, his tone grave. In the past couple of days, 1,000 to 2,000 of our garrison troops have fallen, and with reinforcements cut off, we're facing an enemy force at least 4 to 5 times our size. Even if we root out the traitors within, it won't change the overall situation. Hearing this, General Li and the others' expressions darkened. Clearly, the Demon Serpent Legion was well prepared for this assault. With internal collaborators, they would undoubtedly launch a full-scale attack with overwhelming numbers. Young Master Shikong, if you have a plan, please share it. We trust you, Li Shanhu said earnestly. A slight smile appeared on Wang Shikong's lips. Lure the snake into the trap. A counter-strategy? General Li asked, puzzled. To defeat a stronger force, we need surprise, as well as the right timing, location, and people, Wang Shikong explained, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He then turned to a group of middle-aged formation masters with scholarly demeanors. Are you all elemental formation masters? If you set up a formation trap, can you handle an enemy force more than 5 times our size? One of the formation masters replied confidently. Young man, we are all at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, and Master Qian has even reached the 2nd stage of divine abilities. If the enemy enters our formation, we can take on 20 of equal rank. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. He knew that while elemental formation masters were powerful, they had clear limitations. Setting up formations took time, required the enemy to enter, and could not withstand excessively strong external attacks. All right, then set up layers of formation traps in front of the teleportation array, Wang Shikong said confidently. Seeing the confusion among the others, he adjusted his glasses and continued. The situation has now reversed. We are the ones in the shadows. Once the battle begins, we'll release information that the formation masters have a special artifact capable of repairing the teleportation array in 20 minutes, at which point reinforcements will arrive. If we can hold out for that time, victory is assured. Li Shanhu's eyes lit up. In that case, the traitor will undoubtedly relay the information to the Demon Serpent Legion, and they will rush to attack the teleportation array. But we can't allow the entire Demon Serpent Legion to flood in. The formation couldn't withstand it, Wang Shikong added. So we need to take a bold risk by leaving a subtle flaw at the side gate to lure their elite troops in first. Wang Shikong leaned back in his wheelchair, his expression calm as he said, when the powerful members of the Demon Serpent Legion charge into the teleportation array, we'll encircle and annihilate them. Once they're completely wiped out, victory will be ours. Hearing this, the others hesitated. Someone voiced their concern. Isn't this strategy too risky? What if the Demon Serpent Legion's elite don't head to the teleportation array, but instead invade the city and slaughter our soldiers? The consequences would be unimaginable. That's why it's called a risky maneuver. Wang Shikong's gaze swept over everyone present. The key is to control their entry time. If we only give them 5 minutes, there's a 90% chance they'll head straight for the teleportation array. His tone was full of confidence. Trust me, the success rate is over 90%. General Li looked around at everyone. Since we don't have a better plan at the moment, we'll go with Shikong's plan. A middle-aged man with a fiery red long knife nodded in agreement. Then let's invite the snakes into the jar and slaughter these beasts. Wang Shikong continued to instruct. Right now, there must be traders monitoring the teleportation array area. You'll need to find a suitable excuse to divert them and then set up the trap. Time is tight. We might only have 5 hours left. Although the formation masters felt pressed by the time constraint, they assured it was enough to set up a few lethal arrays. General Li sternly ordered that this matter should remain known only to those present, to prevent any leaks. After everyone left with their orders, Li Shanhu couldn't help but praise. Master Shikong's invite the snake into the jar strategy is brilliant, using the traitor to lure the enemy into the trap. General Li and Tianya both expressed their agreement. However, Wang Shikong's smile faded as he leaned back in his wheelchair and said quietly, "This move, we will lose." Everyone was stunned. Wang Shikong looked directly at General Li. The middle-aged man with the fiery red long knife is the traitor. Following this plan, we are bound to fail. Old Hua. General Li's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. He would never betray the Snowfall Empire, nor the human race of the Endless Continent. Can you guarantee the lives of 10,000 soldiers on that? Wang Shikong countered. When General Li pressed on how he was certain, Wang Shikong gently caressed the divine book in his hand. The gods don't like liars, and neither do I. I can see through lies, not just in words, but I can foresee the events of the next 6 days. The outcome hasn't changed because someone leaked the information. If you knew he was the traitor, why set this plan? Li Shanhu asked, puzzled. This is a trap within a trap. Wang Shikong's eyes were sharp. Since there is a traitor among the 10, he must have already passed on the information that we have identified the traitor. Rather than alerting the enemy, we might as well let them think they know everything, when in fact, it's just their wishful thinking. Though General Li found it hard to accept Old Hua's betrayal, he finally said solemnly to Wang Shikong, "I'm sorry, I've been too indecisive. If it weren't for you, we would have been trapped. Now, I fully trust you. Please take full command." Time ticked away in Wang Shikong's eyes as he sat at his desk in the 03 Defense Headquarters, meticulously crafting spell scrolls with precise and fluid strokes. Under his command, the forces within the defense area were being redeployed, with several formation masters rearranging the defensive formations according to his instructions. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, breathless. "Report. A large number of demon snakes have appeared around us, seemingly organized and advancing towards us." Before he could finish, another soldier came running. "General, we have spotted high-level intelligent demon snakes leading a snake army towards us." For hours flew by, with anxious soldiers constantly bringing in new intelligence. General Li took a deep breath and turned to Wang Shikong. "Young Master Shikong, it's time to begin." "Yes," Wang Shikong replied, looking up. "Time is tight. I've only managed to craft 70 spell scrolls." A flicker of respect passed through General Li's eyes. "Young Master, your spell scrolls are worth the strength of 10,000 men. Meeting you is a great honor for us at the 03 Defense Zone. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, you will be our hero, and I will report your contributions to the Empire." Just hours earlier, he had been rendered speechless witnessing Wang Shikong create the Divine Encouragement spell scroll. As a garrison general of the Snowfall Empire, he was at the lowest rank, yet commanded 10,000 soldiers and had seen much. The Divine Encouragement spell, a product of the Elemental Refining God stage, had an unparalleled amplification effect, rare even in the entire Snowfall Empire. Each scroll was as valuable as a piece of bronze equipment. "These scrolls are not for immediate use," Wang Shikong said calmly. "Take them to the city gates." "Understood." General Li, though puzzled, did not question further. Tianya quietly pushed Wang Shikong's wheelchair as the group quickly moved towards the city gates. When they reached the city walls, nearly 9,000 fully armed soldiers had already gathered there, each one gazing intently ahead. Spellcasters and archers occupied the high ground on the walls, while the remaining physical combatants were stationed at the main and side gates, ready for battle. Historically, the defending side always had a significant advantage over attackers, even in this extraordinary world. However, this advantage depended on the city's defensive formations functioning properly. Now, with the 03 Defense Zone's formations compromised, their advantage had diminished by 90%. The massive demon snake army before them stirred murmurs among the soldiers. There are at least 60,000 demon snakes, with over 100 high intelligence ones, and who knows how many advanced snakes at the second transformation stage. Damn it! How did the snake army get this close without detection? Their numbers are 5 or 6 times ours. What are we afraid of? We have the city's defenses. We'll kill as many as they send our way. Tianya pushed Wang Shikong to the center of the wall, where General Li and other leaders gathered with solemn expressions. "General, the sudden appearance of so many demon snakes here is clearly abnormal. The scouts should have detected them." A commander standing on the city wall said with a grim expression as he looked at the mass of demon snakes ahead. "The scouts have been betrayed," General Li replied with a serious demeanor. "Betrayed?" The commander was furious upon hearing this. Damn it, someone has defected to the enemy. General, the demon snake army is strong, and we need reinforcements. But the city's defense array and the teleportation array have both been destroyed. General Li surveyed the gathered commanders. So from now on, we can only rely on ourselves. How could the defense and teleportation arrays be destroyed simultaneously? A perceptive commander showed a hint of alarm. This demon snake army came prepared. We have more traitors among us. He looked at the densely packed demon snake forces ahead, his face growing more solemn. The enemy's strength was at least 5 or 6 times their own, and without the defense array and reinforcements, the situation was dire. Don't worry. General Li glanced briefly at Lao Hua. Hold out for 20 minutes, and the teleportation array will be repaired. Support will arrive immediately. Repaired in 20 minutes? The commanders were invigorated. With our strength and the advantage of the terrain, we can definitely hold them off for 20 minutes. Yes, 20 minutes, General Li sneered. Those traitors never expected we had a treasure to repair the teleportation array. Pitiful humans, are you ready to die? A hissing voice came from the front. Hundreds of high-intelligence demon snakes with human heads and snake bodies led an army of 50 to 60,000 demon snakes forward, their momentum terrifying. You beasts, it's you who will die? Dare to invade our land. Prepare to meet your end. General Li shouted fiercely. Ha ha! Children, break through the city ahead and devour all the fools inside. The leading demon snake laughed sinisterly. The battle erupted instantly. Female demon snakes cast spells from the rear, their venom corroding the city gates. Male demon snakes formed thick defenses with their black scales. Advanced demon snakes unleashed various attack and enhancement spells. Attack! With General Li's command, the defending army launched a counterattack. Spellcasters chanted incantations, and archers unleashed volleys at the demon snake horde. Wang Shikong observed the battle from above. He knew that without the city's defense array, they could hold out for at most half an hour, even with the advantage of the terrain. If the demon snakes attacked with full force, they could breach the gates in 20 minutes, though at a heavy cost. After 10 minutes of fierce fighting, thousands of demon snakes lay dead beneath the walls. The leading intelligent demon snake sneered. The insiders we've turned over the past 10 years are beyond your imagination. Prepare for annihilation. He turned to the other intelligent demon snakes. Go. It's time for our feast. Finally, it's our turn. The intelligent demon snakes charged towards the side gate, ordering all the demon snakes into a frenzy. The battle intensified. Wang Shikong saw the intelligent demon snakes rushing toward the side gate and smiled slightly. Here they come. Boom. Amid the roaring sound of spells, the city gate began to show massive, web-like cracks. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared. General, a large number of intelligent serpents are attacking the side gate. Immediate support is requested. The soldiers on the walls were filled with terror as they saw all the advanced intelligent serpents swarming towards the side gate. General Li's eyes flashed as he quickly ordered, Lao Hua, take your team and hold them off immediately. Yes, General Li. Lao Hua, wielding a flaming long knife, responded promptly, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corner of his mouth. As he led his team to the side gate, a meaningful smile flickered in the eyes of the intelligent serpents. After just a few exchanges, Lao Hua was blown away. General Li, the enemy is too strong. We need reinforcements, he shouted loudly, his voice carrying a hint of deliberate urgency. With a loud crash, the side gate was breached. Hundreds of intelligent serpents poured in, some particularly powerful ones charging straight ahead. Lao Hua continued to shout, Stop them. We must not let them near the teleportation array. A subtle, unusual expression crossed his face. The other generals and soldiers, unaware of the truth, also shouted, We can't let the high-intelligence serpents near the teleportation array. Hiss! The serpent leader let out a mocking laugh. How amusing attack! Unexpectedly, the intelligent serpents did not head towards the teleportation array but instead turned towards the walls, starting a massacre. Wrapped in black, fierce flames, their tails swayed as if they were in an unchallenged realm. Sitting in a wheelchair, Wang Shikong watched it all, a cold smile curling his lips. Invite the snake into the urn. General Li took a deep breath, his staff glowing brilliantly as he began to chant a spell. Lao Hua continued his performance. Fight them. Give the array master time to repair. The soldiers around him were all ready to sacrifice themselves. Suddenly, a humming sound arose, and the charging intelligent serpents were enveloped in beams of light, with elemental pillars rising around them. At the same time, several golden swords attacked from behind Lao Hua. The sudden assault caught him off guard, and to his shock, it was General Li who had struck. The swords pierced his body, though they were not fatal due to his resilience. Lao Hua, I never expected you to betray the human race, to betray the endless continent. General Li's voice was filled with sorrow. You. Lao Hua turned around in disbelief, eyes wide. Tianya pushed Wang Shikong's wheelchair towards Lao Hua, Wang Shikong's face full of scorn. What? Did you think your identity as a traitor could remain hidden forever? Old Hua stiffly raised his head, his gaze falling upon the high-intelligence demon snakes enveloped by the elemental formation. His expression changed drastically, eyes filled with despair and anger. There's no trap at the teleportation array. The trap is here? I never wanted to believe that you would betray us. General Li sighed, his gaze sharp as ice. He slowly raised his staff, his voice cold. Since you chose to side with the snakes, you shall be buried with them. I can't understand. How was I exposed? Old Hua's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. You don't need to know. General Li took a deep breath. Traitors must die. Even before his words finished, a spell had already struck Old Hua accurately, killing him on the spot. The Prince of Time was indeed right. Old Hua really betrayed us. Several elemental mages, who had been hidden in the shadows, stepped forward, faces full of amazement. The surrounding unaware generals looked on in shock. Don't waste time. Let's deal with these intelligent demon snakes first. Wang Shikong's golden eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity. There's 4 minutes and 12 seconds left before the city gates are breached. Yes, the elemental mages responded in unison. They controlled the formation, methodically releasing the demon snakes one by one, allowing General Li and others to take them down individually. Despite the demon snake army outnumbering them 6-1, they were quickly slaughtered under this strategy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within the formation, the demon snake leader finally realized the trap, its expression changing drastically. Damn humans. Break this formation quickly. Had they been more cautious, the leader's power would have instinctively sensed the formation. But they were too confident, believing they had all the information on the 0-3 guard ground. Unaware they had long fallen into Wang Shikong's trap. Kill. Slay these high-intelligence demon snakes. The generals within the city walls were filled with fervor and murderous intent. Seeing the enemy commander and leader trapped, the tide of the battle had turned in their favor. Once these intelligent demon snakes were eradicated, their superior combat power would ensure a one-sided massacre. Wang Shikong leaned back in his wheelchair, nodding slightly. The first battle was nearing its end, with less than 10,000 facing 60,000 enemies. But this was only the beginning. More difficult challenges lay ahead. The leader of the demon serpents finally realized they had fallen into a trap, his grotesque face showing both anger and fear. You humans are deceiving us. Let us out, or the demon serpent army will flatten your lands and kill every one of you. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Within the elemental formation, high-intelligence demon serpents fell one after another. Although the leader was protected by a defensive shield, he was in disarray, his triangular pupils filled with terror, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. General Li, leading the assault troops, unleashed their full firepower, determined to annihilate all the high-intelligence demon serpents before the city gates were breached. If these serpents broke through the encirclement, the elemental formation would be compromised. In just 3 minutes, over 100 high-intelligence demon serpents had been slain, leaving only a dozen struggling to survive. The soldiers' faces were alight with excitement. Infinite wind and thunder slash. General Li shouted, and the combined spell of wind and thunder formed instantly, targeting the serpent leader. The terrifying energy caused the leader's pupils to contract sharply, and before he could react, his massive head was severed. Not bad, a perfect combination technique. Wang Shikong remarked calmly from his wheelchair. General Li was moved by the words, as if he had returned to his youth when praised by his mentor. Thank you, Master Shikong. He replied, quickly taking a pill and rejoining the battle. The gate is about to break, Wang Shikong said just as the city gate burst open with a thunderous crash, and a horde of demon serpents poured in. However, it was too late. The defenders had already finished the fight against the high-intelligence serpents and were now glaring menacingly at the weaker ordinary serpents. Fierce wind and flame slash, a general shouted, wielding a combined technique that sent wind and fire weaving together, reducing all serpents within a 10-meter radius to ashes. Other generals joined in, and with their first and second turn cultivation, they easily dealt with these low-level demon serpents. The intelligent serpents are gone. Now it's time to take care of these little ones. The soldiers charged out with excitement, the battle already decided. Tianya looked at Wang Shikong in his wheelchair, filled with admiration. Like him, Tianya had a disability, having lost the ability to speak, but Wang Shikong, with paralyzed legs, displayed such remarkable strategy and strength. 10 minutes later, the last demon serpent fell, and cheers of victory echoed before the gates of Defense City 03. General Li, we defeated over 60,000 enemies with less than 10,000 troops, the generals reported excitedly. General Li smiled, casting his gaze towards Wang Shikong. With a swift motion of his arm, he agilely ascended to the top of the city wall. All soldiers, this great victory is for defending our stronghold 03. Hooray! 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 As he shouted, the soldiers raised their weapons in excitement, their cheers echoing through the sky. Today's invasion by the Serpent Legion was due to numerous spies among our sentries, all because of the betrayal by Leader Hua. His voice resonated across the wall. And the one who uncovered the spies and traitors, helping us achieve total victory, was none other than the strategy of Lord Shikong. 3 cheers for Lord Shikong. 3 cheers for Lord Shikong. The soldiers' cheers rose and fell. Though shocked by the presence of traitors and leader Hu's betrayal, they were full of gratitude for the unseen Lord Shikong, knowing how perilous the battle had been. One misstep could have led to total ruin. Nearby, the Blue Star cultivators participating in the mission were bewildered by the cheers, but didn't dwell on it. However, in a secluded corner, a tall woman holding a spear suddenly tensed and looked up at the city wall. When she noticed the familiar wheelchair, disbelief spread across her face. Chi Tian's voice echoed in the sky as Wang Shikong looked down, a slight smile on his lips. He turned to the group of elemental formation mages. How many communication signals have been detected? Lord Shikong, we've detected over a dozen. The most powerful elemental formation mage respectfully stepped forward to answer. We will deploy the formation immediately to check all soldiers. Very well, Wang Shikong nodded and instructed. Continue to block communication signals. After clearing out the traitors, ensure no soldiers leak information. General Li curiously asked, Lord Shikong, since the situation is under control, why such caution? Wang Shikong looked at him meaningfully. Do you think the Serpent Legion would only attack our stronghold 03? Occupying just this one place is merely a nuisance. What would be the point? General Li's expression turned serious. Lord Shikong, you mean to say? Only by capturing strongholds 01, 02, and 03 to form a flanking stance can they launch a surprise attack on the Qing Serpent Legion city, diverting their main forces, Wang Shikong said with a glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, General Li and the other leaders' expressions changed drastically, gripping their weapons tightly. Could it be the Serpent Legion has launched a full-scale attack on us? Even strongholds 01 and 02. You can verify it soon. Wang Shikong looked around at everyone, speaking solemnly. I'm afraid even the Qing Serpent Legion's main city has encountered trouble. The real battle is just beginning. Hearing this, General Li and the others grew increasingly serious, immediately ordering, quickly clear the battlefield and thoroughly investigate the traitors. Yes. As the orders were given, the previously relaxed post-battle atmosphere instantly turned tense. Although the ordinary soldiers were unaware of the details, they quickened their pace. Wang Shikong closed his eyes and thought, lightly tapping his fingers on the wheelchair, deep in strategy, when a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Captain Shikong. Looking up, he saw the tall, shapely Yao Yi, slightly surprised. What a coincidence, he said calmly. I never expected the victory in this war was under your command, Captain Shikong, Yao Yi said, approaching in astonishment. She was accompanied by 4 companions also on the mission, who looked at Wang Shikong in disbelief. To them, the leader being celebrated by generals was one of their own. While they could only do odd jobs on the battlefield, how could the gap between people be so vast? How did the mission go? Wang Shikong asked, giving a calm smile as he looked at Yao Yi's slightly tired face from the battle. The mission is complete after this battle, but we've encountered an unexpected situation. The teleportation array is damaged, and we can't return for now, Yao Yi replied concisely. Continue to accumulate merits. They will be very useful for us. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. At this moment, a young man behind Yao Yi couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, Brother, how did you become a commander? You must have gained a lot of merits this time, right? Wang Shikong just nodded lightly without answering. A general approached quickly. Young Master Shikong, it's windy here. Why don't we return to the defense residence? General Li and the others will soon finish dealing with the matters here. All right, Wang Shikong agreed, then turned to Yao Yi. You and your companions should come along. Hearing this, Yao Yi looked pleased. Thank you, Captain Shikong. She turned to the young man and woman beside her and said, You two come along as well. Sure, Sister Yao Yi. The young pair replied excitedly, expressing their gratitude to Wang Shikong. Clearly, following someone whom even the local generals addressed respectfully as young Master Shikong was a rare opportunity for them. Upon arriving at the residence, a general offered a cup of long-preserved fine tea. This is a tea General Li has kept for a long time, especially for young Master Shikong to taste. Wang Shikong thanked him and accepted the cup, while Yao Yi and the others watched the treatment with envy. 10 minutes later, General Li and his team arrived hurriedly, lacking the joy of victory on their faces. After disabling the jammers, they received several urgent messages. Guard posts 01 and 02 had both been invaded and breached, resulting in numerous casualties among the soldiers, and the survivors were retreating here. Additionally, the teleportation array in the main city of the Qing Snake Legion was also disrupted, rendering it completely unusable. When they reported the victory at Guard Post 03 to the Legion's high command, the high-ranking officers were incredulous. Young Master Shikong, as you predicted, our Qing Snake Legion is indeed facing a severe situation, General Li said with a grave expression. Let's discuss this in the command center, Wang Shikong suggested. The generals immediately headed to the command center, while Tianya, Yao Yi, and the others remained outside. Wang Shikong stood before the central war map, carefully examining the 3D model of the area, then said, launching a frontal assault while our forces are tied up will give them an absolute advantage. Exactly. They've used magical devices to disrupt the city's teleportation array, and they will undoubtedly launch a fierce assault in the coming days, General Li replied solemnly. General Li spoke with a heavy heart. The Serpent Legion from Guard Post 01 and 02, upon learning that our Guard Post 03 is now fortified, will undoubtedly join forces to attack, aiming directly at our Qing Serpent Legion's main city. He scanned the room, continuing, although General Wu has promised to send reinforcements, we cannot let Guard Post 03 fall again. We must stop the Serpent Legion here. Wang Shikong shook his head slowly, a sharp glint in his eyes. This plays right into the Serpent Legion's hands. General Li's face showed bitterness. It's an obvious strategy. Around 100,000 Serpent Legion troops from Guard Posts 01 and 02 are on their way. If we can't stop them, letting them attack from the flank will be even more troublesome. The Qing Serpent Legion is in a dilemma. If we send troops to support here, they'll attack the main city immediately. If we don't, they'll flank the main city. Wang Shikong's eyes were piercing. Let's hold these 100,000 troops here. What? Li Shanhu and others gasped. Less than 10,000 of us against 100,000 troops? This. Wang Shikong interrupted their astonishment. War is nothing but strength and strategy. If strength is lacking, rely on strategy. These words enlightened Li Shanhu and the others. They had developed complete trust in this young commander. General Li immediately pledged, young Master Shikong, all soldiers of Guard Post 03 are at your command. If we can stop the Serpent Legion, we will die without regret. General Wu also wishes to speak with you to express his gratitude. Just as well, I need to discuss matters with the main city of the Qing Serpent Legion. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. General Li then took out a communicator. Soon, the image of a burly, elderly man with white hair appeared before everyone. General Wu. Everyone greeted respectfully. General Wu gestured for them to be at ease, his gaze landing on Wang Shikong. So this is young Master Shikong, indeed a young hero. General Wu, you're too kind. Wang Shikong met his gaze. Can I trust you, General Wu? General Wu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Rest assured, young Master Shikong. Wu Weiqing's loyalty to the Shuo Empire and the human race on the endless continent is unwavering. I believe you. Wang Shikong nodded. You are not lying. General Wu looked at the young man in surprise. You must have some extraordinary insight, young Master Shikong. We do have serious internal issues within the Qing Serpent Legion, and this is our fault. The situation is urgent. Why don't you come to the Qing Serpent Legion's main city first, so I can thank you in person? His tone then became grave. The severity of the problem could lead to the fall of the entire Qing Serpent Legion's main city. The Abyssal Stronghold stands on the edge of the Sin Abyss, serving as the main fortress of the Qing Snake Legion and a crucial frontline for the Snowfall Empire against the Void Serpent threat. A chasm, a kilometer wide and unfathomably deep, stretches beneath the fortress, providing it with a natural defensive advantage. The city's terrain is strategically advantageous. To the north lies the battlefield front, to the east, a barrier of towering mountains, and to the west, the vast expanse of the Sin Abyss. Beyond this western abyss, there are 3 outposts 01, 02, and 03 established to prevent the Serpent Legion from crossing the chasm. Inside the main headquarters of the Qing Snake Legion's fortress, a tense atmosphere prevails. 7 or 8 armored generals sit in a circle, their faces betraying a mix of surprise and concern. At the head of the table sits a white-haired, imposing elder. Great General, while the strategy proposed by this young master of time and space is flawless, is it not too ambitious? A middle-aged man with a feather fan asks, frowning. Everyone had just listened to the conversation between the general and the young strategist, whose bold plan was astonishing, but the main concern was its feasibility. Expecting the leaders at Outpost 03 to hold off 100,000 Serpent Legion troops is a feat only the legendary war god Xianwei could achieve. Another elder sighs, shaking his head. General Wu raises his gaze, eyes sharp. We have no better option. As the young man said, if the 100,000 Serpent Legion troops attack from the west, we would need to deploy 50 to 60,000 soldiers to counter them, nearly a third of our forces. Losing this strength would mean the front line would surely fall. The room falls silent, the plan tacitly accepted. After a long pause, General Wu quietly adds, let's hope that young man can bring us a miracle. Meanwhile, at the command center of Outpost 03, the generals are filled with worry. They are about to face an enemy 10 times their number, and any misstep could lead to total annihilation. One general suggests reinforcing the gates, while another tactician proposes setting traps and formations. However, Wang Shikong, leaning back in his wheelchair, gently shakes his head. Reinforcements and traps are unnecessary. No gate can hold against 100,000 Serpent Legion troops. Master Shikong, what do you propose? General Li asks earnestly. Wang Shikong smiles slightly. The Serpent Legion will need to recuperate after the battle. They won't arrive until at least 6 hours later, around 10 at night, under the cover of darkness. Ha! With a slight smile, Wang Shikong scanned the crowd and said, there are two important matters to address. First, welcoming the soldiers who escaped from guard posts 01 and 02 and ensuring there are no traitors among them. Second, erecting a monument for the fallen soldiers. Erect a monument. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intention. Wang Shikong offered no further explanation, confident in his plan. General Li immediately voiced his support. Whatever you say, Shikong, we will follow. The other soldiers nodded in agreement. Hours passed, and the soldiers, having endured the trials of battle, were rested and back to their best condition. As night fell, a soldier rushed in to report. General, over 1,000 soldiers from guard posts 01 and 02 have arrived. The sky was now completely dark, with a bright moon overhead. The moonlight mingled with the eerie glow from the void's rifts, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the land. Shikong, shall we go take a look? General Li asked. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. The group proceeded to the open ground outside, where they found a weary and battered group of soldiers waiting. Sure, it's such a relief to see you're safe, General Li said, hurrying forward to greet them. The lead officer looked ashamed. General Yuan and the others all perished in battle. We are merely the ones who managed to survive. Being alive gives you the chance to avenge them. General Li reassured him, patting his shoulder. Damn those traitors, another officer shouted angrily. General Li turned serious and asked, sure, have you conducted an internal investigation? Are you sure there are no traitors among you? We've thoroughly checked, General Li. Rest assured, if there are any mistakes, I am willing to pay with my life, sure replied earnestly. Once Wang Shikong confirmed there were no issues, he asked, how many elemental formation masters are among you? Sure respectfully responded. Sir Shikong, both elemental formation masters from our guard posts have survived. Excellent, Wang Shikong said with a satisfied smile. In his plan, the elemental formation masters were crucial. The success of annihilating the 100,000-strong demon serpent army depended on them. Filled with determination, sure declared, Sir Shikong, though our powers have not fully returned, we can still set up formations. The demon serpent army will arrive in an hour, and this time, we will fight them to the end and avenge our fallen brothers. Take a rest for now. It's not yet time for you to exert yourselves, Wang Shikong said, shaking his head to stop them. He then turned to General Li. It's about time. We can proceed. All right, General Li commanded loudly. Set the fires. Set the fires. Set the fires, the orders echoed around. To the astonished gazes of sure and the newly arrived soldiers, the entire guard post 03 was set ablaze, with flames shooting skyward. This. Sure was in disbelief as he watched the roaring flames burn the entire guard post. This was built with the Empire's full effort. Weren't we supposed to use the guard post's advantage to fend off the demon serpent army? General Li smiled slightly. Sure, sometimes you have to give something up to gain something greater. Just watch what happens next. Under the cover of night, roaring flames painted the sky a deep red, the crackling sound echoing through the air. Against this fiery backdrop, a massive army of demon serpents stealthily approached Defense Point 03. At the forefront were over 200 highly intelligent demon serpents, their cold eyes glinting with a sinister light upon noticing something amiss ahead. The leader, a female serpent with a striking face, sneered. Even though Three Eyes failed to capture this place, he caused significant damage. The demon serpent army moved through the crumbling walls, entering the heart of the defense point. The fire continued to rage, heat waves surging forth. One intelligent serpent noticed a roadside stone tablet and read it with disdain. In memory of 8,000 fallen brothers, we will avenge you. The female serpent snorted at these words, her formidable-long body flicking as she lashed out with a dark whip, shattering the stone tablet. Soon, you cursed humans will join them, she hissed. Onward, the main city is our target. As the demon serpent army pressed forward, they were suddenly met with a barrage of arrows and magical attacks from the side. Though caught off guard, the 200 intelligent serpents swiftly cast defensive spells. This sudden assault only resulted in the casualties of a few hundred weaker serpents. To the right, over 1,000 human soldiers glared fiercely, continuing their assault. The demon serpent army responded rapidly, unleashing a storm of black flames, venom, and serpent bites. Foolish humans, annihilate them all! An intelligent serpent roared as it charged forward. Retreat. Implement guerrilla tactics. Move to the next location. The human soldiers ordered a swift withdrawal. The serpent army pursued, but due to physical differences, the male serpents, primarily focused on physical prowess, quickly outpaced the female serpents who specialized in magic. The intelligent demon snakes didn't regard humans as a threat, believing that only a couple of thousand humans survived in guard post 03. At this moment, The soldiers led by Xianfeng were retreating quickly, taunting as they fled. Those beasts can't catch up with us. Don't worry. When our reinforcements arrive, they'll all be dead. Hearing these words, the demon snake's eyes glinted with a cold light, and they immediately surged forward in full pursuit. The male snakes followed closely, swaying their massive bodies. However, within mere seconds, the distance between the male snakes and the female snakes at the front extended to 2 kilometers. The crackling sound of burning flames echoed all around, with thick smoke obscuring the view, making it impossible for the front and rear troops to discern each other's movements. In a room engulfed by fire a few hundred meters away, Wang Shikong sat in a wheelchair, closely monitoring the battle alongside General Li and Master Gui in a safe zone created by a water curtain. As the female demon snake legion entered the attack range, Wang Shikong calmly ordered, "Finish it quickly." General Li shouted excitedly, "Attack!" In an instant, nearly 5,000 physical warriors hidden within the burning buildings and underground charged out, enveloped in a holy glow. Each squad leader quickly activated the scroll of divine encouragement, boosting their warriors' strength by 40 while reducing the power of the demon snakes by 40. Given the massive power disparity and the fact that female demon snakes had weaker defenses and health compared to males, these 5,000 warriors were enough to handle the over 40,000 female snakes. The sudden assault terrified the snakes, their tongues flicking as they sent out distress signals, only to be drowned out by the crackling flames. The slaughter began swiftly, with the soldiers silently and efficiently wielding their swords, striking with lethal precision. They knew time was of the essence and aimed to annihilate all 40,000 female demon snakes before the intelligent snakes could react. Not far away, Master Gui and the survivors of Guard Post 01 and 02 watched the massacre in shock. Master Gui murmured the entire strategy: burn the guard city, use the memorial stone to lower enemy vigilance, send fast troops to lure them into pursuit, let the female snakes fall behind, and use the fire to cover our ambush. Each step is interconnected, every move a calculated trap. Master Gui looked deeply at Wang Shikong in the wheelchair, sincerely admiring. No wonder Guard Post 03 can withstand the Demon Snake Legion. Young Master Shikong's strategy leaves me in awe. Please accept my bow of gratitude. Killing these 40,000 snakes avenges our brothers. Thank you, young Master Shikong. Other commanders from Guard Cities 01 and 02 also bowed in respect. Wang Shikong adjusted his glasses calmly and said, "Thank me after we finish off the other 60,000 snakes. Damn humans. How can they run so fast?" A group of intelligent demon snakes stood at the edge of the 03 guard city, watching the disappearing soldiers with grim expressions. They had just destroyed the elemental formation ahead, only to find their prey had already fled. "Eh, don't humans have a saying you can run, but you can't hide?" A large demon snake spoke coldly. "As long as we break through their main city, where else can they escape? In 2 days, it will be their doomsday." This demon snake army was full of confidence. Their snake god had been preparing for this operation for over 10 years, and everything was in place. To them, the demise of the Qing Snake Legion was imminent. Wait for the others behind, and continue moving forward. "We must reach our destination in 2 days, one of the leaders commanded. The demon snakes nodded in agreement, waiting for the rear units. However, as time passed, the expected arrival of the female demon snake unit never materialized. The 200 intelligent demon snakes began to feel uneasy. As snakes, their sense of smell was exceptionally keen, and even if the rear units were delayed, they shouldn't have completely lost track. When they looked back towards the 03 guard area, they saw a raging fire engulfing the entire region, thick smoke billowing like hell itself. The 2 leaders immediately led their troops back. Before they even reached the original location, the heavy scent of blood hit them. The scene before them was heart-wrenching. Countless demon snake corpses covered the ground, with not a single one of the 40,000 female demon snakes surviving. This blow nearly shattered the demon snake leaders' resolve, their blood-red eyes scanning the massacre. With such significant losses, they would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the snake lords. "We've been tricked." A female demon snake took a deep breath. There were far more humans here than just a couple of thousand. This was a trap. Losing nearly half of their 10,000-strong army to a few thousand humans was a loss they couldn't explain to their superiors. "Cunning humans. I will make them pay tenfold," the leading demon snake seethed. "Let's go. As long as we remain, we can complete the mission." Then it quickly gave orders. "Shi Qing, Shi San, go scout ahead. Shi Yuan, Jiu Yin, Jiu Ming, Jiu Xing. Each of you take charge of the left and right flanks for vigilance. We can't be complacent anymore. We need to tie down at least 50,000 troops from the Qing Snake Legion's main city." The serpent leader's voice was cold and resolute, its slit pupils shining with vigilance. The surrounding intelligent serpents immediately scattered, cautiously probing every suspicious corner. In a hidden spot outside the city walls, Wang Shikong sat calmly by the fire, while the surrounding generals couldn't hide their excitement. They had just achieved an unbelievable victory, ambushing a force of 100,000 serpents with less than 10,000 troops, killing over 40,000 of them without any losses on their side. One serpent. I took down 10 all by myself, one of the generals exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. All thanks to Shikong Gongzi's spell scrolls and flawless strategy, another general chimed in, his face full of admiration. At that moment, General Wu's projection suddenly appeared before them. A seasoned commander. Even he was stunned upon hearing the battle report. Destroying 40,000 enemies in just a few hours was an achievement that would shake the entire Shuoluo Empire. Shikong Gongzi, your talents are truly admirable. General Wu praised sincerely. Wang Shikong responded humbly. General Wu, you flatter me. We merely eliminated some weaker female serpents. The remaining 60,000 serpents and those intelligent ones are the real challenge. What is the strategy moving forward? General Wu inquired. Direct confrontation, Wang Shikong replied, his eyes gleaming with confidence. As long as we deploy correctly and work with the elemental mages, we can handle it. Of course, this requires everything to go smoothly on your end, General. Rest assured on that front. General Wu assured, patting his chest. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. Despite his confidence in victory, he remained concerned about one issue: the unpredictability of his allies. Prepare to take action immediately, and remember, there must be no mistakes. In the main city of the Qing Serpent Legion, General Wu turned to face his officers with a grave expression after hanging up the call. The mysterious master of time and space had provided them with an unprecedented opportunity. If they succeed this time, it would be a perfect chance to deal a significant blow to the Demon Serpent Legion. Rest assured, General Wu, the Third Legion has sworn an oath and will not allow even the slightest error. One officer stepped forward and assured him firmly. A middle-aged strategist standing nearby gently waved his feather fan, frowning slightly. The Master of Time and Space indeed possesses great abilities, but I am curious as to how he plans to handle the 60,000 vigilant demon serpents without reinforcements from our army. Unless he can trap all the intelligent demon serpents with a formation, the odds are slim. After all, the powerful figures in the Demon Serpent Legion have yet to fall. Another officer agreed, his eyes filled with doubt. General Wu's eyes sparkled. Who would have thought that with only a few thousand soldiers, he could slay 40,000 among the 100,000-strong demon serpent army? It's already a miracle. Now, let's wait and witness the birth of another miracle. Meanwhile, near the 03 guard post, General Li and others watched the figure in the wheelchair, awaiting his next instruction. After two perfectly orchestrated battles that annihilated 100,000 demon serpents, he had earned their absolute trust. Let the soldiers take a rest first. Wang Shikong unfolded a detailed map and pointed to a location. We just need to reach this place before the Demon Serpent Legion does. General Li studied the map for a moment and nodded solemnly. As you command, Master. After a night of rest in the real world, Wang Shikong confirmed that the time had come and ordered the advance. A second-rank officer skilled in earth elements volunteered to push the wheelchair, using his exquisite control over the elements to ensure a smooth journey. The troops marched quickly and reached their destination by dusk. Wang Shikong gazed at the ominous abyssal rift in the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After carefully observing the terrain, he instructed, dig a trench here 1,000 meters long, 6 meters deep, and 8 meters wide. Elemental formation masters must set up a killing formation capable of trapping 200 intelligent demon serpents. The soldiers were shocked. Master Shikong, the Demon Serpent Legion will arrive in less than half an hour, and such a massive undertaking would take at least 10 hours. Wang Shikong smiled slightly. I'll hold off the Demon Serpent Legion for those 10 hours. Set up a desk for me 500 meters ahead, and it would be nice to have some tea ready. His words left General Li and the others utterly astonished. Can one person really hold back an army of magical serpents? Though the soldiers had their doubts, they chose to trust Master Shikong. In the wilderness, an ancient desk was already set up, with fine tea and exquisite pastries neatly placed on it. Wang Shikong sat down gracefully, glancing over the open terrain ahead, his lips slightly curving up. The view is quite nice. Skillfully, he took out ink and an inkstone, and began to grind the ink diligently. He then cut the paper into 4 equal parts, and started crafting spell scrolls right there in the wild. 500 meters away, the soldiers, puzzled, continued digging traps. If we follow Master Shikong's plan, we might be able to resist the serpent army. But will they give us the time? Will they foolishly charge into the traps? One soldier couldn't help but whisper his doubts. Don't overthink it, just trust Master Shikong. Another soldier, muscular and resolute, replied confidently. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. A few intelligent scout serpents appeared quietly in the distance, soon spotting Wang Shikong. Seeing a human calmly painting and drinking tea in the wilderness left them visibly shocked. What is going on? A human painting here? One of the intelligent serpents quickly shifted from surprise to caution. Something unusual is definitely amiss. Having experienced ambushes before, they immediately sensed a potential trap. You two keep watching. I'll report to the leader, instructed Shikong before swiftly slithering back to the front lines of the serpent army. Did you find anything? The serpent leader asked immediately. Leader, we've spotted a strange young man painting and drinking tea on our path ahead. It's highly suspicious. I suspect a trap, Shikong reported quickly. Tea and painting? Just one person? The serpent leader's eyes grew serious. Exactly, Shikong confirmed with a nod. It's been over a day since we breached the defenses. The female serpent leader, Shifu, flicked her tongue thoughtfully. The human main city might have made some moves too. I'll check if the king has received any news. With that, she took out a communicator to send a message. One person acting so boldly surely means an ambush. The male leader looked at Shifu. Most likely, but we still need to wait for the king's response, Shifu agreed. Halt the advance and await further orders, the male leader commanded, and the 6,000-strong serpent army came to a precise stop. Having encountered ambushes before, the serpent army was particularly wary of the current unusual situation. Meanwhile, less than 2 kilometers away, General Li and others noticed the approaching serpent army. Seeing the enemy suddenly halt, they were stunned, recalling the strategy discussed by Master Shikong and General Wu. They couldn't help but gaze in admiration at the elegant figure painting 500 meters away. The soldiers dug the traps with renewed vigor, filled with confidence for the impending battle. Wang Shikong also sensed the presence of the serpent army. He took a gentle sip of tea, a confident smile playing on his lips. Everything was under control. In a picturesque open field, an unusual scene unfolds. A young man sits leisurely at a makeshift table and chair, meticulously painting with a brush, occasionally sipping tea, as if in harmony with the surrounding nature. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters behind him, soldiers are fervently digging traps. 1,000 meters ahead, a dense group of magic snakes lies on the ground, with a few human-headed, snake-bodied intelligent snakes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, awaiting news. 2 hours later, a phantom suddenly appears in front of the intelligent snakes. My king. The snakes immediately kneel respectfully. The phantom is a middle-aged, crowned human-headed, snake-bodied king snake, who coldly says, Snake woman, snake fierce, I've received your message. As far as I know, the 3rd Legion of the Qing Snake Army has left the main city and is likely heading your way. The 3rd Legion? Snake woman and snake fierce focus their gaze. Leader, the 3rd Legion must already be ahead of us. The middle-aged king snake's eyes flicker. Are you sure? Snake fierce scans the front and nods solemnly. Positive. These humans are extraordinarily cunning, intending to lure and ambush us. Very well. The middle-aged king snake flicks its tongue, looking invigorated. If the 3rd Legion is indeed with you, make sure to hold them. We are about to launch a surprise attack on their main city. Yes, my king. We will definitely hold the 3rd Legion, Snake Woman responds. After a great victory in this battle, you will be rewarded. Report any news immediately. With that, the phantom dissipates. As expected, it's a trap. Fortunately, we consulted the king. Otherwise, we would have fallen into their ambush. An intelligent snake says coldly. The 3rd Legion of the Qing Snake Army has 50,000 elite soldiers. Snake Woman shows a sinister expression. If the defensive grounds are in danger, the Qing Snake Army will surely mobilize. With our current strength, we cannot match the 3rd Legion. We don't need to confront them directly. Snake fierce eyes gleam with cunning. We just need to hold them. Once the king takes the main city, we can then encircle and annihilate this legion. The intelligent snakes glare coldly at the distant figure still painting, sneering. These humans think they can lure us? Fools. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away, in front of a towering war city, the sky is torn open with a massive rift, with magic snakes gathering densely below. In a luxurious snake den, the middle-aged king snake is coiled in a large pit, surrounded by a dozen female magic snakes. It raises its body high, moving outward, with an expression of excitement and ferocity. Inform the other king snakes. Confirm that the 3rd Legion has gone to support the defensive grounds, and report to the divine envoy. Prepare for battle. Yes. A nearby snake responds immediately. Soon, a group of king snakes gathered in the military camp. As soon as a middle-aged king snake appeared, a female king snake urgently asked, Yin Wang, is your information reliable? There's a 90 chance, the middle-aged king snake said, scanning the crowd. I assume you've all heard that the 3rd Legion has withdrawn from the main city? Received, another king snake excitedly hissed. The divine envoy is aware and will soon arrive to lead us in breaching the human main city. The atmosphere in the camp became electric. After decades of stalemate and years of meticulous planning, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. The king snakes excitedly writhed and moved toward the massive altar at the back. At the center of the altar stood a statue of a 5-headed sinister serpent god. The king snakes worshipped devoutly, offering their blood and magic. Suddenly, blood-red lightning flickered in the rift above, and a massive figure slowly descended, a six-meter serpent god envoy, with a human head and serpentine body, possessing two long arms each 2 meters in length, holding a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff. Surrounding the envoy were hundreds of thousands of demonic snakes. Blood-red lightning struck repeatedly, killing many demonic snakes, their bodies falling like raindrops. By the time the envoy fully descended, half of the demonic serpent army had been lost, leaving only 200,000. Greetings, divine envoy. The king snakes collectively bowed. The envoy looked down at them with authority. I bring reinforcements, and this time we will surely conquer the human main city. Rest assured, divine envoy. One king snake flattered. The human army has lost a quarter of its strength, and their reinforcements are cut off. With your leadership and the help of 200,000 demonic snakes, victory is certain. Good. The envoy extended its half-meter-long tongue, gazing toward the human city. I need to restore my magic. In 6 hours, we attack. As you command. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The moonlight intertwined with the eerie glow from the rift, illuminating the ground. The million-strong demonic snake army began its march, with 15 king snakes guarding the envoy at the center. The envoy's golden triangular eyes gazed ahead, seemingly able to pierce through space. An hour later, as the massive demonic snake army approached the main city of the Qing Snake Legion, human scouts immediately noticed. Beacon fires blazed, and horns sounded long and loud. Demonic snake army invading. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. All the soldiers within the main city felt a chill in their hearts as they swiftly climbed the city walls with trained precision. Atop the walls, General Wu and his commanders stood agile and poised at the highest point. Their eyes were fixed intently on the massive army of serpent demons approaching, their expressions grave. A million-strong serpent demon army, the middle-aged general holding a feather fan analyzed coldly. That's 200,000 more than our scouts reported. This serpent army must have been planning this for over a decade. The losses they must have sustained upon arrival suggest they are prepared to pay any price to breach our city. The soldiers on the walls stared fiercely at the Demon King serpents and their divine emissaries, their killing intent palpable. A burly general shouted angrily, "Foreign beasts dare to invade the main city of our Qing Snake Legion. Attack!" He raised his thunderous hammer high and struck it forcefully, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning that spanned thousands of meters, aimed directly at the enemy leaders. Today marks the end for you humans. A king serpent hissed, swinging its long tail to summon a spectral serpent to counter. With a deafening roar, the battle erupted instantly. Charge, my children. With the king serpent's roar, countless serpent demons surged towards the giant city like a tidal wave. Among them were thousands of intelligent serpent demons exuding terrifying auras, whose combined magical attack could destroy the world. General Wu commanded coldly. Activate the formation. Fire, arrows, mysterious winds, thunder, destroy. The force of 150,000 soldiers on the walls unleashed a concentrated assault in an instant. Boom. The clash of magic erupted with earth-shattering energy, slowing the advance of the serpent demon army. However, this time, the serpent army was clearly prepared, charging with reckless abandon. The sight of a million serpent demons surging forward was terrifying, and even General Wu and his commanders on the walls couldn't help but be awed. Kill, 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 echoed the furious roar of 150,000 soldiers from the city walls. The brilliance of the moontide technique illuminated the sky as countless light elements, guided by cultivators, converged into a purification array, pouring down upon the army of demon serpents below. The city's protective barrier radiated a formidable glow, like an impregnable shield. Below, a massive swarm of 1,000,000 demon serpents writhed, with hundreds disintegrating into ash every second under the relentless magical bombardment. Yet, the high-ranking king serpents and divine emissaries remained impassive, seeing the casualties as a trivial sacrifice. Their cold, triangular eyes fixed on the battlefield, determined to breach the city at any cost, even if it meant losing half their forces. General Wu and the other high-ranking commanders held their ground, knowing that once they engaged, it would mark the start of a life-and-death struggle, a battle of generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. As time passed, sweat beaded on the foreheads of the soldiers on the walls, their physical and mental stamina waning, their magic becoming increasingly difficult to wield. Take the recovery potions. We cannot let them break through the defense line. General Wu ordered coolly. Outside the city, a king serpent reported to the divine emissary. Given the current situation, losing over 200,000 demon serpents should be enough to breach the outer city. The serpent god's emissary licked its lips, a glint of anticipation in its icy eyes. Excellent. The commanders gathered before General Wu. Commander, the soldiers' magic is depleting. We suggest retreating to the inner city. The 3rd Legion requests reinforcement. The array is about to be breached. Prepare to retreat to the inner city. General Wu decided swiftly. Activate the array between the inner and outer cities to buy time for the soldiers to recover. Orders were swiftly relayed. 4th Legion, prepare to withdraw to the inner city. 2nd Legion, follow up. 1st Legion, cover the retreat. Elemental array masters, ready the inner city formations. When those demon serpents come in, hit them hard. The soldiers retreated with heavy hearts, fully aware of the dire situation that outer city had fallen, with only 200,000 enemy troops eliminated, leaving over 700,000 still to face. Worse, the 3rd Legion had been dispatched to the sanctuary, weakening the defense by a quarter. If the sanctuary hadn't been compromised, we could withstand 1,000,000 demon serpents, one soldier muttered through gritted teeth in frustration. Silence. No defeatist Takwi will win this battle, another soldier sternly rebuked. Break the city. Break it for me. Outside, the king's serpents, seeing the Green Snake Legion abandon the outer city, glared with ferocity. Countless demon serpents let out an earth-shaking hiss, furiously assaulting the protective array of the outer city, destroying the gates, and flooding into the city like a tidal wave. The army of demon snakes had just broken through the outer defenses when they were met with the merciless onslaught of elemental formations. Yet, these demon snakes seemed oblivious to death, relentlessly charging forward. As one wave of snakes fell, more surged in to replace them, causing the elemental formations to collapse rapidly under such frenzied attacks. The serpent god's emissary led the royal snakes gracefully into the city, their bodies glinting coldly under the moonlight. Gazing at the inner city within reach, the emissary raised its head and issued a raspy command. Children, attack. After today, this place will be the domain of our demon snakes. Beyond that, thousands of kilometers ahead will also belong to us. Attack. With this command, the demon snake army surged toward the inner city like a tide. At that moment, General Wu and his men on the inner city walls calmly adjusted their armor and checked their weapons. There was no trace of worry in their eyes. Instead, they gleamed with excitement. The young master's strategy had succeeded. With a thunderous roar, General Wu and his men leapt into the air, launching powerful spells directly at the serpent god's emissary and the royal snakes. The emissary sneered and waved its staff, summoning 2 massive dark serpents that took shape in the air. A middle-aged cultivator wielding a feather fan called upon the power of nature. Clouds rise, winds come. The sun and moon are fickle, summon rain and wind. I praise nature. I merge with nature. Great elements, lend me strength. He shouted. Cloud Surge Star Burial Technique. A terrifying attack, combining 4 elements, assailed the royal snake horde. General Wu pointed his spear into the void, and countless spear shadows materialized before him, charging toward the royal snakes and the serpent god's emissary with overwhelming force. The clash of top-tier powers erupted in an instant. On the ground, over 700,000 demon snakes, under the command of the intelligent demon snakes, launched a frenzied assault on the inner city. Suddenly, the concealed elemental formations on both sides dissipated, revealing 25,000 soldiers on each side. Their arrows and spells had long been prepared, instantly claiming the lives of 40,000 to 50,000 demon snakes. Although this ambush was formidable, the 50,000 soldiers still seemed outnumbered against the 700,000 demon snakes. However, with the advantage of terrain and the support of elemental formations, these elite troops could exert combat power several times their usual strength. The area between the outer and inner city was filled with various elemental formations, and although the royal snakes and the serpent god's emissary sensed the presence of a trap, they underestimated the strength of this ambushing force. The battle raged on for a full hour, with both sides suffering significant losses. The human soldiers were nearly depleted of mana, and many of the demon snakes were exhausted. 50,000 soldiers of the 3rd Legion charged like a sharp dagger straight into the heart of the serpent army. In peak condition, the soldiers were filled with a killing intent as they surged forward. On the inner city walls, a knowledgeable commander shouted, "All spellcasters, cast defensive protection spells on the 3rd Legion." The soldiers on the walls, upon seeing this unexpected charge from the Legion, were overjoyed. It's the brothers from the 3rd Legion. Weren't they supposed to be guarding the rear? With them here, we can crush these beasts. With these 50,000 reinforcements, the defenders finally had a chance to catch their breath. The serpent army's assault was suddenly halted. In just a minute, nearly 100,000 serpents fell to the blades of the 3rd Legion. Overhead, General Wu watched the scene and laughed excitedly. "Ha! Let's wear them down like this." The serpent deity's emissary and the serpent kings were shocked by the sudden appearance of the human legion. They knew well that a siege must be concluded swiftly. If it turned into a war of attrition, the Qing's serpent legion, with the advantage of the city, would definitely gain the upper hand. "King Yin, didn't you say the 3rd Legion was at the rear?" One of the serpent kings shouted angrily. King Yin responded with a trembling voice. "They were supposed to be there. The guarding legion clearly reported that." His voice was filled with fear, knowing he would pay dearly for this mistake. "Useless. the serpent deity's emissary said with murderous intent. The serpent god has been planning this for a long time, and you fools have ruined it. It angrily swung its staff, launching an attack on the Qing Serpent Legion's high command. Though confident in defeating the human leaders, it dared not recklessly enter the inner city, knowing that getting caught in the elemental formations could even lead to its downfall. Meanwhile, 100 miles to the west, the 6,000 resting serpent army received the terrifying news. The Third Legion had appeared on the main battlefield, meaning they had been tricked. The intelligent serpents were furious, their bodies trembling and eyes bloodshot. In the wilderness, a figure leisurely sipping tea and reading became their target for venting rage. The leaders, Serpent Woman and Serpent Fierce, roared in fury. Kill? Leave no one alive. All the serpents followed, filled with murderous intent. Wang Shikong sensed the commotion in the serpent army and smiled as he stored his desk in the Holy Light Sanctuary, closing his book. Controlled by the spell-casting commanders behind him, his wheelchair slowly retreated. He raised his teacup, saluted the frenzied serpents, and elegantly poured the tea onto the ground. Everything was as he had foreseen. The final battle had officially begun. On the left side of the wild abyssal rift, a meticulously planned ambush was unfolding. The demon serpent army is coming. Brothers, run. General Li and his men shouted in feigned panic, a glint of battle lust flickering across their faces. This act was meant to lure the arrogant demon serpents into their trap. Attack! Don't let these despicable humans escape. The intelligent serpent horde surged forward at the call, with 200 massive serpents driven by fury in hot pursuit. Without the presence of the third corps of the clear serpent army, they believed they held the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, the distance of over 2,000 meters vanished. Just as the intelligent serpents were about to succeed, the ground suddenly lit up with blinding columns of light, enveloping all the serpents. This was an element array that had been set up in advance. Do you really think a mere element array can stop us? The intelligent serpents sneered, swaying their colossal bodies as they launched a fierce attack on the array. Of course, an array alone can't trap beasts like you. General Li and his men suddenly revealed themselves within the array, smirking. But what about with us added to the mix? Only then did the intelligent serpents realize they had been tricked, yet they remained arrogant. Our forces outside will soon destroy your array. Outside? One of the commanders mocked. We've been lying in wait here for over 10 hours. Did you think we came unprepared? Meanwhile, outside the array, tens of thousands of demon serpents following the intelligent serpents were surging madly. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, revealing a massive pit 6 meters deep and 8 meters wide. Caught off guard, thousands of demon serpents tumbled into the pit. The serpents that followed tried to leap over the trap, only to run into the ambush of the waiting guards, met by a barrage of flashing blades. The intelligent serpents finally realized that from the moment they stepped into guard post 03, they had been under constant surveillance and manipulation, every step calculated by the master of time and space. Summon the wind. A command echoed across the battlefield. In front of a deep trench, the human soldiers stood ready. Without the guidance of the intelligent serpent, the ordinary serpent's attacks were disorganized. One by one, the serpents leaped from the other side, falling right into the human's trap. In midair, they were unable to dodge and were hit by a barrage of spells, plummeting into the pre-dug pit. As more serpents jumped over, they landed on their comrades, causing chaos in the pit. Squad leaders threw out scrolls of divine inspiration, which bathed the battlefield in light. With the scroll's blessings, the serpent's strength dropped by 40%, while the human soldiers received an equivalent boost. The mages unleashed their spells into the pit without hesitation. In this scenario, even basic spells could easily kill a serpent, while area spells reaped them in large numbers. The pit was filled with the serpent's shrieks, falling rapidly under the assault. Across the trench, the serpent horde was in disarray, flicking their tongues in confusion. Some reckless serpents still attempted to leap over, only to be shot down and slain. These male serpents, adept at close combat, were helpless against the 8-meter-wide pit, and their limited intelligence prevented them from thinking of a flanking maneuver from a kilometer away. In the rear, Yao Yi and others watched Wang Shikong in his wheelchair with awe. To them, this commander, despite his immobility, seemed godlike, repeatedly achieving miracles in life and death gambles. Wang Shikong gazed at the battlefield, a faint smile on his lips. The timely arrival of the Third Legion had dealt a fatal blow to the serpent army. As he anticipated, the irrational enemy was bound to make fatal mistakes. The male serpents' relentless charges to save their leader were futile, allowing the human soldiers to focus on the intelligent serpents. The battle was nearing its end, with over 10,000 soldiers encircling the last 200 intelligent serpents. Under the relentless spell barrage, these serpents fell in confusion and despair. They couldn't comprehend why their army of 100,000 was annihilated by merely 10,000 humans, without taking a single enemy down. Victory! General Li and other leaders panted heavily, yet their faces were full of elation. We won. Our 10,000 soldiers annihilated 15 to 16,000 serpents, outnumbering us more than tenfold. A great victory. After the battle, the soldiers were filled with enthusiasm. General Li raised his staff and shouted, "Soldiers, heed the order." Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. Kneel in gratitude to Master Shikong. Yes. Amidst the uproar, the leaders were the first to kneel on one knee before Wang Shikong, followed by the 10,000 soldiers. Their eyes were full of fervor and gratitude. Just days ago, their defense line had been breached, and without Wang Shikong, they would have perished. This kneeling was both for saving their lives and for leading them to a glorious victory. "Thank you, Master Shikong." The resounding shout echoed across the battlefield. Looking at the kneeling soldiers, Wang Shikong smiled and said, "It is my honor to fight alongside you all." Within the main city of the Qing Snake Legion, the fires of battle continued to blaze. Compared to the initial brutal phase of the conflict, the situation had taken a turn for the better. The timely arrival of the Third Legion provided the weary soldiers with a much-needed respite, successfully holding the Demon Snake army outside the inner city. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, the 200,000 soldiers of the Qing Snake Legion steadfastly resisted the assault of the Demon Snake army. After prolonged, fierce combat, the numbers of the Demon Snake forces dwindled from 1,000,000 to just over 600,000. Both sides were exhausted, and the battlefield was thick with the scent of fatigue and blood. High above, the expressions of the snake god's emissary and the 15 king snakes grew increasingly grim. They knew all too well that this battle was lost. Failing to breach the city meant that their meticulous planning over the past decade had gone to waste. Enraged, the snake god's emissary brandished the snake staff, summoning a 10-meter-long dark demon snake that devoured Yin Wang. Yin Wang's despairing cry of "no" was cut short as he vanished into the demon snake's belly. The other king snakes witnessed this scene, feeling a chill but remaining silent, aware that someone had to bear the responsibility for this defeat. The snake god's emissary glared coldly at General Wu, gritting its teeth as it said, "Wu Wei City, you were lucky this time. It won't be long before our demon snake army returns." With that, it waved the snake staff, ordering a retreat. Countless demon snakes hissed as they began to withdraw. General Wu watched the enemy retreat and breathed a sigh of relief, laughing heartily. "Ha ha! A bunch of evil beasts. One day we humans will completely eradicate you." Seeing victory on the horizon, the tired soldiers finally allowed smiles to break through their exhaustion. They expressed relief at the Third Legion's timely support and curiously discussed why the Third Legion appeared in the inner city and the situation at the defensive position. The commanders gathered to congratulate General Wu, praising the strategic deployment. However, General Wu shook his head and said, "This wasn't my doing." He looked around at the soldiers and gazed at the retreating demon snake army, reflecting, "If not for that time and space master, our Qing Snake Legion might have ceased to exist." This was no false modesty. Had the city fallen, the 200,000 soldiers would have faced the demon snake army in close quarters, likely with few survivors, including himself. "General, good news," a soldier excitedly reported to General Wu, holding a communicator. "Master Shikong has commanded brilliantly. Our defense force has completely annihilated the last 60,000 of the demon serpent army." General Wu immediately took the communicator to verify, his expression serious. In such disadvantageous terrain, they managed to eliminate a 60,000 strong demon serpent army. The senior officers of the Qing Snake Legion around him sighed in admiration. Without Master Shikong's strategy, Defense Base 03 might have been wiped out. He not only saved thousands of soldiers, but also led them to defeat 150,000 to 160,000 demon serpents. Truly, he is the savior of our Qing Snake Legion. General Wu took a deep breath. "I will personally report this to the Empress. Pass the order for the soldiers at the defense base to clean up the battlefield and rest, and join us tomorrow." "Yes, General." The soldiers responded spiritedly. After the great battle, Wang Shikong returned to reality to rest. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, a general skilled in earth elements pushed Wang Shikong's wheelchair at the front of the procession. Behind him, the rejuvenated army of 10,000 marched towards the main city of the Qing Snake Legion. The journey of less than 100 miles brought them to the city by noon. General Li and others were surprised to find soldiers gathered at the city gates. The 4 Grand Legions of the Qing Snake Legion were arrayed in formation, with the Grand General, the 4 Legion commanders, and 2 chief advisors standing at the forefront. "Master Shikong, the Grand General has brought the entire army to welcome you," General Li said with a smile. To him, this honor was well-deserved, as Master Shikong truly earned it. Wang Shikong looked at the grand scene, a slight smile on his lips. He knew this marked the successful completion of the Tianjiao mission, and now was the time to receive his rewards. A nearby girl watched in awe. Such a powerful legion is actually here to welcome your captain, Sister Yao Yi." Yao Yi's gaze never left the figure in the wheelchair, her eyes full of admiration. "Welcome, Master Shikong." As the defense force arrived at the city gates, 200,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. They had just learned of the hero behind their victory and were genuinely expressing their respect. General Wu led the senior officers forward to bow. Wang Shikong felt a bit embarrassed. General Wu, you're too kind. I don't deserve such a spectacle. Master Shikong, you certainly do. General Wu replied solemnly. The survival of the Qing Snake Legion today is entirely thanks to you. Under the grand welcome of the 200,000 strong Qing Snake Legion, Wang Shikong, accompanied by General Wu, entered the imposing general's mansion. In the intricately carved redwood hall, Wang Shikong took the seat of honor on the left and accepted a cup of tea personally offered by General Wu. You have consumed heavenly absolute red dust tea, HP 150, water element affinity 5. The system notification sounded in his ear, causing Wang Shikong to pause. He took a sip, finding the tea's aroma and flavor far superior to any renowned tea on Blue Star. To his surprise, the tea could actually enhance his attributes. I'm glad you like it, young Master Shikong. I have some more, which I'll have packed for you later, General Wu said with a warm smile. It's too precious, Wang Shikong politely declined, but General Wu interrupted. It's just a small token. This tea is from the Imperial Garden, an annual gift from the Empress to officials ranked Earl and above. By the way, I've reported your achievements to the Empress, and once the teleportation array is repaired, your reward will arrive. Then I graciously accept, Wang Shikong replied, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Strategist Feng, holding a feather fan, spoke at the right moment. Shanghai City is indeed a great place. If you ever need anything, just mention my Feng family. He added proudly, where there is no wind, there is no wave, and then humbly remarked that with Wang Shikong's future fame, he probably wouldn't need his help. As everyone chatted and laughed, the conversation shifted to the recent battle. Although the Qing Snake Legion was not the most critical frontline of the Shuilua Empire, it was still significant. A cultivator from another world leading 10,000 soldiers to annihilate the 160,000 strong Demon Snake Legion and saving the entire Qing Snake Legion was a feat that would shake the court and country. In the future, the Empire's soldiers would surely greet him with the highest honor. In the afternoon, General Wu personally led Wang Shikong on a tour of the Qing Snake Legion's main city. In these soldiers guarding the borders and protecting humanity, Wang Shikong saw qualities worthy of respect. As the sun set, a soldier hurried over. Young Master Shikong, the teleportation array has been repaired, and the Empress has issued a decree. 2 days later, news arrived that the teleportation array had been repaired. General Wu led a team escorting a sturdy woman clad in golden armor to the scene. Wang Shikong looked up upon hearing this, his attention immediately drawn to the solemn occasion. By the mandate of heaven, the Empress decrees, the woman in golden armor announced, unfurling the imperial edict as she cast a curious and intrigued glance at Wang Shikong. In the face of the Demon Serpent Army's invasion, young Master Shikong saved the Qing Snake Legion, achieving great merit. By the decision of the Empress and the cabinet, young Master Shikong is hereby granted the title of first-class Earl. The rewards left everyone present breathless. An estate in Shanghai City, a spirit garden, 10 shops, dozens of servants, and the ability to resurrect 5 times. Additionally, he was bestowed with the special title of Qing Snake Lord. After reading, the woman in golden armor thoughtfully approached the immobile Wang Shikong, handing over the imperial edict and a series of items, the rank medal, the title medal, and a spatial ring containing deeds to the estate and shops. Thank you for the Empress's grace, Wang Shikong said, accepting the items, his heart overwhelmed. In the Shuilua Empire's hierarchy, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, each divided into 3 classes. First-class Earl was an exceptionally prestigious rank. In his previous life, the highest record was an official obtaining a third-class Earl title, achieved by leading millions of guild members against the demon army. He carefully examined the privileges of the first-class Earl medal, 10 years of tax exemption, free use of teleportation arrays, the ability to fly and ride freely within the main city, among more than 10 other benefits. The 10-year tax exemption alone was an enormous boon for merchants operating shops in the main city. The Qing Snake Lord title was equally valuable. It not only earned respect from the Empire's soldiers, but also allowed him to mobilize up to 10,000 soldiers below the 3rd rank once a year, with the only limitations being not to harm the inhabitants of the Endless Continent or engage in prohibited acts. Though restricted in use, it was unparalleled power at this stage. Congratulations to young Master Shikong on his promotion to first-class Earl. General Wu and others sincerely smiled and offered their congratulations. As the system notification sounded, Wang Shikong completed the Prodigy task, reaching the top of the Prodigy Pavilion leaderboard, his reputation soaring by 4 million. He checked his attribute panel. His level 9 mental power had reached 105 points, equivalent to a level 19 normal person. The attribute panel detailed his various stats: elemental refinement realm, vitality 924100, constitution 500650, mental power 2430, elemental affinity 105105, along with elemental attributes like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark, as well as various skills and equipment information. General Wu, Officer Feng, farewell, everyone. Earl Shikong. Next time we'll visit you in Songhai City for a drink. Wang Shikong bid farewell to General Wu and others, preparing to head to Songhai City to inspect the new mansion and shop he had been rewarded with. As he approached the teleportation array, Yao Yi and his group were already waiting there. A young man, full of excitement, approached him eagerly. Master Shikong, thank you so much. Because of you, we not only gained a lot of merits, but also received a shop. You must have earned even more, right? Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. The rewards are indeed generous. He knew that his gains this time were beyond ordinary imagination. As a newly titled noble, he received not just merits, but even more precious rewards, surprising even himself. Captain Shikong, which main city are you planning to go to next? Yao Yi asked with a glint in his eye. Songhai City. That's great. I'll have my father move the Tianhu Guild to Songhai City as well, Yao Yi immediately suggested. Wang Shikong shook his head to stop him. No need. My family is going to establish a guild in Songhai City, so it's best for the Tianhu Guild to stay in Tiger Cliff City. He clearly remembered how the Tianhu Guild grew into a super guild in Tiger Cliff City in the previous life. Besides, Songhai City already had the Jinxiu Guild, and one main city couldn't accommodate two super guilds. Although Yao Yi was a bit disappointed, he nodded in agreement. At this moment, Tianya silently handed over a note. Thank you for your help these days. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask me. Looking at this quiet young man, Wang Shikong said, Tianya, would you like to join my team? Follow me in the future? Tianya was initially stunned, then wrote excitedly, Can I? Of course. You have great talent, and you will definitely become very strong. Wang Shikong was well aware of Tianya's exceptional talent in elemental manipulation and combat. If he could join the Shinshua team, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Seeing Tianya bow to him gratefully, Wang Shikong extended his hand. Don't be self-conscious, speech disorders are easy to cure. From now on, we are friends. Tianya carefully wiped his hand and solemnly shook Wang Shikong's hand, nodding firmly. Let's go to Songhai City, Wang Shikong said with a smile. Tianya's path to growth wasn't reliant on luck, but was due to his extraordinary combat talent and unique use of elements. Wang Shikong led Tianya directly to Songhai City. This city harbored a top-tier opportunity for a swordsman, and he believed that under his guidance, Tianya would become even more powerful and brilliant than in his previous life, thus altering his fate. After Tianya nodded farewell to Yao Yi, the two stepped into the teleportation array, setting their destination to Songhai City. Although usually one needs to reach level 10 to enter the main city, Wang Shikong was clearly an exception. In a flash of light, they found themselves standing in the plaza of Songhai City. The sky here was clearer than that of Tianqing town, like a bright mirror. Surrounding them were magnificent buildings constructed from white and blue giant stones, exuding grandeur. Around the city stood towering elemental array pillars reaching into the clouds, and the sea breeze brought a salty scent. This was Songhai City, nestled by one of the 5 great oceans of the endless continent. The entire city was 3 times the size of Blue Star's Magic City, divided into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north, with the central area being the most bustling core commercial zone. As Wang Shikong reviewed the information on mansions and shops, he smiled with satisfaction. His mansion was in an absolutely central location, with 10 shops spread across 5 areas, 2 in each, all situated on the busiest streets. The total value of these prime shops was approximately over 20 million yuan, equivalent to over 2 billion in Blue Star currency, surpassing his wife's family assets in one fell swoop. Even more delightful was that this first-class Earl's mansion was equipped with an independent teleportation array. Moments later, they arrived at the mansion's main gate, where 2 imposing water Qilin statues stood 3 meters tall, and the plaque reading, Qing Shijun Mansion, was impressively grand. 4 fully armed guards saw Tianya pushing Wang Shikong and immediately greeted them with respect. The butler, Old Lei, ran out with joy to welcome them and led them on a tour of the sprawling 15-acre mansion. What amazed Wang Shikong the most was the 2-acre spirit garden, where 5 precious Chimu fruit trees and 5 Qingling fruit trees grew, along with a variety of spiritual flowers and exotic herbs. These natural treasures not only enhanced the elemental affinity and physique of the consumer, but also emitted elemental energy that made this place comparable to a highly valuable advanced cultivation chamber. Wang Shikong instructed Old Lei to pick 4 fruits, giving 2 to Tianya and consuming 2 himself. After ingesting them, he felt the surge of power within and commented with satisfaction, not bad taste. Gazing at the somewhat grand mansion, he softly remarked, the mansion is a bit large. Tianya looked at the figure beside him, his resolve growing even stronger. Old Lei guided Wang Shikong through the bustling streets of Shanghai City, leading him to the commercial district at the heart of the city along the seaside avenue. My Lord Earl, this is your shop, Old Lei indicated ahead. Just a short distance away is the cultivator service hall, surrounded by weapon and elixir shops, truly a prime business location. Two adjacent shops stood proudly, each a three-story building with an area of 200 square meters per floor. Old Lei continued. If you combine the two, each floor would be 400 square meters, providing ample space. Such high-end shops are something even the largest guilds cannot hope to own for another 2 to 3 years. My Lord Earl, what do you plan to do with the shops? Standing by the window on the third floor, Wang Shikong surveyed the bustling street below. Combine the two and open an auction house, he declared with determination, already having a plan in mind. He possessed a wealth of high-value items, spiritual fruits, spiritual tea, and continuously producible spell scrolls. Most importantly, he had 5 life resurrection tokens granted by the Empress, 1 or 2 of which could be auctioned off. He was well aware of the immense profits an auction house could generate. In his previous life, the monthly turnover of auction houses run by major guilds easily reached billions of currency, and even a 5% commission could yield tens of millions in monthly income. Moreover, modern auction houses weren't limited to in-person transactions. They also included online bidding, essentially functioning as sophisticated e-commerce platforms. Virtually every large guild was vying for a piece of this lucrative market. An auction house? Old Lei nodded thoughtfully. My Lord Earl, I can arrange for staff to remodel the interior and recruit professionals to manage it. Good, Wang Shikong agreed. The other shops should be rented out to cover the daily expenses of the residence and auction house. As the estate manager, Old Lei was not only a loyal servant bestowed by the Empress, but also possessed exceptional skills and a vast network of connections. Wang Shikong gazed out at the crowded street, filled with curious Blue Star inhabitants exploring their surroundings. In just over a month, more than 70% of them had reached level 10. He turned to Tianya beside him. Come, I'll take you somewhere to seek an opportunity. Tianya appeared slightly surprised, but nodded in agreement. Wang Shikong vividly recalled details from his previous life about the top-tier opportunity for blade practitioners in Shanghai City. It was said that by following students from Shanghai Academy into the training grounds, those with exceptional skill and talent could acquire the most prestigious blade practitioner inheritance. In the Endless Continent, inheritances were categorized into common, rare, top-tier, and legendary, not to mention the notorious Bright God's Sinister inheritance, which no one had ever completed. It is important to note that acquiring an inheritance opportunity does not guarantee full mastery of it. For example, someone might complete a rare inheritance and receive all its rewards, while another might only obtain part of a top-tier inheritance, yet the latter's gains might not surpass the former's. Opportunity is one thing, but whether a person can seize it is another. Opportunities are categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, rare, top-tier, and legendary. The kind of legacy one receives depends entirely on personal strength and talent. Wang Shikong recalled that in his previous life, he had entered a legendary opportunity site and learned space magic. However, due to limitations in his strength and talent, he only received a partial legacy and missed the chance for a complete one. At this moment, Wang Shikong and Tianya stood before the gates of Shanghai University. The grand entrance loomed before them, with a sign reading Shanghai University Reception above a building to the right. Wang Shikong donned a first-class Earl medal on his chest and gestured for Tianya to push him into the reception area. A middle-aged man noticed their entrance and was about to speak when his gaze froze on the medal on Wang Shikong's chest. He quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Are you Lord Qingshi? Hello. Sorry to bother you. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. No bother at all. It's an honor to have Lord Qingshi here. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. What can I do for you, my lord? Should I notify the principal? No need, Wang Shikong smiled. I heard there is a blade cultivation opportunity trial at your university. Are there any spots left? My friend here has quite a talent for swordsmanship. The Wudao Cliff trial, you mean? The middle-aged man glanced at Tianya. The spots are finalized, but since Lord Qingshi has asked, it won't be a problem. Just then, a young man entered the reception area, curiously glancing at Wang Shikong and Tianya before addressing the middle-aged man. Senior Dao, I've completed my task. Hold on a moment. The middle-aged man gestured for him to be patient and turned back to Wang Shikong. The trial begins in 2 days. If young Tianya here is talented enough, he could obtain a top-tier legacy. The Wudao Cliff Legacy trial opens once every 10 years, so let him come here when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression changed. Senior Dao, didn't you say my task was the only one? He looked Wang Shikong and Tianya up and down with disdain. A mute and a cripple. Is this some kind of charity program for the disabled? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, his expression displeased. Unfortunately, you failed your task. As blade cultivators, we must cultivate our hearts before our blades. Never look down on anyone. Remember this lesson. He then took out a skill book and tossed it to the young man. This is part of your reward. Please leave. The young man stood there stunned, his face dark with frustration. Is this also a test? Really a test? Damn it. As the young man stepped out of the room, his expression was a mix of emotions, murmuring to himself about the confusion he had just experienced. For us who practice the way of the sword, do we first cultivate the heart before the blade? Upon seeing Lord Qingxi, he paused, then forced a slight smile. Haha. Please excuse my foolishness, my lord. After the young man left, the middle-aged man turned to Wang Shikong and his companions, his gaze lingering on Tianya. Young friend, remember the phrase cultivate the heart before the blade. To gain a powerful legacy, cultivating the heart is crucial. That young man's future is limited because of this. Tianya nodded solemnly in response. Wang Shikong found the scene amusing. This sword master's insight was indeed unique. The young man had missed a rare opportunity at Wudao Cliff. This opportunity was quite special. For those with average talents, it was just an ordinary chance. But for those truly capable, it was a rare and top-tier opportunity. It all depended on the practitioner's potential. Wang Shikong had great confidence in Tianya regarding this. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the middle-aged man, Wang Shikong left in his wheelchair. His mind was filled with thoughts of the various opportunities in Songhai City. Sword cultivation legacies, exotic flames, treasure fish from the sea, and more. But what impressed him most was a legacy left by a legendary hero. Allowing Tianya to train on his own, Wang Shikong headed to the Songhai City Library alone. This library, open to the public, housed millions of volumes, covering records from the first to the fifth epoch of the Endless Continent, including official histories, unofficial accounts, biographies, and tales of the strange and unusual, so vast that one could spend a lifetime reading them all. Relying on his memory, Wang Shikong went straight to the music section of the fourth epoch. In a previous life, an old man obsessed with music discovered an astonishing opportunity here. Although the old man couldn't benefit from it himself, the news he shared caused a sensation in the cultivation world, even making headlines and leading to the release of a song. Soon, Wang Shikong found the book, the Imperial Zither Music Collection. He also took a map of Songhai City and carefully compared it at his seat. Unlike the years I was a sword immortal, the opportunity in this book was hidden in a piece of sheet music. Opening the first page, he was greeted by a poem praising the legendary hero, the Imperial Zither. Confined body, unyielding will, shadowed path, yet untrapped still. Strings gleam with concentrated energy, melody flows with spiritual synergy. Starry eyes seek the sound's way, slender frame steers the musical sway. A song so mighty, dragons and tigers fear, eternal history remembers the name held dear. Wang Shikong's eyes gleamed. He valued this legacy so highly and sought it out immediately because of the Imperial Zither's renowned fame in the cultivation world. One of the terminators of the Third Era, Di Qin, recorded as the strongest support mage in history, blazed a unique path of cultivation with an ancient Zither. He fought alongside 17 other legendary heroes to overthrow the tyranny of the God of Light, ushering in the glorious Fourth Era. Wang Shikong gazed at the inherited information, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew well that in this brilliant Fourth Era, though countless heroes have etched their names in history, the most dazzling remain those 18 pioneers. Particularly, Di Qin's resurrection spell, a technique so divine that it earned him the title of first support in the annals of history. The legacy of legendary heroes. Wang Shikong murmured to himself. If he could master the resurrection spell, his power would surely soar. Yet, Di Qin's path was unique, using zither strings to manipulate elemental forces and transform them into spell notes. This rare profession required a profound understanding of the ancient zither and music. After leaving the library, Wang Shikong visited a music store. He purchased a simple 9-string zither, slightly different from the traditional 7-string zither of the Great Xia. As he placed the over 1-meter-long zither on his wheelchair, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Using a zither as a weapon is indeed quite unconventional. Back in his courtyard in reality, Wang Shikong sipped tea while leafing through the beginner's guide to the zither he had just bought. He attempted to pluck the strings according to the simple musical notation in the book, but only managed to produce a series of jarring noises. Who's making that racket? The crow, dozing on his shoulder, was startled awake and immediately started to mock. My great master, even a demonic wild chicken using its claws would sound better than you. Wang Shikong tapped its head lightly. If you think you can do better, be my guest. The crow promptly flew onto the zither, deftly plucking the strings with its claws. A stream of melodious notes flowed out, swirling elegantly, its eyes full of pride and arrogance. What shocked Wang Shikong even more was that the crow then demonstrated a powerful spell score phantom break. Who knew you were such an artistic bird? Wang Shikong praised, quickly jotting down the precious score. He understood that such spell scores were often closely guarded secrets. Thinking of Di Qin's story, Wang Shikong was deep in thought. That legendary hero came from a cursed family, born with disabilities, Yet through his love of music, he perfectly fused elemental power with zither music, ultimately achieving legend. I hope this predecessor's legacy is accommodating to those with disabilities, he mused, especially regarding the coveted resurrection spell. The sound of the guqin echoed gracefully throughout the courtyard. Although Wang Shikong had only average musical talent, the guqin music of the Endless Continent had its own unique qualities. Unlike the five-tone scale of the Great Xiaogong, Shang, Jiao, Ji, and Youth scale here consisted of 7 tones: Sun, Zhen, Qian, Yi, Kan, Li, and Kuan, each corresponding to the 7 elements of wind, thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each string could draw upon different elements, and the collision of these elements produced a distinctive melody. The most basic combinations could yield 21 sounds, and theoretically, with strong elemental mastery, up to 5,040 combinations could be achieved. However, even the legendary emperor of the Guqin struggled to master half of them. As Wang Shikong played, he deepened his understanding of the role of a Qin master. In this fantasy world, even music was inseparable from elemental forces. He was performing a piece called The Melody of Illusion Break, which had a unique characteristic that could reveal the true world and dispel elemental illusions. As the performance continued, the range of dispelling expanded, and its effectiveness depended on the performer's mental strength. This made it a powerful counter to illusion-based elemental formations. While he was immersed in the music, Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingru emerged from the villa. Seeing this useless son-in-law playing the guqin in the courtyard again, Ning Tianxiong's expression turned dark. First, it was painting, and now music. He couldn't help but sneer. Our dear son-in-law is really living the life, amusing himself with birds, painting, and playing the guqin. How enjoyable. Wang Shikong calmly took a sip of tea and nodded. Indeed, it is. This attitude completely infuriated Ning Tianxiong. One can be physically weak, but one should not lose ambition. Extraordinary power is right before your eyes, and yet you chase after these trivial pursuits. Playing the guqin, painting, and fooling around with a silly bird. What kind of behavior is this? Squawk? Dumbass. Before Wang Shikong could respond, the crow perched on his shoulder suddenly spoke, leaving Ning Tianxiong utterly stunned. What the heck? This bird can talk. Is it a parrot? Ning Qingru, standing behind, was full of surprise. Little fool. The crow unceremoniously directed another insult at her. Ning Qingru immediately jumped in anger. Ah, you stupid bird. You need a lesson. Wang Shikong, you taught it all this, didn't you? Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Ning Qingru's face was puffed up with displeasure as she turned to complain. I'm telling my sister, you're just too much. The crow circled above her head, incessantly spewing infuriating words. Oh, little fool, you're as adorably silly as can be. You stupid bird, I'll make soup out of you. Ning Qingru fumed, grabbing her staff to teach it a lesson. Wang Shikong sat nearby, his lips twitching at the scene. He knew this crow too well. It only needed to sleep 23 hours a day, spending the rest of the time annoying people. You. Ning Tianxiong trembled with anger beside them. This crow was an expert at provoking even the most composed individuals. Sister. Ning Qingru chased the crow but couldn't catch it, finally calling out into the house. Come see the troublemaker's bird. Ning Qingya heard the commotion and stepped out of the villa. Oh, my dear, beautiful, and generous mistress, come here. The crow immediately changed its tune upon seeing Ning Qingya, flying to her shoulder to curry favor. Ning Qingya was amused, gently stroking its feathers. Sis, you won't believe it. This bird just called me and dad fools. Ning Qingru stomped her foot in frustration as she watched the crow act like a completely different bird. It must have been taught by that troublemaker who spends all day painting, raising birds, and teaching them to insult people. Caw, caw, caw. The crow, perched on Ning Qingya's shoulder, flapped its wings and protested. Most beautiful mistress, they were the ones talking bad about the master behind his back. I swear on my crow honor. Ning Qingru and Ning Tianxiong both had guilty expressions. They hadn't expected the crow to actually overhear their gossip. Wang Shikong wheeled himself over, chuckling. Its mouth can be a bit foul. The great crow never insults good people, the crow declared with pride, causing the father and daughter to glare at it. All right. Ning Qingya observed the clever little creature. Your name is Kindness, right? I named it, Wang Shikong said, giving the crow a stern look. Enough with the nonsense. The crow cawed affectionately, nuzzling against Ning Qingya. It was only the size of a palm, with glossy feathers and eyes and beak that sparkled like diamonds. How cute. Ning Qingya was amused by it, then turned to her father. Dad, don't take it out on the bird. By the way, I have good news. I've just received a great opportunity, and I'm preparing to enter a new quest. Really? You completed the previous task? Ning Tianxiong's eyes lit up. Yes, it's a follow-up mission. Wow, you're amazing, sis. Ning Qingru exclaimed in delight. That's wonderful. Ning Tianxiong said excitedly. With this opportunity, we'll have a better foothold in the guild. The competition has been fierce lately. Yes, this task might take some time, Ning Qingya smiled. It's hard to say how much opportunity we'll gain. Your talent surpasses mine and many experts in the guild, Ning Tianxiong said with pride, patting his daughter's head. Believe in yourself. You're the best. Dad, praise me too. Ning Qingru playfully shook her father's hand. My little girl is also amazing. Ning Tianxiong laughed heartily. Caw, caw, caw. The crow suddenly let out a piercing cry. You little troublemaker. Ning Qingru puffed her cheeks and glared at it. Wang Shikong pondered once his wife attained the greatest opportunity, it would be his turn to act. Come on, let's go eat. Ning Qingyao laughed, pushing Wang Shikong's wheelchair inside. Ning Tianxiong watched his daughter's retreating figure, his brow gradually furrowing. Damn bird, such a foul mouth, geez. The Count received books and ancient musical scores related to the legendary hero, Senior Diqing. After dinner, Wang Shikong had a brief conversation with Ning Qingya before returning to the Endless Continent. He summoned Old Lei and selected dozens of precious books from the library. Although the library's books were not available for loan, his status as a count allowed him to bypass these rules. Old Lei, I'll be away for a few days, Wang Shikong said as he took the books and continued. Post a task to recruit 2 talents familiar with Blue Star's social media promotion, with a reward of 1,000 yuan. Once the auction house matters are settled, inform me via communication. As you command, my lord, Old Lei replied respectfully. With the books secured, Wang Shikong left directly. Old Lei's management indeed saved him a lot of trouble, especially with the auction house's trivial matters. However, he still needed to find 2 reliable people on Blue Star to handle the auction promotion. The urgent task was to enhance his strength in preparation for the journey to Diqing's legacy site. Arriving at the teleportation array, Wang Shikong transported directly to the eastern coast of Shanghai. The east gate of Shanghai City was just 5 kilometers from the coast. Since the appearance of extraterrestrial demons and void rifts, half of the endless continent's oceans had been occupied by these demons. The sea east of Shanghai City suffered severe pollution. To guard against demon army attacks from the sea, a 100-kilometer-long wall was built here. It was also an ideal leveling ground for cultivators. Passing through the wall's entrance, he saw a murky, polluted sea. In the distant sky, demonic seabirds circled, and along the shore, demonic sea creatures occasionally crawled out of the water, with many cultivators hunting them. Following the route in his memory, Wang Shikong moved to the right. After traveling over 50 kilometers in 2 hours, he finally reached the land-connected island extending into the sea. The island was lush with trees stretching for dozens of kilometers. This was the top-tier leveling ground that many guilds fought over in the previous life. Since the monsters over level 20 were as powerful as first-turn cultivators, and the highest level currently was only 14, this place was temporarily untouched. On the shore lay sword turtle demons, with heavy shells and heads like sharp blades, and exceptionally sharp limbs. The system displayed, Sword Turtle Demon Common, Level 18, Health 28002-800, Physique 100, Magic 40. Skills, 1. Sand Shield Protection, 2. Leaping Blade Slash, 3. Spinning Turtle Charge, 4. Earth Piercing Stab. Despite their slow movement, making them easy to kite, their high defense made them popular among cultivators. Shanliang, stop sleeping, it's time to work, Wang Shikong called to the dozing crow. Caw, caw, caw. The crow responded sleepily, like a diligent worker. Soon, 10 sword turtle demons were lured over. Wang Shikong used the 5 elements magic fusion technique, and in less than 30 seconds, he wiped out the group of monsters effortlessly. The crow continued to lure more, while Wang Shikong sat calmly, systematically hunting them down. Ding, the system notification sounded. You're level 1, Spirit 5, Physique 2. After defeating hundreds of blade turtle demons, Wang Shikong's level finally broke through to level 10. At that moment, the divine book in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. He paused in surprise and curiously flipped through the pages. When he reached the 4th page, he found it completely different from the previous ones. Words appeared on the page. The deity says, "Under my gaze, you shall gain courage." Below the text was an image of a pair of eyes, seemingly embedded in the book, glowing with layers of light intermingled with threads of black, exuding an intimidating majesty. As soon as Wang Shikong met their gaze, a beam of light shot directly into his own eyes. A system notification immediately sounded, announcing that he had acquired the Divine Eye technique. This skill had 2 major effects. First, when focusing on allies, their attributes would increase by 1 per second, consuming 0.5 of his mental energy. Second, when focusing on adversaries, their attributes would decrease by 1 per second, with the effect doubling if they made eye contact, also consuming 0.5 of his mental energy. The system noted that the energy consumption would increase when dealing with higher-level entities. This was an extremely rare type of bloodline magic, distinct from regular magic that required learning, as it was awakened through special potions or bloodline activation. Although rare, once obtained, bloodline magic was akin to reaching a godly level of mastery. Wang Shikong recalled that in his previous life, the number of people with bloodline magic was less than 1 in a billion. Seeing that over 20 spells in the Divine Book were still waiting to be unlocked, enough to support him up to the 3rd transformation stage, Wang Shikong felt elated. He took out a guqin and placed it on his wheelchair, enjoying the sea breeze while studying musical scores. Over the next 5 days, he remained on Lulian Island. He only engaged with demons twice a day, each session lasting half an hour until his mental energy was depleted. The rest of his time was spent drinking tea, reading books, and practicing the guqin, making the most of his time. Soon, the system notified him that he had reached level 12, gaining a 5 increase in mental energy and a 2 increase in constitution. He had also nearly finished studying almost 30 books. The next morning, Wang Shikong set out in his wheelchair to the location of the Imperial Guqin inheritance task. Once there, he placed the guqin on his lap and began to play. On this continent, the key to guqin performance was the mastery of elements. As the melodious sound of the guqin filled the air, a teleportation array gradually formed beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a courtyard, unexpectedly encountering 6 others present. His gaze fell upon a woman, and he was momentarily taken aback. She was a stunning beauty in a form-fitting silver-white battle armor, exuding an irresistible allure with every movement. This was none other than the renowned Hua Yi Wu, the only woman revered as the goddess of color. Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful and powerful, but she was also the only female guild leader of a super guild. Wang Shikong had a history with her. Her guild, Shenkai, consistently suppressed his guild, Jinxiu, and their clashes always ended in Jinxiu's defeat. Her subordinates frequently mocked his paralysis, calling Jinxiu a worthless guild. At that moment, a voice rang out. Guild leader, should we kill him? President, should we kill him? A young man's voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard. Wang Shikong snapped back to the present, squinting as he assessed the situation before him. We're not the kind to kill indiscriminately. Huai shook her head, then turned to Wang Shikong with curiosity. Hey there, handsome, are you here for the task too? Task. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of a task involving the Imperial Zither. He concealed his murderous intent and nodded slightly. A legacy task. Huai probed further. Wang Shikong stared at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No. The truth of history. Huai continued to test him. Wang Shikong silently praised her for her cunning, worthy of someone capable of establishing a super guild. She had been lying when she mentioned the legacy task, probing for information, but now she spoke truthfully about the historical truth. Yet, what was this historical truth task? I found information about this place in an ancient book. He cleverly sidestepped a direct answer. Tasks about legendary heroes aren't easy to complete, Huai remarked, not pressing further. Since you're here too, it must be fate. Let's do this task together. All right, Wang Shikong agreed, glancing around before asking, what's the first task? A woman nearby pointed to a glowing blue elemental gate ahead. Make a zither. Only by crafting an acceptable zither can you pass through that energy gate. Wang Shikong noticed that each of the 6 people had a guqin placed before them, indicating they had been here for some time. Surrounding them in a circle were various crafting materials. The body of the zither was fixed wood, but the strings offered more than 20 options, including metal, silk, animal tendon, and special plastics. Hello, handsome. I'm Huai, president of the Shinkai Guild. Huai introduced herself. May I know your name? Hello, President Huai, I'm Shikong. Shikong, did you find any clues in that book? Huai asked with a smile. We've made dozens of gyukins, but none have succeeded. Wang Shikong carefully examined their gyukins and the surrounding materials. Do these strings have elemental differences? No, none contain elemental power. Huai shook her head. Wang Shikong maneuvered his wheelchair to inspect each string. The courtyard was only about 200 square meters, devoid of anything but the zither-making materials. He approached the energy gate and reached out to touch it. An acceptable guqin must be crafted to pass through, a prompt informed him. Great, this guy in the wheelchair doesn't know either. The young man who initially suggested killing him frowned at the scene before him. President, we've been here for an entire day. This is such a waste of time. Have you made any progress finding someone to crack this in the real world? There's no news yet, Huai replied, shaking her head in disappointment as she looked at Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong surveyed the arrangement of the strings across the entire area and thoughtfully said, Qian is west, Yi is east, Qin is north, Li is south, Kuan is center, Sun is northeast, Zhen is southwest. What? Everyone was puzzled by these cryptic words. Wang Shikong looked at them calmly. The musical scale of the endless continent, don't you understand? Hua Yi's eyes lit up as she muttered. Qian represents metal in the 5 elements. Yi represents wood, Qin represents water. Shikong, are you saying the positions of the strings correspond to the 5 elements in the directions of wind and thunder? Smart. Wang Shikong nodded in approval. Hua Yi truly lived up to her reputation as the president of a super guild with an exceptionally sharp mind. Chen Quan, Go make a guqin, Huai instructed immediately. How do I make it? The young man named Chen Quan asked, looking bewildered. Huai patiently explained. Select the strings corresponding to the positions of the 5 elements. She shook her head. I'll do it myself. President, let me try. Chen Quan quickly volunteered, but then asked in confusion, but how do we distinguish north, south, east, and west? All the buildings in the endless continent face south. Huai pointed to a building ahead. Look at the direction over there. President, you're amazing. You even remember such details. Several girls gathered around to help, their faces full of admiration. Wang Shikong silently observed everything. This was his first time collaborating with the Empress of Colors on a mission, and he had to admit her abilities were impressive. This is just a small trick, Huai said, picking up the strings and turning to Wang Shikong with a smile. Thanks to your reminder. Your intelligence truly impresses me. Wang Shikong had to acknowledge her charm and high emotional intelligence. I just read about it in a book. There's no guarantee this will work, he said modestly. You're lucky then, muttered 2 young men nearby, a hint of jealousy in their voices as they watched the president praise the man in the wheelchair. Stop talking and start making the guqin. Make one for Shikong too, Huai ordered. Soon, 7 gyukins were made. Huai handed one to Wang Shikong and led the way to the energy gate. She stepped forward lightly and disappeared into it. It really works. Fantastic. Thank you, handsome Shikong. The girls were ecstatic and followed her inside. Wang Shikong smiled slightly, relieved that all the research had paid off. He followed them through the energy gate. Shikong, do you know anything about the 2nd level? Huai paused, turning to look at him with an expectant smile in her eyes. I can offer you 10,000 yuan as a token of gratitude, okay? Faced with such an enchanting Huai, Wang Shikong knew no man could refuse, himself included. He feigned hesitation and said, Huai, you should know this is the place of the legendary hero Di Qin, right? Brother, you're not actually disabled? You broke your own legs on purpose. One of the young men couldn't help but blurt out in shock as the group of 6, led by Huai, listened to Wang Shikong's words. Before taking on this mission, they had thoroughly researched the legendary hero Di Qin's story. Born into a cursed family, he was paralyzed from birth and could only move with the help of a wheelchair. Yet, in his later years, he became the continent's strongest support, joining forces with 17 other powerful figures to overthrow the old god's reign, eventually earning his place as a legendary hero. Does his secret realm offer benefits to those with leg disabilities? Wang Shikong nodded slightly, secretly thinking that he seemed to have caught the habit of lying from the god of light. Blame it on the god of light. Is this information you found in that book? Huai asked thoughtfully. Those who share my plight and have great ambition, I shall grant them a special encounter. Wang Shikong said mysteriously in archaic language, adding, I don't know the specifics either. President, it's possible, analyzed Chen Quan, a young man in the group. After all, this is the secret realm of a legendary hero. His tasks won't be simple, but breaking your own legs is too extreme and painful. This is the real world. The pain of crippling yourself is unimaginable. We don't know the specifics yet, so there's no need for you all to break your legs and sit in a wheelchair, Wang Shikong kindly reminded them. Either way, thank you for the information, Shikong, Huai said, handing him a reward of 100,000 yuan. This is for the information you've provided us. Thank you. I'll gladly accept it. You've earned it. Huai smiled, then turned her gaze forward. Shikong, do you know anything about the 2nd level of the trial? Following her gaze, Wang Shikong saw a beautiful garden with unique, vibrant trees from the endless continent, like the fire element tree, Qingyan flower tree, and cloud blossom branch, arranged artistically. Beyond the garden, there was nothing else of note, except for another entrance visible 1,000 meters away through the gaps in the trees. Wang Shikong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Then let's just go ahead, Huai said, and the group began to walk into the garden. Buzz. After walking only 5 or 6 meters, the scene suddenly changed. Wang Shikong stopped abruptly, looking around in surprise. He had been in the garden just moments ago, but now he found himself in a surreal space, with no sign of Huai or the others. In front of him, 7 paths, about 4 meters long, were laid out, each displaying a color characteristic of the elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. A maze. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating, when suddenly a soothing sound of an ancient zither filled the space. What is this? He looked puzzled. After a brief hesitation, he randomly chose a path to walk down. However, just 3 seconds later, he found himself inexplicably back at the starting point. He mused. Returning to the start must mean I chose the wrong path. There are only 7 paths ahead. Do I have to try them all? No, it can't be that simple. He listened to the zither music as he quickly tried another path to test his theory. Soon, he was back at the starting point again, furrowing his brow in thought. Wang Shikong sat still, attentively listening to the ever-changing music. He pondered whether he should use the guqin he crafted to learn and play these melodies, but the music never repeated, making it extremely difficult to record. Let's try the illusion-breaking melody. He picked up the guqin and began to play the score taught by the crow. As the illusion-breaking melody resonated, the surrounding space rippled subtly, and the scene before him transformed instantly, returning him to the garden. Kindness really does pay off. Wang Shikong smiled, looking around. The figures of Huai and the others had vanished, seemingly trapped in their own illusions. He felt a tinge of concern. Will they be able to find their way out? After advancing only 2 meters, the scene changed again, and the illusory maze reappeared, with 7 paths unfolding before him once more. No wonder it's the trial of a legendary hero, he mused. This time, he didn't immediately use the illusion-breaking melody, but instead tried to record and play the music to choose a path, yet he still failed. As he pondered deeply for nearly half an hour, a figure drenched in sweat suddenly appeared from behind it. Was Chen Quan. How did you get out? They both asked simultaneously. I ran out quickly. It exhausted me. Chen Quan panted. But just as he was about to approach, his figure mysteriously vanished. This detail sparked a thought in Wang Shikong. He carefully observed the surrounding trees, 7 types of trees, corresponding to 7 elements, and they were not arranged in parallel but in an interlocking pattern, suggesting a certain order. He began to record the elemental attributes of each tree and discovered the solution. Identify the tree's elemental attribute, find the corresponding elemental path, wait for the matching musical scale, enter the passage. Following this pattern, he successfully navigated the first path, and a new set of 7 paths appeared before him. This was the pattern. Wang Shikong had finally uncovered the key to solving this trial. Once the pattern was discovered, everything became simpler. Wang Shikong effortlessly maneuvered his wheelchair, navigating through 14 intersections before returning to the garden with ease. A faint smile played on his lips as he progressed steadily. Wow, he's come so far already. How did he do it? Hey, wait for us, a surprised voice called out from behind as Wang Shikong advanced about 50 meters. He turned his wheelchair to face the group that had just emerged, curiously asking, how did you all get out? Huai's eyes sparkled. We were released, but according to the hint, taking just 1 step would trap us in the maze again. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. The legendary hero's secret realm isn't a dead end like the light god's legacy. Escaping from the illusion maze clearly offers a chance for examiners to find the pattern. How did you get so far? Huai couldn't help but ask. I found the pattern, Wang Shikong answered calmly. What pattern? You're amazing, a girl exclaimed in awe. Bro, did you find information in a book and not tell us? A young man pressed. Wang Shikong shook his head and explained, I discovered it myself. To navigate the maze, you need to observe the elemental properties of the trees ahead. Each tree embodies an elemental trait, corresponding to 7 elemental paths and 7 harp strings. In the music of the illusion maze, when you hear the corresponding scale, choose the matching elemental path to pass through. Really? You found the pattern so quickly, that's impressive, the girl admired. Wang Shikong humbly smiled. It was just luck. You can try this method. I'll head back for lunch. See you in the afternoon. With that, he waved goodbye, gradually disappearing from sight. As they watched Wang Shikong log off, the group exchanged glances. President, is what he said true? A young man couldn't help but ask. Huai shook her head. He has no reason to deceive us. She thoughtfully surveyed the surrounding trees. Chen Quan interjected. I've seen him before. He must have gotten information from a book. Otherwise, he couldn't have discovered the pattern so quickly. Such a complex pattern couldn't have been found so fast. What book did he read? Even the information about the legendary hero's secret realm? The powerful remnant soul that gave us the task doesn't even know about this place. A girl wondered aloud. Qianqian blinked her eyes. Should I try to seduce him to find out when he returns? Qianqian, you little flirt, you just want to hook up with him because he's handsome, right? Another girl teased. No, I'm not. Qianqian pouted in protest. I'm doing this for the mission. You can't blame me. President, what do you think? Huai smiled helplessly. Stop it. Qianqian, if you really like him, go ahead and pursue him. This Shikong is indeed smart and quite good-looking. After hesitating for a moment, Huai spoke up. I'll prepare 6 wheelchairs when we return to reality. Get ready. What? Are we really going to cripple ourselves? That's too painful. Qianqian's face turned pale instantly. Huai remained silent. Based on her observations, it was clear that the other time and space had hidden some important information from them. Although the other side was unwilling to be explicit, and they couldn't force it, there was an undeniable fact. In that time and space, people were indeed disabled and relied on wheelchairs to move. There must be some deeper meaning to this, perhaps offering some special advantage in this phase. Half an hour later, Wang Shikong returned after lunch and immediately saw 6 figures sitting in wheelchairs in front of him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. Finally fell for it, expression flashing in his mind. Although everything was as he anticipated, knowing that his actions would inevitably lead the Empress Huai to choose to cripple their legs, seeing it unfold was still amusing. This was truly a case of being too clever for their own good. Members of the Shinkai Guild had mocked him as a cripple in the past, but now it seemed, Shikong brother, you're back? Qian sensed movement behind her and quickly turned around, calling out sweetly. Shikong brother, you're amazing. We progressed easily following your hints. Thank you. You're welcome, Wang Shikong replied, suppressing his laughter. You're all in wheelchairs too? It wasn't really necessary. The president made us do it. Breaking our legs was just too painful, Qian said painfully. To become strong, you must endure pain that ordinary people cannot, Huai told Qian before turning to Wang Shikong with a smile. Let's move forward quickly. Once they found the pattern, their progress was swift. However, after more than an hour, they stopped 100 meters from the entrance. There are no trees around here? How do we cross this last 100 meters? Chen Quan asked, puzzled, looking around before finally focusing on the president and Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong fell into thought. The sudden absence of trees in the last 100 meters, what did it mean? He raised an eyebrow at the trees behind them, took out a guqin, and speculated. The last 100 meters might require combining all the elemental trees to play a melody. Huai pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's very likely. I'll give it a try. Chen Quan immediately wheeled himself forward. In less than 10 minutes, he excitedly appeared at the end. Huh. It really worked. Shikong, you're amazing. He pointed to the guqin on his wheelchair and continued. Sitting in the wheelchair makes playing the guqin quite convenient. Wang Shikong's expression turned peculiar at the last comment. Indeed, imagination could be the most dangerous thing. He adjusted his glasses, looked at the Empress Huai in her wheelchair ahead, and smiled confidently. Almost there. The three girls' excited discussions echoed through the corridor as they prepared to enter the third level. What do you think the third level will be like? The first and second levels were so hard. Luckily, we had Time-Space Guy with us. Yeah, he's just amazing. 7 figures in wheelchairs slowly approached the entrance to the third level. Wang Shikong followed at the back of the group, a faint smile on his face. As they passed through the archway, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The scene before them was shocking. A once beautiful courtyard had transformed into a chaotic ruin. Fallen trees and shattered stones were scattered everywhere, the stone pavement stained a dark red. Most horrifying of all were the countless skeletal remains, numbering at least in the thousands. How can there be so many bones here? Why are there so many dead people? Wang Shikong frowned as he carefully surveyed the surroundings. Chen Quan suddenly pointed ahead. Look, there are words on the ground. About 3 meters away, twisted dark red letters were etched into the ground. All who enter will die. 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 The writing seemed to be the last desperate message of someone in agony. Nearby lay a fresh corpse. Wang Shikong felt a growing sense of unease. The first 2 levels had followed a typical secret realm inheritance style, but the drastic shift in tone for the third level was unsettling. This place is strange. Be careful, Huai said, her bright eyes scanning the area before turning to Wang Shikong. Shikong, do you know anything about this level? No, Wang Shikong shook his head. Let's be cautious and investigate. Pushing his wheelchair forward, Wang Shikong began to observe carefully. The skeletal remains were ancient, with their weapons and zither long decayed, and their clothing reduced to vague outlines. On either side of the courtyard, several rooms had their doors open. Wang Shikong entered the nearest one and found neatly arranged white garments, preserved well, with elemental formations he couldn't decipher. As he continued to the dry pond in the center of the courtyard, signs of extensive damage were evident. The deeper he went, the denser the skeletal remains became. Wang Shikong noticed one skeleton with relatively intact clothing similar to the white garments found in the rooms. Intriguingly, this skeleton's legs appeared to have been deliberately broken. Further observation revealed a pattern. All the skeletons wearing white had broken legs, while those in other clothing mostly had intact legs. This discovery made him ponder deeply. Suddenly, a girl's voice broke the silence. President, this must be Di Qin's study. His diary should be inside. Wang Shikong looked up to see an incongruous building at the far end, a square metal house, standing there awkwardly. He mused. Were they tasked with finding Di Qin's diary? Searching for that so-called historical truth? The bronze metal gate stood imposingly, covered with intricate elemental array patterns across its 3-meter-high and 5-meter-wide surface. The most striking feature was a main line extending from the gate down to a circular array on the ground, about 20 meters in diameter. 2 young body cultivators, Chen Quan and Hu Lang, immediately pushed a wheelchair forward, attempting to open the gate together. With a dull hum, the gate remained immovable. We can't open it. This gate probably requires a special method, Chen Quan said, shaking his head. Hu Lang pointed to the ground. Look, the pattern on the gate has a main line connecting to this special pattern below. Maybe we need to start here. Everyone's attention shifted to the pattern in front of the gate. Wang Shikong silently observed, thinking it resembled some kind of elemental summoning array. As he approached for a closer look, he noticed hundreds of scattered skeletons on the pattern. Let's clear these bones first, Huai suggested. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. A branch materialized in his hand, extending to wrap around the corpses and pull them away. Your control over elements is impressive, Brother Shikong, Hu Lang exclaimed. Not too bad. Wang Shikong replied humbly, while carefully examining the bodies. He noticed a shocking detail. 90% of the skeletons had broken legs and wore the same white clothing. More disturbingly, the bones were not intact. The leg and foot bones were neatly severed by a sharp weapon. Huai also noticed this anomaly. Sitting in her wheelchair, she wielded her sword to summon wind elements, sweeping the bones aside. The decayed frames scattered in the wind, with skulls and limbs detaching. Wang Shikong pondered silently, realizing that Hua Yi had not yet acquired the epic weapon that would earn her the title Hua Yi Butterfly Dance, the ribbon. As the bones were cleared, the ground pattern gradually revealed itself. To the right, a stone platform and seat emerged, engraved with spells related to the ancient zither. Qian excitedly called out, "President, come here. There are ancient zither spells." The group gathered to inspect, finding the stone platform etched with techniques for manipulating the fire element and a zither spell sheet titled Fireworks. This zither technique was unique. Although the first release required 35 seconds, subsequent uses decreased in time 22 seconds for the second, 18 for the third, 15 for the fourth, and 13 for the fifth. Compared to the typical 25-second casting time for spellcasters, this diminishing mechanism was advantageous, with the only downside being that the caster couldn't move. Wang Shikong continued to search, discovering more stone seats and platforms corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as wind and thunder elements. Interestingly, the bones at the wind and thunder sites were complete, without any severed limbs. When the entire 20-meter diameter circular pattern was fully exposed, Wang Shikong stood at the front, recalling the severed skeletons they had cleared. A terrifying thought suddenly struck him. An altar? An altar? An altar? He gasped, shocked by this revelation. Wang Shikong stood before the altar, his brow furrowed. He recalled what someone had said in his previous life about the legendary hero's inheritance site, which now seemed likely to be misleading. The scene before him had an 80% chance of being an evil altar rather than a sacred place of inheritance. Is this an elemental array? Hu Lang asked, looking around the stone platforms. Do we need to perform spells at each platform to open the door? Probably, Chun Quan replied, examining the altar with a few girls while pointing at the surrounding skeletons with curiosity. But could it really be that simple? What's with all these bodies? Wang Shikong squinted and suddenly recited, "Many seek the inheritance, the weak meet their end." The sudden use of classical language left everyone momentarily stunned. Qian flashed a sweet smile and leaned closer. "Brother Shikong, did you think of something?" "Actually, I'm not here for a mission," Wang Shikong admitted. "I learned about the Emperor's Harp's secret realm from a book. The records were vague, and I just recalled some phrases based on what I see here. So, there really is an inheritance of the Emperor's Harp here?" Hua Yi pondered. Did those bodies perish because they were too weak to claim the inheritance? Chun Quan exclaimed excitedly. The inheritance of a legendary hero. Not sure, Wang Shikong shook his head. But our task is to find the diary in the Emperor's Harp study. A legendary hero's study must have more than just a diary, Hu Lang said with bright eyes. There could be other treasures. The group of 7 quickly assigned their positions. Wang Shikong chose the lightning element platform, revealing his impressive 98-point lightning affinity, which earned him praise from Qian. She opted for the water element, boasting an 85-point water affinity. Hua Yi chose the wind element platform, but soon noticed something strange. Why are the wind and lightning platforms not part of the elemental array? Hua Yi asked in confusion. Wang Shikong explained, the 5 elements are integrated into the circular altar, while wind and lightning are set apart, likely for a special purpose. Wang Shikong's eyes flickered as he quietly listened to Hua Yi's analysis. We should first master the basic application of the Qin technique elements before moving on to the spell music scores, Hua Yi thoughtfully suggested. That seems right. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. There are stone seats here, which will make it more convenient for us to practice. The group dispersed and took their seats. Wang Shikong focused intently on studying the model for using the Qin technique with lightning elements. In less than 10 minutes, a system prompt informed him that he had completed his learning. He immediately began to play according to the model, and the melodious sound of the Qin resonated in the air. After 35 seconds, lightning began to gather around Wang Shikong. The system indicated that he had reached the beginner level, a speed that astonished everyone present. Brother Shikong, you're amazing. I haven't even grasped a tenth of it, Qian exclaimed, her eyes shining. Wang Shikong humbly explained. Calmly focusing with the Guqin to control elemental power is indeed more challenging than ordinary elemental manipulation, but all methods ultimately converge. His words motivated the others. Hua Yi, unwilling to be outdone, intensified her practice, but it took her 50 minutes to barely play the mysterious wind. Watching Wang Shikong's impressive learning speed, she couldn't help but wonder if he had prior experience with similar skills. The next day, Wang Shikong had already mastered the Thunderwood melody from the spell music scores. Surprisingly, this thunder attribute spell was a support recovery type. He immediately tried to cast it, and as the melody played, Arcs of lightning formed within a 20-meter radius, providing recovery boosts and speed enhancements for his teammates. No way, you've already mastered the Qin technique? Chen Quan said incredulously. I estimate it'll take me at least 3 more days. I practiced all night, Wang Shikong responded modestly, even though it wasn't true. He found the Qin technique quite simple, but hearing that Chen Quan needed 3 days made him feel slightly helpless. Huai acknowledged, Shikong, you indeed have a unique talent in the Qin technique. Seeing his companion's slow progress, Wang Shikong offered to help Huai. With the combination of wind and thunder, I can use the Guqin to channel lightning elements around you, similar to a spell training room. With Wang Shikong's assistance, Huai's practice efficiency tripled. They only paused for lunch. After Wang Shikong left, Qian exclaimed dramatically, oh no, my romance ended before it even began. Handsome Shikong helped the president all morning. He must have fallen for her. Don't talk nonsense. Huai glared at her, but a ripple stirred in her heart. Thinking of Wang Shikong's focused demeanor while playing the Qin, she couldn't help but feel proud of her own charm. But she quickly reminded herself, career first, men second. Around 4 in the afternoon, Huai smiled upon hearing the guidance from Tian Dao and turned to Wang Shikong, saying sincerely, thank you, Shikong. You're welcome, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head. His gaze swept over Chen Quan, Qian, and the others before he continued. Huai, I have a pretty good learning ability. How about I also learn the method of merging the 5 elements to help them? Won't that be too tiring for you? Huai looked at him with a glimmer in her eyes. She had already sensed that this person named Shikong had a fondness for her and was eager to showcase his talents. It won't be tiring. Wang Shikong shook his head again, looking at their companions still diligently practicing. It might take them 3 days to master it on their own. Plus, I only have the basic skills of the thunder element's musical techniques. I still need to learn the other 6 elements. I'll accompany you, then. It might speed things up, Huai said with a smile. Great. At that moment, Qian waved at him and called out. There's really a difference between people. Shikong, help me first. All right, Wang Shikong nodded. I need to first grasp the basics of the metal element's musical techniques, as metal generates water. After quickly mastering the metal element, Wang Shikong went over to Qian. As she marveled at his learning ability, she quietly asked, do you have your eye on our leader? Our leader is single, and she has countless admirers, but someone as outstanding and handsome as you is indeed rare. Wang Shikong was taken aback. Our leader is so beautiful, it's normal for you to like her, Qian said, thinking she had hit the nail on the head, and added with a smile, I can help you in the future. Wang Shikong chuckled, let's focus on helping you first. Hee, you help me, and I'll help you, Qian said knowingly. Under Wang Shikong's guidance, Qian and the others improved their learning speed remarkably, but it still took them an entire day to fully master it. Next, do we have to play together to inject energy into the elemental array and open the door? Qian asked eagerly. That seems to be the case, Huai nodded, her gaze also turning to Wang Shikong. These past few days, his intelligence and learning ability had truly impressed her. Do you know the rules of playing the Guqin? Wang Shikong suddenly asked. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he smiled and explained. Before playing the Guqin, there are certain etiquettes to observe. Sit upright. Maintain a dignified demeanor. Keep your feet aligned. Don't let your ears wander. Don't let your eyes stray. Keep your hands clean. Ensure your fingers are strong. Understand the melody, and complete the piece. Brother Shikong, you're speaking too profoundly, Chen Quan said, feeling dizzy. Just tell it straight. Wang Shikong pointed to a nearby building. Did you notice that building over there? It contains a set of attire. I guess we need to be properly dressed before playing. He then pointed to a dried-up pool. That pool was probably meant for washing hands, though it's now dry. Changing clothes and washing hands. Qian raised an eyebrow at Wang Shikong, a hint of surprise in her eyes. This white attire certainly wouldn't appear here without reason. Huai couldn't help but take a closer look at Wang Shikong. Among the men she had encountered, she had never met someone so learned and meticulous. Chen Quan and the others also had to admire his keen observational skills. Let's change clothes. Everyone quickly donned the white garments, and Wang Shikong followed suit. I have mineral water in my space ring. Here, everyone wash your hands. The jackal took out several bottles of mineral water and distributed them. Wang Shikong took a bottle and carefully washed his hands. Once everyone was seated, they asked in unison, is there anything else we should be aware of? Wang Shikong lightly licked his lips and slowly recited, desire should be subtle, within bounds. Light desires should not float. Heavy desires should not be coarse. Restrained desire should have balance. Unrestrained desire should be natural. Forceful desires should not be felt. Indulgent desires should be calm. Slow desires should not break. Urgent desires should not be chaotic. Seeing their confused faces, he added, stay calm and sincere. A sincere heart? No problem. They responded immediately. Begin the performance. At Wang Shikong's command, they started playing. As they were all beginners, the prelude lasted 35 seconds. Then, the magic of the 7 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder suddenly appeared. Those playing the 5 elements, including Qian, felt their clothes tighten. The elemental formation on the garments had been activated. Amidst the rumbling, the 5 elements' magic intertwined in the air, forming a constantly rotating multicolored wheel, like a dazzling millstone. A powerful vitality surged forth, with specks of floral light blooming in the void. The wind and thunder elemental power of Wang Shikong and Hua Yi infused from above, making the multicolored light even more brilliant. Chun Quan and the others' clothes began to glow, and the light wheel above transformed into streams of light that entered their bodies, passed through their heads and bodies, and finally flowed towards the altar beneath them. Damn, my stamina is depleting so fast, Chun Quan suddenly said, his face pale. The other 5 also turned pale, their mental and physical strength rapidly waning. The altar, like a parched riverbed receiving rain, quickly filled with energy, emitting a dazzling light. When the altar was fully lit, it seemed like an awakened giant whale, instantly absorbing all the surrounding energy. With several thuds, Chun Quan and the others collapsed. Just as expected, Wang Shikong stopped playing, watching the altar, which was brewing some kind of summoning. What happened? Qian and the others. Hua Yi looked at Wang Shikong in shock. Don't worry, they've respawned at the revival point, Wang Shikong explained with a smile, adjusting his glasses. Revival point? What? Hua Yi asked, puzzled. This is an altar. To activate it, a life sacrifice is needed, Wang Shikong said calmly. Hua Yi froze at his words, anger igniting in her eyes. Shikong, what have you been hiding from me? Wang Shikong looked at her helplessly. President Hua Yi, are we that close? Aren't you being a bit narcissistic? With that, he summoned 2 skeletons to help him onto a wheelchair, a divine book appearing in his hand, and he smiled at her politely. Narcissist? Pawn. When Hua Yi heard Wang Shikong's words, her light brown eyes flared with anger, her teeth clenched tightly, and her delicate face flushed with rage. She stared intently at the man before her, who had once led them with gentlemanly grace, teaching them music and magic, while her heart churned with unquenchable fury. So, everything you've done these past few days was just an act? You went to such lengths to gain our trust, only to use us. Hua Yi took a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she fixed her icy gaze on him. You knew about our mission from the start. Wang Shikong leaned back in his wheelchair, a composed smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect to run into you here. As for going to great lengths, you're overthinking it. It was just a matter of convenience. Convenience. The word nearly shattered Hua Yi's composure. She keenly picked up on the underlying meaning. Do we have a vendetta? Something like that, Wang Shikong replied indifferently. Competition between guilds is inherently survival of the fittest. Over time, grudges naturally form. Even now, the rivalry between the Jinxiu Guild and the Shinkai Guild has already begun. Hua Yi looked down at her crippled legs and suddenly realized, there's no such thing as a disability advantage in this Emperor's Harp secret realm, is there? Your legs were already paralyzed. Smart, as expected from the president of the Shinkai Guild. Wang Shikong nodded in approval, his gaze sweeping over the still glowing altar. I'll make sure your death is dignified. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Oh, what a gentleman, Hua Yi sneered, summoning a sharp sword and driving it into the ground. Using the wind element to support herself, she discreetly swallowed a pill and sat in a wheelchair. At this moment, she had reined in her anger, regaining her queenly poise. How much do you know about this secret realm? She asked, looking towards the altar that exuded a sinister aura. Wang Shikong noticed her subtle action, but merely smiled faintly. I don't know much more about this secret realm than you do. So, the information you mentioned from those books was all false. Hua Yi said expressionlessly. You helped us quickly master magic to prevent us from discovering clues. Those so-called ancient zither rules were just to get Qian and the others to wear white sacrificial garments. I helped you master magic purely to avoid wasting time, Wang Shikong stated bluntly. As for worrying about you discovering clues, completely unnecessary. You were too foolish and already destroyed many traces. Just by looking at the altar's bones, you can find the hint all the bones in white sacrificial garments have broken legs, except for those in the wind and thunder positions. This indicates that the bones on the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and stone seats were forced sacrifices. This altar might not need 7 people to activate. In situations with fewer people, enhancing one's musical proficiency can also activate the altar, but the price is a sacrifice of one's own flesh and blood. When Wang Shikong realized this, Hua Yi and the others had already violently cleared the site of the remains, destroying all possible clues. Our greatest folly was placing too much trust in a despicable person like you, Hua Yi said, gripping her sword tightly, her eyes blazing with anger. First, you gained our trust and deceived us with false books, crippling my legs. Now, as a magic practitioner, and with my legs yet to heal, I'm no match for you as a physical practitioner. I must admit, your scheming is meticulous. Wang Shikong shook his head disdainfully, a mocking smile on his lips. I promised you a dignified death. Tell me, how long until your legs recover? Huai's expression changed, her gaze as sharp as a knife. She hadn't expected her secret efforts to heal her legs to be discovered, nor did she understand why this magic practitioner in a wheelchair was so confidently waiting for her recovery. A magic practitioner with paralyzed legs, daring to face off against a physical practitioner? Silence spread through the air. Wang Shikong sat leisurely in his wheelchair, showing no impatience. After less than a minute, Huai slowly stood, her sword pointed directly at Wang Shikong. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Ladies first. Wang Shikong gestured politely. Die, bastard. Huai snarled through gritted teeth, her sword enveloped in mystical wind, her form a blur as she shouted, Shadow Wind Slash. Wang Shikong held the divine book, smiling as he cast a protective divine light spell. The successive slashes struck the shield, while numerous radiant swords formed around him, targeting Huai's vital points. Seeing her strongest attack easily neutralized, Huai's face fell. The incoming radiant swords took her breath away. She had never seen such rapid spellcasting. Not even the strongest magic practitioners in the guild could compare. She blocked with her sword, but her silver defensive technique collapsed instantly, stopping only 2 swords. The remaining 3 pierced her body directly. What kind of magic is this? The damage is so high. Huai asked in shock, enduring the severe pain. You performed well, Wang Shikong praised. It's rare to withstand 5 of my basic attacks. He conjured the final radiant sword. Any last words? Huai wiped the blood from her mouth, her beautiful face filled with defiance. Yes, she took a deep breath, enunciating each word. Screw you. Wang Shikong shook his head, a sly look in his eye. I'll tell you one last thing, the book does exist. In the Shanghai City Library, 4th Era Historical Records, Bookshelf 4, Shelf 3, Row 2, the first book, Heroic History, on page 13. You'll find the answer you seek. Before the words finished, the radiant sword struck, ending Huai's life. On the top floor of a building in Kyoto, Huai stood by the window, her face cold and stern. Her delicate hand slammed heavily on the solid wood desk, her chest heaving like waves in a storm. With a cold snort, she concentrated, and the surroundings instantly vanished, only to find herself at the resurrection point the next moment. President, you got killed too? At the resurrection point, Qian and 4 others gathered around. They had been waiting there since their revival, and upon seeing Huai, their faces were filled with concern. Huai nodded with a stern expression. Qian immediately asked, what about Brother Shikong? Is he alright? Shikong is a bastard. Huai gritted her teeth. We were all manipulated by him. The elemental array was a sacrificial altar, and he used you all as sacrifices, deceiving and exploiting us from the very beginning. What? Everyone's faces changed dramatically, exchanging incredulous glances. President, so when he made us cripple our legs. Chun Quan's words were cut off by Huai's cold interruption. It was all his manipulation. He's been crippled himself. Damn it, that beast. Chun Quan's eyes widened in rage. When I crippled my legs, I almost cried. Everyone started cursing furiously, and Qian shouted angrily. That damn bastard. I want to cut him to pieces. All my gear and weapons were destroyed. Learn from this. Take it as a lesson. Huai said reluctantly, though she silently vowed to seek revenge. She headed straight for the teleportation array, with Qian and the others following closely. President, where are you going? To find an answer. The 6 of them soon arrived at the Shanghai City Library. Guided by the staff, Huai found the 4th Era Miscellaneous History section, focusing on the 3rd shelf, 2nd column of A Brief History of Heroes. She turned to the 13th page, and upon reading the words, she froze. 4th Era Miscellaneous History section, 3rd shelf, 2nd column. First book of A Brief History of Heroes, page 13. You are a big fool. Ha, fool. The reason why it's called miscellaneous history is because it can be quite wild. Huai was completely undone. She had just told Qian and the others to learn from their mistakes, only to find that Shikong had predicted she would come to read this book. Bastard, I'll be your mortal enemy from now on. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the legendary hero Diqin, Wang Shikong contentedly took stock of the spoils seized from Huai and his companions. As the future leader of a super guild, Huai was equipped entirely with bronze-level gear, and his weapon was of silver grade. This silver artifact alone was worth no less than 1 million in the current market. The bronze equipment from Chun Quan and the others was also quite valuable, making this battle a significant gain. Wang Shikong couldn't help but smile at the thought of Huai heading to the library to find that book. He recalled the expression of the Empress of Illusions when she saw it in the future. In the future Shanghai City, A Brief History of Heroes was so famous that go to the library and check page 13 of A Brief History of Heroes became a widely circulated sarcastic phrase. At that moment, Wang Shikong sensed something unusual and turned his gaze to the altar, which was still emitting an eerie glow. Suddenly, a wheelchair appeared in the center of the altar, and a figure gradually materialized from the feet up. The crow perched on Wang Shikong's shoulder opened its eyes, watching the scene with surprise. Seated in the wheelchair was an old man in a pristine white robe, his face lined with wrinkles of varying depths. His silver hair and beard were neatly groomed, and his deep eyes exuded a cold indifference. The old man glanced at his arm, smiled slightly, and looked down at Wang Shikong. Young man, what year is it now? Are you the legendary hero Diqing? Wang Shikong didn't answer directly, but instead looked at him with interest. You know my name, so why not show respect? I'm asking you a question, Diqing said, frowning, his authoritative gaze fixed on Wang Shikong. As he spoke, a heavy pressure filled the air. Why don't you show me respect from your wheelchair? Wang Shikong replied nonchalantly. Such an insignificant existence, truly without reverence, Diqing said coldly. Considering you summoned me, I'll forgive your rudeness. Weak cultivator, do you wish to inherit my legacy? What do I need to do? Sacrifice 100 people, and I will allow you to follow me. If you can provide enough life-type treasures, I will accept you as my disciple, Diqing said calmly. As the disciple of a legendary hero, you'll be revered by thousands and stand atop the continent. That powerful, able to do whatever I want. Power, status, and women, as long as you desire. And your resurrection spell, can I obtain it? Ha ha ha. If you have the talent, it's not impossible. Diqing laughed, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Diqing glanced at the 5 corpses around and squinted. Next time, sacrifice stronger cultivators. These 5 are too weak. Also, bring 10 beauties. Hearing this, Wang Shikong looked him up and down. Historical records depict Diqing as an inspirational legendary hero. It seems history is indeed written by the victors. You, Diqing, are not a good person at all. Upon hearing this, Diqing's gaze turned cold, filled with murderous intent. After a moment, he restrained his hostility and instead showed a mocking expression. You sacrifice 5 people, kill 1, and call me not a good person? You and I are the same kind. The same kind? Humph. A scum like you, worthy of being compared to me. Wang Shikong stared at him intently, his pupils reflecting layers of black light. The altar towered ominously, shrouded in a chilling aura. Diqing sat regally atop it, his eyes occasionally flickering with a savage light. His demands were harsh and straightforward. One must sacrifice 100 lives to earn the right to follow, offer 10 beauties to approach, and present countless rare treasures to become his disciple. The courtyard was littered with bones, not only of those sacrificed, but also of the sacrificers themselves. At the entrance, blood-red twisted letters loomed menacingly. All who enter shall die. Die, die. This was intricately linked to Hua Yi and his team's mission, unveiling a horrifying historical truth. The legendary hero Diqing was, in fact, a heretic in need of purification. The divine sight, activated, draining both sides' strength with every passing second. Diqing's attributes decreased by 1 each second, and the mutual gaze doubled the decline. Meanwhile, Wang Shikong's mental power dwindled at a rate of 3 per second. Am I worthy of being compared to you? Diqing suddenly erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The laughter abruptly ceased as he gripped his wheelchair, exuding an aura of brutality, like a tyrant on his throne. Weak ants, I have given you many chances. Since you do not appreciate them, enjoy the world's most exquisite family bliss. Diqing spoke ominously, pointing into the void, summoning an ancient zither formed from his attributes. The 5 elements intertwined in the air, transforming into an invisible melody that assaulted Wang Shikong. Despite being only level 15 and confined to the altar, Diqing still displayed astonishing power, epic-level health, unknown constitution and mental strength, mysterious skills, and the heavenly family chair. With more sacrifices, he could even truly resurrect and leave the secret realm. Facing this nearly invincible pre-transformation entity, Wang Shikong responded calmly. He unfurled scrolls of the divine light technique. God said, "Let there be light." Holy light enveloped him, forming layers of defense. Diqing's attacks were relentless, destroying 3 divine light scrolls every second. But Wang Shikong was prepared. The hundreds of scrolls he crafted last time at the Green Snake Legion's main city were enough to hold. Suddenly, the melody became chaotic. Diqing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Wang Shikong, a flicker of instinctive fear in his gaze. You're the old pervert, the god of light. You've resurrected? Diqing's face was filled with panic, disbelief evident in his voice. He could clearly feel his attributes decreasing at a rate of 2 per second, his pupils dilating in fear. The eyes of the god of scorn. This is the eyes of the god of scorn. Wang Shikong simply raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Caw caw caw. The crow was about to speak, but was interrupted by a loud slap. Caw. It cried out in dissatisfaction. Shanliang, after extracting his soul, can you obtain his memories? Wang Shikong asked calmly. The crow shook its head. Caw. Memories are hard to digest. Complex information would pollute the pure mind of the great crow. That will do, Wang Shikong commanded. Eliminate him, consume his soul, and acquire his memories. You're not the old pervert, you're not him. Di Qin lost his usual arrogance, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. You've inherited his legacy. That's impossible. No one can inherit the old pervert's legacy. No one. 10 seconds passed. Wang Shikong watched the opponent calmly. His mental energy was depleted by 30, while Di Qin's attributes had dropped by 20. He casually cast a divine encouragement on the crow, while another scroll of divine encouragement flew towards Di Qin. Bearer of the god of light's legacy who has yet to grow, die. Di Qin snapped back to reality, madness gleaming in his eyes. He flicked the air, instantly shattering the incoming divine encouragement. The sound of ancient zither music intensified as attacks surged towards Wang Shikong. Caw caw caw. Old fool. Your opponent is the great Lord Crow. The crow flapped its wings and called out, the terrifying dark elements forming a vortex in front of its wings. Welcome to the world of the crow. The space transformed instantly, enveloping them in a dark, decaying world. A blood-red moon hung high, emitting an eerie glow. Countless gray scarecrows were planted in the blackened soil, each inhabited by a blood-eyed crow, all fixated on Di Qin. Misfortune favors you, and doom enshrouds you. The crow flew forward, its blood-red eyes roiling with an endless sea of bones. Eye of Calamity. The blood moon in the sky seemed to open a terrifying compound eye, staring at Di Qin. Caw caw caw. Embrace the purification of the great Lord Crow. The crow laughed maniacally, unleashing a terrifying attack. Wang Shikong, witnessing the crow's true power for the first time, was profoundly shocked. Had it not been for the crow's insistence on absorbing his soul, and his possession of the power of time and the holy light sanctuary, he would not have been a match for it, let alone subdued it. However, he inwardly quipped, you call this evil, dark, and decayed attack purification? You, what kind of being are you? At this moment, Di Qin's voice was filled with shock and anger. Once a legendary hero standing at the pinnacle of the continent, a great figure who inaugurated the Fourth Era, there were only 17 who could rival him back then. Even though he was now resurrected with meager offerings and at a low level, his mastery of the Qin still made him unbeatable among equals. Yet, first he encountered the perverse successor of the God of Light, and now a terrifying raven appeared. Caw caw caw. The Raven Master cackled. Don't recognize the great Raven Master? Then return to the embrace of the Raven Master. Caw. In an instant, a dreadful power surged toward Di Qin's body. The gaze of the divine eyes continuously diminished his attributes, and even without direct confrontation with Wang Shikong, his strength drained by 1 every second. The lock of the Eye of Calamity greatly weakened his attacks, corroding his body. Die die. Di Qin snarled, his face twisted with rage as he endured the terrifying assault from all directions. I am the legendary hero Di Qin, immortal and above all. The sound of the ancient zither continued to play, attempting to resist calamity and scorn, but to little effect. Flap, flap. Ravens on the gray scarecrow spread their wings, ignoring spatial constraints, and instantly appeared in front of Di Qin. Peck, peck, peck. The raven's beak pierced his skin, and while he underestimated these attacks, fountains of blood erupted from his body. Di Qin was instantly overwhelmed with terror as his life force rapidly drained away. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, I am unwilling, but the words never came. Faced with the twisted successor of the God of Light and the terrifying raven, what could he be unwilling about? He could only lament his misfortune at encountering 2 such freaks. Thud! A sharp pain pierced his brow, and his soul consciousness dissipated instantly. Oh, a bountiful soul, caw caw caw. The Raven Master absorbed Di Qin's soul, exclaiming excitedly. Such a soul greatly benefited its recovery. Wang Shikong watched with a slight smile as the legendary hero Di Qin was effortlessly slain, then wheeled towards the residual energy. The dimensional space vanished, and the surroundings returned to normal. Don't forget to absorb his memories, Wang Shikong reminded the Raven Master, who was savoring the moment. Caw. It's too troublesome, the Raven Master replied reluctantly. How long will it take? At least a dozen hours, the Raven Master estimated. Wang Shikong frowned, knowing that the Raven Master's dozen hours meant several days. Just extract the useful parts first. Caw. The Raven Master nodded reluctantly. Wang Shikong approached Di Qin's corpse to absorb the energy. The system promptly notified him. Ding, you're level 3, mental strength 15, physique 6. This notification made Wang Shikong pause. A direct 3-level increase? While it seemed outrageous, considering Di Qin was a level 15 epic being, it made sense. Then, his gaze shifted to the wheelchair. Heavenly Wheelchair Epic, Health 500, Qin Art Power 30, Mental Recovery 100, Affinity with 5 elements Wind and Thunder 50. Wang Shikong stared intently at the unusual wheelchair before him, examining its attribute panel. The wheelchair appeared plain, with the only distinct feature being a perfectly positioned space for a guqin, yet it was otherwise indistinguishable from a regular wheelchair. However, its attributes were astonishing. The first things that caught his eye were three special abilities. Heavenly Joy restores full strength for 2 hours daily, allowing the user to walk again. Heavenly Ring forms a protective barrier that can withstand damage up to 20 times the user's mental strength, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Swift as the Wind greatly enhances movement speed when infused with mental power, with direction directly controlled by the mind. In addition, the wheelchair provided incredible attribute boosts. Health increased 5-fold, musical power amplified by 30, and affinity for 7 elements increased by 50 points each. Sitting in it was not only exceptionally comfortable, but also surrounded by elemental forces, providing protection from the elements and automatically adjusting to the optimal temperature. With a thought, Wang Shikong summoned his own attribute panel. Descendant, Wang Shikong. Profession, Arcane Practitioner. Realm, Elemental Spirit Refinement. Level, 151,100. Vitality, 616-880-3080. Constitution, 3,644. Mental Power, 137137. Elemental Affinity, greatly enhanced. Metal, 57,850. Wood, 59,250. Water, 59,650. Fire, 59,250. Earth, 58,050. Wind, 58,850. Thunder, 58,050. Light, 577. Dark, 572. Space, 595. Time max. His skill set was equally impressive. Basic Elemental Manipulation Mastery in all 9 elements. Summon Skeleton Perfect. Shadow Assault Mastery. Explosive Fireball Mastery. Skills from the Book of Divine Words. His equipment list included 1. Hourglass of Time Primordial. 2. Sanctuary of Light Epic. 3. Heavenly Chair Epic. 4. Blood Eye Amulet Bronze. 5. Guardian Staff Iron. 6. Iron Robe Iron. In terms of secondary professions, Illustrator, mastery in flowing water protection and explosive fireball illustrations. Musician, proficient in basic 5-element wind and thunder manipulation, illusory music, and thunderwood melody beginner level. Social status, first class Earl. Reputation, vermilion. While Wang Shikong was absorbed in the satisfaction brought by these luxurious attributes, the crow's spirit beside him, who was absorbing the memories of the Imperial Guqin, suddenly cried out in horror. Help! This is too obscene, too obscene. The great crow spirit's mind will be corrupted. I need a mother crow. I need a mother crow. Hearing this, Wang Shikong couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, that perverted Imperial Guqin. His expression turned stiff as he realized an awkward truth: everything he had acquired seemed to be the legacy of such twisted characters. Crack. As the crow began to absorb Di Qin's memories, the method to open the study door instantly flooded his mind. Wang Shikong pushed the door open, revealing a spacious area of over 300 square meters, more of a dwelling than a study. On the bed lay a skeleton, the remains of the last resurrected Di Qin. Each time Di Qin was revived, he couldn't leave the altar, and eventually, the resurrected body would die again. Wang Shikong entered the somewhat empty room, his gaze quickly fixing on the desk to the right. Neatly placed, there were 2 diaries, memoirs, and Qin techniques, clearly written by Di Qin in his boredom, and likely the targets of Hua Yi and his team's mission. He picked up the thick memoirs, containing millions of words, and paused at the first page. No wonder Di Qin was so terrified when he heard Wang Shikong's words and witnessed his magic. A quick skim revealed Di Qin's life. Crippled from a young age, he devoted himself to studying healing magic to break the family curse. Decades of fruitless efforts twisted his mind, leading him to enjoy tormenting servants. To ease his malice, his mother guided him to learn the Guqin. Thus, Di Qin embarked on the path of a Qin master. In his later years, a fortuitous accident enhanced his abilities, allowing him to integrate supportive skills into his Qin techniques. This breakthrough cured his legs and enabled him to play a decisive role with his support and resurrection spells in the battle against the God of Light, alongside 17 other legendary heroes, marking the beginning of the heroic era of the Fourth Age. However, in the final moments of that decisive battle, the God of Light's terrifying spell crippled his legs again, rendering them incurable. This shattered Di Qin's sanity, and his twisted madness returned. The memoirs starkly declared, "I delight in playing the Guqin while torturing my female apprentices, blending their screams with the melody. This is the most exquisite symphony. I slowly tear their bodies apart, letting their cries accompany the music. After torturing them to death, I revive them, repeating the cycle. Ha, I'm so kind. The ecstasy of transcending everything is intoxicating. Those bitches dared to unite against me." Wang Shikong closed the memoirs, shaking his head at this twisted individual. In comparison, he found the God of Light's kind of perversion more acceptable. The memoirs also contained descriptions of the scornful divine eye, a terrifying and perverted eye of the god of light, scorning everything in this world. In his divine eye, only he exists, seeing himself as the only true god. Finally, Wang Shikong opened Qin Techniques, finding only one line on the first page. My Qin Techniques, played with transcendence as the starting point. Transcendence as a starting point? Recalling Di Qin's gesture of pointing into the void during attacks, Wang Shikong nodded to himself, very pretentious. Although Di Qin was no match for the GGG god, he indeed played a significant role in the GGG god's demise. Wang Shikong continued to browse through Di Qin's cultivation records, which detailed cultivation insights, musical composition notes, and various music-based techniques. He carefully studied the offensive music techniques, Gui Mu dance, Xianhua play, and wind chime melody, as well as the supportive techniques, listening to sweet dew, broken spear in the sand, and evening bells and morning drums. These 6 music techniques all combined 2 elements and had area effect capabilities, perfectly compensating for his current focus on single target attacks. Unfortunately, the records only covered content before the 4th transformation, and the legendary resurrection technique was not found. Gaga, there's more than one Di Qin's secret realm, Crow chimed in. I know the locations of the others, but you need the strength of the 3rd transformation to enter. Wang Shikong nodded, thinking that Di Qin was indeed cunning, likely hiding the resurrection technique in higher-level secret realms. He then put away the 2 books, placed the ancient zither on his wheelchair, and focused on learning these 6 music techniques. Over the next 9 days, he immersed himself in the practice of music techniques. After mastering the basics, he concentrated on improving proficiency to reduce casting time and increase attack frequency. On the 9th day, Crow finally found a way out from Di Qin's memories. 10 minutes later, they returned to their original teleportation location. As soon as they appeared, a backlog of communication messages came through. Upon checking, Wang Shikong found a message from the butler, Old Lei, informing him that the auction house renovation was complete and the media personnel were in place, urging him to handle related matters promptly. Driving his epic-level wheelchair, Wang Shikong sped towards Shanghai City. By injecting a bit of mental energy, the wheelchair could easily reach speeds over 200 kilometers per hour. Half an hour later, he arrived at the unmatched auction house. Count, you've arrived, Old Lei greeted him. The promotional personnel you requested have arrived. 2 nearly identical, beautiful figures approached, with delicate oval faces, star-like clear eyes, and naturally rosy lips. Hello, Count, they greeted in their unique way. I'm Ming'er. I'm Yuer. The sisters introduced themselves. We have a slight stutter, please don't mind. Hearing these names, Wang Shikong was momentarily taken aback. These twins were known in later generations as the Lingxi twin shadows and Mengyu twin immortals. Although their individual strength didn't make the top 100, they were undefeated when working together, thanks to their telepathic bond. Noticing their simple attire without even black iron equipment, Wang Shikong asked, Are you interested in joining the unmatched auction house? The base salary is 10,000 yuan per month. What? That good? Really? The sisters looked at each other in shock, even pinching their cheeks to make sure they weren't dreaming. Of course it's real, Wang Shikong said calmly. I'll have the butler draft a 1-year contract and can prepay 100,000 yuan in salary. Thank you, Great Master Wukong, for the recognition. Finally met a wealthy patron. Please, they exclaimed in unison with excitement. In a remote village in the kingdom of Daxia, 2 sisters, Meng'er and Yuer, were whispering to each other in front of a computer. Influenced by their family background, they spoke more freely and naturally when alone. Sis, this feels like a windfall, Yuer said excitedly. But do you think that Count might? He shouldn't, right? Online sources say the natives don't bully us cultivators, and besides, he's a count, Ming'er reassured her. Plus, he's paralyzed from the waist down. Even if he had any improper thoughts, he couldn't do anything to us. If anything seems off, we'll just run. It's not like he can chase us. Stop overthinking it, and start promoting it online. They didn't see Wang Shikong as one of their own. After all, the status of a first-class count in the empire was beyond the reach of visiting cultivators like them. Watching the sisters leave, Wang Shikong couldn't help but smile. The scene reminded him of certain plot lines where a man takes in young twin sisters. He shook his head and turned his attention back to the auction page of the Wushuang auction house on his communicator. In this endless continent, communicators functioned like modern smartphones, allowing for messaging and projection calls. The Wushuang auction house's interface resembled a shopping website, where items were traded through auctions. Common items could be bid on directly, while valuable items required live auctions. After handling auction matters, Wang Shikong returned to the Tan Palace Villa in the real world. As he reached downstairs, he heard Old Green Tea's hearty laughter. Approaching, he saw Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingya chatting happily. What's making you so happy? Wang Shikong asked with a smile. Shikong. Ning Qingya stood up to greet him, a gentle smile on her face. Over time, they had grown accustomed to each other's presence, though nothing substantial had developed between them. Ning Tianxiong. eyes narrowed in a smile, explained. Qingya has reached the final step in the inheritance secret realm and will soon obtain a powerful legacy. There's one last challenge, and I'm not sure if I can overcome it, Ning Qingya added. With Qingya's intelligence and talent, I'm sure she will succeed, Wang Shikong encouraged. He knew the outcome of this inheritance. Ning Qingya would ultimately receive only a partial legacy, which was why her reputation and strength would later be outshone by Yao Yi. They continued chatting as they finished dinner. Ning Qingya excused herself to complete her inheritance task. Just as Wang Shikong was about to leave, Ning Tianxiong suddenly spoke up. Shikong, I have some good news to share with you. When Wang Shikong heard the voice, his eyes narrowed slightly, immediately catching the underlying message. I found a way to heal your legs, Ning Tianxiong said with a deliberately cheerful smile. Wang Shikong merely nodded calmly, his indifferent reaction clearly irritating Ning Tianxiong. What, aren't you happy? Ning Tianxiong's tone was tinged with displeasure. Your legs, broken by my daughter, will soon be healed. I specifically found a renowned doctor from the Endless Continent who says guiding elemental energy into your legs will cure them. Oh, noted. Thanks. Wang Shikong replied with the same indifference, his tone obviously dismissive. No need to thank me. This is something our Ning family owes you, Ning Tianxiong said, his eyes flickering. I'll take you to level up tomorrow morning. I'll make sure your legs are healed as soon as possible. No need. Wang Shikong refused, shaking his head. You need it. This is what our Ning family owes you, Ning Tianxiong insisted solemnly. Wang Shikong suddenly chuckled at his expression. He understood this old manipulator's intention. She wanted to clear the debt for his daughter and then distance him from her. All right, let's see how you plan to level me up, old deng. Wang Shikong said before turning to leave. Old deng. Ning Tianxiong's face darkened instantly. How dare a penniless young man with paralyzed legs address him like that? He took several deep breaths to calm himself, consoling himself internally. Just endure it a little longer. Wang Shikong didn't care about the old manipulator's reaction. Regardless of past or present lives, this old deng had always looked down on him in the beginning, never showing a friendly face. In this life, he wasn't planning to repay evil with good. Instead, he intended to teach a lesson to his future father-in-law. Arriving at the villa courtyard, Wang Shikong focused on practicing his musical skills under the moonlight. Upstairs, Ning Tianxiong, hearing the music, entered the Endless Continent, choosing to ignore it. The next morning, as Wang Shikong entered the Endless Continent, he received a message from Tianya. Soon, a figure with long hair covering his eyes and a sword on his back hurried over. Tianya, how is it? Tianya nodded excitedly, handing over a slip of paper, a top-tier opportunity, acknowledged by an elder. Wang Shikong gave a thumbs up with satisfaction. Even without opportunities in the past life, Tianya had risen powerfully. With this opportunity now, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. Tianya eagerly opened his arms for a hug. Get lost, don't get all touchy, Wang Shikong quickly dodged. If he didn't know Tianya's orientation was normal, he would have been startled. However, seeing the once self-conscious mute swordsman now so cheerful, he felt genuinely pleased. Tianya scratched his head with an embarrassed smile, his gratitude evident despite his reticence. At that moment, Wang Shikong received a message, his eyes gleaming. Come on, Tianya, let's go somewhere. On the eastern coast of Shanghai City, Ning Tianxiong leisurely puffed on a cigar, surrounded by 5 elite young men. These youths occasionally glanced curiously into the distance, anticipating the arrival of someone important. In the Jinxiu Guild, the most talked-about figures were not the guild leader Ning Tianxiong himself, but his 2 daughters, the stunning CEO Ning Qingya, who managed a billion-dollar corporation, and her sister Ning Qingru, a top university beauty. Ning Qingya was not only a business prodigy, but also a top talent in the game, ranking among the top 3 in the guild. Her sister, Ning Qingru, was not only sweet and charming, but also possessed considerable skills, making her a goddess in the eyes of many young guild members. The sisters brought significant popularity to the Jinxiu Guild. However, it was a point of contention that the eldest daughter, Ning Qingya, had married a man who was paralyzed from the waist down, causing quite a stir within the guild. Is that him? One of the young men pointed into the distance. A man with slightly long hair was pushing a wheelchair towards them, in which sat a handsome young man with a small crow perched on his shoulder, its eyes closed. Yes, Ning Tianxiong raised an eyebrow and snorted. Humph, even needs someone to push him. Wang Shikong noticed his father-in-law's presence and swept his gaze over the group, revealing a meaningful smile. You're a bit late. Let's go. Ning Tianxiong suppressed his annoyance and said coldly. All right, Wang Shikong replied calmly. Ning Tianxiong pointed ahead, introducing with a hint of pride. That area is our Jinxiu Guild's leveling spot. The guild now has over 100,000 members, and in the future, Qingya will take over as guild leader. We will expand to 1 million or even 10 million members. He then looked pointedly at Wang Shikong. And what about you? Me? Wang Shikong smiled. I'm the husband of the Jinxiu Guild's leader, the man behind the scenes. Oomph, I knew you had a thick skin, but I didn't expect it to be this thick. Without his daughter present, Ning Tianxiong couldn't hold back his cold tone. Whatever my daughter owes you, I will repay. Once that's done, I hope you'll have the sense to step aside. Wang Shikong responded leisurely. My relationship with Qingya is not for you to decide. This remark caused Ning Tianxiong's face to darken and his heart to tighten. Indeed, if it were up to him, this marriage would never have happened. The situation was as if a daughter he'd raised pointed to some punk and said, "Dad, you just don't understand him," leaving him feeling humiliated. You should show me some respect and recognize the gap between you and Qingya. Ning Tianxiong took a deep breath, noticing the odd looks from his subordinates and feeling embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject. Go hunt the monsters. Yes, guild leader. The 5 men responded with strange expressions, then charged towards the 8-legged demon fish emerging from the sea. Wang Shikong watched it all with a calm demeanor. 7 8-legged demon fish roamed the battlefield, each boasting a level 17 strength, 1800 constitution points, 65 mana points, and 90 skill points. They wielded 4 skills: 8-legged entwine, poison cloud, water poison technique, and blood shadow dash. 5 young hunters from the Jinxiu Guild worked in perfect harmony, 2 magic users and 3 physical fighters, forming a standard formation of main attack, main defense, double ranged, and support. They skillfully lured the 7 demon fish in, commencing a well-organized hunt. Watching their battle, Wang Shikong frowned slightly. Is this the top team of Jinxiu Guild? Their strength doesn't seem that impressive. Weak. Ning Tianxiong sneered. Even if your legs were fine, you might not match their strength. Besides, this isn't even the guild's top team. Having the elites help you level up would be a waste of time. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, unsheathing a long sword. Watch closely, and I'll show you my strength. During the battle, Wang Shikong noticed the warrior nicknamed Old Green Tea. Although his combat talent was only slightly above average, his top-tier equipment and bronze shield elevated his offensive and defensive capabilities to expert levels. 3 minutes later, all 7 demon fish lay defeated. Ning Tianxiong slung his sword over his shoulder, giving a cold command. Absorb, guide it to your legs. Wang Shikong chuckled as he watched. Tianya pushed him forward to complete the absorption. Bring 10 more. Ning Tianxiong continued to direct. Yes, President. The 5 responded promptly, springing into action. At that moment, a teapot appeared in Wang Shikong's hand. He adeptly boiled water and brewed tea, taking a sip before signaling to Tianya. When Tianya shook his head, Wang Shikong smiled and pulled out a guqin, placing the teacup beside it. As his slender fingers touched the strings, a melodious tune suddenly filled the air. The youths, busy luring creatures, turned back in shock, stunned by the sight of the man in the wheelchair playing the guqin. We're helping him level up, and he's just sitting there playing music? This guy is really something else. Hearing the music, Ning Tianxiong's breath caught, and he glared at Wang Shikong. Yet, in the next moment, the guqin's mystical melody unfolded a technique called Xianhua play. The strings summoned wind and fire elements, conjuring 20 flames, each capable of dealing damage equivalent to 8 times the caster's mental strength. With a 30 casting speed boost provided by his epic wheelchair, the prelude lasted just 10 seconds before 20 fire serpents took shape in the air. They playfully weaved through the wind, bypassing Ning Tianxiong's head, and struck directly at the 10 newly lured demon fish. One hit was all it took. The entire spectacle unfolded in mere seconds, yet it was full of drama. Ning Tianxiong stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the fallen demon fish before turning stiffly toward the figure in the wheelchair. Wang Shikong merely raised his teacup in a teasing salute, taking a leisurely sip. The scene left the 5 young members of the Jinxiu Guild utterly stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes. The 10 monsters, which required their combined efforts for 5 minutes to defeat, were instantly annihilated by the so-called useless husband of the guild's young lady. Even the guild's most powerful spellcaster couldn't achieve such a feat. Ning Tianxiong's hand trembled slightly as he instinctively lit a cigar and took a deep drag. The air seemed frozen, his mind blank, as he mechanically smoked. Meanwhile, Wang Shikong calmly sipped his tea, quietly observing the situation. Why insist on being a stubborn old man instead of a good father-in-law? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Wang Shikong thought to himself. Seeing that Ning Tianxiong remained silent after finishing his cigar, he spoke up. I have a way to help you understand. What way? Ning Tianxiong asked instinctively, still unable to comprehend why this once punk was so formidable. Listen to your younger daughter. Wang Shikong replied nonchalantly. A can of gas might clear things up. A stifled laugh came from the side, and the 5 young members quickly bowed their heads in silence when Ning Tianxiong glared at them. At that moment, Ning Tianxiong felt a headache splitting his head, his mind in disarray. His once proud neck couldn't lift itself today. Just then, a commotion broke the awkward silence. The president of the Jinxiu Guild is indeed here. That old bastard Ning Tianxiong must die today. Quick and decisive, don't let them call for backup. Ning Tianxiong looked up sharply to see 70 to 80 people surrounding them rapidly. The 5 young members' expressions changed drastically. It's the Tianshan Guild. The scarred-faced man leading them sneered. Ning Tianxiong, you old fool. Didn't expect this, did you? It's you, Xiaobing. Ning Tianxiong gritted his teeth. It's your grandpa, ready to meet your end. Xiaobing raised his great sword, exuding murderous intent. Ning Tianxiong glanced around, his expression fluctuating. Not only was he further humiliated in front of his son-in-law, but now he might lose his life as well. If his attempt to level up ended in death, the debt of gratitude would only grow. More importantly, how would he face his daughter? You guys run, we'll hold them off. The 5 young members stepped forward bravely. Ning Tianxiong shouted at Wang Shikong, gripping his sword and shield tightly as he looked at his 5 subordinates, commanding loudly, fight to the death and hold them off, buy us some time. The 5 young men opened their mouths, faces full of bitterness. How could they hold them off? A single charge from the enemy would finish them. There were just too many of them. Xiaobing, you treacherous dog, come at me if you have a problem. Ning Tianxiong charged forward fearlessly. Ha ha. Don't worry. You're all going to die, the scar-faced middle-aged man decisively ordered. Cut them down. Yes, his subordinates responded loudly. Run. Ning Tianxiong turned and shouted at Wang Shikong, then charged ahead. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow at the sudden turn of events. Captain, leave it to me. Tianya, from behind, tapped him and handed over a note. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. All right, let's see your skills, Tianya. Tianya smiled confidently, drew the long knife from his back, and the power of the elements quickly began to gather. He moved like the wind, rushing out in an instant. Wang Shikong sipped his tea quietly, watching without intervening. He trusted Tianya. Ahead, the brave Ning Tianxiong faced the 70 to 80 members of the Tianshan society, willing to sacrifice his life to avoid bowing his head. However, Tianya acted swiftly. Holding his long knife, he charged forward, his figure slightly dispersing as he neared the Tianshan society members. He became 3 indistinguishable figures, each wielding a long knife wrapped in a strong wind element. They simultaneously slashed forward. Boom. A wind blade slash, covering a full 15 meters ahead, swept out. This move was as fast as lightning, catching the Tianshan society members off guard. Screams erupted as more than 20 members were sent flying, their bodies covered in knife marks. This sudden, terrifying attack left everyone stunned. The Tianshan society members halted abruptly, looking at Tianya as if they'd seen a ghost. Ning Tianxiong was equally shocked, seeing that the one who acted was this seemingly ordinary young man who had accompanied his son-in-law. Tianya's expression remained unchanged, his movements uninterrupted as he charged at the remaining 50 to 60 Tianshan society members. It seemed as if he was the one surrounding them, not the other way around. Damn it, kill him, he's just one person, kill, shouted the injured Xiaobing, recovering and yelling angrily. Cut him down. The Tianshan society members snapped back to reality, quickly surrounding Tianya. But soon, Tianya demonstrated his extraordinary combat talent and the knife skills he had acquired from top-tier inheritance. With a flash of cold light, the elements stirred, and with swift blade movements, he felled 4 people in less than 10 seconds of close combat. Finish them off. Ning Tianxiong, realizing the situation, shouted excitedly with bright eyes. They followed Tianya's lead, attacking the Tianshan society members. With Tianya as the spearhead, even though they were outnumbered 10 to 1, they couldn't be stopped. As a guild leader, Ning Tianxiong had some aces up his sleeve, like spell scrolls, which he used without hesitation. For a moment, the numerically superior Tianshan society was being crushed. Ning Tianxiong, where did you find such a master? The scar-faced middle-aged leader of the Tianshan society screamed in shock and anger. Ning Tianxiong didn't respond, but instead swung his sword at the leader's neck. With the vice leader killed, the remaining Tianshan society members were filled with fear, looking at Tianya, who seemed like a god of death. But Tianya remained silent, simply continuing to wield his blade and kill. 9 Heaven's Wind Blade. Another area attack swept forward. Wang Shikong sat at the back, sipping tea and watching, nodding slightly. Today's Tianya was much stronger than in the previous life. He glanced at his father-in-law beside him. Well, now he's a real person. Run, run. That guy with the knife is unstoppable. Terrified shouts echoed across the battlefield. This is insane. 1 hit, 999 damage. How do we even play against that? The members of the Tianshan gang fled in panic, but none could match the speed of Tianya. The battle began swiftly and ended even faster. When the Tianshan gang's numbers dwindled to just over 20, their remaining forces completely collapsed, scattering in all directions. This chaotic retreat only hastened their demise. Tianya moved like a reaper, cutting down every fleeing enemy with speed beyond that of an ordinary man. In less than 10 minutes, the slaughter came to an end. Tianya struck down the last opponent, taking several deep breaths as he efficiently wiped the blood from his long sword. Even for him, this fierce battle was exhausting. Wow, That was awesome, shouted the 5 young members of the Jinxiu Guild, drenched in sweat and excitement. Damn, we 7 are amazing, took down 70 or 80 of them, huh? Adrenaline still coursed through their veins, keeping each of them in a state of exhilaration. Despite feeling utterly spent, Ning Tianxiong was still filled with a burning passion. His gaze was drawn to the young man with slightly long hair, eyes full of admiration. After a moment's hesitation, he took a cigar from his spatial ring and approached him. Hey, young man, thank you so much for what you did earlier. Want a cigar? Tianya just shook his head and silently returned to stand behind Wang Shikong. Ning Tianxiong awkwardly looked at the cigar in his hand, then at the figure seated there, feeling as if his legs were weighed down by lead. The good news was his pride was intact. The bad news was he could never raise his head in front of his future son-in-law. Thank you for your help, my friend. Ning Tianxiong forced a smile as he approached. His name is Tianya, and he can't speak, Wang Shikong replied calmly. Oh, that's fine, that's fine, Ning Tianxiong said warmly. Shikong, you might try helping him absorb primal energy into his throat for nurturing, or I can find a healer to consult. There's no need to worry about Tianya, Wang Shikong assessed. Your performance was decent enough. Keep it up, and if you work on some of your flaws, you might become a decent father-in-law. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. At that moment, the crow awoke, curiously eyeing the cigar in Ning Tianxiong's hand. Caw, caw, caw? The crow will gladly accept it, it said, grabbing the cigar and flying above the corpses, absorbing faint strands of black energy. Ever since it had absorbed the soul of the Imperial Zither, its power had grown significantly, making soul absorption much easier. Ning Tianxiong watched as Wang Shikong's figure disappeared, snapping back to reality as his mouth twitched violently. My performance was decent. Work on my flaws. Keep it up? What does that even mean? What does it mean? This is absurd. The 5 young men beside him stood in stunned silence, faces full of admiration. Talking to your father-in-law like that? What a man. Impressive. Take care, big brother. Ning Tianxiong looked at them with a stern face and barked, go collect the spoils. Yes, yes. Right away, President. The 5 young men suppressed their laughter and immediately got to work. As they tidied up the battlefield, they whispered among themselves. Our president's son-in-law is paralyzed, and the one who pushes him around is a mute. What a unique combination. But Tianya is truly impressive, his strength is unmatched, and the president's son-in-law isn't simple either. That Guqin magic is terrifying. Ning Tianxiong stood aside, listening to their murmurs, and irritably took a couple of puffs on his cigar. After a few seconds of silence, he said with a stern face, each of you gets 10,000 yuan. But today's events stay between us. Not a word to anyone else in the guild, or my reputation will be in tatters. Thank you, President. Don't worry, we'll keep our lips sealed. The 5 men were overjoyed and assured him repeatedly. Just then, hundreds of subordinates rushed over from the front and, upon seeing the scene, exclaimed, President, we heard that the Tianshan Guild was planning to attack you. Are you alright? Did the Tianshan Guild think they could harm me? Ning Tianxiong scoffed, straightening his clothes. They just dirted my cuffs, that's all. Since you're here, help with the spoils. President, you're amazing. How did you manage this? The group looked at him in shock and admiration. Ning Tianxiong merely raised his head with a mysterious smile, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Wang Shikong and Tianya didn't return to the city, but drove towards Lilian Island. Yinja Lihua leisurely lit a cigar and blew out a smoke ring. Stop picking up bad habits, Wang Shikong said helplessly, watching him blow the smoke aside. Yinja, however, looked even more pleased, the smoke swirling around him in a breeze, adding to his nonchalant demeanor. Let's focus on leveling up first and reach level 20 as soon as possible, Wang Shikong said to Tianya. The old man was right. Channeling yuan energy to the throat and head might restore your ability to speak. Tianya nodded, seemingly indifferent, as if he was used to the silence. The two arrived at a secluded part of Lilian Island. Although there were people training on the outskirts, the high-level wild creatures kept the depths untouched. In just a few minutes, they exhausted their mental and physical energy. For the remaining time, Wang Shikong practiced his Guqin skills, while Tianya trained with his blade. By evening, a crisp bird call interrupted Wang Shikong's music. Looking up, he saw a small bird with shimmering tricolored wings flying overhead, clutching a communicator in its claws. The bird landed on the Guqin, dropped the communicator, and then flew away. A tracking spirit bird. Wang Shikong picked up the communicator in surprise and opened it to find a message. To the friend of the top-ranked Qing Shi Jun on the celestial list. Hello, I am Wang. Congratulations on being selected. You are invited to participate in the establishment of a great organization 3 days from now at noon. This organization will bring you unimaginable benefits. Many top talents will join, so don't miss this opportunity. It's advised to conceal your appearance and identity upon arrival. If you have any questions, you can inquire through the communicator. Your future friend, Wang. Wang Shikong stared at the message on the communicator, his brow slightly furrowed. Tracing spirit bird, great organization, hidden identity. These keywords flashed quickly through his mind, and then a startling realization emerged. This was the mysterious organization that only members of the Tianjiao list could be invited to join. In his past life's memories, there was an organization that, while not the greatest, was undoubtedly the strongest. This force, known as the Assassin Organization, was so powerful that even super guilds and the official Daxia Guild of Daxia could not match it. They had caused the deaths of 3 super guild leaders, and countless strong individuals had perished under their bounties. Unlike ordinary assassin organizations, this one operated openly and flamboyantly. Every main city had its own store where anyone could post or take on bounties, and even initiate crowdfunding for assassinations. Particularly, in the clashes with cultivators from other countries a year later, they showcased a terrifying strength. How interesting, Wang Shikong smiled slightly. I never thought I'd witness the birth of this organization in this lifetime. He recalled that in his previous life, the 4 major super guilds had joined forces to announce their intent to eliminate the assassin organization. However, not only did the organization remain unscathed, but it also reduced the assassination fees for members of the 4 guilds, causing them much distress. In less than half a month, the 4 guilds had no choice but to concede. In the assassin organization, a fifth of the reward would be taken as a fee upon task completion. When they announced the reduction of assassination fees for members of the 4 guilds, professional assassins naturally targeted these members first. Wang Shikong glanced at Tianya beside him and noticed that he hadn't received an invitation. Clearly, this king had some influence and conducted a special selection. He looked at the location displayed on the communicator, the dark pavilion in the Guetian cultivation pavilion of the Snowfall Empire's capital. Although this interrupted his leveling plan, the meeting in 3 days filled him with anticipation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, at 10 o'clock, Wang Shikong, who was nearing level 17, cleared out the wild monsters and arrived at Shanghai City. He purchased a white robe and a white mask from a clothing store, then headed straight for the teleportation array. Soon, he arrived at the capital of the Snowfall Empire, Snowfall main city. This capital was sparsely populated, with only a few cultivators seeking opportunities or sightseeing, and hardly any ordinary people. The reason was simple. As the Empire's main city, the surrounding area was too safe, with no suitable places for leveling up. This area is primarily inhabited by indigenous residents. After Wang Shikong embraced kindness into the Temple of Light, he felt a strong vitality surge into his legs, replacing the tingling sensation with a controlled awareness. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a bronze staff and carefully tucked the holy book into his robe. Using the staff somewhat clumsily as a crutch, Wang Shikong stood up and packed away the heavenly chair beside him. After a moment of adjustment, he donned a white mask and slowly made his way towards the Guetian cultivation pavilion. As he stepped into the dark pavilion, a dense wave of dark energy greeted him. The entire space was shrouded in darkness, with sporadic yellow candlelight adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Before him lay a vast training ground spanning over 1,000 square meters, with a round table at the far end surrounded by several seated figures. Wang Shikong's arrival drew the attention of the others. Glancing around, he noticed that the 15 attendees were all clad in black robes and various dark masks. In such an environment, his white robe stood out starkly. Heh, an assassin in a white robe. Quite unusual. A soft chuckle broke the silence. Clearly, this person had prior knowledge of Wang Shikong through a communicator. Unfazed, Wang Shikong carefully observed the 15 individuals around the table. Besides their eyes, all other features were hidden, but he discerned 2 women among them, their gazes strangely familiar. He chose an empty seat and sat down, casting a glance at the tea beside him, waiting for the others to arrive. Apart from the initial chuckle, the room returned to silence. This scene, a group of masked figures, resembled a villainous ensemble. Yet, who would have thought that this was the inception of a future infamous assassin organization? Before long, 2 more people arrived. Time's up, it's exactly 12 o'clock, one person announced. We're still missing one, Wang responded in a deep voice. 2 minutes later, the last figure, wearing a shaped mask, arrived fashionably late. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Sit, Wang gestured briefly. 19 people? Someone frowned. Seems like too many. It'll be hard to divide the profits. Wang fixed his gaze on the speaker. The Snowfall Empire has 24 main cities. Each organization's branch in a main city is worth at least 4 million currency. This statement immediately silenced the doubters. 4 million currency, equivalent to 4 billion in cash, and it was in high demand. Every one of you received my invitation because you are top cultivators in the Great Xia, prominent figures on the Heavenly Talents list, and possess businesses with some capital. Wang surveyed the group. If our assassin organization can monopolize the Snowfall Empire, the profits, as you can imagine, are immense. The attendees nodded slightly. It was precisely the allure of such enormous profits that brought them together. In establishing this organization, each person must provide a branch that meets specifications and contribute funds for missing city branches. Wang paused. If you can't do that, You may leave now. Seeing no one depart, someone asked, how will the profits be divided? As the founder and initiator of the organization, and since I possess the tracking spirit bird that aids in the organization's development, I will take 10, Wang replied directly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Additionally, the top figure on the heavenly talents list, Qing Shijun, will also take 10, and the rest will be divided equally among you. Wang Shikong's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise upon hearing those words. Just as he was pondering whether the speaker knew his identity, a man wearing a shaped mask frowned and questioned, what makes him so special? I share the same doubts. 10 is no small share. Another person added succinctly. If 2 people each take 10, the rest of us 17 would have less than 5 each. Wang calmly addressed these doubts. If any of you can become the top talent, you too can earn such a share. He scanned the crowd, trying to identify the mysterious Qing Shijun. Although he was certain Qing Shijun was present, he couldn't pinpoint exactly who it was. He knew a lot about the Tianjiao rankings, but when he inquired about the native cultivator Qing Shijun, he only received the response, noble privacy is inviolable. Learning that Qing Shijun was a noble of the Xulua Empire shocked him. Becoming a noble was no easy feat. The tasks of the Tianjiao Pavilion are merely tests before reaching level 10. After all this time, I'm sure each of you has had your own opportunities and your power has greatly increased, one person complained. To claim a larger share, you need to demonstrate convincing strength. I second that. Exactly, the crowd echoed. Suddenly, a cool female voice spoke up. Qing Shijuan's strength is beyond comparison. Wang Shikong recognized it as Yao Yi's voice. If it's beyond comparison, why not show us? Another woman chimed in. With both women present having spoken, Wang Shikong mused to himself. Just the 2 people he recognized were a future super guild founder and the daughter of a super guild leader, both destined to be top-tier powerhouses. He speculated that among the other 16, there must be several future founders of powerful factions. Besides Yao, Yi and Huai, how many would become creators of super guilds or top-tier guilds? And who exactly was Wang? Wang Shikong lightly tapped his staff, stood up, and with both hands resting on its top, he surveyed the group and said, this is the perfect place for training. Who wants to have a go? Are you Qing Shijun? All eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity. Yao Yi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Captain, your leg is healed. Wang also scrutinized Wang Shikong with suspicion. Among all the communicators he distributed, only the mysterious Qing Shijun had never responded or asked any questions. Well, I have a proposal, the masked man suggested with a gleam in his eyes. If Qing Shijun can convince everyone here of his prowess, he gets the 10. If someone surpasses him, the victor claims it. It's all about strength, isn't it? The crowd's interest peaked. Everyone present was confident in their abilities. Strength rules, I agree. Seconded. Count me in. The crowd responded enthusiastically. Wang gave a faint smile and nodded in agreement. Then you go first, Wang Shikong said, looking at the masked man as he stepped towards the open area. Just what I wanted. The man with the shaped mask chuckled as he stepped forward, his head held high and his eyes gleaming with confidence. The top of the heavenly list? Let's see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Wang Shikong steadily walked to the center of the arena, lightly resting a hand on his staff while calmly observing his opponent. Go ahead, he said in an even tone, showing no hint of emotion. A mage dares to be so arrogant against a swordsman like me? The masked man glared at Wang Shikong's proud stance, his expression darkening. I despise conceited fools the most. With a clang, he drew his long sword, and a brilliant golden light instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. A dazzling golden beam shot towards Wang Shikong like lightning, far exceeding the power of an ordinary swordsman. Wang Shikong remained unfazed, and just as the golden beam neared, his divine light spell activated, forming a protective shield. With a thud, the airborne strike from the masked man was effortlessly neutralized. Seeing Wang Shikong still composed and relaxed, a flicker of anger crossed the masked man's eyes as he launched a fierce assault with his sword. Bang! 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 Sword beams rained down on the shield created by the divine light spell. Just as he thought he was about to break through the defense, the holy light suddenly intensified. The onlookers were left speechless, gasping in disbelief. How could a melee fighter fail to breach a mage's defense in close combat? The disparity was astounding. Is this the strength of the top-ranked Qing Shijun? Yao Yi couldn't help but laugh. It's simply self-embarrassment. Your skill is impressive, Wang Shikong calmly assessed, but I don't want to play with you for long. Before he finished speaking, a divine light spell was already enveloping the masked man. Damn it! How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock and anger, hurriedly dodging. However, Wang Shikong had already anticipated his movements, and the divine light spell hit its mark precisely. Ah! The masked man cried out in pain, quickly swallowing a precious pill. But Wang Shikong didn't give him a chance to recover, sending another divine light spell his way. Shit! He cursed, rolling away in a panic. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, he activated the jade pendant on his chest. With a buzz, a protective barrier arose, barely withstanding the attack, but a crack appeared on the pendant. I concede, the masked man shouted in defeat, looking disheveled. Wang Shikong nodded and withdrew his attack, then calmly walked towards the round table. Does anyone have any objections? He asked, glancing around. No one dared to voice opposition, considering that the masked man's demonstrated skills were already top-notch, yet he couldn't even breach Wang Shikong's defense. In that case, the distribution issue is settled, Wang Yi said, giving Wang Shikong a meaningful look before finally confirming. The masked man returned to his seat with a sullen face, frustrated that instead of establishing his dominance, he had become a stepping stone for Qing Shijun. He firmly believed in the principle of 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. With absolute confidence in himself, he was convinced he could soon defeat this opponent. After all, a strong belief is an essential quality of every powerful individual. Once everyone was seated, Wang continued to elaborate on the organizational structure. I've chosen a name for this organization that reflects a return to simplicity, the Assassin Organization. The hierarchy is divided using the most common playing cards. Based on your rankings on the Tianjiao list, Qing Shijun will be the Red King, I will be the Black King, Wu Jian will be the Two of Hearts, and Isan will be the Two of Diamonds. These will also serve as our code names for future reference. Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes, understanding the situation. Clearly, this one did not want to be the public face of the organization and chose this venue for the meeting, anticipating potential conflicts. It was likely all part of his strategic planning. Although the Assassin Organization would eventually become the strongest in later generations, it still belonged to the shadowy side of society. From the perspective of organizational structure and future development, even the Red King's actual power within the organization would be extremely limited. As the initiator, Wang's position as the Black King would never be questioned. However, the Red King's position would face endless challenges. This arrangement was meticulously thought out. It protected his own interests and maintained his status. It also ensured that the future Red King would always be the top-tier strongman, guaranteeing the organization's continuous development. If any tricky issues arose, it would naturally be the Red King who would bear the brunt. This strategic setup achieved multiple goals at once, truly befitting someone capable of founding the Assassin Organization, a truly remarkable individual. Wang Shikong couldn't help but marvel. The heroes of the world are indeed not to be underestimated. When Wang Shikong's voice suddenly broke the silence, Wang, who was directly in front of him, was visibly startled and turned to look at him in surprise. The eyes of everyone in the meeting room focused on him once more, filled with not only curiosity, but also a newfound respect for the Red King, respect that he had earned through his earlier display of strength. I don't like people who are late, Wang Shikong stated slowly, his tone calm, yet authoritative. The abrupt statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Their gazes inevitably shifted to the man wearing the V-shaped mask, eyes glinting with amusement. I don't like it either, Yaoi chimed in with a melodious chuckle, taking the lead in expressing agreement. The man in the V mask's face darkened instantly, and he stood up abruptly. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like, Wang Shikong replied, meeting his gaze. People who can't be punctual don't deserve a seat here. You're just taking revenge, the masked man erupted with anger. Just because I offended you earlier, you want to kick me out now? He was still dwelling on the thought of 30 years east, 30 years west, not expecting the situation to change so swiftly. Moreover, the masked man's eyes glinted coldly as he glared at Wang Shikong. Even the organizer and founder, the Black King, hasn't spoken. What gives you the right to kick me out? What authority do you have? At this, Wang Shikong's lips curled into a faint smile. Because I am the Red King. With that, he tapped his staff on the ground, exuding a composed yet commanding presence. Since the Black King wanted to hide behind the Red King and enjoy the advantages, Wang Shikong went along with it. As the initiator, the king indeed should have special privileges, but when those schemes targeted him, action was necessary. If he was to lead, he must establish authority, and the first step was to make an example. Now that he's out, does anyone have any objections? Wang Shikong asked, surveying the room. Seconded. Yao Yi immediately responded. People who don't follow the rules shouldn't be here, Hua Yi calmly remarked. Seconded. Seconded. The rest voiced their agreement. They all understood that one less person meant more benefits to share. Moreover, no one wanted to antagonize the Red King, who had just demonstrated absolute power. Besides, a latecomer who made everyone wait was already unpopular. Wang observed the sudden turn of events, his expression serious. On the surface, it seemed like the masked man was kicked out for being late, but in reality, the Red King had bypassed him to assert authority, declaring to all, in this assassin organization, I am the greatest. The current situation proved he had succeeded. Miscalculated, Wang thought to himself, realizing he was about to lose control over the situation. As Wang Shikong had anticipated, he truly had no intention of claiming the Red King's throne. On the surface, being number one seemed prestigious, but it actually entailed more challenges and responsibilities. He carefully orchestrated a plan to promote someone else to the top spot, while he secured his position as second. With his role as the initiator, his second place would remain unchallenged regardless of who took the first. Initially, he orchestrated this conflict to assess the strengths of the others, particularly wanting to gauge the enigmatic Qing Shijun. However, Qing Shijuan's displayed strength far exceeded expectations, overwhelming everyone present. What surprised him even more was the opponent's current actions. Wang Shikong turned to the man wearing the V mask, speaking calmly. You need to leave now. Red King. I think we can forgive this small matter once. The Red King hesitated for a moment before speaking. Our assassin organization's structure and formation are top secret. If we expel this friend, he might leak information, which could have consequences. I suggest we give him a chance. The man with the V mask seized the opportunity, speaking with a hint of threat. Red King. If you insist on kicking me out, then let's see what happens. Heh. Wang Shikong chuckled coldly. Everyone's identities are confidential, and the structure of our assassin organization isn't something to fear outsiders knowing. Black King, what impact could it have? Let's make an example of him to establish our organization's reputation. These words sent a shiver through everyone present. They had long harbored doubts about how the Black King had contacted them, and now it seemed those suspicions were justified. What shocked them even more was that everyone present was a leader of a major guild. As they glanced at the Black King, each had their own thoughts. Was he trying to sow discord among them? Or was he urging them to be wary of each other? The Black King's face turned grim beneath his mask upon hearing this. The situation was completely beyond his expectations. Denying knowledge wouldn't be believable, as everyone here was indeed a leader of a powerful faction. While he could choose to remove his mask to show sincerity, he couldn't guarantee that the others wouldn't secretly conspire against him later for the 10 profit he held. However, the one whose face looked the most troubled was the man with the V mask. Were all these people as powerful as him? Did the Black King know his background? If the assassin organization's matters were exposed, he would face a brutal reckoning, and his guild would be crushed to dust. These 18 top cultivators present were either his equals in strength or even stronger. If they joined forces against him, the consequences would be disastrous. Regret welled up within him, and he began to rue provoking this Red King. Fine, fine. Today I'll pretend I was never here, the man with the V mask said through gritted teeth, turning and leaving with a sullen expression. Staying any longer would only bring humiliation, as the Red King had already seized control of the situation. Wang Shikong sat at the round table, watching the man with the V mask leave, a subtle, meaningful smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over the others present, calculating in his mind. With one person gone, now we have just Q, K, A, and 2. Now, it's time to establish the rules for our organization, he said calmly. Red King, please share your thoughts. A shrewd light flickered in the eyes of those present. They were no ordinary individuals, and could clearly see Red King's ambition to replace Black King and take control. After weighing the pros and cons, they leaned towards supporting Red King. Firstly for his strength, and secondly because he knew less about their true identities. In contrast, Black King understood everyone but remained an enigma to them, a situation that left them uneasy. Black King noticed their attitude, frustrated yet helpless. With a slight smile, Wang Shikong began to announce the rules. First, once the organization is established, if we encounter a cultivator difficult to assassinate, everyone present must step in to complete the task, maintaining the reputation of our assassin organization. Anyone who fails to complete the organization's tasks 3 times in a row will be expelled. Hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. One person frowned and asked, does that mean we could be kicked out? The weak have no right to sit here and reap the benefits. Wang Shikong's gaze was piercing. Of course, you can send someone, or even several people, to complete the task. But if you fail 3 times in a row even with that, then please leave on your own. After a moment of contemplation, everyone nodded in agreement. Second, Wang Shikong continued, an assassin can be promoted by completing specific tasks, starting from level 3. If you reach Red J and meet the criteria, you can challenge others. The winner will take the loser's place, ensuring the organization's core strength remains at its peak. Interesting, someone chuckled softly. The weak indeed don't deserve to sit here. No one opposed this rule, as they all understood that wearing masks allowed one to find stronger allies to fight on their behalf if challenged. Both power and connections are reflections of strength. Wang Shikong turned to Black King. Regarding Black King, given that he initiated the organization, he is guaranteed 5 of the shares. However, if his strength and influence decline in the future, he will only retain this 5. Black King's expression was complex. This was both good news. Red King wasn't seeking to eliminate him entirely, and bad news she, as the founder, would also be subject to performance evaluations. Yet, he had to admit that these rules were extremely beneficial for the organization's long-term development. Taking a deep breath, Black King asked the final question. Is the position of Red King held by the strongest? Naturally, Wang Shikong answered firmly. Whoever can defeat me in the future will become the Red King. With a confident and composed demeanor, Wang Shikong responded. Becoming the Red King not only entitles you to a 10 share of the profits, but also grants you the authority to assign particularly difficult assassination tasks when no one else takes them. His words were impactful, and those present couldn't help but show respect. Such rules ensured absolute fairness while prioritizing the organization's growth. Even the Black King, standing nearby, showed surprise and refrained from further comment. Rule 3. Our organization does not accept assassination tasks targeting those with less than 3 lives remaining, Wang Shikong continued. In his previous life, this rule was implemented mid-organization to avoid public outrage. By proposing it now, he demonstrated remarkable foresight. The crowd nodded in agreement. These are the 3 points I've thought of so far. Does anyone have anything to add? Wang Shikong asked, looking around. After a brief moment of thought, everyone shook their heads. Someone then asked, how will we handle the organization's branches and management? Let's leave that to the Black King. He should be well prepared, Wang Shikong replied decisively. The Black King opened his mouth, holding back a curse. He realized that the Red King intended to offload all the administrative duties onto him. However, the others thought this was a fitting arrangement, given the Black King's extensive experience. For them, it was enough to handle tasks that other assassins couldn't. With their skills, they rarely had to act more than once a year, and they could simply wait for their monthly payments. It was an incredibly easy job. Thank you for your confidence in me, the Black King replied wearily. Does anyone wish to compete for rankings? Wang Shikong asked finally. Everyone, playing it safe, shook their heads. Then that's settled. We'll use the communicators provided by the Black King to stay in touch, Wang Shikong said as he stood up and left, with the others dispersing as well. After leaving the training room, Wang Shikong felt quite pleased. Soon, he received a message of approval from Yao Yi, to which he replied briefly. At that moment, a new message caught his attention. Hello Red King, I am Red Piche from the Great Xia official team. We have a task that requires the help of a skilled individual. If you are interested, we offer generous compensation. Wang Shikong squinted, intrigued by the situation. Red Peach A was a member of the Great Xia official team? And what kind of task required outside help from the Great Xia Guild? Since the world's transformation, with the endless continent connecting to Blue Star, the Great Xia Guild had invested vast resources into exploration. With millions of well-trained members, they maintained a strong advantage over other national guilds. Wang Shikong didn't reply immediately. On one hand, the task's difficulty was evident if even the Great Xia Guild, with its top strategists and strong members, needed help. On the other, he didn't want to reveal his identity. Soon, Red Peach A sent another message. I understand your concerns, Red King. We can provide an advance payment, and we can discuss the specific compensation in detail. The message also included 3 images. Hong Tao A sent photos of 3 items. The first is a cloak of concealment, of silver quality, featuring a stacking effect that can mask one's aura and alter their appearance, with an added stealth spell. The second item is a mask of concealment, also silver quality, capable of obscuring and changing one's face, with an illusory duplicate spell. The third item left Wang Shikong in awe, a spatial blink spell. This is a high-level skill that allows for spatial jumps by capturing space fluctuations. The blink distance is a multiple of the caster's mental power, and the cost depends on elemental affinity, calculated as distance range 100 elemental affinity mental power. Spatial element spells, available now? Wang Shikong was incredulous. In his previous life's memory, spatial skills were extremely rare for several years, and he himself only mastered spatial blink after his second transformation. Given the current cultivator's conditions, even with a high spatial elemental affinity of 90, blinking 1 meter would consume 1.1 points of mental power, and 10 meters would require over 10 points. Additionally, with casting time limitations, an enemy could reach you faster than you could finish casting when proficiency is low. Yet, the value of spatial skills remains irreplaceable, becoming priceless in later years. Do they not understand the value of spatial element spells? Or is the mission truly that important? Wang Shikong pondered for a moment and messaged Hong Tao. What if I can't complete this mission? At this moment, in front of the teleportation array in Beifeng City of the Snowfall Empire, Hong Tao smiled at the reply. He chose Hong Wang not only for his strength, but also for the wisdom he showed during the organization's meetings. Even if you can't complete it, consider these 3 items a gift of friendship with you. Is the mission urgent? Preferably within 7 days. I'll let you know. Putting away the communicator, Wang Shikong calculated silently. 7 days is just enough to level up and handle the auction house affairs. This challenging mission piqued his interest. He returned to the training area on Lulian Island. For him, leveling up wasn't tedious. He used the pauses between defeating monsters to practice the Guqin, gradually falling in love with the art. That evening, just after logging off, he heard a cheerful voice. Sister, you're amazing. Let me see this bow, it's so cool. Ning Qingru was holding a golden quality frost feather bow, surrounded by admirers. Qingya, did you complete your heritage mission? Wang Shikong asked as he approached. I did. Ning Qingya replied with a radiant smile. I finished the final assessment this afternoon. Beside them, Ning's mother was overjoyed. Qingya has gained such a great opportunity. We must celebrate properly. Indeed, we should celebrate properly. The news about the Wushuang auction house in Shanghai City sparked a lively discussion at the dinner table. Ning Tianxiong sat upright, introducing to everyone. I've already contacted Old Han and Old Wu, and we're planning to go check out those weapons and rare spell scrolls together. And that precious life resurrection. Ning Tianxiong's eyes glimmered with curiosity. It's unimaginable who might have obtained it. After the auction, I've booked the most unique restaurant in Shanghai City for us to celebrate Qingya properly. Ning Qingya nodded gently and then voiced her question. Dad, have you found out anything about the background of the Wushuang auction house? It's surprising that they could establish such a large-scale auction house and gather so many precious treasures in such a short time. No definite news yet. Ning Tianxiong shook his head. Some speculate it's the work of local forces from the Endless Continent. This Wushuang auction house is indeed remarkable, attracting the attention of the entire Great Xia as the first auction house. This afternoon, 2 more silver weapons emerged, and in 4 days, the auction will feature no fewer than 5 silver weapons. Wang Shikong listened on the side, secretly amazed. 5 silver weapons? It seems Ming Yu and the others have done an excellent job with the promotion, even better than he, the boss, had realized. Dad, Ning Qingya suddenly spoke, her gaze lingering on Wang Shikong for a moment. I want to bring Shikong along that day, so everyone can get to know him. Ning Tianxiong paused, looking at Wang Shikong with a slightly awkward expression. Shikong, yes, everyone should get to know you. Wang Shikong noticed that his father-in-law had been giving him forced smiles and avoiding eye contact, like a child who had done something wrong. Clearly, his father-in-law hadn't fully come to terms with the situation yet. Ning Qingya, perceptive as ever, noticed her father's unusual behavior and frowned slightly. Knowing her father's character, she felt a bit helpless but quickly made a firm decision. Just then, Aunt Song came over with steaming dishes. Dinner's ready. Let's eat together as a family, Ning Tianxiong said with a smile. Ning Qingya glanced at her father's unusual behavior and nodded slowly. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding, level up. Level 1, mental power 5, constitution 2. Wang Shikong, upon seeing he had finally reached level 18, immediately set off for Shanghai City. At the agreed location, a graceful figure had been waiting for some time. Today, Ning Qingya wasn't wearing her cultivator gear, but had chosen a custom-fitted red dress. The moderately slit skirt subtly revealed her graceful legs, enhancing her elegance. Lightly made up, with features as delicate as a painting, her red lips added to her noble and elegant aura. It must be said, her father had raised both daughters exceptionally well. Qingya, Wang Shikong smiled at the beauty before him. Let's go, my dad and the others are already there, Ning Qingya said, expertly guiding him as they walked inside. When they arrived at the Wushuang auction house, the street was already packed with a throng of people. As the leading auction house of the Daxia dynasty, its continuous promotion and the consignment of numerous rare items naturally drew key figures from major guilds and wealthy merchants. Shanghai City even dispatched soldiers to maintain order, highlighting the event's grand scale. The entrance fee was a steep 100 yuan, and those unwilling to pay could only watch the auction via projection from outside. These arrangements were made by the auction house staff and have nothing to do with me, Ning Qingya explained. We have a VIP passage and have already secured a private box on the 2nd floor. Okay, Wang Shikong replied briefly. The two of them made their way to the 2nd floor via the special passage, where Ning Qingya lightly knocked on the door of a private box. A young man opened the door, first glancing at Ning Qingya before turning his gaze to Wang Shikong. After sizing him up, he remarked with a teasing tone. Haha, the room is quite full, and there aren't enough seats. It's perfect that this brother brought his own chair. Come in, come in. Upon hearing this, a familiar name flashed through Wang Shikong's mind, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. However, just as he was about to act, Ning Qingya, beside him, was already in motion. Her hand was covered with a layer of frost, and she instantly conjured an ice pillar, striking the young man's shoulder with precision. In shock, he fell heavily to the ground. No place to sit. You can lie down, Ning Qingya said coldly. Wang Shikong was also taken aback by his wife's assertive action, causing him to purse his lips. The others in the room were equally stunned by this unexpected scene. Han Pushun fell heavily to the ground, his shoulder covered with a layer of frost, his face contorted in pain. Everyone in the private room, including Ning Tianxiong, Ning's mother, and several other middle-aged guests, was left speechless by the sudden scene. Watch your mouth. Ning Qingya's face was icy, her voice cold. I brought my husband here to introduce him to everyone, not to be insulted by you. Her words were not just directed at Han Pushun, but served as a warning to everyone present. Oh, why would anyone speak ill of Shikong? Qingya, don't be upset, don't be upset. Ning's mother quickly stepped forward to mediate. Everyone's here to celebrate with you today. Yes, Mom, I lost my temper for a moment. Ning Qingya looked at her mother, her tone apologetic, but her face showed no sign of regret. She had long decided that anyone who targeted her husband would face a strong counterattack, regardless of who they were. This was the only way to make everyone understand that Ning Qingya's husband was not someone to be underestimated or ridiculed. In time, they would naturally come to respect Shikong. But you didn't have to hit so hard. Pushun, are you okay? A well-dressed middle-aged woman helped Han Pushun up, her voice full of concern. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. Ning Tianxiong stepped forward apologetically to console her. Several middle-aged guests immediately tried to smooth things over. It's just a little scuffle between youngsters. Haha, Niece Qingya, your skills are impressive, truly a woman of great prowess. While it was Han Pushun who first spoke out of line, mocking the other's legs, Ning Qingya's immediate action was indeed inappropriate, but it balanced things out. The families had deep ties and shouldn't let such a minor issue damage their harmony. They looked at the young man in the wheelchair and envied him for marrying such an outstanding and protective Ning Qingya, as if a crow had flown up to a branch, completely changing its destiny. Thank you, uncles. Ning Qingya responded gracefully, and the small storm quickly subsided. Wang Shikong glanced around at the dozen people in the private room. Besides the Ning family, he was most impressed by the Han and Wu family's relatives Ning Qingru would later refer to as the corrupt manor. The Jinxiu Guild was founded by these three families, with the Ning family holding 46 of the shares, and the other two families holding 54 combined. Initially, everything went smoothly because Ning Tianxiong, Han Zhoming, and Wu Xiaohua had been close friends and partners for over 20 years. But as the stakes grew, so did the conflicts. In this world, the significance of money far surpassed reality. It involved extraordinary powers and major interests concerning the distribution of treasures and equipment. Eventually, the Han and Wu families even resorted to underhanded tactics, leading to the peak-time Jinxiu Guild split. Fortunately, Ning Qingya was highly capable and had many supporters, and the pharmacists were all from the Ning family. However, the auction house, forge, and other businesses were forced to be shared with the Han and Wu families, severely weakening the Jinxiu Guild, which took a long time to recover. Shikong, would you like something to drink? A beverage or some fruit? Ning Qingya asked softly as she pushed him inside. No need. Wang Shikong glanced around the room and said calmly. The private room on the second floor is too crowded. We can't really lie on the ground. Let's go to the third floor. It has more space and a better view. Ah. Ning Qingya was visibly taken aback by the words she just heard. Her reaction made Han Pushun's eyes narrow with irritation. To him, not only had Ning Qingya suddenly attacked him, but this so-called useless man in a wheelchair also dared to mock him. The private room on the third floor requires 10,000 coins, equivalent to 10 million in the real world. Han Pushun said coldly. Since you speak so lightly of it, why don't you lead us there? Wang Shikong nodded calmly and pressed a service button nearby. In no time, a staff member hurried in. Is there a private room available on the third floor? Wang Shikong asked. The staff member recognized him and was momentarily stunned before bowing respectfully. Boss, we have one reserved for you. Lead the way, Wang Shikong said indifferently. Of course, sir. Please follow me. The staff member quickly gestured for them to proceed. Ning Qingru, who had been watching, gasped in surprise. Did you spend 10,000 coins to reserve a room on the third floor? Wang Shikong turned to her. Why would the owner need to spend money? What do you mean? Ning Tianxiong's voice suddenly rose. Shikong, is the Wushuang auction house yours? Ning Qingya was stunned, looking at her husband in disbelief. Wang Shikong shrugged and smiled at her. I'm the greedy boss you mentioned. Ning Qingya's lips parted in surprise, momentarily dazed. The Wushuang auction house now held a prestigious status as the only auction house in all of Daxia. The items being auctioned this time were coveted by major guilds. Life-restoring revival items, precious silver weapons, powerful spell scrolls, and various spell skill books. It was reported that over 1,000 pieces of equipment, at least bronze grade, would be sold tonight a staggering scale. And this auction house was her husband's enterprise? No way, really? Ning Qingru jumped up from her seat, shocked enough to curse. She had once vehemently opposed her sister marrying this useless man, and now, this useless brother-in-law turned out to be the owner of Daxia's premier auction house? Ning Tianxiong shakily took out a cigar, but didn't light it, only taking a deep breath. Even though he had suspected his son-in-law was extraordinary, this news still left him speechless. Let's go, Wang Shikong said simply. Ning Qingya silently pushed his wheelchair. Over the past couple of months, she had never inquired about her husband's affairs on the endless continent, worried that his mobility issues would cause him much difficulty, even though he had previously shown her black iron and bronze equipment. She intended to care for his feelings, never expecting that her husband, who suddenly entered her life, had established Daxia's leading auction house. Han Zhoming and Wu Xiaohua watched Wang Shikong's back in shock, then simultaneously turned to Ning Tianxiong. Old Ning, How come you never mentioned your son-in-law was this impressive? Wu Xiaowa couldn't help but ask. I. Ning Tianxiong was at a loss for words, quietly explained. Didn't I just say to be polite to my son-in-law? Is this what you meant by polite? Ning Tianxiong was bewildered, realizing that the seeds he had sown had now borne unexpected fruit. And this kind of fruit, he had been tasting quite a lot of recently. On the third floor of the Wushuang auction house, the Tianzi private room was brightly lit. Wang Shikong sat with his family around a finely crafted rosewood round table. The staff had just laid out specialty pastries and snacks from Shanghai City when Manager Xian briskly entered, carrying several more plates of exquisite treats. Manager Xian, you can go attend to other matters. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. As the head of this vast auction house, its daily operations were naturally not managed by Old Lei alone, but by a professional team he had carefully selected, with Manager Xian being a key figure among them. Yes, boss. Manager Xian responded respectfully before leaving the room. Mrs. Ning beamed with delight. Shikong, I never imagined that you founded the Wushuang auction house. That's incredible. Just lucky. Wang Shikong replied with a gentle smile. He always maintained the proper respect for his mother-in-law, who was never unreasonable. Ning Qingru looked around at the luxurious decor and couldn't help but blurt out. This endless continent. Did you perhaps get involved with some wealthy local lady? Her words were barely out when her sister, Ning Qingya, gave her a light smack on the head. Ouch, sis. If you can't speak properly, then be quiet. Ning Qingya glared at her. Ning Qingru rubbed her head and pouted, while their father, Ning Tianxiong, also gave her a pat on the head. Behave yourself. What? Mom, look at them. Ning Qingru complained with a face full of grievance. Meanwhile, Han Zhoming's eyes gleamed as he looked at Wang Shikong. It's truly surprising that Qingya's husband is the owner of the Wushuang auction house. With this connection, our Jinxiu Guild's development will surely reach new heights, and our reputation will grow even stronger. Wang Shikong was about to respond when Ning Tianxiong interrupted. Let's discuss this later. The auction is about to start. He too was inwardly excited, knowing that with the support of the Wushuang auction house, the future development of the Jinxiu Guild would be limitless. All right, let's see the auction items first. Everyone agreed. Inside the auction hall, the atmosphere was electric as the first silver piece of equipment ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Silver staves and main weapon-type equipment were valued around $1 million, while equipment for other parts typically ranged around $500,000. However, when a divine inspiration scroll was bid up to 150,000 currency units, both Ning Tianxiong and Han Tianming were taken aback. Though they were aware of the many hidden wealthy individuals in Daxia, the fact that a spell scroll could fetch such a high price was truly astonishing. With Jinxiu Guild's current funds of millions of currency units, they could afford it, but felt it wasn't worth the price, especially as they intended to purchase other items as well. Han Zhoming turned to Wang Shikong, probing. Nephew Shikong, I remember this divine inspiration scroll was one of your auction house's highlighted items. Do you happen to know the seller? Does he have more in stock? Wang Shikong nodded. Yes, there are more available. Could you help us acquire it at a more favorable price? Han Zhoming asked eagerly. I can offer you a 10% discount on the auction prices, Wang Shikong said directly. Haha, spell scrolls are no big deal for you, Shikong, Wu Xiaowa said with a broad smile. We're family. Once you join the Jinxiu Guild as a vice president, we won't lack equipment and weapons. With you, Jinxiu is sure to dominate Shanghai City. Ning Qingya slightly frowned upon hearing this. Wang Shikong, already familiar with their nature, squinted a bit and replied calmly. The value of Wushuang auction house is more than twice that of Jinxiu Guild. Indeed, having you in Jinxiu is truly our blessing, Wu Xiaowa said, feigning ignorance with a laugh. I can manage the market price discount, but I can't help with anything else, Wang Shikong stated bluntly. Wushuang auction house only charges sellers a 10% fee, half of which goes to taxes. Knowing Wu Xiaowa and Han Zhoming's character from the future, he wouldn't easily agree to their demands. That still saves the guild a lot of money, Ning Tianxiong chimed in. Wu Xiaowa and Han Zhoming, despite understanding, could only smile and agree, as they all wanted to maintain appearances. The auction continued, with various items being sold. The final item, Life Resurrection, sold for 5 million yuan equivalent to $500 million in real life, a price some top tycoons would find worthwhile for a life. At 10 p.m., in a restaurant in Shanghai City, Wu Xiaowa couldn't help but ask, Shikong, what was the total sales at today's auction? About 240 million, Wang Shikong replied candidly. Over 100 million from the live auction, and another 100 million from online sales of ordinary bronze equipment. Given the population of the Grand Summer, this number isn't surprising. Everyone present was stunned. Even with just a 5% profit margin, that's 12 million yuan, more than the current funds of the entire Jinxiu Guild. And this was just one auction. They plan to host one every 2 weeks. Ning Qingru was dumbfounded, counting on her fingers, clearly not comprehending everything yet. After the dinner, everyone left with their own thoughts. Back in reality, Wang Shikong pressed a button beside him, and Ning Qingya entered with a smile. I have something to give you, Wang Shikong said, noticing Ning Qingya's cheeks flush as she asked expectantly. Did you spend money to buy me a gift? You really didn't have to. I haven't given you anything. Wang Shikong smiled as he handed her the items. 20 divine inspiration scrolls, 10 for empowerment and 10 for weakening. As only the empowerment type was sold at the auction, 10 divine light scrolls and 10 divine healing scrolls, totaling 40 spell scrolls. Additionally, there were 1 Shenmu fruit, 1 Qingling fruit, and a package of Tianjua Hanshan tea. Ning Qingya stared at the items, completely stunned. Ning Qingya stared blankly at the items laid out before her. These were the precious objects they wanted from the auction tonight, but couldn't secure entirely. 20 divine inspiration scrolls were neatly arranged, 10 of which were reverse effect versions that had never appeared at the auction, each valued at 150,000 yuan. There were also scrolls of divine light and light healing, which her father acquired at 15,000 yuan each. Then there were the sinking wood fruits and clear spirit fruits, priced at 200,000 each, which they had to forego, and the heavenly red dust tea, which never made an appearance at the auction. She quickly calculated that these items were worth at least 4 million yuan, almost 2/5 of the Jinxiu Guild's assets. Shikong, these things are too valuable, she said, her red lips parting slightly, her makeup highlighting her surprised expression. Not really, I made the scrolls myself, Wang Shikong replied calmly. Ning Qingya looked at the divine inspiration scrolls, which were markedly different from the ordinary versions, and a knowing look flashed in her eyes. Your father used to say you were wasting your time on trivial things. If he knew about this, he'd be quite embarrassed. Wang Shikong chuckled at her teasing about his father. He's doing all right now. My dad just loves to save face, Ning Qingya said with a laugh as she tidied her hair. Qingya, keep these spell scrolls for yourself and don't tell others, Wang Shikong said seriously. Also, I suspect Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhoming might want to start an auction house. Remind them that no auction house can compete with Wushuang Auction House. If they don't listen, let them be. Ning Qingya nodded thoughtfully. I've noticed, too. This place operates differently from the real world. It's a world beyond the ordinary. Wang Shikong silently admired his wife's insight. He knew she might have noticed these things in a previous life, but had to endure because of her father's situation. Hesitation leads to trouble, Wang Shikong said slowly. Yes, I'll use the auction house situation to test things. If they insist on opening one, I'll persuade my father to part ways with them, Ning Qingya said after a moment of thought. Wang Shikong smiled and nodded. Ning Qingya flashed him a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. Shikong, thank you. No need to thank me. I'm waiting for you to become strong so I can live off your success, he joked. Suddenly, Ning Qingya leaned in, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, and then turned around, trying to act composed. Consider that a temporary thank you. With that, she left with a flushed face. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Her mother-in-law, along with Aunt Song, prepared a lavish breakfast early in the morning. Her son-in-law's performance the previous day had delighted her. Shikong, come eat. Qingya has some things to attend to, so we'll start. She warmly invited at the dining table. Ning Tianxiong, not as reserved as before, smiled and said, hee hee, eat up. As for what I did before, can a son-in-law really hold a grudge against his father-in-law? Wang Shikong pondered silently, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. Ning Qingru, standing nearby, pouted discontentedly, feeling somewhat left out. She knew well that Wang Shikong had always been respectful towards them, and that respect was mutual. After finishing breakfast in a warm atmosphere, Wang Shikong immediately entered the Endless Continent. Seeing the 35 million yuan currency displayed in his account, a slight smile appeared on his lips. As a first-class earl of the Shuloa Empire, he enjoyed a 10-year tax exemption privilege, allowing him to directly earn 24 million yuan from a 240 million sales revenue. Combined with income from selling various items, the life resurrection alone brought him an additional 5 million. This wealth was something even top guilds could only dream of. He took out the communicator representing the identity of the Red King and sent a message to Hongtao regarding the task of the Daxia Guild. Soon, he received a reply with the specific location. Wang Shikong donned the Red King's attire and stood up from his wheelchair, assuming the persona of Tianluan Jiyue. As the light from the teleportation array faded, he found himself in the main city of Northwind. The biting cold wind greeted him, and before him stood a castle blanketed in pristine white snow, with glistening ice sculptures shining under the sunlight. His white robe blended seamlessly with the icy cityscape. Following the instructions to the designated location, he quickly equipped a stealth robe and mask. The system notified him that he had acquired the skill of spatial flicker, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. He moved in the direction specified by Hongtao, instantly flashing 100 meters ahead. The system then informed him that his skill proficiency had reached a masterful level. Although this skill consumed nearly 17 points of mental energy, it was a feat almost unmanageable for players at this stage ordinarily. Casting at once would require over 100 points of mental energy, enough to leave one immediately exhausted. Upon reaching the destination, he was greeted by a middle-aged man with a smile. The man was dignified and resolute in appearance. It was Hong Tao-A himself. As a prominent figure, he had no need to conceal his identity. Just as Hong Tao-A was about to lead him into the room, an enraged shout came from the right. A young man wielding a staff stormed out, angrily demanding, "Damn you, Hongwu! You actually gave that spatial skill to someone else." Hong Tao-A's expression turned cold, and he took a deep breath before saying, "Mr. Chun, I placed that spatial skill in the treasury after I acquired it, and I have the right to allocate it. Furthermore, I invited the Red King to complete the military formation task after careful consideration. No expert should use that spatial skill," the young man insisted. "I said that no one could use it, and I would redeem it once I gathered enough points." The young man fixed a piercing gaze on his opponent, his voice laced with undisguised anger. "Are you ignoring my words?" Standing nearby, Hong Tao-A remained silent, his expression grim. The young man turned his gaze to Wang Shikong, his voice full of skepticism. "Is this the expert you hired? Did he use spatial magic?" Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Hong Tao-A, who frowned and introduced. "This is the Red King, the top of the Tianjiao rankings." "Top of the Tianjiao rankings?" The young man pressed Wang Shikong again. "Did you learn spatial magic?" "Naturally, that's my payment," Wang Shikong replied, his eyes flickering. "Damn it," the young man was furious. "You'd better complete the task, or you'll have to give back everything you took." Wang Shikong responded coldly. "Spatial magic was just the cost of inviting me to act. I never guaranteed the task's completion. You think you can take something so precious without completing the task? Dream on." The young man's voice was icy. Hong Tao quickly intervened. "Mr. Chun, don't make trouble. I've already made an agreement with the Red King." "Make trouble? Giving away such precious magic for an incomplete task? There's no such thing in the world," the young man sneered. "Hongwu, I think there's an internal deal going on here." His gaze darkened as it settled on Wang Shikong. "If the task is completed, everything is fine. But if it's not, you'll have to return the corresponding treasures. Don't think wearing identity-concealing gear will stop me. If you die, I can still see your face and even find you in reality." Hearing this, Wang Shikong's expression turned cold. He thought to himself, "This is truly an unwarranted disaster." With a thought, Shanliang appeared on his shoulder. Sensing Wang Shikong's aura, Shanliang stiffened slightly. Wang Shikong stared at the young man expressionlessly. "Is your real home in Kyoto?" Shanliang observed the scene, lifted his head slightly, and sniffed. "I've memorized his scent." "Is your home really in Kyoto?" As soon as the words were spoken, a mocking smile appeared on Qinsong's face. He turned to a group of young men and women approaching from the right and laughed openly. "Let me tell you something funny. This guy actually asked if I live in Kyoto." His tone was filled with disdain, as if mocking an ant trying to challenge an elephant. The newcomers exchanged glances, and one of them, a young man with a buzz cut, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on, Brother Song? Is he trying to challenge you to a fight in Kyoto?" His tone carried a hint of teasing. Wang Shikong noticed Qinsong's arrogant expression and smirked slightly. He turned to Hong Tao-A and asked calmly, "Can you handle the situation?" Hong Tao-A's face turned grim, clearly not expecting Qinsong to be so brazen. Seeing this, Wang Shikong shook his head nonchalantly and said, "I'll take care of it for you. The reward will be spatial magic and 2 silver weapons. I'll deal with him in reality." This sudden declaration made Hong Tao-A's eyes widen. "Wait, when did I say I wanted to hire you to kill him? And in reality?" He gasped, realizing that the Red King was angered by Qinsong's attitude and had unilaterally turned the mission into an assassination. Hong Tao-A's mind raced. If Qinsong were to die, he would be framed as the mastermind, unable to defend himself. He quickly explained, "Red King, that's not what I meant." "Yes, it is. Don't worry, I'll take care of him for you." Wang Shikong smiled, waved his hand, and then vanished mysteriously in front of everyone. The scene left everyone present stunned. Hong Tao was shocked, wondering, what kind of technique is this? Spatial flicker? Impossible. How did he just disappear like that? Qinsong glared at Hong Tao. "Are you plotting with him to harm me? Get lost, you fool." Hong Tao could no longer suppress his anger, releasing a cold aura that made Qinsong gasp for breath. Then, with a stern face, Hong Tao left, intending to report the matter to his superiors. As a top-tier member of the Xia Guild, Hong Tao knew more than most. He was well aware that the Red King had been extraordinary since the inception of the assassin organization, recalling the fate of the masked man with AV face as an example. With such a decisive and vengeful character, the Red King was sure to follow through. Hong Tao trusted his intuition, believing that the Red King would find a way to locate Qinsong, and he always trusted his instincts. He walked briskly towards the nearby spell training room, a grave expression on his face. Inside, 2 elders were practicing, and he immediately approached them to report the situation. "Are you saying that the Red King wants to kill Qinsong in reality? They've only just met today. How would he know Qinsong's location?" Have they met in reality before? The white-bearded elder asked in surprise. I'm not sure about that, Red Ace replied cautiously. Do you think he can succeed? The other elder turned to look at him. Although I don't know much about this Red King, he is indeed very powerful and mysterious, Red Ace assessed seriously. Honestly, I'm no match for him. His strength is unfathomable. At the Dark Pavilion, he easily defeated that sword-wielding, masked man. His power is so intimidating that no one dares to challenge him for the Red King's position, even though it would mean a 5 increase in benefits. The emergence of the Endless Continent has indeed changed everything. The Xia dynasty is truly a place full of hidden talents, the other elder remarked. Inform the Chen family about this, and let them prepare. If something really happens, let the Chen family decide for themselves, the white-bearded elder added. Also, make sure to tell them what the Red King said before leaving. This will be my debut performance. Red Ace nodded in agreement. Yes. The two elders gestured for him to leave. After he left, they continued their conversation. The world is changing, and we must adapt our thinking to the times. The strength of folk masters should not be underestimated. The future will surely belong to the strong. Indeed, the top of the heavenly pride list? The Red King? Let the Chun family test this strongest known figure for now. The scene shifts to a tea room in the northern wind main city of the Snowfall Empire. Wang Shikong was leisurely sipping tea, while beside him, the raven tilted its head and asked, Will the great raven purify that heretic? Trash, needs purification. Wang Shikong nodded, a hint of displeasure on his brow. His originally peaceful journey was disrupted by such foolish trouble. That young man was evidently a top-tier second generation from the capital. This matter began with Red Ace, and he wanted to see Red Ace's status in the Xia Guild. The outcome for Red Ace after the young man's death would determine his next steps. Ha ha ha. Daring to provoke the great master. Are you only purifying one? The raven said smugly. The great raven can purify 9 generations by following the scent of their bloodline. 9 generations? Wang Shikong was taken aback. No need, we should be kind. Recalling the first time he met the raven, it claimed to be the evil yet great raven lord. Wang Shikong couldn't help but wonder if this creature had exterminated all the families of those who offended it. He patted the raven's head and said seriously, From now on, don't call yourself the evil yet great raven lord. Be a kind and great raven. Listen to my specific arrangements later. Call. The raven emitted a mocking cry. The great raven only speaks of evil, but deep down, don't be too kind. Purifying a family and reuniting them is true mercy. Above the metropolis, the raven took flight from a luxurious villa, heading towards the airport while talking to itself. Its round eyes sparkled like diamonds, quickly locking onto its target flight. Despite the current global turmoil and sparse crowds at the airport, flights from the metropolis to Kyoto remained frequent. In an instant, the raven had slipped into the first-class cabin of a plane. It gently flapped its wings and conjured a phone out of thin air, deftly tapping the screen with its claws to send a message. Meanwhile, in the Tan Palace Villa, Wang Shikong received the message and smiled with satisfaction. Within the first ring road of Kyoto, a magnificent courtyard house stood majestically. The vermilion gate was adorned with dazzling golden studs, and the carved beams and painted rafters were embellished with lifelike paintings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The white marble steps and exquisite hanging flower doors all highlighted the extraordinary nature of this residence. The antiques within the courtyard exuded an aura of accumulated history. At this moment, a middle-aged couple and a spirited elder were seated on rosewood chairs, their brows furrowed. Chen Song stood before them, looking displeased. Grandfather, Dad, you called me here just for this? That guy dares to come kill me? It's generous of me not to go after him. Shut up, the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit sternly interrupted. Do you have any idea how chaotic it is out there? How many people die every day? Bang! The elder slammed the table, and Chen Song immediately fell silent. The middle-aged woman frowned and asked, Old Chun, does the Red King really dare to come? According to intelligence, this Red King is indeed the strongest at present, the middle-aged man said with a serious expression. Other middle-aged couples offered their opinions, with some suggesting increased vigilance, and others advocating for investigating the Red King's identity. Ultimately, the elder made a decision. Call in the elemental array master to set up formations and gather treasures to strengthen our defenses. Yes, father. As you command, Elder Chun. Everyone responded in unison. The crowd cast respectful glances at the elder, nodding in agreement. They paid little attention to the so-called Red King. Even in this era of extraordinary abilities, their experience told them that it was nearly impossible for one person to take on hundreds. As long as they guarded against surprise attacks, they would be fine. The Chen family quickly mobilized their forces, deploying hundreds of elite guards around the area. They also invited masters skilled in rare elemental formations to set up defenses specifically against various invisibility spells. With such arrangements, the place was as secure as a fortress. What was the top of the Tianjiao list, or the assassin group Red King, compared to this impregnable defense? In less than half an hour, the Chun family gathered a group of powerful cultivators and 4 elders proficient in elemental formations. These 4 formation masters immediately began casting spells, setting up arrays. Runes glowed, the holy formation unfolded, and as spiritual lines intertwined, they dispelled the darkness of the night, gathering divine light that seemed to herald the dawn. They meticulously arranged the area within a 500-meter radius, gradually concentrating the rich elemental power. The invisible formation firmly sealed the entire space. Only after 10 hours did the 4 formation masters exhale deeply, having completed their task. Thank you, esteemed masters. Chen's father approached, expressing sincere gratitude. Haha, it was nothing, one of the elders replied with a broad smile. We've set up 4 layers of formations: revelation, illusion, defense, and detection. With us here, anyone who enters will have nowhere to hide. Good. Chen's father smiled with satisfaction, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then entered the courtyard. The bright moonlight bathed the earth, and the night was deep. Just then, a figure silently appeared in the sky. It was the entity known as the crow. I'm exhausted. There's a familiar scent here. It should be around this area. The crow needs to sleep. It gazed down, and in a flash, it completely ignored the elemental formation's barriers, appearing directly on a bed in an empty room and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Chen Song had just returned to reality from his cultivation, cursing. Damn you, Hongwu. Just you wait. Today's not over. He casually tossed aside his clothes and lay down on the bed. You're crushing the crow, Oi, this is the scent. An ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out, startling Chen Song. He leapt from the bed, staring at it in terror. Oi, you little piece of trash, prepare to be purified by the kind and great crow. The crow screeched, and in a swift motion, pierced through Chen Song's forehead. Bang! Chen Song didn't even have time to feel the pain of death before he let out a final cry of shock, which abruptly stopped as his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Bang bang. Boom. His dying cries for help alarmed everyone. The Chun family members, who had just returned to reality in the surrounding rooms, heard the commotion and rushed to the scene. Crash. The door was flung open, and the middle-aged man at the forefront, Chen Song's father, saw his son lying on the ground, and his face changed drastically. He looked around in panic, shouting hoarsely, "Someone, come quickly!" In an instant, the entire luxurious courtyard plunged into chaos. How could this be? How could this be? A heart-wrenching cry pierced the night sky from within the Chun residence. Chun Lao pointed a trembling finger at the body on the ground. Songer, my son, my son. The residence was instantly in turmoil. Hundreds of guards sprang into action, with over 100 rushing to the scene. An elemental array master arrived, pale-faced, stammering. This is impossible. The elemental array has been running continuously. It's impossible for anyone to break through. Chun Lao took a deep breath, his expression as grim as iron. With hundreds of guards and the constant protection of the elemental array, this was the most advanced defense configuration in Xia. Yet, even under such tight security, his grandson was killed. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. If the killer intended to take their lives, they might already be dead. The chilling realization sent a shiver down his spine. Chun Lao, a middle-aged man, hurried in to report. We've searched the entire courtyard and found no trace of the killer. The methods are extremely bizarre, allowing them to come and go unnoticed under so many watchful eyes. It must be that damned Red King. It must be him. A middle-aged woman sobbed, holding her son's body. Father, you must avenge Songer. And Hongwu, if not for him, Songer wouldn't have. She turned to her husband. Old Chun, we can't let Songer die in vain. The middle-aged man shakily lit a cigarette. Though they had received warnings from Hongwu, they didn't expect the Red King to strike in such a stealthy manner. Even now, they hadn't caught a glimpse of the perpetrator. He recalled Hongwu's words. This was just the Red King's debut. Did this mean that if they continued to pursue the matter, the adversary would strike again? Old Chun, use the Chun family's resources. I refuse to believe we can't find that Red King. This is our child. The middle-aged woman pleaded, clutching her husband's arm. You know he's our child too, the middle-aged man retorted irritably. I told you to discipline him better, but you pampered him despite knowing how the world has changed. The woman looked at her husband with disappointment. The middle-aged man sighed and turned to his father. What do you think we should do? Give him a grand farewell. Chun Lao sighed deeply. Songer was indeed not up to par, and this incident should serve as a wake-up call for the Chin family. The middle-aged woman was stunned by what she heard, her body trembling as she looked at her father in disbelief. Dad, how can you do this? Are you really going to let Song die with grievances? He's the only heir of the Chun family. Old Mr. Chen stared at his son, slowly shaking his head, speaking calmly. Bring back those children you have outside. Dad, you knew? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then nodded. Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to provoke someone who could end our lives at any moment. He understood that the Chun family's survival relied on their foresight and decisiveness. The situation has changed now. We can't act recklessly as we did months ago. A new wave of history is upon us, and the foolish will be crushed by time. The middle-aged woman nearby was struck by their conversation, looking at her husband in disbelief. A whole bunch of children, she murmured to herself. At that moment, an eerie voice suddenly pierced the air. Caw hey hey, did you hear that? It seems they're not planning revenge anymore. The crow is clocking out. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, looking around in terror. Who? Who's there? Someone asked, their voice trembling. Caw, clocking out. God loves all, so I'll let you off today. The voice came again, but its source remained unseen. Under the frightened gazes of the crowd, the crow quietly left. A dead silence lingered for a full 3 minutes before someone gulped and cautiously spoke. Have they left? Old Mr. Chun and his son exchanged glances, their backs drenched in cold sweat. If revenge had been sought, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Was this the power of the Red King's assassin organization? In the Tan Palace Villa of the Magic City, Wang Shikong ended his call with the crow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Upon learning that Chen Song's background was complex, he had specifically arranged for the crow to stay and gauge the Chun family's intentions. If they insisted on revenge, the crow would have had to implement the 9 clans eradication. But he was quite satisfied with the current outcome. Placing his phone on the bedside table, Wang Shikong went to sleep peacefully, unaware that his debut had already stirred a storm within the Daxia Guild and among the higher-ups. In just a few minutes, the news of Chen Song's death had spread everywhere. Kyoto is a city that never sleeps, with bustling streets where lights and shadows intertwine. In the depths of ancient alleys, red lanterns sway in the wind, adding an eerie touch to the late night. In a heavily guarded alley, an urgent meeting was taking place within a large compound. The attendees wore grave expressions, reminiscent of the scene when the endless continent first emerged. Hongwu stood to the side, his face serious. He had anticipated that the Red King would make a move, given his character, but the situation exceeded his expectations. The speed and ruthlessness of the Red King's actions were shocking. Despite the Chun family's comprehensive defenses, the opponent managed to carry out an assassination silently and then left in a chilling manner. What do you all think of this situation? An elderly man with white hair asked, taking a deep breath. The Red King is far more terrifying than we imagined. With the power he has displayed, he seems unstoppable, another person said solemnly. We have indeed underestimated the capabilities of those with great opportunities. We all know how strong the Chun family's defenses are. Even if we had set them up ourselves, it would be no different. Hundreds of elite guards are the limit, and without detecting the enemy, increasing the numbers to tens of thousands would be futile. The most frightening part is that after succeeding, he did not leave immediately, but stayed to see if the Chun family would retaliate. At that moment, the Chun family was like fish on a chopping board, their fate at his whim. An elder slowly shook his head, his eyes showing respect. It seems we need to adjust our strategy and stop thinking about uniting all cultivators under the Daxia Guild. In the 10th Sandier history of the Endless Continent, countless opportunities have arisen. From the first era of the whispers of ancient gods, to the second era of divine fire engulfing the skies, to the third era of the arrival of the god of light, the fourth era of emerging heroes, and the fifth era where empires shone like the Milky Way. Our blue star civilization is but a fleeting moment in comparison. Everything is just beginning now, and the future might indeed see individuals who can fight against thousands and become gods and ancestors. Everyone nodded in agreement. The history of the Endless Continent is too glorious, and even an ordinary person might soar to great heights due to an opportunity. Although the Red King's power is astonishing, he acts with restraint and is not a wanton killer. The assassination of the Chun family member, in a way, was eliminating a threat. If it were another bloodthirsty person, not even the Chun family's watchdogs would have survived. This Red King might be worth befriending. Also, I suspect he is in Kyoto. Otherwise, he couldn't have completed the assassination so quickly, someone analyzed. Hongwu, try to reach out to him again and see if he is willing to continue assisting with that task. We can't let the Sakura Guild get their hands on that opportunity, even if we can't obtain it ourselves. Everyone discussed and made arrangements, deciding to warn their family members to be cautious and not to offend powerful individuals. As the first rays of morning light touched Kyoto, Wang Shikong, who had just entered the Endless Continent, received several messages. He opened them, raising an eyebrow slightly. The invitation from Hongtao took Wang Shikong by surprise. He stared at the communication interface, where 7 or 8 messages clearly stated that the Daxia Guild would not hold him accountable for Chun Song's death, deeming it deserved, and expressed a desire to form an alliance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Shikong replied to the message. Soon, Hongtao responded. Wang Shikong activated his Tianluan Jila and headed towards the location from the previous day. Outside the door, Hongtao was waiting as usual. Wang Shikong sized him up, a slight smile playing on his lips. It seems your position isn't low, Hongtao. The remark carried a deeper meaning. Chen Song had died at the hands of the Red King. But since it started with him and he remained unscathed, clearly, there was significant influence backing him. Hong Tao forced an awkward smile. Not too bad. Let's go, Wang Shikong said. I'm curious to see what kind of task has captured the Daxia Guild's attention. All right. Hong Tao began to explain in detail as they walked. This task involves a military formation inheritance, located at the border between the Snowfall Empire and the Skyhawk Empire, specifically at the Maluo Icefield battlefield. Beneath the icefield lies the Snowhawk battle site, a secret realm of inheritance formed by battle souls thousands of years ago. However, it has been invaded by demonic energy, and the secret realm can only undergo one inheritance. He paused before continuing. The most crucial part is that the Snowhawk battle is the burial ground of elite legions from both empires, and there are two inheritances there. The Sakura Guild has already taken on the task from the Skyhawk Empire's side, and they started much earlier than us. This means only one side can obtain the secret realm inheritance, and they are probably ahead of us in progress. Hearing this, Wang Shikong's eyes gleamed with surprise. A military formation inheritance. Historical records highly praised military formations. Brilliant formations forged the Empire's starlight, ending the heroic Fourth Era. 3 people form a tiger, 9 form an army, as 9 can represent the 5 elements: wind, thunder, light, and dark. A military formation uses people as its base to create a moving, powerful elemental array, surpassing ordinary elemental formations in strength. A 1,000-strong formation can easily annihilate 20 times its number in enemies. But military formations are extremely rare, with only the 4 main corps and the Imperial City Guard of the Snowfall Empire mastering them. Forming a military formation demands high standards from soldiers. Wang Shikong recalled from his past life that the Sakura Guild had risen to fame by leveraging a 5,000-strong special operations group using a military formation, dealing a heavy blow to Daxia. In later years, Daxia only had one type of military formation. So, the Sakura Guild obtained their military formation here. Wang Shikong's eyes flashed coldly. In the future, guilds from various nations fiercely competed on the Endless Continent, and the Sakura Guild was undoubtedly the #1 enemy of all Daxia people. No wonder the Daxia Guild valued this task so much. The thought of competing against the Sakura Guild ignited a fire of determination in Wang Shikong's eyes. On the snow-covered landscape, the torn sky glowed with an eerie blood-red hue, its light reflecting off the vast ice plains. Within the main defensive city before the battlefield of the Maluo Ice Plains, Wang Shikong and Hong Tao gradually emerged from the teleportation array. They left the frontline city and entered this majestic glacier region. Towering glaciers surrounded them like giants, some even piercing the clouds, reaching heights of 1,000 meters. This was Beifeng City, the northernmost border city of the Snowfall Empire, adjacent to the Tianshao Empire. During the Fifth Era, these two empires were bitter enemies, constantly at war. It wasn't until the invasion of the evil forces and the sudden onset of the chaotic era that the two nations, along with other empires on the Endless Continent, formed the Human Alliance, turning swords into plowshares. That's it ahead. Hong Tao pointed towards a vast expanse of ice peaks stretching for dozens of kilometers. Each peak stood several hundred meters tall. As Wang Shikong gazed out, he saw a large number of members from the Daxia Guild gathered there, estimating at least tens of thousands. As Wang Shikong approached the entrance of one of the massive ice peaks, people around immediately recognized him. Red King. Hello, Red King. They greeted him with respect, drawing curious looks from other guild members who were unaware. Wang Shikong glanced around at the men and women, including a few young people he had encountered yesterday, all of whom now wore respectful smiles. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. This is the entrance to the Legacy Secret Realm, Hong Tao explained as he continued to lead him deeper. The crowd followed closely, with the so-called second and third generations cautiously observing the figure ahead, fully aware that it was best to behave in front of the mysterious Red King, lest they face severe consequences. Inside the ice mountain, a massive war simulation table came into view. Standing before it was an elderly man in white robes holding a feather fan, eyes closed and motionless. Hong Tao explained. This is the first test, where you must simulate a battle on the war table against him. We've already passed it. In the war table, 20,000 small figures were arrayed on either side. How did you pass this test? Wang Shikong inquired. We gathered hundreds of scholars to study the history, elements, and formations of the Endless Continent, and only then did we manage to defeat this elder, Hong Tao replied. All the problem solvers are at the second stage. There, you must engage in general-to-general combat. We were halted at the last general. His strength is terrifying, unmatched by anyone. That's why I invited you here. Wang Shikong nodded and continued to follow the group. Soon, they arrived at a gathering of hundreds of people. At the end, before the city gate, stood a general holding a staff, similarly with eyes closed. A burly bald elder noticed Wang Shikong's arrival and curiously asked, "Is this the Red King?" Wang Shikong's gaze landed on the bald elder, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. The renowned future strongest member of the Grand Xia Guild, known as the Ageless Elder, was a truly unique figure. Unlike other formidable individuals whose titles were often bestowed upon them by others, this title was self-chosen by this eccentric elder. Indeed, he proved to be reborn and consistently remained in the top 10 of the strongman rankings. Elder Wu, Hong Tao respectfully greeted the old man. The young man is quite impressive, Elder Wu said with a smile as he appraised Wang Shikong. This challenge is no small feat, are you confident? I'll give it a shot, Wang Shikong replied, his gaze fixed ahead. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, handing Wang Shikong a notebook. This contains our research on General Han Jun's techniques. You might want to take a look. Wang Shikong took it and quickly skimmed through. Han Jun, the general of the Zhou Tian Five Elements formation, was a third-class earl of the Snowfall Empire in life. In his domain, he could unleash power equivalent to that of his challengers, particularly excelling in fire elemental magic. Looking up, he saw the specter of General Han Jun standing a heat of flowing, flame-like ethereal robe, holding a flame staff, with a general's medal and the insignia of a third-class earl of the Snowfall Empire on his shoulder. Even as a remnant soul, this general, whose strength in life was no less than a fourth tier, was not an opponent ordinary cultivators could contend with. Without a word, Wang Shikong moved forward. Is he just heading in without even a thorough look at the notes? The middle-aged man who handed over the notebook frowned and whispered to Elder Wu. This general was evaluated at an SSS level. Elder Wu frowned as well. He knew the general's strength, and he couldn't last 3 moves against him. Young man, to know your enemy and yourself is the key to 100 victories. He couldn't help but advise. Wang Shikong ignored him and continued onward. To obtain the formation, you must face off against me and earn my approval, General Han Jun said slowly as Wang Shikong entered a specific range. Still conscious, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Shikong's eyes. Sensing an impending moment of joy, he willed a wheelchair into existence behind him. Sitting down, he placed his left hand on the armrest and pinned a medal to his right shoulder. This scene left Elder Wu, the think tank, and thousands of Grand Xia Guild members behind him speechless. Greetings, Count Han Jun. Wang Shikong suddenly spoke. General Han Jun noticed the medal on Wang Shikong's shoulder, his expression changing as he stepped forward and respectfully cupped his hands. Greetings, my Lord Count. As a third-class earl, he naturally showed deference to a first-class count. The onlookers were even more stunned into silence. Foreign demons are invading. Today, I have come with others to learn the formation to fend off these demons. I ask for your cooperation, Count Han Jun, Wang Shikong calmly stated. As a count, we naturally trust your leadership, Han Jun gestured. All for the Snowfall Empire. With a rumbling sound, the city gates ahead slowly opened. Wang Shikong placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowed his head, and performed a noble gesture of gratitude from the Snowfall Empire. Han Jun smiled and returned the gesture. Hiss! A gasp of surprise escaped from the crowd behind, their faces full of astonishment as they witnessed the scene before them. A problem that had troubled the think tank for half a month was effortlessly solved by a person in a wheelchair. A count. He's a count. An incredulous exclamation erupted from the crowd. Let's go, said Hong Tao, eyes wide, swallowing hard to remind everyone. Let's move forward. Wu Lao gestured with a wave, and everyone immediately followed. Count Han Jun spoke up to warn. Count, the next challenge is soldier versus soldier. Due to the invasion of demonic energy, some of our comrades have been tainted. There might be casualties, so your team must be cautious upon entering. Thank you for the warning, Count Han Jun. Wang Shikong nodded in gratitude and then led the group through the gate. As a count of the Snowfall Empire, his role in the military formation inheritance task was undeniably crucial. Red King, are you truly a count of the Snowfall Empire? A middle-aged man asked, barely able to contain his shock. Just a count, Wang Shikong responded calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. There stood approximately 5,000 phantom figures in neat rows, with a third of them shrouded in a dark aura, clearly tainted. After the general versus general comes soldier versus soldier. Are we supposed to have our troops confront these phantoms? Wu Lao composed himself and asked Wang Shikong. A middle-aged man from the think tank replied. Wu Lao, that seems to be the case. We should send someone to test it out first. Wang Shikong watched the scene in silence, lost in thought. The think tank of the Great Xia Guild consisted of top talents, and their wisdom was not to be underestimated. A young man, Chen Xingyun, stepped forward towards one of the soldiers. As he came within 5 meters, the soldier suddenly opened his eyes, drew his sword, and coldly declared, withstand my attacks for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? No problem. I am Chen Xingyun. Please instruct me. Chen Xingyun replied, drawing his sword to engage. The soldier launched an aggressive attack, golden light flashing. Chen Xingyun's expression changed drastically as he hastily defended himself. With a puff, the opponent's sword pierced his arm. The barrage of sword strikes left Chen Xingyun covered in blood, retreating in shock. Only when he withdrew to a certain distance did the soldier cease his attack. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. Chen Xingyun, who was not weak, couldn't withstand even a single move. Such formidable soldiers. How can we counter this? Someone asked worriedly. A wise elder from the think tank's eyes gleamed. Indeed, these soldiers are far beyond what we can confront directly. However, observe their formation. It's clearly the Zhou Tian 5 elements Wu character formation. Perhaps if our 5,000 members align accordingly, we can activate the formation's effects and gain significant boosts. But those one-third tainted soldiers will pose a serious challenge in confrontation. The think tank members eagerly offered strategies, suggesting leveraging external forces to counter the situation. Wu Lao nodded slightly in agreement, ready to have everyone step forward and try. However, Wang Shikong suddenly interrupted. No need to try. His gaze was deep as he continued. The key to a military formation lies in the unity of its soldiers. If one person breaks away, the entire formation fails. From my judgment, the untainted soldiers won't deal a fatal blow to the challengers, but those who are tainted will show no mercy. With their strength, they could take your lives in a single strike. A middle-aged man in the think tank looked at him in surprise. Young man, you seem to know a lot about this? No special knowledge required, Wang Shikong replied, turning to the questioner. You need to break free from conventional thinking. Soldiers represent killing. The soldier just now clearly had the power to deliver a fatal blow but didn't, indicating they won't truly harm the challengers. But the one-third of soldiers who are tainted will undoubtedly strike to kill. The think tank members nodded repeatedly, admiration flickering in their eyes. The young man is absolutely right. Wang Shikong's eyes gleamed as he recited a poem about military formations, riddled with wounds, yet they feel no pain, pierced by arrows, yet they stand tall. Though the mountains and rivers are shattered, the spirit remains unbroken. The iron-blooded soldiers forge the soul of the formation. This is the true essence of a military formation. The group fell into contemplation, marveling at how this young man in a wheelchair could so quickly grasp the key points and display such profound knowledge. Wu Lao's eyes flashed with understanding. He turned to face the others. So, we must endure the agony of countless wounds and the pain of 1,000 arrows piercing our hearts? We can. 5,000 voices shouted in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Go! Wu Lao rolled up his sleeves and was the first to rush to the soldiers, his aged face full of resolve. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Bring it on. However, in the next moment, Wu Lao came tumbling back, cursing as he retreated. Damn it. You guys are too sneaky. Even if my second brother can't fight right now, you shouldn't be so underhanded. A nearby healing mage immediately stepped forward to treat his injuries. Wang Shikong, watching the disheveled Wu Lao, couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad. You lasted 5 seconds. Wu Lao, in the midst of treatment, froze and glared back at him with a dark expression. Wu Lao was already impressive, a think tank member consoled. The young man before only lasted 3 seconds. You don't have to push yourself so hard, Wang Shikong advised with a smile. Humph, kid, Wu Lao huffed defiantly. Just wait, I'll show you the strength of the older generation. Wang Shikong shook his head helplessly, choosing not to argue with the stubborn old man. Instead, he turned his attention to the members of the Daxia Guild, who were rushing into the soldiers' attack range, listening to their cries of pain. This is why only the Daxia Guild can possess the military formation. Without such qualities and strong obedience, this task is impossible to complete. Give me the notes on how to clear the first stage of the war simulation, Wang Shikong instructed Hong Tao-A. Hong Tao-A immediately took the notes from the think tank and handed them over respectfully. Damn, fighting against these soldiers really hurts, said Wu Lao, who was sitting in a wheelchair, half-jokingly as he watched Wang Shikong study the notes. Xiao Wang, get me a wheelchair when you return to reality. On the training ground, screams echoed continuously. From initially being 10-second real men, to later shouting to hold on for a minute, the entire inheritance realm was both lively and brutal. Wang Shikong carefully studied the think tank's analysis of the first stage and gradually understood the structure of the inheritance realm. The first stage tests military formation, the second stage is general versus general, and the third stage is soldier versus soldier. Looking around, Wang Shikong decided to exit the endless continent. Overcoming the pain of being pierced by countless arrows, or even enduring the agony of vital points being stabbed, is no easy feat. It took 2 whole days for the 5,000 members of the Daxia Guild to barely adapt to this pain. On the third day, the guild concentrated on distributing various pills, scrolls, and top-tier equipment, focusing on the one-third of the members who needed to confront the corrupted soldiers Hedon. On the morning of the 4th day, Hong Wang, we are ready to start, Wu Lao said, taking a deep breath. The training over the past few days had messed up his hairstyle, but as someone about to embark on a second life, he felt proud of his perseverance. The soldiers of the Daxia Guild behind him all looked determined and ready to go. Good, Wang Shikong nodded. Bring 3 strong generals to enter the center with me. Why is that? Wu Lao asked in confusion. In a military formation, soldiers are primary, generals are secondary, Wang Shikong explained. You cleared the second stage with 3 generals, and I cleared it with 1. This means 4 generals can assist in the center, stepping in when soldiers make mistakes to prevent the formation from becoming chaotic. Wu Lao was initially taken aback. Then his expression became colorful. So, I don't have to fight these soldiers. That's right. Why? Why didn't you say so earlier? I did remind you before, there's no need to fight. Wu Lao was left speechless, his face showing a range of emotions. He finally realized that this youngster was getting back at him for the not listening to the old comment he made earlier, and the key point was, he indeed had been reminded. All right, let's begin. Wang Shikong smiled at the amusing old man, then walked to the central position, his expression gradually becoming serious. An ancient zither appeared before him. Wu Lao, with a gloomy face, followed and was puzzled again upon seeing the zither. Do we play music before the battle begins? All soldiers, prepare yourselves. Wang Shikong sat at the center of the secret training grounds, his gaze sharp and piercing. The elite members of the Daxia Guild stood around him with solemn expressions. They had been carefully chosen from various armies, and after days of rigorous training, their resolve was as unyielding as steel. Attack! With Wang Shikong's command, the group moved in unison to the front of the Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu formation. At that moment, a melodious tune suddenly filled the air. Standing in front of Wang Shikong, old Wu instinctively turned to the side, looking puzzled. Just then, a celestial notification echoed throughout the area. Ding! You are now enveloped by the Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu formation. Defense 100, spell power 50, movement speed 50, recovery speed 50. Feeling the surge of power within them, the members' faces lit up with enthusiasm. The battle erupted instantly as corrupted soldiers, their eyes blood-red with malice, launched merciless attacks. The Daxia Guild members, clad in bronze armor and wielding shields, focused on defense. Despite this, the situation remained perilous. On the right, a corrupted soldier swung a massive axe with brutal force at a Daxia member, forcing him to his knees. The second strike was imminent. Damn, are we already using our defensive gear after just 20 seconds? The Daxia member's expression changed drastically. They needed to hold out for a full 5 minutes. In the nick of time, a mysterious earth-yellow bell appeared in front of him, blocking the axe's blow without budging an inch. The morning bell and evening drum. In the center, Wang Shikong smiled as he completed the opening notes in just over 20 seconds. Elements of Wu earth and Gung metal surged around him, forming 20 morning bells and evening drums, enveloping the endangered Daxia Guild members. A system alert followed, morning bell and evening drum. Upon playing, Wu earth and Gung metal elements formed 20 morning bells and evening drums, granting a defense shield of 10 times the caster's mental strength to nearby allies. Epic level Heavenly Joy wheelchair, instrumental skill power 30. With the formation's boost, spell power increased by 50, effortlessly withstanding the soldiers' fierce attacks. Old Wu and Red Peach, who were ready to assist, widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight. As the music played on, the power of the instrumental skill became increasingly apparent. The time between each casting shortened. The first took over 20 seconds, the second reduced to just over 10, the third to 10 seconds, and by the fourth, it was under 10 seconds. Each round summoned 20 morning bells and evening drums, steadily protecting 20 Daxia Guild members. 6 seconds passed, and another 20 tolls of the bell echoed from above Wang Shikong. 2 minutes later, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Wang Shikong sat in his wheelchair, his white robe gently fluttering in the breeze, as his fingers danced skillfully over the strings of his instrument. Each second, 20 mystical bell chimes emerged, enveloping the members of the Great Xia Guild. Time flowed on. In 10 seconds, 200 bell shadows accumulated, reaching 1,200 in a minute. Earth and metal elements intertwined around Wang Shikong, as if cloaking him in a shimmering layer of golden sand. This sand transformed into an indestructible mystical bell, protecting the bodies of the warriors. In the center, Wu Lao and others who were ready to assist stood stunned. The sight before them was unbelievably a single person, calmly playing amidst thousands of soldiers, erecting such a formidable defensive barrier for 5,000 members. The warriors enveloped by the bell chimes could clearly feel that even under 10 consecutive fierce attacks, the defense remained unyielding. After more than 4 minutes, Wang Shikong sensed his mental energy was half depleted and slowly raised his hand. He leaned back in his wheelchair, exhaled softly, and surveyed the surroundings. As the 5-minute mark arrived, the soldiers of the Zhou Tian 5 Elements Wu character core gradually dissipated, leaving behind a special military medal. We won. Haha, we won. Cheers erupted. The defense blessed by the Red King is too strong. I didn't even need to use my trump cards. The 5,000 members of the Great Xia Guild were elated, their eyes collectively focused on the white-robed figure in the wheelchair, filled with awe. Is this the top of the Tianjiao list, the Red King? Truly impressive. Wu Lao marveled. This musical skill, I underestimated it. Wang Shikong calmly replied. Wu Lao, you're getting older. It's understandable. Members of the think tank hurried over to thank Wang Shikong. Thank you, Red King, for your intervention. We thought it would take many attempts to pass. They pointed ahead. The formation flags should be there. At the end of the archway, 2 formation flags stood tall. Wu Lao examined them and handed one to Wang Shikong, explaining, the Zhou Tian 5 elements Wu character formation's main flag lacks a formation soul. The main and auxiliary flags have the same effect, to ensure the formation operates even if a flag is lost or a leader is absent. If we pass the next stage, we should obtain the formation soul to complete the formation. Wang Shikong nodded, his gaze shifting to the entrance of the next stage. The next challenge will likely be a tough battle. Haha, Han Wu chose the right person this time. Wu Lao looked at Wang Shikong with a smile. I believe, with you, the powerful Red King, we will surely succeed. At the site of the Snow Owl battle, another place of secret legacy, thousands gathered in front of the 4th checkpoint. In the center of the crowd stood a rotund man in golden armor, resembling a sumo wrestler, gazing intently at his subordinates. Reporting to the vice president, a confident, short, middle-aged man reported, we've invested millions to acquire various items, and we're 80% confident of obtaining the complete military formation legacy. The biggest challenge in this stage is the mutated general. Once we deal with him and his formidable mutated formation spirit, the rest will be manageable. Very good, the rotund man replied coldly. We must clear this stage before the Daxia Guild. Rest assured, Vice President. The short middle-aged man nodded heavily, a cold, snake-like glint in his eyes. We received the task half a month earlier than them, so our progress is naturally faster. Moreover, he grinned ominously. According to the Tianshao Empire, once we complete the legacy, this place will collapse. By then, the Daxia Guild members will find themselves thousands of meters away from us. Oh, the rotund man raised an eyebrow. How are the preparations? Everything is ready. A few days ago, we spared no expense to build the teleportation array. Once we obtain the legacy, at your command, the Sakura Guild's 100,000 warriors can arrive immediately. Haha, excellent. Let's give them a surprise. The rotund man laughed heartily. Ahead on the battlefield, many strategists were analyzing the checkpoint. This is the 4th stage. The first 3 were military exercises, or simulation, general versus general, soldier versus soldier. This stage is likely real battlefield combat. Look, the terrain is identical to the first stage's simulation, indicating that the first was theoretical, while this is practical. Finally, they turned to Wang Shikong in the center. Red King, what do you think? Wang Shikong nodded slightly, confirming their speculation. His gaze fixed on the center of the Zhou Tian 5 elements Wu character formation, where a tall general, shrouded in demonic energy, stood. Behind him was an abnormal formation spirit of flag, originally half a meter tall, was compressed by sinister black and red energy into a 4-inch menacing dragon's head. This 1.2-meter formation spirit was unlike any ordinary one, as black light glimmered above all the soldiers' heads. Have you practiced with military formations before? Wang Shikong asked. A strategist replied. We anticipated the 4th stage and have been practicing, ready to engage at any time. Good. Wang Shikong nodded. Start when we're at peak condition. Yes. They responded in unison. At 2 p.m., Wu Lao, full of fighting spirit, said, Red King, it's time. We must secure the legacy before those Sakura Guild bastards. All right. Wang Shikong nodded, his gaze fixed ahead. Completing tasks in a superpower like the Daxia Guild was indeed easy, with hundreds of think tank members dedicated to strategic research, an extraordinary foundation. Amidst the rumbling, 5,000 soldiers quickly formed ranks and advanced. With the support of military merits and formation flags, the effect of the military formation was immediately evident. Wang Shikong, along with Old Wu, Hong Taoe, and a middle-aged man, held their positions in the central command. As the troop entered the battlefield, a fierce general, surrounded by black aura, opened his blood-red eyes within the Zhodian 5 elements woozy formation, 2 kilometers ahead. The soul of the formation behind him surged with blood energy. A bunch of ants dare to seek our legacy? He drew out the formation flag, pointing it towards Wang Shikong from afar. Today, I shall first slay your leader. Black energy spewed from his mouth, enveloping the formation soul. Void command. A streak of black light shot towards Wang Shikong like lightning. Caught off guard, Wang Shikong was instantly pulled into a dark space. A powerful pressure surged, and he felt his attributes weaken by 30%. Even casting divine light technique couldn't completely dispel this negative effect. 1,000 meters away, the general shrouded in black aura stared intently at him. Light flickered in Wang Shikong's eyes, interwoven with strands of black light, as he smiled and asked, Is this void command the ability of the formation soul? Die. The demonized general didn't answer, launching a direct charge. You've become an aberration. Let me purify you. Wang Shikong shook his head and cast divine light technique. Although the demon energy resisted the attack, it weakened slightly. The battle escalated instantly. Wang Shikong held nothing back, continuously using divine light technique scrolls combined with the 5 elements fusion technique. With his divine sight and foresight abilities active, the demonized general's evasion attempts were futile. 1 second of foresight could be deadly in a duel between strong opponents. With a roar of impact, the demonized general was sent flying, his defensive aura almost depleted. Damn it! I'll kill you! He roared furiously, wielding the formation soul to summon a 5-meter-long pitch-black earth dragon. Wang Shikong remained composed, repeatedly activating the divine light technique scrolls, while launching counterattacks with the 5 elements fusion technique. Although his defensive scrolls shattered continuously, his attacks grew fiercer with each strike, severely wounding the demon general. I refuse to believe I can't kill you, the demonized general screamed in rage. Demonic punishment. Blood from his arm flowed into the formation soul, and the sky instantly gathered black clouds, blood-red lightning brewing within. Wang Shikong looked up at this terrifying elemental force, marveling internally. Such a powerful attack, it could be instantly lethal. But it's a good opportunity to test that spell I've never used. The blood-red lightning crashed down, shattering him into pieces. Yet, eerily, his fragmented body quickly reassembled. Reboot. Wang Shikong reappeared unscathed, saved some divine light technique defense scrolls there. The final 5 elements fusion technique struck the now severely weakened demon general, killing him outright. Not a bad strength, Wang Shikong remarked, his gaze falling on the fallen formation soul. With a gust of mysterious wind, the transformed formation soul flew into his Handan epic level artifact. The mutated array soul shimmered with an epic glow, its attributes astonishing. A 30 increase in array power and doubled health. This special array soul contained 3 major skills. The first, Void Commander, could pull a target into a dark void abyss for a duel, suppressing the opponent's attributes by 30, and it could only be used once every 30 minutes. The second, Demonic Punishment, required sacrificing 20 of one's own health to unleash a blood-red lightning punishment, inflicting damage equivalent to 22 times the user's mental power, also with a 30-minute cooldown. The third, Demonic Blood Array, was a continuous spell. Once activated, a blood-colored light would connect the soldiers in the formation, allowing them to absorb the enemy's blood upon killing them. This not only healed injuries, but also restored physical and mental strength. The origin of this mutated array soul was quite unique. It was formed by the invasion of demonic energy from beyond, colliding and merging with indomitable battle souls and murderous aura, resulting in an artifact only a great general could wield. Wang Shikong gazed at the array soul in his hand, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. This was yet another epic item he had acquired, though of a special type, with the Void Commander being particularly formidable, combining both spatial and dark attributes. In comparison, despite the health cost, the power of demonic punishment seemed mediocre. The augmenting effect of the third array, however, could unleash astonishing might from the entire formation. He took out the 5 elements Wu character array flag master and began the fusion. The flag surprisingly merged into the array soul, forming a new 5 elements Wu character array flag master. Apart from enhanced control over the array, other attributes remained unchanged. Wang Shikong toyed with the flag, which could double as a cane, pondering. If one day, the formations of Wu Lao and others turned against him, he could directly render their arrays ineffective, though such a scenario was almost impossible. He chuckled softly as the scene shifted back to the battlefield. At this moment, members of the Great Xia Guild were engaged in fierce combat with the 5 elements Wu character array core. According to the war simulation, the Great Xia Guild was gaining the upper hand. That general, did you kill him, Red King? Wu Lao, Red Heart Ace, asked excitedly upon seeing him appear. Wang Shikong nodded, slowly raising the array soul. Let's end this quickly. The demonic blood array activated instantly, with blood-colored light connecting 5,000 soldiers. With the boost from the epic array flag, all soldiers' strength surged by 30. Already at an advantage, they now displayed overwhelming dominance. What is this? Wu Lao, feeling the surge in strength, looked at Wang Shikong's special array flag in shock. Let's finish the battle quickly. Wang Shikong's calm voice reached everyone's ears. Yes. The 5,000 soldiers, feeling the enhancement, knew it was Red King's handiwork. Over time, his wisdom, strength, and background had completely won them over. They responded in unison, charging into battle with high morale. The war swiftly reached its conclusion. Ultimately, the 3 central generals fell, leaving only the secondary array soul behind. Haha, I never expected the 4th challenge to be this easy. Wu Lao stood before the formation spirit, his face beaming with joy. He quickly merged the spirit into the formation flag, and immediately, a dark golden light blossomed from the artifact. Wang Shikong observed his excitement and silently shook his head. Although he said nothing, he wasn't surprised by the transformation of the formation flag. We did it. We've acquired the legacy of the battle formation. Wu Lao exclaimed ecstatically. We owe it all to Hong Wang's strength. The 5,000 soldiers of the Daxia Guild surrounding them all wore relieved smiles. Not only had they completed their mission, but they had also secured the powerful battle formation legacy before the Sakura Guild. At that moment, the voice of the heavens announced, Ding, congratulations on completing the battle formation legacy mission. This legacy realm will collapse in 5 minutes. Don't celebrate just yet, everyone. Quickly exit the legacy realm. Wu Lao ordered immediately. Yes. The group responded in unison, retreating in an orderly manner. During the evacuation, Wu Lao's gaze fell on the mutated formation flag in Wang Shikong's hand. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, the flag in your hand seems to be of a higher grade? This formation spirit might not be of much use to you. Can I buy it for a high price? Understanding that the formation flag could be more beneficial to the Daxia Guild, Wang Shikong handed it over without hesitation. Wu Lao eagerly reached out, but as soon as he touched it, a powerful force repelled him, causing his health to plummet. He quickly let go, his face changing dramatically. When he saw the flag's attributes, he was stunned epic level. He muttered in disbelief, am I unworthy? How is this possible? Meanwhile, in another nearby realm, the Sakura Guild members were attempting the 4th challenge when they suddenly received news of the legacy's completion. Despite starting the task half a month earlier than the Daxia Guild, they had been beaten to it, which was hard for them to accept. Damn Daxia Guild, I'll never forgive you. The Sakura Guild's obese vice president shouted, his face twisted with rage. Beside him, a short middle-aged man had a glint of coldness in his eyes. Vice President, we have other plans. The Daxia Guild members haven't gone far. The formation flag and spirit must still be with them. If we kill them, the legacy will be ours. You're right. The vice president's eyes gleamed with malice. The portly vice president of the Sakura Guild quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharp as a knife as he looked across, his voice carrying a chilling edge. I had planned to eliminate them after obtaining the military formation inheritance, but I never expected these people to dare to seize our opportunity. He turned to the short, middle-aged man beside him. Gather everyone immediately and tear these despicable Daxia people to pieces. Understood. The short, middle-aged man sprang into action, rapidly issuing a series of orders. Before long, the teleportation array they had expensively set up in front of the Inheritance Secret Realm's entrance began to flicker. Waves of Sakura Guild members surged out, and in no time, a formidable force of 100,000 elite troops was assembled in neat formation. Everyone listen up. Charge. Slaughter those cowards from Daxia. The vice president raised his arm, and the 100,000 members shouted in unison, charge. Slaughter those cowards. The well-trained force, brimming with murderous intent, advanced swiftly. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, the Daxia Guild members were emerging from the Inheritance Secret Realm, their faces alight with the joy of victory. Suddenly, the guards stationed at the entrance cried out in alarm. Oh no! Elder Wu, an army is surrounding us. What? Elder Wu and others looked up at the sound, their expressions changing as they saw the dense mass of figures closing in on both sides. It's those bastards from the Sakura Guild. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow as he observed the scene. For cultivators, a few kilometers was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. The enemy forces were advancing rapidly, closing the gap with alarming speed. At least 100,000, maybe more. A middle-aged man from the think tank said gravely. Over 100,000 from the Sakura Guild. A strange light flickered in Wang Shikong's eyes, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Suppressing his inner excitement, he said to Elder Wu, hold your ground. With that, he steered his wheelchair straight ahead. The members of the Sakura Guild saw a figure in a wheelchair approaching, but before they could react, the figure vanished suddenly. To think I believed you were something special. I never imagined you'd do this. Elder Wu shouted, unable to hide his disappointment as he watched Wang Shikong's retreating figure. He hadn't expected the Red King to flee outright. By this time, Wang Shikong had already used spatial flicker to break through the Sakura Guild's encirclement. His gaze fixed on the distant war city of the Snowfall Empire, and as he contemplated the events about to unfold, he couldn't help but let out a distorted laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. On the front lines of the Maluo Icefield battlefield, a massive war fortress stood imposingly. Within the city, the Demon Elimination Corps of the Snowfall Empire was stationed, with 200,000 soldiers steadfastly defending against the invading demonic army. Greetings, Count of Qing Snake. As Wang Shikong approached the city gates and revealed his count's insignia, the guards immediately knelt on one knee and salute. Contact your commander for me. I need to mobilize 10,000 soldiers of rank 1 and above. Wang Shikong ordered the gate guards in a deep voice as he surveyed them. I have long heard of the Count of Qing Snake's renown. A commander on the city wall, noticing the commotion, swiftly descended before Wang Shikong and respectfully greeted him. I am Deputy Commander Gue of the Demon Elimination Corps. I can immediately mobilize 10,000 soldiers of rank 2 to 3 for deployment. Good. There are over 100,000 low-level enemies to the west that need to be cleared. Please accompany me, Deputy Commander Gue. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. I appreciate your efforts, soldiers. Enemies. Deputy Commander Gue was slightly surprised but then smiled. As long as it doesn't violate the Empire's laws, the soldiers will certainly be invincible under your command, Count. All right, let's depart immediately. Demon Elimination Corps, assemble at once and follow the Count to eradicate the enemy. Deputy Commander Gue ordered, then turned to Wang Shikong. Count, to prevent the enemies from escaping, I can lead you there first, and the soldiers will follow shortly. All right, Wang Shikong agreed. The two of them transformed into swift shadows, racing towards their destination with the terrifying speed only possessed by rank 3 soldiers. Meanwhile, atop the icy peak above the secret realm's inheritance, a fierce battle was unfolding. The vice president of the Sakura Guild led 100,000 subordinates, their battle cries echoing as they surged towards the mountain. Kill. These cowardly Xia soldiers only know how to flee. Whoever kills their commander will be rewarded with 500,000 yuan. The vice president laughed menacingly. Even though they've fortified the glacier, they won't escape death today. On the glacier summit, Wu Lao watched the advancing enemy forces with a grim expression. Damn that Sakura Guild, sending 100,000 troops to besiege us, he muttered, turning to ask a nearby soldier. How long until reinforcements arrive? At least another half hour, the soldier replied gravely. Wu Lao, we might suffer losses. Hold on for half an hour. Wu Lao commanded fiercely. Once reinforcements arrive, we'll fight these bastards to the death. He glared at the approaching enemy, cursing under his breath. Red King, that scoundrel, fled before the situation was dire. With that guy's strange escape methods, couldn't he at least take out a few enemies before making his getaway? Wu Laotu mumbled to himself, when suddenly a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned towards the sound and saw Wang Shikong sitting calmly in a wheelchair, watching him with a serene expression. Beside Wang Shikong stood a fully armed soldier, standing straight and at attention. Brother Hong Wang, how did you? Wu Laotu was taken aback, but then offered a sheepish smile. You go ahead, leave this to us. Wang Shikong glanced at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect you to have learned face changing. Huh. Wu Laotu brushed it off, continuing with his suggestion. We'll form a battle array later. With its support, we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. No need. Wang Shikong shook his head, his gaze falling on the densely packed Sakura Guild members below, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Over 100,000 Sakura Guild elites. What kind of haul would it be to kill them all? Wu Laotu was taken aback by his words, while at that moment, the deputy general beside Wang Shikong looked into the distance. They're coming. In the distance, over 10,000 fully armed soldiers were approaching at an incredible speed. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, their equipment uniform, and the killing intent they exuded was colder than the surrounding air. They moved so fast that they left afterimages in the air. Vice President, there's an army of over 10,000 approaching from behind. Over 10,000 dare to come to the rescue? Slaughter them all, the obese vice president of the Sakura Guild ordered with a wild laugh. In an instant, the Jiao army had closed to within a kilometer. The deputy general casually ordered, don't damage the Earl's equipment. Yes, came the uniform response, as the Jiao army swept through the Sakura Guild's ranks like phantoms. Even the weakest among them had reached the second transformation, turning the battle against the less experienced first transformation enemies into a one-sided massacre. The tens of thousands who had been shouting moments before fell into a deathly silence. As they raised their hands in horror, they realized their necks had been slit, blood staining their hands. The thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously, headless corpses collapsing in succession. Wang Shikong nodded calmly. It was all as expected without the need for flashy magic. The sheer superiority of their level meant a second transformation warrior could dispatch dozens of first transformation enemies in mere seconds. Thud. The sound of a body hitting the ground and a head rolling reverberated across the battlefield, where tens of thousands were gathered, making it all the more striking. This bizarre and terrifying scene left everyone in the Daxia Guild frozen in place, their faces etched with disbelief. They stared blankly at the sudden turn of events, their minds struggling to process the sight before them. Even Wu Lao, experienced as he was, couldn't help but swallow hard, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers, Wang Shikong said, gazing at the battle that lasted only a few seconds, a faint smile playing on his lips. Serving the Earl is our honor. Tens of thousands of soldiers responded in unison, bowing with genuine respect in their eyes. They all knew of the Earl Qing Shijuan's heroic deeds in saving the Qingshi Corps, and their admiration came from the heart. Deputy Gue, let's not disturb the soldiers any further. Wang Shikong turned his gaze to Deputy Gue, his tone gentle. Then we'll take our leave. Deputy Gui nodded slightly, then warmly invited. If you have time, Earl, you're welcome to visit the general's mansion at the front. I'm sure our general would be delighted to welcome you. I'll be sure to visit when I have the time, Wang Shikong agreed with a nod. After respectfully saluting, Deputy Gui signaled his men and led the troops back toward the main city. They came and went like the wind, as if they were merely out for a stroll. Wu Lao watched the demon exorcism core depart before he snapped back to reality. He looked at Wang Shikong, opened his mouth, and finally managed to say, "Is this even reasonable?" Indeed, it was all too unbelievable, like a game with an all-map instant kill cheat. With the strength of that army alone, not only could they annihilate the Sakura Guild's 100,000, but they could also wipe out the entire Daxia Guild. The difference in power was simply too vast. At that moment, the other members of the Daxia Guild also came to their senses, turning their gaze toward Wang Shikong. Their eyes filled with shock and awe. The power of the Red King far exceeded their expectations. "Help me collect all the equipment and weapons," Wang Shikong instructed with a leisurely smile. "Yes." Without waiting for Wu Lao to relay the message, the guild members promptly responded and sprang into action. Wang Shikong remained seated, feeling extremely pleased. His visit turned out to be an unexpected delight. The title of Qing Shijun not only earned him the respect of the Snowfall Empire's soldiers, but also allowed him to mobilize up to 10,000 troops of the third rank and below once a year, provided no harm was done to the Endless Continent's people or any prohibited actions were taken. Although he wasn't sure if he could use the Snowfall Empire's troops against Daxia's cultivators, dealing with the Sakura Guild members invading from the Skyhawk Empire was clearly within bounds. The Sakura Guild's 100,000 elite, well equipped with no fewer than 10 silver-grade weapons and even 1 gold piece, had a total estimated value in the billions. This mission was definitely worthwhile. 3 minutes later, the Daxia Guild members had cleaned the battlefield and placed the collected equipment and weapons into spatial rings, which they respectfully handed to Wang Shikong. He contentedly accepted the spoils, glanced at Wu Lao and Hong Taoe, and smiled. "Well, the military formation task is complete. Let's part ways here. Red King, join us," a voice invited. Wu Lao's eyes gleamed as he looked at Wang Shikong, mentioning that their paths conveniently aligned. Wang Shikong shrugged in agreement, and the group set off towards the main city of war. Along the way, Wu Lao was frequently engrossed with his communication device, engaging in numerous conversations. When they returned to the North Wind main city through the teleportation array, they were greeted by a dozen distinguished middle-aged elders. Their eyes were fixated on Wang Shikong, filled with undisguised astonishment. "Young brother Hong Wang, may we have a word? We owe you a great deal for your assistance," Wu Lao invited with a smile. "My old friends, and I would like to thank you in person." "Wu Lao, just speak plainly," Wang Shikong replied, meeting his gaze directly. "Hey, we've been through thick and thin together," Wu Lao chuckled, rubbing his shiny bald head. "After discussing with my old friends, we've decided to give you some tokens of gratitude." As he finished speaking, an elder stepped forward with a kind expression, respectfully offering 3 medals. "A young hero indeed. We hope you'll accept these medals with a smile, young brother Hong Wang." "Then I'll accept them gratefully," Wang Shikong said, acknowledging the goodwill of the Daxia Guild. Maintaining a good relationship with the official guild had many benefits for him as a Daxia native. "Excellent." Wu Lao beamed as Wang Shikong accepted the medals. "These 3 medals are not just for show. We understand you might be planning to establish your own guild, and if needed, these medals can mobilize the resources of the Daxia Guild." "All right, I won't hesitate to reach out," Wang Shikong nodded, "until we meet again." With that, he turned and left. Wu Lao and the others watched his departing figure with a hint of surprise. They murmured amongst themselves, "Those 3 medals we gave him can't compare to the weight of his Snowfall Empire's Count medal. It's hard to fathom how he acquired that title. This Hong Wang is truly exceptional in background, strength, and strategy. Our efforts to win him over are definitely worthwhile." As Wang Shikong's figure disappeared at the teleportation array, the group couldn't help but exclaim, "Extraordinary!" The gains this time were quite substantial. Standing in front of the teleportation array in Shanghai City, Wang Shikong was contemplating his next move to quickly reach level 20 and heal his leg injuries. He remained calm and unaffected by the 3 medals gifted by the Daxia Guild. Just as he was pondering, a message from Ning Qingya arrived. After a brief reply, he logged out of the Endless Continent. In the spacious living room, Ning Tianxiong was leisurely sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar. Seeing Wang Shikong enter, he casually waved his hand, causing a mysterious breeze to waft the smoke towards the door. At that moment, the raven emerged from the Temple of Light, its eyes lighting up at the scent of the cigar. "Caw caw caw, give the great raven one too." It eagerly flew over to Ning Tianxiong. Ning Tianxiong was slightly surprised but still lit one and handed it over. The raven skillfully held the cigar with its wing and took a puff. "Caw, not bad. Give me more, and I'll have your back." "What? You silly bird know how to smoke." Ning Qingru exclaimed in surprise. "Dare to insult the great raven? You little fool." The raven puffed out its chest, cigar and beak, and blew a puff of smoke right into Ning Qingru's face. Ah, you stupid bird. I'm going to cook you into soup. Ning Qingru shouted in fury. What followed was a chase, with the raven flying around blowing smoke, and Ning Qingru angrily pursuing it. Once the living room was calm again, Wang Shikong turned to Ning Qingya. All right, Qingya, what did you want to say? Ning Qingya glanced at her sister who had run out, but paid no mind to her playful antics. She looked at her father and then spoke to Wang Shikong. The Wu and Han families want to establish the Jinxiu auction house. I offered them 4 of the guild shares to keep them from interfering with the auction house, but they refused. Wang Shikong nodded, not surprised. Having witnessed the immense profits of the auction house, someone like Wu Xiaowu wouldn't let go of such a lucrative opportunity. Ning Qingya's offer of 4 was both a test and a demonstration for her father, showing him that the Wu and Han families value profit over relationships. Shikong, Ning Tianxiong began. Your real competition now isn't the Wu family's auction house, but one called Tianxiao Auction House. They are coming on strong, claiming not to charge any fees, only a 5 tax, and offering free auction services while tarnishing Wushuang Auction House online. Tianxiao Auction House. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the famous Tianxia Guild from his previous life? They had invested heavily in the auction market early on and eventually became the largest auction house. The auction house adopted an aggressive business strategy during the initial competition. They reduced their commission from the industry standard of 10 directly to 8, and when faced with competitors, they boldly lowered it further to 4.9, willing to incur losses to capture the market. Once their competitors went out of business and their brand reputation and customer base were solidified, they gradually restored their rates. The last auction by Wushuang Auction House was so successful that it made many envious, Ning Tianxiong analyzed. To maintain that level of success, we'll likely need to employ similar strategies, even if it means undercutting competitors at a loss. You don't need to worry about the auction house, Wang Shikong said calmly. I have my own strategies. My status as an earl grants me a 10-year tax exemption, and with the large amount of equipment I've accumulated, anyone who tries to engage in a price war with me will lose. As long as you're prepared, Shikong, Ning Qingya said with relief, then suggested. I've been leveling up recently. Why don't I take you along? It might even help your leg heal faster. No need, Wang Shikong shook his head. Focus on leveling up. By the way, Lulian Island at the east gate of Songhai City is a great spot for leveling. It is an excellent leveling area, Ning Qingya nodded. Our Jinxiu Guild tried to take control of it, and even clashed with the Yiduan Guild and Tianshan Guild. Are you leveling there too? Be careful. Yes, I'm there with friends. When I catch up in levels, you must team up with me. Sure, Wang Shikong replied with a gentle smile, looking at his concerned wife. Ning Tianxiong hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. It was too embarrassing. At that moment, Ning Qingru ran over with red eyes, tears streaming down her face. Dad, sis, that jerk crow is bullying me. It's either me or it in this house. Wang Shikong glanced at the crow flapping its wings and holding a cigar with a bewildered expression, his mouth twitching. Go back to sleep. Caw, the crow muttered sheepishly. I wasn't even trying my best. Come on, don't argue with a crow, Ning Tianxiong said helplessly. Why are you bullying me too, Dad? Am I even your real daughter? Ning Qingru cried, questioning. This house is no place for me. I might as well just die. With that, she glared at Wang Shikong and stormed off to her room, pigtails swinging in frustration. Ning Qingya shook her head helplessly. That's just how my sister is. She's kind, but her mouth is too sharp, Wang Shikong said, looking at the crow. He was well aware of his sister-in-law's temperament. She's quite the character, always startling, loud, and prone to tantrums. Yet, being just 18 or 19, she doesn't hold grudges. Her anger flares up quickly but dissipates just as fast, which suits her age. After a brief chat, Wang Shikong returned to the Endless Continent, heading straight for the depths of Lulian Island. In this area, untouched by other cultivators, Tianya was leading a pair of sisters in leveling up. The count is here. As soon as the sisters, Menger and Yuer, spotted Wang Shikong, they ran over to greet him. After the first auction at the Wushuang Auction House, Wang Shikong had Tianya purchase suitable spells and equipment for them. In recent days, Tianya had been guiding their training. When the sisters learned from Tianya that this count was also from Xia, they were too shocked to speak. And when Tianya handed them the insignia of the God-said team, they were even more astonished. Now, seeing Wang Shikong again, they couldn't help but scrutinize this mysterious captain. How's your spell practice going? Wang Shikong asked gently, looking at the sisters. Having received expensive spells and equipment, they had placed their future in his hands. Pretty well, they answered in unison. Then keep working hard to level up, Wang Shikong said with a smile. The sisters nodded happily, filled with gratitude towards their generous captain. They had already secretly agreed that as long as he didn't do anything excessive, they would follow him for life. In the following days, Wang Shikong focused on leveling up. Whenever his mental energy was depleted, he would guide the sisters destined to be the dream feather twin fairies while practicing his zither. The sisters' talent was on par with Tinya's, especially in spell fusion, where they showed remarkable aptitude. On the 5th day, just after finishing a round of sea monster hunting, Wang Shikong received a message that left him stunned. It was a call for help from his father-in-law. His younger daughter, Ning Qingru, was being ambushed by other guilds on Lulian Island. His father-in-law and Ning Qingya were leveling up elsewhere and couldn't reach her in time, so they turned to him for help. Do both father and daughter have a knack for getting ambushed? Wang Shikong chuckled, shaking his head. He recalled how in the previous life, this lively sister-in-law had been ambushed twice by other guilds early on. He smirked, gently tapping the dozing raven beside him. Help, help, help. Ning Qingru's mood has hit rock bottom lately. Once the apple of the Ning family's eye, she enjoyed her parents' affection and her sister's care. But now, it seems like there's no place for her in this family. What infuriates her even more is that even a crow dares to show her disrespect. She's convinced that the jerk is behind all this, the very person she opposed being with her sister. What she finds most unacceptable is that no one in her family sides with her on this matter. So what if someone started an auction house and made some money? In this extraordinary world, strength is what truly matters. She's determined to carve out her own path and make her family see her in a new light. Leveraging her family's background and personal charm, this school beauty managed to recruit hundreds of classmates into the Jinxiu Guild, even during school breaks. As the captain of the guild's Bright Moon Squad, she led over 100 members to Lulian Island today to find a training ground, aiming to make the Bright Moon Squad the guild's ace force. Scatter and run. Every person who gets away is a win. Qingru, quick, run this way. Inside Lulian Island, members of the Jinxiu Guild scattered in panic. Behind them, over 500 members of the Jiuxing Guild pursued them with murderous intent. Those Jiuxing Guild bastards, what kind of skill is ambushing? Ning Qingru muttered angrily as she fled, biting her lip. One day, I'll make you pay. Hey, stop cursing and keep running. A girl beside her urged in a panic. Captain Ning, how long until our guild's backup arrives? A young man asked, his face full of concern. My sister and the others aren't training in this area, Ning Qingru replied with difficulty. Although Lulian Island is recognized as a prime training ground in Shanghai City, the competition is fierce, and Jinxiu Guild usually avoids it. Yet, determined to prove herself, she insisted on establishing a foothold here. Boom! 5 fireballs suddenly came their way. Ayo, hold them off, a girl shouted loudly. The young man with a shield immediately stopped. You go ahead, I'll hold them back. Bang! Bang! Fireballs crashed into the shield, sparks flying everywhere. Ning Qingru barely dodged in time, nearly singeing her hair, and her fair face was instantly blackened with soot. Jerk! She shouted angrily, pulling an item from her space ring and throwing it behind her. With a loud boom, dirt flew up, temporarily obscuring the pursuer's view. Ha ha ha, little girl trying to run? No one's getting away today, came a taunting shout from the pursuers. That's just a dust-raising magic item, limited damage. Charge. That little girl has silver equipment on her. Around 50 to 60 pursuers chased the fleeing group with increasing fervor. Qingru, do you have any cards left to play? No, I've used them all. Ning Qingru shook her head in response. Then we have to fight to the death. Charge towards the gathering place of the high-level monsters. Even if we die, we must make them pay. A smart girl gritted her teeth and said. The group then rushed towards the area densely populated with wild monsters. Just then, a grating voice suddenly rang out. I smell the scent of little fools, the unmistakable scent of stupidity and brainlessness. A unique scent. Ning Qingru, who was fleeing for her life, stumbled and fell onto the sand upon hearing the familiar and irritating voice. It was the raven. When Wang Shikong informed Ning Qingru about the pursuit and requested its assistance, the raven perked up and flew over, chattering incessantly. Ning Qingru looked at the raven flapping its wings and mocking her, her eyes instantly reddening. She hadn't shed a tear while being chased, but this annoying bird almost made her cry. Come on. The raven crowed triumphantly. What? Ning Qingru was utterly bewildered by the raven's actions and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Kill that girl. Release the arrows, came a shout from behind. Ning Qingru sat there, giving up resistance, baring her small canine teeth, glaring angrily at the raven with a look of implacable hatred. Qingru, watch out, her companions warned as arrows flew toward her. But just as the arrows approached, they were blocked by a sudden dark barrier. The 50 or so pursuers were momentarily stunned, but didn't stop. A wind blade attacked Ning Qingru's head, and she instinctively raised her staff to block it. The raven swiftly intervened, attacking the 2 cultivators who had launched the assault. Having absorbed the souls of Diqin and many from the Sakura Guild, the raven's power had grown tremendously. Even Wang Shikong would struggle to handle it without well-prepared spell scrolls. With 2 sharp sounds, the attackers fell to the ground. The raven turned with a smug look, gazing condescendingly at Ning Qingru, leaving her astonished. Cut it down. the middle-aged leader of the Nine-Star Guild shouted, leading his men to charge at the raven. The raven spread its wings, creating an elemental shield, and with its extraordinary control over elements, it instantly took down 5 attackers. The remaining Nine-Star Guild members were furious, and a dozen spellcasters launched magical attacks at the raven simultaneously. The raven's form flickered, and in moments, it had knocked them all down. After each move, it would turn and look at Ning Qingru with a haughty stance. Witnessing all this, Ning Qingru was left in a daze, her mouth slightly agape. What? Caw caw caw. Your intelligence doesn't deserve a caw. The mysterious raven looked down at Ning Qingru, its round eyes shimmering with disdain, its sharp voice piercing the air. At that moment, the members of the Bright Moon team from the Jinxiu Guild were left speechless, staring in shock at the unexpected appearance of this enigmatic raven. It first mocked Ning Qingru, then swiftly eliminated members of the Nine Stars Guild with terrifying power, leaving everyone present in cold fear. What? What kind of creature is this? It's terrifying. Run! More than 30 members of the Nine Stars Guild turned and fled in terror. The raven paid no attention to the fleeing members, instead hovering above Ning Qingru, scrutinizing her from above. Ning Qingru's delicate face displayed a mix of emotions as her beautiful eyes fixed on the raven, her mind blank. She could never have imagined that this sharp-tongued raven possessed such frightening power. The raven began to regret meeting Ning Qingru's gaze. The girl had been staring at it for a full minute, making its eyes sore. Caw! It let out a frustrated cry, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. Qingru, that raven is? The crowd finally snapped out of their shock and gathered around to ask. Ning Qingru, thinking about how the raven was her troublesome brother-in-law's pet, felt dazed. How could his pet be so powerful? Though she couldn't understand why, she was certain of one thing. There must be a mode of care for the disabled in the Endless Continent. A few minutes later, deep within the Luoyan Island, Wang Shikong smiled at the returning raven and asked, all settled? The great raven's actions are always successful, the raven replied proudly. All right. Wang Shikong glanced at the time and returned to the real world. In the living room, Ning Qingya and Ning's mother were looking at Ning Qingru, who was holding a cigar, with concern. Her father-in-law asked, Girl, why did you take out my treasured cigars? We've been asking if you were attacked by the Nine Stars Guild, and you won't answer. Ning Qingru was about to speak when she saw Wang Shikong approaching with the raven. She immediately rushed to the raven, squinting her eyes with a smile. Ah, my lovely and kind one. Look what I've prepared for you. If you want a cigar, just let me know, and I'll get it for you. Caw? No more plans to cook this raven. Of course not. You're so cute, and so powerful. Wang Shikong watched Ning Qingru fawning over the raven, looking helpless. If her father-in-law knew the truth, he might smoke all day to process it. Look at this girl, her adaptability and ability to switch tactics are impressive. Her father-in-law was completely bewildered by the scene before him. Ning Qingru was surprised to see her father, Ning Tianxiong, handing one of his prized cigars to the crow. Wasn't this the same father who was at odds with the crow just days ago? Dad, you have no idea. Kindness is incredible. Ning Qingru turned her head, her eyes shining. When I was in danger just now, kindness suddenly appeared from nowhere and defeated the dozen or so members of the Nine-Star Guild, making them flee in panic. Ning Tianxiong was taken aback. Could a crow really be that terrifying? But then he thought about it, and it made sense that kindness was unusually intelligent. Is kindness really that powerful? Ning Qingya looked at the crow in amazement. Caw! Kindness puffed out its chest, looking quite self-assured. Wang Shikong smiled and explained. Kindness is indeed very powerful. When I received the message from Luoyan Island, I immediately sent it over to help. Shikong, you're amazing. Ning Qingya marveled, astonished that her mysterious husband, whom she had accidentally discovered, was the owner of the first auction house in the Endless Continent and a master of elemental scroll crafting. Even his pet was extraordinary. Could someone with limited mobility really achieve all this? Not too bad. Wang Shikong replied modestly with a smile. Ha, great. I've always thought Shikong was exceptional, Ning Tianxiong said excitedly. With kindness's performance, the last rebellious member of the Ning family settled down. The atmosphere at home gradually became harmonious, and Wang Shikong enjoyed a comfortable life. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Shikong reached level 20, ready to advance at any moment. Now, when he hunted level 20 monsters to absorb energy, it took him at most a day. Captain, the Tianxiao auction house is holding an auction tonight. Menger and Yuer stammered as they reminded Wang Shikong. Although they were no longer responsible for the auction house affairs, they still paid close attention to industry developments. I know. We'll go tonight. Wang Shikong nodded. During this time, he had been leveling up while monitoring the auction market. Over 30 auction houses had sprung up in a short period, including new ones opened by the Wu and Han families. The most notable was the Tianxiao auction house, which was hosting a grand opening auction tonight. The highlight of the event was a piece of golden equipment, along with several rare treasures that could boost mental strength and physical constitution. Wang Shikong's main goal for this trip was those rare treasures. After the first advancement, a cultivator's attributes would increase by 50, so the higher the base attributes, the stronger one would be after the breakthrough. This highlighted the importance of a solid foundation. Additionally, after the first advancement, the attribute bonuses gained with each level would double. On a snowy night in the main city of Xuanli in the Empire, as the city clock struck 8, a bustling scene unfolded once again at the Tianxiao auction house on the busy streets of the Eastern District. The entrance to the auction house was crowded with people, buzzing with conversations. Tianxiao auction house only takes a 5 commission, much cheaper than Wushuang auction house's 10. I heard there's going to be a golden weapon up for auction tonight. That's unprecedented. Wushuang auction house hasn't had any activity lately. It seems like they're really going downhill. Wang Shikong, accompanied by Tianya, Meng'er, and Yuer, made his way through the bustling crowd and went straight to the second floor, entering a private box. He picked up the list of auction items for the night and began to browse through it carefully. As a reborn individual, he clearly remembered the rumors that the Tianxiao Chamber of Commerce was backed by the Xuanwu Super Guild. Although this had never been confirmed, the vast scale of Tianxiao's involvement in various industries made it hard to imagine without the support of a super guild. This golden weapon is probably just a gimmick, Wang Shikong mused to himself. Such equipment usually only appears in the hands of those with powerful legacies and is rarely put up for sale. The auction soon commenced, and Wang Shikong leaned back in his chair, observing unhurriedly. When a desired rare item appeared, he bid without hesitation. As time passed, the highlight of the event finally arrived. The golden weapon made its appearance, and the entire venue erupted with excitement. In a box on the third floor, a slightly chubby middle-aged man who had bid 8 million was conversing with his companion. I didn't expect someone to bid 7.5 million, the thin middle-aged man said with a smile. Big brother, just the tax on this golden equipment is going to be 40,000 yuan. Haha, the slightly chubby middle-aged man responded confidently. If this can make Tianxiao Auction House the #1 auction house in Daxia, even a tax of 400,000 would be worth it. A confident smile appeared on the face of the slightly chubby middle-aged man, his plump cheeks causing his eyes to narrow into slits. He was discussing the auction house situation with a slender middle-aged man. This time, we must completely suppress Wushuang auction house and let everyone recognize that Tianxia is #1, the slender man declared. In the past 2 weeks, Wushuang auction house has been inactive, even canceling their scheduled auction. I think they've given up. I don't think so, the slightly chubby man replied in a deep voice. They've tasted success for the first time and have seen the profits of an auction house. They will definitely compete with us. However, he added confidently, Tianxia's reputation has now surpassed Wushuang, and the advantage is ours. Business is like a battlefield. Although I don't understand commerce, if you need any help in terms of force, just say the word, and I'll fully support you. The slender man promised with a smile. All right, the auction is over. It's time to announce a few things, the slightly chubby man said, striding towards the auction stage. He stood on the auction platform, raised his hands, and announced with pride to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment. I am Tianxia, the owner of Tianxiao Auction House. Thank you all for participating in our first auction. I am very pleased with tonight's results. In the future, we will continue to bring you all kinds of rare treasures and welcome you to consign your idle treasures with us. Here, I solemnly promise, Tianxiao Auction House's fees will always be lower than Wushuang auction houses. We will be your best choice." After speaking, he bowed deeply to all the guests present. The crowd immediately responded with enthusiasm. The owner of Tianxia is generous. Even if the fees were the same, we'd choose Tianxia. That's right, the owner of Tianxia has a conscience. Support Tianxiao Auction House, others echoed loudly. Other cultivators nodded in agreement. Compared to the 2 auction houses, Tianxia indeed seemed more appealing. They understood that prices would inevitably rise in the future, but as long as they didn't surpass Wushuang, they were willing to support it. At this moment, Wang Shikong heard the announcement and could only let out a cold laugh. Letting Wushuang auction house lie low for so long without any response was all for this moment. Now, the most effective way for an auction house to dominate the market is to step over Wushuang. And the only way to completely suppress Wushuang is by lowering fees. This played right into his hands. Let's go, Wang Shikong said, suppressing a smile, instructing Tianya and the others. In just one more day, his legs would recover, allowing him to open the Divine Palace and advance to the first rotation of the Divine Palace realm. After that, he planned to give all auction houses a big surprise. Time flew, and the next night, Wang Shikong stood on a dark beach, feeling the salty sea breeze and the strength returning to his legs. He smiled, closed his eyes, and began to break through. For all cultivators, advancing to the first rotation is simple. Just guide spiritual power into the head to open the Divine Palace. Soon, the voice of the heavens sounded. Congratulations on advancing to the first rotation of the Divine Palace realm, becoming a first rotation cultivator, attributes 50. Suddenly, Wang Shikong sensed a slight vibration from the hourglass of time within him, and the divine book in his hand began to glow. Simultaneously, another book in the Holy Light Temple also emitted a radiant light. This unexpected change left him slightly surprised. Wang Shikong gazed at the hourglass of time in his hand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the sands of time inside flowed endlessly, each grain shimmering with ancient light, as if bearing the weight of countless ages and histories. The abilities of the hourglass of time had undergone a remarkable transformation. Restart ability allows self-reset within 20 minutes, with a onate cooldown. Time stop ability pauses time for 2 seconds within a 1-meter radius based on mental strength, with a onate cooldown. Time perception accurately captures the passage of time, foreseeing developments 2 seconds into the future. Time deduction can deduce the course of events for the next 10 days, with a 60-day cooldown. Time resonance, a newly unlocked ability that allows resonance with surrounding time, sensing special time fragments. Wang Shikong carefully examined these changes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The original 4 core abilities had nearly doubled, a heavenly enhancement. Just a 2-second advantage could secure a decisive edge in battle. If his cultivation advanced further to the 3rd or 4th turn, he could perceive his opponent's every move. He put away the hourglass of time and took out the divine scripture. After turning to the 4th page, the 5th page unfolded effortlessly before him. It detailed the divine blessing technique, immunity to all damage from first turn and below within 1 second, and the ability to inflict double damage on evil outliers within 5 seconds. Turning to the 6th page, a new spell came into view, the divine, universal salvation technique. This spell has 2 effects. Firstly, providing complete immunity to negative spells below the 2nd turn within the mental coverage area for allies. Secondly, casting the light of transcendence on outliers, causing them to suffer an additional 40 damage. Both effects require a mental energy cost of 100 elemental affinity per second and are only effective on beings below the 2nd turn. These 2 newly acquired supportive defensive spells, though seemingly ordinary, possess astonishing practical value. As cultivators master more spells, various negative effects emerge, and the divine universal salvation can completely immunize against these disruptions. Compared to the divine inspiration, the new divine universal salvation, although ineffective for first-turn cultivators, has a more pronounced restraining effect on outliers. Wang Shikong's eyes glimmered as he contemplated the power of the first spell once it was crafted into a scroll in the initial realm. However, his current skill proficiency was still too low, making the success rate of creating a scroll uncertain. It would take at least 5 to 6 days of practice. In his hands appeared 2 books, one radiating with brilliance, titled, "Those Years I Was a Sword Immortal," and the other was the Diary of Di Qin. The legacy of the Sword Immortal was ready to be unlocked, and after reaching the first transformation, the intriguing Qin technique, different boats in the same storm, could finally be learned. This auxiliary spell was extremely unique. When the Qin music played, the notes would encircle all enemies, transferring the damage received by all within the range to one individual, with an additional 20 damage increase. As the first recorded auxiliary spell, its strength lay in transferring the damage endured by frontline physical cultivators to the rear line, lower health magic cultivators, offering invaluable tactical advantage. Gazing at the tomes in his hands, Wang Shikong smiled. Mastering these skills would take half a month, and reaching perfection would require a full month. Additionally, the Sword Immortal's legacy quest needed to be completed in due time. He silently reviewed his attributes. Incumbent, Wang Shikong. Profession, Magic Cultivator. Realm, First Transformation, Divine Palace Realm. Level, 200,100. Vitality, 1800180010800. Constitution, 9,090. Mental power, 252252. Elemental affinity. Gold 86750, wood 88850, water 89450, fire 88850, earth 87050, wind 88250, thunder 87050, light 865.5, dark 858, space 892.5, time max. Possessed elemental heart skills. 1. Basic elemental manipulation mastery in 9 elements. 2. Summon skeleton perfect. 3. Shadow assault mastery. 4. Explosive fireball mastery. 5. Spatial blink mastery. 6. Divine book skills. Equipment. Hourglass of time essence. Holy light cathedral epic. Heavenly wheelchair epic. Zhou Tian 5 elements Wu character array flag master epic. Subprofession. 1. Illustrator flowing water guardian illustration. Explosive fireball illustration. Divine book spells. 2. Qin master Di Qin's Qin techniques. Noble rank. First class earl. Reputation, for million. These attributes far surpassed ordinary individuals. A typical first transformation cultivator's mental power was only 165, needing to reach level 27 or 28 to match his current level. A standard physical cultivator's vitality was only 3,500, yet he reached over 12,000 with the aid of two epic pieces of equipment. As for elemental affinity, ordinary cultivators struggled to exceed 140, while his was 6 to 7 times that of the average. Wang Shikong understood that on the path of cultivation, the stronger one's foundation, the greater the disparity with ordinary cultivators would become, which is why later-stage powerhouses can single-handedly challenge thousands. Note: first transformation attributes receive a 50 bonus. The night passed quickly. The next morning, as bright sunlight streamed onto the villa balcony, Wang Shikong sat there, focused on checking messages on his phone, and began handling auction house affairs. Even though most people now spend their time in the endless continent world, about 80 of players still return to the real world at night. This is partly due to a lack of accommodation, and also because the real-world internet remains the most crucial source of information. Currently, the internet is flooded with news about the endless continent. Tianxiao Auction House has recently become extremely popular online. As the first auction house to sell golden equipment, their policy of only charging basic taxes without additional fees caused quite a stir. Especially after their first auction ended, Tianxiao Auction House announced that they would permanently maintain their fees below those of Wushuang Auction House. A bold and powerful move that left many players in awe. Through extensive real-world promotion and online campaigns, the internet is filled with praise for Tianxia and criticism of Wushuang. Even the official account of the newly established Wushuang auction house by the sisters Menger and Yuer has been flooded with ridicule. Interestingly, 5 other auction houses have followed suit, announcing plans to lower their rates below Wushuang's, clearly aiming to capitalize on the situation to gain traction. Wang Shikong sent the organized equipment attribute data to the sisters Menger and Yuer, instructing them to start promotions. Meanwhile, he decided to take this opportunity to sell a batch of equipment. The loot from the Sakura Guild was astonishing. A golden long knife, 20 silver-grade magical artifacts, and countless bronze weapons and various items. Since Tianya already had a better long knife, and his not-so-favored father-in-law, who also used long knives, wasn't worth gifting, Wang Shikong decided to put the golden long knife up for auction. Soon, the official accounts of Wushuang Auction House simultaneously released a major announcement, quickly dominating the trending lists on major platforms through paid promotions. When netizens saw the news, they were astonished. Wushuang Auction House was not only launching a second round of auctions, but also offering a batch of premium equipment. Most importantly, they reduced their fees to 4.5, which, even with a 5 necessary tax, meant operating at a loss. Comments flooded in. The auction house war has begun. Although I previously supported Tianxia, we'll naturally choose the cheaper option. I thought Wushuang had backed down, but they surprised us with a big move, losing money to capture the market. This reminds me of the ride-hailing and food delivery subsidy wars back in the day. The fiercer you capitalists fight, the better for us. The sudden announcement by Wushuang Auction House to lower its commission fee to 4.5 sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. On various online forums, cultivators excitedly discussed the news. For the average cultivator, the criteria for choosing an auction house were simple: affordable prices and a large pool of buyers. Although Wushuang's move erased the goodwill previously built by Tianxiao Auction House, cultivators, driven by tangible benefits, unhesitatingly opted for the more economical choice. Wang Shikong observed the fervent online comments with a slight smile. I'm only charging 4.5. Let's see how you handle that. He murmured to himself, then set his phone aside and focused on crafting scrolls in his study. As more cultivators approached their first major breakthrough, the market for the Godly Inspiration Scroll was nearing saturation. Wang Shikong began shifting his attention to crafting Godly Salvation and Divine Protection Scrolls. Despite the higher consumption of Level 2 crafting paper 3 times that of Level 1 due to his lower proficiency, his current financial resources easily accommodated the expense. While Wang Shikong concentrated on his crafting, the news of Wushuang Auction House's 4.5 commission fee swept across the nation like a hurricane. The heads of newly established auction houses, upon hearing the news, were visibly distressed. At Tianxiao Auction House, the executives who had been buoyant from their successful first auction now reported to the chairman with grim expressions. Chairman, Wushuang is only charging a 4.5 commission. What should we do? Tianxiao lit a cigarette, his demeanor calm. It was unexpected, but not entirely surprising. From what I know, Wushuang made millions on their first auction. They have the financial muscle to burn money, he said, exhaling a smoke ring. They're trying to use their funds to push other auction houses out of the market. What should our response be? A middle-aged executive asked anxiously. A cryptic smile appeared on Tianxiao's face. Since they want to build a high platform, let's help them. Reach out to other auction houses and give Wushuang a surprise. Although the executives didn't fully understand, they sensed from the chairman's expression that an even bigger storm was on the horizon. In the western district of Shanghai City, Within the cultivators' auction house, Han Zhoming and Wu Xiao sat with solemn expressions in the office. Since witnessing the astonishing profits of the Wushuang auction house, they had been coveting this lucrative opportunity. Despite the Ning family's disapproval of their plan to open an auction house, in this extraordinary world, money's importance surpassed even that of the real world. It could buy more life, powerful artifacts, and perhaps even immortality in the future. In the face of such temptation, a bit of friendship meant little. However, they hadn't anticipated the fierce competition in the auction house market today, nor had they expected the ruthless tactics of the Ning family's son-in-law, who spared no expense to suppress his rivals. In the booming auction industry, a single auction could result in losses exceeding 2 million currency units. Clearly, this was a strategy to systematically eliminate other auction houses. If the Ning family's son-in-law plays dirty, we won't hold back either. Let's use the methods of the Tianxiao auction house, Han Zhoming said with a cold glint in his eyes. Exactly, blame him for being too greedy. Like a snake swallowing an elephant, Wu Xiao agreed coldly. Since Wushuang auction house wanted to engage in loss-leading strategies, they decided to help by making the stakes even higher, inviting more guests, and then watching as the tall building came crashing down. Their plan was simple: leverage their connections to encourage cultivators from all over Xia to consign their weapons and equipment to Wushuang auction house. The larger the auction volume, the greater Wushuang's losses. Once Wushuang auction house was unable to bear the financial strain and had to raise their commission fees, it would be the perfect time for them to strike back. At that moment, Wang Shikong was unaware of this brewing undercurrent. It wasn't until the fourth day, when he received news from the auction house's manager, Xian, that he was surprised to find that in just a few days, the estimated value of consigned items had approached 1 billion currency units, necessitating an extension of the auction scheduled for 6 days later. Has half of Xia come to consign with us? Wang Shikong narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. But soon he smiled. Although he wasn't an expert in business, his strength could compensate for this weakness. It seems I don't need to worry too much about the auction house matters from now on, he chuckled, shaking his head. Boring commercial warfare. Then he turned his attention to the scroll of divine protection magic before him. This divine protection spell could make him immune to a first-tier spell for 1 second, an unbeatable advantage in current circumstances. Although its effect lasted only a second, he could produce hundreds of these scrolls, using them whenever he faced mortal danger. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Your divine squad has accepted the first stage of the unyielding divine ghost legacy mission from the legendary squad. While Wang Shikong was deeply focused on sketching a scroll, a sudden notification sound interrupted his thoughts. He froze in place, stunned for several seconds. This task clearly wasn't taken by him or Menger, Yuer, or Tianya, which meant it could only have been accepted by Yao Yi and his team. Tiger leaps at the cliff, unbeaten divine shadow. Wang Shikong exclaimed each word with awe. He had indeed told Yao Yi and Lao Hu that after joining the Xinshua team, they needed to complete a reputation task each year, but he hadn't expected them to choose this one. This was one of the two once-famous squad tasks. The other was issued by the only legendary squad captain still alive on the Endless Continent, with a simple and direct requirement. The first round was a team-wide arena battle. This competition, called the Team Pinnacle Tournament, was held alongside the Magic, Physical, and Cultivator Pinnacle tournaments. Ultimately, a Western team claimed the title of the Team Pinnacle Tournament, earning the guidance and rewards of the legendary squad. Notably, the champion of the Cultivator Tournament was won by a powerful individual from Xia. The unbeaten Divine Shadow was the first legendary squad task, notorious for its brutal difficulty. After the Lone Wolf squad completed the first stage, the second stage's severity surpassed everyone's expectations. Millions of squads participated, with over 10,000 casualties. At that time, Tiger Leap Cliff City echoed with battle cries, and blood flowed like rivers at Tiger Leap Cliff. At that moment, Yao Yi's message arrived, inviting him to join the task. After a moment of thought, Wang Shikong replied, "Legendary squad tasks are extremely challenging. Prepare yourselves and enhance your strength first. When I contact you, I will bring 3 new members from the Shun Shua team with me." "Understood, Captain," Yao Yi quickly replied. Standing there, Wang Shikong fell into contemplation and soon decided. Before undertaking this task, he needed to complete the Sword Immortal Inheritance task to enhance himself. The Emperor Qin inheritance he had was more supportive, and while the Light God's inheritance was powerful, it was limited to single-target attacks, lacking area effect capabilities. The Sword Immortal Inheritance, known for its lethal prowess, was exactly what he needed now. He took out The Years I Was a Sword Immortal, slowly unfolding the brilliantly glowing book. Holding the book with both hands, Wang Shikong solemnly declared, "I wish to be a sword immortal. One sword, open the gate of heaven." Clang! A sharp sword cry erupted from the book. Under Wang Shikong's astonished gaze, a stream of sword energy gracefully emerged, slicing through the void ahead, instantly tearing open space. A grand door materialized before him, slowly opening. Buzz. Wang Shikong gazed in awe at the celestial gate that had suddenly opened before him. The sword energy contained within an ancient book had effortlessly sliced through the void, revealing a mysterious sword gate. Such a feat was far from ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped through. Instantly, the world spun around him, and the space behind him sealed shut. A new world unfolded before his eyes, an ancient sword training ground. Wang Shikong stood at its center, surrounded by dark stone chairs and benches marked by the passage of time and etched with ancient script. Most strikingly, 108 unsheathed swords were arranged in a circle, encircling him completely. 108 swords. Wang Shikong pondered. He recalled that the sword immortal Chun Sheng wielded only 12 swords and was already immensely powerful. What would it be like to master all 108 swords? The space was not vast, about 2,000 square meters. Ahead, a circular target resembling a Bagua diagram was inscribed with mysterious numbers and characters. He eventually sat on one of the stone benches, carefully studying the inscribed text. A system prompt sounded. Ding! You have learned the spiritual sword control spell template. The stone bench also bore an inscription. If you do not practice the sword, seeing me is like gazing at the moon in a well. When you practice the sword and see me again, it is like an ephemeral mayfly seeing the vast sky. To become a sword immortal, first test your potential. Surrounded by 108 celestial swords, young one. How many celestial swords can you gain approval from? Find the sword most suited to you and pierce it into the 10-character diagram ahead to pass this test. Wang Shikong glanced at the 10-character diagram with the words sword, sky, earth, battle, illusion, all, formation, deception, armor, form. Although he couldn't yet decipher their mysteries, he had a plan. The Heavenly Joy wheelchair appeared, and he slowly sat down. For a secret realm of this level, he was prepared to cultivate here for several days, or even longer. His first goal was to master the spiritual sword control spell. With the wheelchair enhancing his mental recovery, his training would be twice as effective. Drawing a bronze sword, he began practicing immediately. To his surprise, the spell was not difficult. With the aid of his time-sensing ability, he reached mastery in just 2 days. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! Your proficiency in the spiritual sword control spell has reached mastery. At full proficiency, the spell consumes 0.2 mental energy per second. Next, he needed to gain the approval of the celestial swords. Looking around at the 108 celestial swords, Wang Shikong felt a bit apprehensive. In his previous life, he had never wielded a sword and was unsure of his swordsmanship talent. Moreover, most swordsmen were body cultivators, while sword immortals like Chun Sheng, who practiced spell-based sword control, were exceedingly rare. Going with the flow, he approached one of the celestial swords and activated the spiritual sword control spell. Buzz. Clang. The sudden sound of the heaven swords being unsheathed startled Wang Shikong. 10 heaven swords left their sheaths at the wave of his hand, hovering before him. This unexpected ease left him somewhat bewildered. With a thought, he commanded the central sword to strike at the character sword on the 10-sword true chart. However, the blade veered left unexpectedly, a phenomenon that made him ponder. The second sword also defied his command, veering off to the right. Wang Shikong furrowed his brow, considering whether each sword needed to correspond to a specific character on the chart. The third sword's behavior was even more shocking. It turned its blade directly toward Wang Shikong himself. What the heck? He couldn't help but exclaim. As a practitioner who had mastered the art of mental sword control, such a self-harming situation should not occur. As he grasped the hilt, a peculiar resonance echoed in his mind. It was a series of indescribable, eerie laughs. Waha? He. Gagaga. This bizarre laughter triggered a memory for Wang Shikong. Officer. He Cheng Wang. Why does your gun's trajectory veer left? Reporting. Officer, because I don't want the enemy to use my gun easily if I fall in battle. Then why would you fall in battle? Because my gun's trajectory veers left. This dark humor made Wang Shikong's mouth twitch. Could it be that this was how the sword master met his end? He continued testing the other heaven swords, with results becoming increasingly absurd. Some soared skyward or dove downward, some dashed left and right, and some even competed to stab various parts of his body. This was no aptitude test for swordsmanship. It was clearly a mischievous prank. Out of the 108 heaven swords, Wang Shikong eventually selected 10 with relatively moderate deviations. He directed these 10 swords to strike the characters sword, heaven, earth, battle, illusion, all, formation, cunning, armor, shape on the chart. Each character, upon being struck, emitted a glow, converging into an ethereal sword that, with a gentle slash, opened a celestial gate. Thus, he passed this seemingly absurd level 0 in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, at the end of the secret realm, a phantom figure at a wine table showed a look of surprise. Such talent. Congratulations, young one, on officially entering the first stage of the Supreme Sword Immortal's legacy. As Wang Shikong stepped through the sword gate, a line of golden text appeared before him. The first stage? He murmured, then turned his attention to his surroundings. He found himself in a vast martial arts arena, with 4 platforms standing out prominently on either side. Each platform bore a large character from the 10-sword true diagram: formation, trick, armor, shape. On each platform stood a wooden figure, motionless, holding a sword box. In front of each platform, a note indicated a challenge limit of 22. In the center of the arena stood a cyan stone tablet with clear inscriptions. Use the mental sword control technique to defeat the platform guardians and advance. Failure to defeat all will end the legacy here. My sword path, touched by the mundane, is already a blessing. A prompt sounded in Wang Shikong's mind. Congratulations on learning the shaped sword technique template. The attributes of the shaped sword were then revealed. As one of the shaped swords from the 10-sword true diagram, it allows the infusion of wind, thunder, light, or space elements into the heavenly sword, dealing base damage equal to 8 times the mental power. If combined with the space heavenly sword, the damage is further increased. Uniquely, this sword technique can also integrate other spells. This reminded Wang Shikong of the sword immortal Qin Sheng from a previous life, who mastered the perfect combination of speed and defense, achieving true offense and defense unity. Clearly, the shape sword focuses on attack, the armor sword on defense, and the mysteries of formation and trick remain to be discovered. Over the next 10 days, Wang Shikong devoted himself entirely to mastering the shape sword. This technique was far more profound than ordinary skills, akin to a foundational spell requiring constant refinement. Fortunately, his strong elemental affinity provided significant support. Ding. Your proficiency in the mental sword control technique has reached a state of mastery. Ding. Your proficiency in the shape sword has reached perfection. Reaching perfection had taken considerable time, and further progress required experimenting with combinations of elements like wind and light, thunder and darkness, or wind and thunder infused into the heavenly sword. Considering that each platform allowed only 2 attempts, Wang Shikong chose a cautious approach. 3 more days passed, and when the shaped sword finally reached a state of mastery, Wang Shikong smiled in satisfaction. Although he could further enhance the sword technique by integrating other spells, that would take at least 5 days. Weighing his options, he decided to set aside that idea for now and instead selected 12 swords from the 108 heavenly swords that best aligned with his sword path. Wang Shikong selected 12 heavenly swords, which was the maximum he could control at the moment. Even so, it took him a full 2 hours to fully adapt to their power before he slowly approached the Xingzi sword arena. As soon as his foot touched the platform, the tree bark-covered eyes of the Xingzi sword wooden figure suddenly opened, and a sharp light flashed within them. With a crisp clang, 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 10 heavenly swords shot out from the sword case on the wooden figure's back, launching an unhesitant attack on Wang Shikong. Confronted with this sudden offensive, Wang Shikong's eyes focused, and the 12 heavenly swords immediately formed a formation above his head, then launched a counterattack against the wooden figure. Yet in the next moment, even at full effort, Wang Shikong's pupils slightly contracted as foresight ability revealed that the 10 swords of the wooden figure had perfectly blocked all his possible escape routes, and at least 2 swords were bound to hit him. The swordsmanship controlled by these wooden figures was extremely bizarre. On the surface, the swords flew in a straight line, but just before striking, they would abruptly change trajectory in completely unpredictable ways. This was the profound application of the 108 heavenly swords. Although Wang Shikong's Xingzi sword mastery was not inferior to the wooden figures, the wooden figures' sword paths were evidently more elusive and unpredictable. Buzz! With a thought, Wang Shikong executed a spatial flicker, narrowly avoiding the range covered by the 10 sharp swords. Almost simultaneously, his Xingzi sword accurately struck the wooden figure's vital points, knocking it down. The outcome of this round was decided in an instant. Looking at the fallen wooden figure, Wang Shikong felt relieved that it only used the Xingzi sword spell. He cautiously approached, retracted the heavenly swords, and reached out to touch the wooden figure. A system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! You have resonated with a time spirit fragment, obtaining a mastery-level Xingzi sword spell, and acquired information on the wooden figure's use of the 10 heavenly swords. This unexpected gain thrilled Wang Shikong. Although he had already mastered the Xingzi sword at a mastery level, the peculiar heavenly sword techniques were invaluable. He knew that each of the 108 heavenly swords had a distinct trajectory, and any mistake could result in self-harm. Now directly acquiring these techniques was an incredible opportunity for him. With his eyes glowing, Wang Shikong immediately used the newly obtained knowledge to select the corresponding swords from his set of 108. He also realized an important detail. The hilt ends of these 108 swords were each engraved with different numbers, corresponding to the 108 celestial directions, allowing them to perfectly cover all spatial dead angles. This discovery left Wang Shikong in awe. He couldn't help but wonder about the peak power of the owner of this sword immortal inheritance realm. Such an intricate 108 heavenly sword formation, flawless in both offense and defense, might truly rival that old monster. In the depths of the inheritance realm, a mysterious silhouette watched everything unfold. The presence was not surprised by Wang Shikong's space element spells, but seeing this young man control 12 swords at a transitional level, nearly equaling his own past prowess, couldn't help but express a hint of astonishment. In this world, could there be someone not weaker than him? The award sword arena unfolded before Wang Shikong. Having absorbed the resonance information, he stepped forward with a gleam in his eyes. In his past life, he had experienced the nearly invincible defense of the award sword, but with his current insight, he could now discern its flaws. The wooden sword box controlled 10 swords, while he had 12, giving him a clear advantage. As the battle commenced, the wooden figure focused on defense. However, with Wang Shikong's thorough understanding of the 108 heavenly swords, weaknesses quickly became apparent. He struck with precision, effortlessly defeating the wooden figure. A system notification chimed. Ding! You have resonated with the Time Spirit Fragment, acquiring mastery-level award sword technique and information on utilizing the 10 heavenly swords of this wooden figure. This seemingly ordinary resonance brought Wang Shikong astonishing advancement. With high spirits, Wang Shikong stepped directly onto the word sword arena. The wooden figure launched an attack, momentarily startling him. 2 swords hovered above his head, while the other 8 targeted vital points. Relying on his foresight, Wang Shikong commanded 8 heavenly swords to counter, simultaneously sending 2 swords to retaliate. After the clash of 16 heavenly swords, they all fell to the ground, but the threat was not over. The swords hovering above suddenly swooped down, yet Wang Shikong was prepared and met them with his own sword. At that moment, a sword on the ground unexpectedly surged up with even greater force. Wang Shikong swiftly evaded, instantly closing in on the wooden figure and defeating it. Reflecting on the battle details, Wang Shikong pondered. The hovering swords were not just distractions, but a perfect embodiment of the sword hanging overhead concept. The seemingly harmless swords on the ground delivered a deadly strike at the critical moment. This starkly contrasted with He Chengwang's deliberately off-target, shooting the sword immortal's technique invited you to pick up a sword, only to turn it against you. The system prompted again. Ding! You have resonated with the Time Spirit Fragment, acquiring mastery-level word sword technique and information on utilizing the 10 heavenly swords of this wooden figure. Excitedly, Wang Shikong moved toward the final word sword arena. Meanwhile, the phantom deep within the secret realm was dumbfounded. To conquer 4 arenas typically required complete mastery of 20 to 30 of the 108 heavenly swords. Even with an understanding of the 108 heavenly swords patterns, it was no easy feat in practice. Watching the figure challenging the 4th arena, the phantom knew that with this junior's performance, success was a certainty. I am invincible because of my insight, the phantom remarked with a hint of reluctance, eyes glinting as it fell into contemplation. Ding! Wang Shikong resonated with the Time Spirit Fragments and acquired a master-level sword technique, also gaining the ability to control 10 celestial swords. The wooden figure on the 4th platform was far more powerful than the previous 3, with its swordplay forming a formidable elemental formation. Despite this, Wang Shikong ended the battle within 10 minutes, thanks to his extraordinary foresight. At the moment he obtained the wooden figure's spirit fragment, a mysterious force enveloped him. In the next instant, he found himself standing before an ancient wine table. On the table were a pot of wine and a sword box, and across from him sat a shadowy figure scrutinizing him. Junior Wang Shikong greets the sword immortal, Wang Shikong said, immediately bowing respectfully to the shadow. Good perception, good strength, the shadow remarked with a flicker in its gaze. I'll waive the second trial of talent. However, I shall test your comprehension. If you pass, you will inherit my legacy. Sword immortal, how is the test conducted? Wang Shikong asked quickly, surprised that the second trial was waived. It's simple. Answer my question. What are the 2 invincible and undefendable moves in the world? The shadow said slowly. Think carefully. The answer lies in the previous trial. My invincible swordsmanship lies in comprehension. Wang Shikong studied the ethereal sword immortal before him. Dressed in a simple white robe, with a light blue sash around his waist, his brows were like distant mountains, eyes like cold stars, deep and cool. In the world, Wang Shikong pondered for a moment. A move with 0 frame startup is undefendable, as is a move with an exceedingly long wind-up. Excellent comprehension, the shadow exclaimed, as if encountering a kindred spirit and worthy disciple. It turned out the sword immortal's swordsmanship was a crafty path. The form sword specializes in 0 frame startup, while the deceit sword strikes suddenly after 2 feints, along with the chaotic dance of the 108 surrounding swords. Very well, come. I will take you to another secret realm of inheritance. The shadow laughed heartily, its fingers forming a sword, slicing through the void. The gate to heaven opens. Another surge of energy enveloped Wang Shikong, and in an instant, he stood before a sacred palace. The melodious sound of flowing water came from behind, and before the palace stood two women. One was a shadow, and the other was a stunning beauty with golden hair like a waterfall and eyes as deep as lakes, dancing with a holy water sword. Wang Shikong immediately recognized her identity, the most powerful Arca goddess among future Western cultivators. Unexpectedly, her great opportunity lay here. When the middle-aged apparition brought Wang Shikong to another secret realm, a woman dressed in a pure white cultivator's robe was already waiting there. Her sharp gaze fell on Wang Shikong, scrutinizing the unfamiliar young man. Jian Wudi, you've intruded into my secret realm. What do you want? The woman questioned calmly. Nearby, Akasino noticed the sudden appearance of the two, and a look of surprise crossed her face upon seeing her fellow countryman, Wang Shikong. Hee, can't I just visit you, Balian? Jian Wudi replied with a smile. Humph, just say what you're plotting. Balian snorted, clearly aware of her old acquaintance's intentions. Jian Wudi maintained his smile. Last time, you mentioned finding a disciple whose talent matches yours. Since you found a successor, I thought I'd bring a young lad I picked up off the street for you to teach. My way of the sword is to drive away the night with a sword's shadow, summon dawn with its light, banish evil with justice, and protect the living with clarity, Balian stated serenely, her gaze returning to Wang Shikong. Someone you find pleasing to the eye is beyond my teaching. Wang Shikong was puzzled by this exchange, but before he could contemplate further, Jian Wudi continued. Haha, if you don't want to teach him, let your disciple train him. Didn't you say your disciple's talent matches yours? He should be stronger than this lad, right? Balian's eyes flickered at his words. She had great confidence in her disciple but knew Jian Wudi, invincible in his shamelessness, too well. If he brought a new disciple, there had to be an ulterior motive. If your disciple can properly train this lad, Jian Wudi continued, I'll give her the justice sword hilt from your father's sword box. It's a legendary artifact. AKA Sino's blue eyes widened in shock. A legendary artifact, just for defeating that young man? Her heartbeat quickened despite her usual calm. As the strongest in the West, she was supremely confident in her abilities. Master, let me spar with him, Akasino eagerly requested. And if my disciple loses? Balian asked cautiously. If she loses, she becomes this lad's sword attendant. Jian Wudi replied matter-of-factly. Agreed. Balian consented decisively. Hey, Balian, you answer so decisively. Do you still think I'm that naive boy from the past? Jian Wudi shook his head. Back then, when you lost to me, you immediately reneged. Do you want your disciple to inherit that trait? Humph. Women have the right to change their minds. Even animals don't. You're dead, yet your words are still so venomous. And you're still so shameless. Wang Shikong watched the sharp exchange between these two guardians of secret realms, feeling both speechless and contemplative. With a playful smirk, Jian Wudi proposed a daring wager. If I win against this goddess Akasino, will she agree to become my sword attendant? This suggestion was undeniably provocative. Akasino was one of the brightest deities of the West, her beauty rivaling that of gods, and her power ranking among the top 3. Her family had founded the Love God Guild, one of the 5 Western giants, surpassing the strength of many national guilds. To prevent your disciple from backing out if she loses, how about you put up the key to your next secret realm as collateral? Jian Wudi continued to taunt. The woman frowned and glanced at Akasino. Before her mentor could speak, Akasino firmly declared, Master, I agree. Her aura exuded confidence. As a fellow practitioner, I am confident I can defeat anyone. You must think carefully. Without the secret realm key, you won't be able to obtain the inheritance after the 3rd turn, the woman cautioned. I will not lose. Akasino responded resolutely. Seeing her disciple's determination, the woman recalled her own younger self and decided to trust her. She handed over a legendary sword to her disciple. This was my sword once. Use it well. Akasino accepted the sword, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Women always try to weasel out, Jian Wudi remarked indifferently, looking at Wang Shikong. We men should be magnanimous. Once we win, she'll understand what true generosity means. Wang Shikong snorted, let's begin. The two moved to the center of the arena, Wang Shikong's 12 celestial swords floating before him. The woman's expression shifted as she solemnly warned her disciple. Be careful. Their swords are tricky and unpredictable. Stay focused. Gripping the legendary sword, Akasino felt even more confident upon seeing its attributes. Without hesitation, she unleashed its magical skill. Where the heart leads, the sword follows. Radiant Holy Sword, sword's sacred domain. An invisible sword aura enveloped Wang Shikong, causing the 12 celestial swords to vibrate and hum. Akasino seized the opportunity to advance, only to find Wang Shikong instantly behind her, launching a light-dark fusion spell almost simultaneously. Though her artifact's defense activated in time, Akasino sensed the opponent's formidable power. She quickly turned, slashing out a 10-meter sword beam. Yet Wang Shikong reappeared behind her, casting another light dark fusion spell. This repeated thrice, and the final strike finally breached Aka Sino's defenses. She was sent crashing to the ground, painfully turning her head to Wang Shikong. Is this swordsmanship? The woman watched, her expression shifting before sighing. Indeed, the student surpasses the master. Wang Shikong looked at them with a puzzled expression. Ha ha, easily defeated. Jian Wudi watched the scene unfold before him with a knowing smile. To pass his secret realm's test so swiftly, this person was clearly extraordinary. This was the true path. Looking at the successor before him, he felt extremely satisfied. Weren't we supposed to compete in swordsmanship? This match doesn't count, the woman said with a fluctuating expression, gritting her teeth. Hey, Bai Lian, don't try to cheat. Jian Wudi smirked, moving his hand slightly. With a buzz, a 2-inch dark sword flew from the woman's body into his hand. Seeing this, the woman opened her mouth, full of helplessness. She turned to her disciple. Xinhua, the key to the secret realm is in his hands. Retrieve it after you've reached the 3rd transformation. Aka Xinhua was momentarily dazed, only then realizing she had lost, and must serve as a sword attendant to the person before her. Her expression shifted, clearly unable to accept the reality of becoming a maid. Kid, keep this secret realm key safe. Jian Wudi tossed the key to Wang Shikong, asking with a smile. You know how to use it, right? I do. Hearing this, Jian Wudi paused, then laughed heartily. Good. Good. You'll be invincible in the future. Bai Lian, haha, goodbye. With that, he waved his hand, cleaving the space and leaving with Wang Shikong, leaving the master and disciple with mixed expressions behind. Back at their residence, Jian Wudi sat at the table, enthusiastically saying, Today, I'm very pleased. This mythical sword case. Mythical? Wang Shikong exclaimed in surprise. What are you thinking? Jian Wudi glanced at him. Your level is still low. Even if I gave you the mythical sword case, you wouldn't be able to use it. I'll make a legendary sword case tailored for you. With that, he moved his hand slightly. Wang Shikong's gaze fell on the sword case in front of his master, deeply moved. A mythical grade artifact, a national treasure level for major empires. The seemingly ordinary sword case before him was densely inlaid with at least 1,000 intricately crafted sword hilts. Let's take these. Jian Wudi waved his hand, revealing a model of the sword case, and proudly said, These sword hilts represent my achievements. Every hilt's owner was a top sword cultivator. The weakest are of dark gold level, which makes up about half. Hearing this, Wang Shikong was visibly moved. Excluding half of the dark gold, wouldn't there still be 500 epic level or higher sword hilts? He suddenly thought, male sword cultivators lost and left sword hilts, female sword cultivators lost and became sword attendants? Ha, are you shocked? Jian Wudi chuckled. Back then, all sword cultivators were body cultivators. I was considered an outlier for using magic to control swords. But it was this outlier that defeated the world's sword cultivators, making them bow to me. Master, you are truly incredible. Wang Shikong timely flattered. I have high hopes for you, kid. Here, Jian Wudi nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand as the sword case floated before him. The first skill of the sword box is called sword nurturing, and its effect is astonishing. It allows other swords to be fused with the heavenly sword inside the box, enabling the heavenly sword to inherit the level and attributes of the fused sword, and further enhance to a higher grade under the nurturing of the sword box, reaching a maximum of dark gold level. This soulbound treasure was crafted by Jian Wudi specifically for Wang Shikong. Wang Shikong examined the attributes of the sword box closely and couldn't help but reach out to take it. Although it only had one spell skill, it held incredible potential. With 12 silver longswords, the sword nurturing spell could evolve them into golden swords. Controlling 12 golden weapons would make any cultivator envious, as most people don't even have 12 pieces of equipment in total. And this is just the main weapon. As one's power increases, the number of heavenly swords one can control will also increase. If one could control 108 heavenly swords, the attribute stacking alone would be unimaginable. Thank you, Master. Wang Shikong took a deep breath and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This equipment is incredibly precious. Hee, Jian Wudi chuckled. After your 3rd transformation, this sword box will help you open the heavenly gate and receive further inheritance. Yes, Master. Wang Shikong replied, thinking that with his master's personality, the subsequent inheritance would likely be taught directly without much testing. Jian Wudi suddenly raised an eyebrow. Is that girl about to complete the Flash Butterfly inheritance? Flash Butterfly inheritance? Wang Shikong asked, puzzled. Jian Wudi explained. That is the inheritance of one of my sword attendants. After her demise, I set up the inheritance to find her a successor. As he spoke, he moved his hand, revealing a secret realm scene in front of them. When Wang Shikong saw the figure in the secret realm, he was filled with shock. It's her? Master, is your sword attendant's inheritance very powerful? Flash Butterfly is indeed very powerful. Jian Wudi nodded. She was renowned for her swordsmanship, and after being defeated by me, she integrated her sword skills into her red silk, elevating her strength further. Her red silk and my sword box are made from materials of the same grade. Although it's just an epic-level artifact I separated, completing the subsequent inheritance would grant a complete artifact. Noticing Wang Shikong's expression, he asked, "What? Do you know that girl? If possible, you could take her as your sword attendant. It might be destiny." "I'm afraid that's difficult." Wang Shikong shook his head. "I have a grudge against her." "Huh. That makes it interesting. Let's see your strength." Jian Wudi laughed. "Master, since that red silk is separated from you, can you modify its attributes?" Wang Shikong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Oh, of course I can. What do you want to change?" Jian Wudi looked at him with interest. In response to Wang Shikong's expectant gaze, Jian Wudi agreed. "Sure." He then reminded him, "When you're out in the world, don't mention you're my disciple, remember?" "Thank you, master." Wang Shikong quickly thanked him, then asked in confusion, "Why can't I mention your name? Do you have enemies?" "No enemies," Jian Wudi said calmly. Wang Shikong looked puzzled. "Incomparable brother," Bai Lian said with a hint of allure in her voice, gazing at Jian Wudi within the Sword Immortal's legacy realm. "I've already sent the little one away." Jian Wudi calmly poured himself a drink, his gaze steady as he looked at her. "Bai Lian, don't try to seduce me, it won't work. Having your successor by his side might not be a bad thing. Being around someone like you, how could that be a good thing?" Bai Lian retorted, her eyes wide with disdain. Jian Wudi took a leisurely sip of his drink and explained, "The heavenly Tao has condensed our remaining spirits in the world to pass on our legacies to resist the invasion of demonic forces from beyond. With the great calamity approaching, even if she obtains your legacy, she might not survive it." Bai Lian fell silent for a moment, then murmured softly, "Someone like you is indeed hard to kill. Moreover, my disciple possesses other great fortunes." Jian Wudi continued, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. "Great fortunes? What kind of fortune would you call great?" Bai Lian asked, surprised. "I have merely been suppressing for 10,000 years. Perhaps no one before or after could surpass me, but someone might reach my level." Jian Wudi paused. "And I can't quite understand him." "You can't understand him?" Bai Lian's face was filled with shock. At that moment, Wang Shikong, who had been sent out of the secret realm, stood on an open ground, holding the book, "The Years I Spent as a Sword Immortal," lost in thought. To leave a pure name in the world? After a while, he smiled. "Anyway, this master is really good." A legendary sword box, just like that, was given away. Suddenly, the entire book transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. Wang Shikong felt his mental strength rapidly increase as the system prompt sounded. "You have passed the Sword Immortal's test and received part of Jian Wudi's legacy. Your mental strength 40. This reminded him of how he received a 40-point mental strength boost from the Light God's legacy, indicating that the Sword Immortal's legacy was indeed no weaker than the God of Mischief. A few minutes later, Wang Shikong's smile faded as his thoughts turned to the task of the invincible God Yu. He sat in his wheelchair, moving along while checking the information on his communicator. The auction held by the unparalleled auction house a few days ago was exceptionally lively, with 16 billion currency transacted in 8 hours. Of that, 3.5 billion came from the Sakura Guild's equipment he sold, while the remaining 12.5 billion came from other consigned items, netting him over 50 million in profit. This brought his net worth to an astounding over 4 billion. Although over 4 billion seems substantial, it's far from enough to build a city that can accommodate millions and emblem of every super guild. Shaking off these thoughts, Wang Shikong sent a message to Yao Yishianya and others. Half an hour later, 4 figures appeared at the teleportation array in Huyue Cliff City. A person in a wheelchair, followed by 2 girls with an ethereal, fairy-like purity, and a young man with slightly long hair carrying a sword on his back. Just then, a father and daughter approached them. Old Hu gazed at Wang Shikong, who was seated in a wheelchair, with a mix of curiosity and admiration in his eyes. Based on his daughter's descriptions, he was already aware that this formidable leader had become a first-class Earl of the Snowfall Empire and held a significant position within the assassin organization known as the Red King. Despite being the president of one of the 3 major guilds in Tiger Leap Cliff City, commanding nearly 1 million members, Old Hu couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Wang Shikong. Yao Yi's gaze lingered briefly on Wang Shikong before shifting to Menger and Yuer, his eyes flickering slightly. "Old Hu, Yao Yi," Wang Shikong said with a smile. "Let me introduce you to Tianya, Menger, and Yuer, the new members of the Shun Shua team." "Hello." Menger and Yuer greeted with smiles, while Tianya nodded in acknowledgement. Old Hu returned the smile and turned to Wang Shikong with a suggestion. "Captain, how about we gather for a bit so everyone can get to know each other better? Let's meet up after the mission." Completing the task takes priority. Wang Shikong politely declined with a shake of his head. "All right, we'll follow the captain's lead." Old Hu agreed. "Captain, the task limit for unbeatable Shen Yu is 9 people. Should I call 3 more to complete the team?" How many people in the Tianhu Guild have gained significant opportunities? Wang Shikong inquired. Aside from my daughter and myself, only Budong Russian, old who replied. He has received a powerful legacy, capable of fighting 70 to 80 opponents at once. Others can only manage 2 to 3 at most. Wang Shikong nodded slightly. The gap becomes apparent after the first transformation. Soon, we'll see individuals capable of taking on 100 foes. Bring Budong Russian along. We don't need anyone else. The group then set off for Tiger Leap Cliff. This majestic and imposing cliff, which lent its name to a major city, was said to have been the birthplace of a divine tiger that roared across the sky. Historical records describe it as steep peaks and perilous cliffs pierce the azure sky, with winds howling through valleys shrouded in mist. Upon arrival, Budong Russian was already waiting. He greeted with respect, Captain Shikong. Wang Shikong handed him a badge from the Xinhua team, signaling Yao Yi to proceed. Yao Yi tore open a scroll, instantly teleporting everyone to an ancient battlefield. A blood-red moon loomed over the gloomy sky, and the ground was littered with bones. Ahead stood 9 figures in matching black robes and masks, aligned in a neat formation. 9 nether skeletons, bronze level, level 22, Wang Shikong assessed. With our strength, these opponents are weak. Let's begin. Everyone quickly took their positions. Menger and Yuer stayed close to Wang Shikong, casting 2 perfectly blended spells, Shadow Assault, and Light and Shadow Possession. Tinya, Old Hu, Yao Yi, and Budong Russian also joined the fray. Wang Shikong watched from his wheelchair, quietly evaluating his teammates' capabilities. Captain, Old Hu exclaimed excitedly after the battle. These 9 nether skeletons, though not strong, dropped 18 pieces of high tribute golden equipment. Just then, a system notification sounded, announcing that the Xinhua team had completed the first phase of the mission and unlocked the second phase. More astonishingly, an announcement spread across the entire Snowfall Empire. The Xinhua team had initiated the legendary task of the unbeatable Xunyu at the summit of Tiger Leap Cliff. Within the next 15 days, all teams could intercept them to seize the Xunyu equipment and complete the legacy. Old Hu and the others were visibly shocked upon hearing this announcement. Damn! Lao Hu exclaimed in shock as he listened to the reports, his eyes wide open. Menger and Yuer turned pale, their round eyes filled with astonishment. Does this mean we'll be attacked within 15 days? Unmoved as a mountain, he glanced at the 2 girls' dumbfounded expressions, frowning. There are at least 1 billion people with squads in the entire Shuohua Empire. We're right next to Huyue Cliff now. Should we find a place to hide? It's not that simple. Yao shook his head, looking serious. This is indeed a legendary squad mission. The ease of the first stage was entirely a setup for the second phase. Wang Shikong's gaze fell on the 18 pieces of golden equipment in front of him. Invincible Xinyu wants us to defeat all squads to obtain the legacy. He carefully examined the equipment attributes. Juyo Robe Gold. Attack, for 100 extra damage. Constitution, 10. Speed, 5. Skill 1. Juyo Guard automatically forms a defense, absorbing 4,000 damage, 5-minute cooldown. Skill 2. Juyo Shadow Blend into the environment. Lasts 5 minutes, 30-minute cooldown. Juyo Mask Gold. Attack, 300 extra damage. Mental Power, 7. Defense, 4. Skill 1. Juyo Phantom creates 3 illusions to confuse enemies, 5-minute cooldown. Skill 2. Juyo Protection removes negative effects, 10-minute cooldown. Special set effect. When team members fight together, attack damage 5. Guides to the entrance of the 3rd stage assessment. This equipment is extremely powerful for the gold level, Wang Shikong analyzed. With defense and stealth, it's clearly prepared for the upcoming tasks. The key to the 2nd stage of the Invincible Xinyu Squad's mission is in the word invincible. To gain the legacy, you must first be undefeated. He specifically reminded, these 15 days only count in the Endless Continent's time. Hiding in reality won't work. Also, our squad's location will be announced every 5 hours. Let's put on the equipment. Wang Shikong looked around at everyone. We're likely facing a tough battle ahead. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once they were fully dressed, the words Jiyo on the robe and mask changed to Xinhua, and the entire outfit exuded a cold aura in the darkness, as stylish as the villain groups in anime. With a buzz, the scene before them suddenly changed, and they were teleported to a spot not far from the city of Huyue Cliff. A system prompt immediately sounded. Your squad's location will be shared with all squads every 5 hours. In the Shuohua Empire, defeating other squads will provide information on the Xinhua squad's location. 2 crucial pieces of information arrived, casting a heavy shadow on Lao Hu and his companions. This mission clearly encouraged conflict between teams, yet Wang Shikong's expression remained as calm as ever. The second piece of information revealed the true reason behind the mission's high mortality rate. The teams were ranked into 6 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Silver, Gold, King, and Legendary. The inheritance of a legendary team represented top-tier opportunities. Despite the mission's brutality, Numerous strong individuals were willing to risk everything for it, even forming temporary alliances to compete. Captain, let me prepare some backup items, Lao Hu suggested. Although he had made some preparations, it was evidently not enough. No need. Wang Shikong shook his head, distributing pre-prepared divine blessing scrolls to everyone, 5 each. As the captain of the God-speaking team, he wouldn't be stingy at critical moments. Wow, these scrolls are incredible, Lao Hu exclaimed after examining them. The divine blessing scrolls could deflect a lethal blow from an enemy, offering protection equivalent to half a life. Lao Hu, Yao Yi, you know the terrain, find us a strategic location. Wang Shikong stood up slowly, the epic wheelchair vanishing, replaced by the legendary sword case on his back. Haha, a strategic location, huh? Lao Hu's eyes gleamed with battle intent. Let's choose a spot where the God-speaking team can challenge all comers. Having witnessed the prowess of Tianya and Meng Yuer, they were confident about the upcoming brutal mission. Captain, I suggest we head to Tiger Leap Cliff, Yao Yi proposed, twirling his spear. Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. He no longer used the wheelchair, partly because the steep terrain of Tiger Leap Cliff was unsuitable and partly because he was ready to lead the God-speaking team to fame as a sword immortal. Half an hour later, they paused on a small peak before Tiger Leap Cliff. The view was expansive, with a vast grassland and a clear lake ahead, surrounded on 3 sides by the towering Tiger Leap Cliff and mountains, with a gentle breeze blowing. This is the place. Wang Shikong nodded with satisfaction, waving his hand to set up a table and chair, preparing to grind ink and draw scrolls. Lao Hu laughed heartily, disappearing briefly and returning with a few stools, red wine, and tea. Come, Brother Tianya, young ladies, what would you like to drink? Red wine. Red wine. I've never tasted such good wine, Buddha-like chuckled. Lao Hu poured wine for everyone. This is $1 million bottle. Come, youngsters, give it a try. Meng Yuer and Tianya were tasting such high-end wine for the first time, eagerly mimicking Lao Hu's swirling of the glass. A few months ago, they couldn't have imagined such a scene. Wow, better than Waha, really delicious. Meng Yuer sipped, her eyes shining. Yao Yi, knowing Wang Shikong preferred tea, used fire to boil water and brew tea, curiously observing him drawing the scrolls. At this moment, it seemed more like a picnic outing than preparation for a brutal battle. Only their attire and masks hinted at the solemnity of their mission. While Wang Shikong and his team were leisurely waiting, a groundbreaking piece of news sent shockwaves through both the real world and the endless continent. The legendary squad, Shen Shua, had suddenly triggered their inheritance quest. What the heck? A legendary squad's inheritance quest? You mean the team that first cleared the BYD dungeon? Who exactly are these people? Social media platforms erupted instantly, with this news quickly topping trending lists. The quest rules were even more shocking. Successfully ambushing Shen Shua would grant the victor the inheritance rights. This bloody rule sparked a violent storm within the game. Guild leaders across the board had greed glinting in their eyes. A legendary squad's inheritance. That's incredibly valuable. They dismissed the once famous Shen Shua squad, saying, it's just Shen Shua, they can be killed. Suddenly, millions of players swarmed toward Tiger Cliff City. Major guilds dispatched elite teams, and even solo players who had previously received fortuitous opportunities couldn't resist joining the fray. Outside Tiger Cliff City, in the vast mountains, a team leveling up was suddenly surrounded by 10 people. When they recognized the infamous Windrise squad, despair clouded their faces. This elite squad, which had rejected all guild recruitment offers, had used guerrilla tactics to kill over 100 members of a small guild just 2 weeks prior, in only 5 days. Kill them, ordered Morning Breeze, the captain of Windrise, coldly. With their formidable teamwork, the 6-member team was slaughtered in an instant. Captain, can we pinpoint Shen Shua's location? The team members asked eagerly as they collected the loot. Morning Breeze glanced at the quest guidance, a chilling gleam in his eyes. Location confirmed. Let's go. Haha, let's go. We're definitely the first to locate the Shen Shua team, said Morning Wind, the captain of Fengqi squad, with excitement. Take them down, and we can take on the legendary squad mission. From then on, Fengqi squad will soar like a great rock, becoming the strongest team on the endless continent. The team members wore confident smiles as they swiftly headed towards Shen Shua's location. However, upon arrival, the sight before them left them stunned. Atop a small peak about 10 meters high, 7 individuals dressed in uniform black robes and wearing masks emblazoned with the words Shen Shua were sitting leisurely. Some were writing, others sipping wine, showing no intent to hide. Instead, they appeared relaxed and self-assured. Is this Shen Shua squad? So arrogant. And they're doing homework at a time like this, one team member muttered under his breath. Be careful, it might be a trap. Captain Morning Wind warned, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Experienced as they were, they knew their opponents couldn't be this carefree during such an important mission. Suddenly, a black-robed figure with a long sword on his back stood up and walked toward them alone. Before Fengqi squad could react, he unsheathed his sword and charged at them with lightning speed. Damn, does he think he can take on all 10 of us alone? The members of Fengchi squad were both shocked and enraged, feeling deeply insulted. In an instant, a dazzling flash of the sword swept through. Captain Morning Wind immediately commanded, "Block him. Take him down." Two defense specialists rushed forward, followed by archers and mages preparing their spells. Shockingly, the swordsman decapitated the defense specialists with just 2 strikes. He moved like a specter through their ranks, each slash claiming a life. In less than 30 seconds, the entire Fengchi squad was annihilated. The swordsman calmly sheathed his sword and began collecting the spoils. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Tiger Leap Cliff City, Fengchi squad's 10 members reappeared, faces etched with disbelief and deep fear. Their proud 10-member team, capable of taking on 7 opponents of the same level, had been wiped out by a single person in under a minute. At that moment, they finally understood the true meaning of power, the terrifying essence of Shun Shua squad's strength. In front of the Tiger Leap Cliff, a place of great significance, Old Who watched Tianya's powerful display, filled with awe. The Windrise squad, easily defeated by Tianya, was no ordinary team. Tianya humbly wrote on his board, "It's all thanks to the captain's help." Old Who glanced at the captain, who was focused on drawing scrolls, feeling a sense of admiration. Immovable Mountain smiled at Tianya and said, "Brother Tianya, your strength is unmatched. I've heard you can now use elemental power to heal physical issues." Tianya nodded and wrote, "I'll get treatment after the mission." Wang Shikong had just finished a scroll and looked up at Tianya. Tianya was much more cheerful than before, though his inability to speak still troubled him. However, this did not affect his strength could take on 100 foes at once in his past life, and now, with top-tier inheritance, his power had soared. It only took a little over an hour for a squad to come after us. The lure of the legendary squad's inheritance is indeed strong, Yao Yi remarked, looking at the bodies on the ground. Then we'll fight until they learn their lesson, Wang Shikong said calmly. Once they see us slaughter thousands, who would dare covet the invincible Shun Yu's inheritance? Captain, in 5 hours, at least hundreds of thousands will attack, Immovable Mountain said with concern. We're not planning to confront them, Hedon, Wang Shikong chuckled. This mission may be tricky, but with the 9 nether shadow arts of the 9 nether black robe, we can advance and retreat at will. Exactly, Yaoi agreed. Kill a batch, retreat, and repeat a few times, and no one will dare come. Time passed as they chatted, and 2 more reckless squads arrived to meet their demise. The 5-hour mark hit, and all squads received the location of the Godspoken squad. The Godspoken squad isn't hiding in the Million Mountains. The squads in Tiger Leap Cliff City were abuzz. The legendary squad's inheritance is worth the risk. Let's go, brothers. Don't let anyone else get there first. Seeing the timing was right, Wang Shikong elegantly finished his last sip of tea and packed up his belongings. Old Hu and the others were also ready, eyes fixed on the path ahead. The real battle was about to begin. In the distance, 4 squads totaling 35 people were rapidly approaching. Atop the mountain, the members of the Shun Shua team, clad in black robes, looked down at the advancing enemy. "Take out the Shun Shua team first, then we'll settle the score," ordered one squad leader in a deep voice. The other 3 teams immediately responded, quickly forming a surrounding formation. Wang Shikong led his team down the mountain slowly, the 7 of them in black robes exuding an intimidating aura. The 30-plus enemies sneered, believing that a mere 7 people were nothing to fear. Menger and Yuer began casting spells with their silver staves, while Lao Hu, Yao Yi, Tianya, and others drew their weapons. The distance between the 2 sides closed rapidly. From Wang Shikong's back, 12 celestial swords shot out from their scabbard. Since completing the Sword Invincible Legacy, his mental power had increased by 40 points to 292, comparable to a level 32 cultivator. Legend had it that the sword case not only extended his attack range by 50 to 438 meters, but also enhanced attack power by 30. Coupled with the Shun Yu equipment, set bonuses, and silver swords upgraded from 12 bronze long swords, his combat strength had reached an astonishing level. The battle lasted only 3 seconds. The 12 celestial swords sliced through the air, claiming 12 lives instantly. Before the enemy could react, the combined magic of Menger and Yuer swept the field, taking 10 more lives. The remaining adversaries were swiftly dispatched by Tianya, Yao Yi, and others. "Yao Yi, choose a direction," Wang Shikong said with a smile, watching his companions quickly gather the spoils. "I hate the west," Yao Yi declared, pointing his gun. "Then let's cut through the west." They began to stride westward, fully aware that they couldn't afford to linger in battle. Even with their formidable strength, they couldn't withstand prolonged engagement. In less than a minute, another 100-person team appeared. The greed in their eyes was evident. They had also recognized this legendary team. 15 seconds later, the air was filled with the sound of swords slicing through the wind, spells burning, long knives beheading, shields shattering bones, and spears piercing hearts. The 100-person team was annihilated. There will be more trouble to come. Wang Shikong said with a light laugh. This is just the beginning. Tiger Leap Cliff City was thrown into chaos due to a mission by a legendary team. Upon learning the whereabouts of the Divine Whisper team, various squads swarmed to the Kangi plains in front of Tiger Leap Cliff. The plains were strewn with 70 to 80 bodies, shocking those who arrived. Is this the work of the Divine Whisper team? The crowd exchanged glances, gasping in disbelief. Within a mere 15 minutes, over 1,000 people gathered on this blood-soaked land. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, searching for any sign of the Divine Whisper team. In front of a towering mountain peak, a young man and his middle-aged companion were conversing quietly. The strength of the Divine Whisper team is extraordinary, probably beyond what we can handle, the young man said, gazing at the bodies on the ground. It's not just about strength, it's about strategy. The middle-aged man surveyed the crowd of thousands, a slight smile on his lips. Victory over a stronger opponent comes not from strength, but from strategy and advantage. While we can't match them individually, sometimes intelligence outweighs power. The young man nodded and summoned his battle pet, a slender dog about 1.5 meters tall, with prominent ears and nose. Find the killer's location, he commanded. The battle pet sniffed the air and then barked furiously towards the west. Woof, woof, woof. 5 kilometers to the west. The young man's eyes lit up, and he immediately announced loudly. The Divine Whisper team is 5 kilometers to the west. Let's move. The middle-aged man explained. My brother's battle pet has tracking abilities. Although the Divine Whisper team is formidable, we can defeat them by joining forces. As for the legacy of the legendary team, we'll compete for it when the time comes. Charge! The crowd shouted in unison, advancing massively to the west. Along the way, they discovered another 100 fresh corpses, but this only strengthened their resolve. They must be exhausted. Why should we fear a single team with our numbers? 5 minutes later, they finally spotted their targets, even figures in black robes emblazoned with the characters Divine Whisper, collecting spoils on the battlefield. It's them. Take down the Divine Whisper team. The crowd cheered excitedly as they encircled their prey. Wang Shikong and his team, having just completed a battle, were momentarily stunned by the sight of the approaching 1,000. Unmoving as a mountain, he scanned the enemies with a serious expression and asked, Captain, should we retreat? Lao Hu also showed signs of concern. The enemy forces charging towards them were massive, numbering in the thousands. Facing them heat-in with the current strength of the Xinhua squad was clearly challenging. Wang Shikong stared at the surging crowd, a cold glint in his eyes. Next, just focus on killing. As he finished speaking, 8 celestial swords automatically arranged themselves, with 2 swords circling in front of each member like Tianya, Yao Yi, and Lao Hu. This was the first-class sword formation among the 108 Zhoutian swords. Although even with Tianya and others' abilities, activating the 9 Nether Guard and protective measures wouldn't withstand the coverage of spells from hundreds. With Wang Shikong's first-class formation defense and their combined strength and equipment, they could handle the current situation. The only cost was the immense strain on Wang Shikong, with a mental drain of nearly 0.3 per second, even with the legendary sword box aiding him. All right, attack. Lao Hu, Yao Yi, and the others' eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. They maintained absolute trust in their captain's decision. The Xinhua squad instantly transformed into an arrow, charging headlong into the enemy ranks. Huh? They're actually charging at us. Damn, they've got guts. Are their brains stuck in a novel? Huh? The enemy forces were initially stunned to see the Xinhua squad advancing instead of retreating, then burst into delighted grins. Someone shouted commands. Cover them with a barrage of spells, mage attack. For the 500 mages immediately began casting, with elements rapidly converging in the sky to form a terrifying vortex, and a deluge of spells rained down like a storm. Watch this, 3-second real man, ha! Budong Russian suddenly laughed wildly, his arm muscles doubling in size, and the golden shield in his hand shone brilliantly. Hero's Guard. He was enveloped in a thick, earthy glow, charging to the forefront like a giant, shield raised to block. Countless spells struck the shield and were completely neutralized. Simultaneously, the first-class swords began spinning rapidly, creating a protective barrier for the group. The Mengyu sisters coordinated flawlessly, chanting their most powerful combination spell. Winds of the 9 heavens, heed my call. Fierce winds rage, sweeping across the land. By my command, summon the wrath of the wind, arise. Waters of the 9 heavens, obey my command. Dark clouds gather, blood rain descends. By my command, summon the blades of rain, fall. The fierce wind and blood rain instantly covered a 100-meter range ahead. This high-difficulty combination spell was unparalleled at the time. Although the sisters hadn't received powerful inheritances, their 3 or more silver artifacts and incredible talent made this move formidable, severely injuring over 100 enemies caught within. Ah damn, what terrifying spell attacks. Body warriors, go take down those 2 mages. Damn it, the damage is so high. I'm about to die. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tianya, Yao Yi, and others charged into the enemy ranks like unleashed tigers. First-class swords circled around them, and their swords and spears swept through the enemies. Thunder Spear, White Blade Sword, Blade Absolute. A series of area attacks spread out, instantly felling the enemies heavily injured by the Mengyu sisters' spells. The enemy mages in the rear were shocked. They actually withstood our spell barrage. They immediately began chanting even more powerful spells. At that moment, Wang Shikong, stationed in the rear, controlled 3 celestial swords, slashing towards the mages like lightning. A flying sword sliced through the air, its cold glint sharp and threatening. The pupils of several spellcasting cultivators contracted in shock. Before they could finish their incantations, they were struck down. Their companions, witnessing the scene, turned pale and shouted, "Their power is terrifying. Give it everything you've got." In just a matter of seconds, the divine squad not only withstood the attacks of hundreds of spellcasters, but also slew over 100 of them. Amid the blood and chaos, Menger and Yuer began their second round of spellcasting. The sisters had honed their magic to perfection, requiring only 4 seconds to cast even large-scale spells. At that moment, 2 concealed assassins wielding daggers crept closer. Smirking disdainfully, taking down fragile spellcasters was an easy task. However, in the next instant, a sharp sword aimed directly for their heads. Discovered, they gasped, attempting to dodge, but instead stumbling right into the path of the ambushing celestial sword. With a couple of swift strikes, they fell lifeless to the ground, their eyes wide open in shock. Wang Shikong didn't spare them a glance, controlling 3 celestial swords to constantly attack the spellcasters preparing their large-scale magic. 8 more celestial swords hovered defensively around Tianya, Yao Yi, and the others, with one reserved specifically for protection. Menger and Yuer focused intently on their casting, trusting their captain completely. Old Hu, reassured by the captain's support and the many trump cards at his disposal, laughed heartily as he charged into the enemy ranks like a tiger descending a mountain. Tianya remained silent but lethal, claiming 7 or 8 lives with each strike. Yao Yi, wielding a thunder spear, swept through the battlefield like a fierce warrior. Immovable as a mountain, he dutifully stepped forward to shield his companions from powerful attacks. Amidst the thunderous noise, Menger and Yuer unleashed their third wave of spells, leaving over 300 bodies in their wake. The remaining foes, both angry and fearful, shouted, "Damn it! We've shown all our cards. Once you're dead, everything will be ours." The heavy losses forced those who had intended to benefit from the chaos to join the fight. A golden arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at Menger and Yuer. Everyone knew they had to eliminate these 2 flawlessly coordinated spellcasters first. The sisters immediately activated their 9 nether defensive gear. The young man who had played his trump card saw his attack fail and shouted urgently, "Take out those 2 spellcasters quickly." 7 physical cultivators instantly surged forward, bypassing the defensive line of immovable as a mountain and lunging towards Menger and Yuer. Wang Shikong, observing this, merely raised a finger. A celestial sword sliced through the air with unparalleled sharpness. As 7 opponents charged forward, the sword's light flickered, attacking from unpredictable angles. The constant sound of piercing was unnerving as the 7 hurriedly defended themselves, only to find the sword's power overwhelming, its damage terrifying, cutting them down in an instant. The one wielding the flying sword is even more terrifying than the 2 spellcasters. This thought barely crossed their minds before they met their end. Amidst the chaos of battle, shouts rang out, "Kill the one controlling the flying sword first." "You think I don't want to?" someone roared back. "Which of these 7 isn't a monster? Use everything you've got, or are you waiting to die?" "Damn it! My spell scroll was supposed to deal 3,000 damage, and it was blocked," a spellcaster shouted in despair. "Hey, idiot spellcaster in the back, your attack hit me." As over 400 fell, the remaining 600 to 700 descended into chaos. There was no game setting here to prevent friendly fire. As Tianya Yao and the others charged into the fray, as Menger and Yuer's spells rained down without killing them, as deadly flying swords harvested the lives of spellcasters, panic spread among the crowd. With a thunderous roar, as the enemy numbers dwindled, the pressure on Tianya and his group eased. Menger and Yuer unleashed their spells with abandon, felling at least 20 per second. In just 10 seconds, the enemy's numbers were halved. "How can this divine squad be so terrifying? They're like immortals," someone cried out in fear, starting to retreat. More began to think of fleeing. "How are we supposed to fight this? They're not even human." After another wave of attacks, over 100 fell, and finally, someone broke. Though some still shouted, "Don't be afraid, brothers, their stamina and mental strength are nearly depleted. We're about to win. Charge." They quickly turned and fled, faster than anyone else. Once the rout began, the situation worsened. Wang Shikong's 12 celestial swords were fully unleashed, turning into the scythes of death, reaping 12 lives with each strike. With the legendary sword box enhancing sword speed by 50, fleeing only hastened death. They're demons. Run, someone screamed hysterically before falling silent forever. In the shadows of the trees on one side of the battlefield, a small team remained hidden. They were the ones who had previously summoned battle pets. They had planned to use the force of 1,000 to besiege the divine squad and reap the benefits from the shadows. But the scene before them left them aghast, 7 individuals fighting against overwhelming odds, leaving over 1,000 in disarray. The spells of 2 spellcasters poured down like torrential rain. The flying swords of the sword master were unstoppable, and the 4 body cultivators were invincible. Retreat, abandon the mission, the middle-aged leader whispered. This divine squad is not human. As the group was about to nod and leave, a light, airy voice suddenly reached them. Since you're here, why not leave a corpse behind? Before the words even finished, a cold glint appeared, and several flying swords were already upon them. The clamor of battle gradually subsided, as the cries and sounds of fleeing faded from the battlefield. Lao Hu, Tianya, and the other 5 stood in the midst of the field littered with bodies, their chests heaving, breaths heavy. Yao Yi's black robe rose and fell with his rapid breathing, a fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes. The 7 looked around in disbelief and excitement. They had managed to annihilate over 1,000 enemies with just their combined strength. Such an outcome was something they had never dared to imagine before the battle began. Haha, what a thrill. Lao Hu laughed heartily. Immovable Mountain turned to Wang Shikong, admiration in his eyes. Captain, your flying sword is incredible. And the spells from Menger and Yuer were truly terrifying. They completely overpowered the top magic users from their guild, not even on the same level. Clean up and recover, Wang Shikong said with a satisfied smile. The Godsei team, even without his involvement, could handle 500 to 600 opponents with ease. With him at the helm, their combat power naturally soared. Despite the overwhelming victory, everyone was nearly drained of their physical and mental strength. The team members chatted lightly as they gathered the spoils. This wasn't even our limit. We didn't use the scrolls the captain gave us. TSK, the equipment from these 1,000+ people is worth a fortune. With a casual wave, Wang Shikong summoned the most precious silver longsword into his hand. Good attributes, he remarked, quickly merging it with a special celestial sword. As they finished clearing the battlefield, they sensed someone approaching. Immediately on guard, they exuded a fierce killing intent. 7 or 8 small teams followed the trail of blood and corpses, only to freeze in place upon seeing the scene before them. Amidst the countless bodies, 7 figures stood proudly, the distinctive Godsei insignia marking their identities. At least 1,000 corpses lay scattered around, a sight that was truly shocking. Gulp! Someone couldn't help but swallow nervously, chilled to the bone. The scene clearly conveyed one fact. The 1,000-strong team that attempted to ambush the Godsei squad had been utterly destroyed. When a sword-wielding member approached them, one person almost lost control, hastily shouting, "Brother, we're just passing by to take a look." Really? Yes, brother, we've long admired the Godsei name. Just came to pay our respects. Right, just looking. Hello, brothers, the others chimed in. Wang Shikong glanced at the group, whose best equipment was merely bronze level, and said calmly, "Forget it, let's go." He was always merciful, and with their team's energy and stamina depleted, there was no need to waste time. Tianya sheathed his long sword, and the Godsei team departed with ease. Phew, I almost wet myself just now. That aura was terrifying. Is this even humanly possible? How is the Godsei team so fearsome? Damn, and we thought we could tackle a legendary team mission? Watching the Godsei team fade into the distance, the onlookers finally relaxed, realizing their backs were drenched in cold sweat. An astonishing piece of news spread like wildfire across the internet. The Shun Shua team reportedly annihilated over 1,000 opponents and decimated hundreds of squads at the very start of a legendary mission with just 7 members. I was there during the battle. A survivor posted online. Our group of over 1,000 was completely wiped out by the 7 members of the Shun Shua team. The post was accompanied by video evidence. Major online platforms were flooded with this news, and as people clicked on the video with skepticism, they were left speechless and wide-eyed with shock. A 7-member team defeating over 1,000 people was beyond the comprehension of current cultivators. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for doubt. In the main city of Xuanli, inside the headquarters of the Xuanwu Guild, one of the most powerful guilds in the area, the proud Xuanwu squad found themselves deep in thought. "Father, with our strength, we can only handle about 400 cultivators of the same level," said Li Xing, the vice president and leader of the Xuanwu squad, frowning at the frail president, Xianwen. The Shun Shua team is indeed formidable. Xianwen's expression was grave. The gap between 400 and over 1,000 is too vast. To put it bluntly, a single round of spells from over 1,000 people could wipe out our Xuanwu squad. It seems this mission is not as simple as it appears. We must join forces with other strong teams. According to intelligence, the Shun Shua team has completed the first phase of the Xunyu mission and must have acquired special equipment or abilities, Li Xing said. gripping his sword with determination. We must intercept this mission. Yes, we need to contact elite teams from top guilds. If we complete this mission, the Xuanwu Guild will dominate Xuanli City. Xianwen agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, at the edge of a cliff outside Tiger Leap Cliff City, the 7 members of the Shun Shua team were taking a break. Captain, we've become famous across the nation, Old Who said with a smile, looking at the messages from his subordinates. Many ordinary teams have already withdrawn from the mission. Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. This mission was never meant for ordinary teams. However, those top-tier teams will be even more determined. The real challenge lies ahead. Just then, Old Who's eyes lit up. Captain, our men have found a perfect spot, a narrow passage in a canyon that can only accommodate 80 to 90 people at a time. If we set an ambush there, we won't have to worry about being surrounded. As long as we have the stamina, we can take on any number. Wang Shikong squinted in thought for a moment. Then a smile curved his lips. In that case, why not invite heroes from all over the world for a battle, and let the undefeated name of Shun Shua resound across the land? In the realm of legendary heroes, the invincible Shun Shua speaks. When Wang Shikong proposed the idea of inviting all teams to a showdown, the eyes of Lao Hu and the others immediately sparked with intense fighting spirit. They understood well that given the nature of the current mission, hiding was futile as they would eventually be tracked down. Over time, they might even face a coordinated siege by multiple elite teams. After all, this was the legacy mission of the legendary team, with an allure comparable to trading 10 lives for a place among the world's richest. Since we will inevitably face these powerful teams, why not take the initiative and fight on a battlefield of our choosing? Lao Hu's eyes shone brighter. If we choose wisely, we will face no more than 70 or 80 people at once, which we can handle. Agreed. Wang Shikong nodded with a smile. Let's go check the terrain. Half an hour later, they arrived at a vast canyon. The canyon's sides soared 1,000 meters high, making it difficult for attacks from above to effectively reach below, even with the strength of modern cultivators. Even arrows infused with elemental energy would lose much of their power during flight due to energy instability. The canyon entrance was wide, but the interior narrowed slightly, just enough for about 20 people to stand side by side. After careful observation, Budong Ruishan analyzed. This terrain is excellent. With physical cultivators in front and magical cultivators behind, we would only need to withstand a frontal assault of 100 at most. Wang Shikong surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. In such terrain, unless faced with an assault by over 5,000, they were confident of making a safe retreat. The canyon stretched far, making it impossible for enemies to form an effective encirclement. Even if confronted by 100 strong opponents, Wang Shikong was confident in their ability to defeat them all. It's settled here, Wang Shikong decided. Lao Hu, excited, said, I'll send out the challenge to all the heroes. Great. Thank you, Wang Shikong nodded. It's getting late. Let's head back to rest and recover our energy. The group then returned to the real world. The continuous battles and travels had indeed worn Wang Shikong out, and he soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lao Hu, under the name of the Shun Shua team, posted a brief video online announcing that starting tomorrow, the Shun Shua team would be accepting challenges from heroes worldwide at a fixed location. Once released, the message caused an immediate uproar on the internet. Combined with the intense interest in the invincible Shun Yu mission and the fame of the Shun Shua team, the challenge spread rapidly to every team. The sudden challenge from the Shinshua squad caused quite a stir in the cultivation world. Wow, the Shinshua squad is really audacious, exclaimed a cultivator, eyes wide as he stared at his phone screen. They wiped out over 1,000 people yesterday, and today they're bold enough to invite top fighters from all over the world for a showdown. Reactions from various squads varied. While ordinary team members were shocked by the Shinshua squad's arrogance, there was a gleam of excitement in their eyes. Witnessing a clash between top squads was nothing short of a grand spectacle akin to a legendary martial arts contest. Even if they had given up on competing for the legacy, they decided to go and witness it firsthand. Meanwhile, the powerful guilds seemed contemplative. This is to prevent being ganged up on, someone sneered. Who would dare to attack them en masse in front of so many people? But such a small trick won't stop us. Early the next morning, as Wang Shikong entered the dining room, he heard his sister-in-law Ning Qingrou's excited voice. Mom, Dad, Sis, have you heard? That Shinshua squad is absolutely outrageous. Unbeatable indeed. Ning Qingyan nodded gravely. 7 people managing to defeat 1,000 foes is simply unimaginable. Ning Tianxiong looked regretful. It's a pity our Jinxiu guild doesn't have a strong enough team to compete, he said. Then his eyes brightened. But with Shikong and Qingya, our Jinxiu is bound to rise in the future. Oh right. Ning Qingru suddenly turned to Wang Shikong. Can Shanliang now take on 100 by himself? Are there any mother crows left to reproduce? Wang Shikong looked helplessly at his impolite sister-in-law. No mother crows, unless we send Shanliang to find one and have a little Shanliang. Can he really? Ning Qingrou's eyes lit up. Wang Shikong, uninterested in indulging the naive girl, watched her poke her bowl with chopsticks in displeasure, letting out a soft humph. He pondered silently, recalling a few opportunities he could share with Qingya and the others. But opportunities are tricky. Encountering them doesn't guarantee success. Even if he gave his father-in-law a top-level opportunity, he might not succeed, which would be a waste. However, a special team legacy like that of the Xinyu squad would be perfect for them. As long as they passed the trials, all rewards would belong to the entire team. If there happened to be an archer's legacy, it should naturally go to Ning Qingya. Time ticked away, and recently, the number of people visiting Huiyue Cliff City noticeably increased. When the latest location of the Xinhua team was reported, the entire Million Mountain area erupted with excitement. We've got it. They're over by Million Mountain. Quick, let's head over there. Even though I gave up on the mission, I still want to see the Xinhua team's strength firsthand and find out which top teams dare to challenge them. The sky over the endless continent was a clear, mirror-like blue, with no sign of any void rifts. By mid-morning, as the Xinhua team's position was confirmed once again, tens of thousands flocked to the area. Many ordinary teams held on to the slim hope of seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos and even dreamed of striking it rich. Elite members of various top teams and powerful guilds also rushed to the scene, making the gathering even more impressive. Look, that gorge up ahead, someone shouted, pointing forward. The entrance is too narrow. Only a few dozen people can pass through at once. Those 7 figures, is that the Xinhua team? Their outfits are so cool, so bold, just sitting there out in the open. Bold. With this terrain, who would dare to be the first to attack? Even though the surrounding numbers are enough to overwhelm them, the first 1,000 to rush in would surely perish. Within half an hour, tens of thousands had gathered at the gorge entrance, but not a single person dared to step in recklessly. More chose to climb the high ground on either side of the gorge, which, though farther away, offered a perfect vantage point. As time went on, the crowd swelled to hundreds of thousands, tightly encircling the entire area. Inside the gorge, Old Hu looked at the sea of people around him, smiling. It's a shame, really, no one dares to challenge us. Ha ha, President, those top teams probably don't want to be the first to make a move, said Budong Russian with a laugh. Wang Shikong elegantly sipped his tea and said calmly, no rush, not everyone has arrived yet. We have plenty of time. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Make way. If you're not challenging, don't block the front. The Gale Guild's team appeared, led personally by the vice president, one of the 3 major guilds of Huiyue Cliff City. Shortly after, the only all-female guild in Daxia, the Liuli Guild, arrived, ranked among the top 5 in Jiyuan's main city, with the president leading the team. The Xuanwu Guild Xuanwu team also showed up, with both the vice president and his wife present, known for their unmatched combat power when fighting together. As one renowned team after another arrived, their formidable presence caused the onlookers to step aside, making way for them. At the entrance of the canyon, a dozen formidable teams quickly gathered, their spectators wearing expressions of excitement. The Xinhua team had already arrived, and Li Xing's cold gaze swept over each of the top teams around before finally settling on the 7 figures ahead. You've inherited part of the unbeatable Shun Yu's legacy. Are you going to have us face you one team at a time? Li Xing questioned. Old Hu responded with a proud smile, slowly standing to face the assembled teams. We called you here to avoid trouble. Whether you come at us all together or one by one, Xinhua will take you all on. He cast a disdainful glance around the crowd. Look at you all, too scared to face us one by one. Humph, arrogant and conceited. Does Xinhua really think they're invincible? The president of the Liuli Guild retorted coldly. Wang Shikong stood with one hand on his sword case, declaring proudly, this isn't a stage for trash talk. It's a battlefield for the strong. If you can't stand us, then kill us. Yao Yi pointed her spear directly at the president of the Liuli Guild. President of the Liuli Guild? How about a unknown duel between us first? The surrounding audience immediately erupted with excitement. Wow, cool. Damn, that's so awesome. Is the Xinhua team really that bold? That lady with the spear is amazing, challenging the Liuli Guild president. The Liuli Guild president, Qianyu, showed a slight change in expression. She wasn't confident in an unknown, and losing would greatly impact the guild's reputation. Unwilling to take the risk, she replied coldly. The unbeatable Xinyu's legacy mission allows for ambushes and kills. Don't make yourself out to be so grand. Only those who stand till the end are the true winners. Exactly, the vice president of the Gale Guild agreed. The unbeatable Xinyu's mission is all about evading and withstanding attacks from all the teams. The ones who survive till the end are the unbeaten ones. Today, let's see the strength of your Xinhua team. With that, members from the Xuanwu, Gale, Liuli, 100 Refinements, Unique, Star, Cut Deer Mountain, and Moon Embrace 9 Heavens teams stepped forward. Wang Shikong stood his ground, his gaze flickering as he assessed these teams. Li Xing and San Yu from the Xuanwu team were renowned as the Divine Eagle couple in the previous era, both ranking among the top 30. Moon Embrace Qingfeng from Moon Embrace 9 Heavens consistently ranked in the top 10 of the strength leaderboard, and Chengfeng Xiaoyao from Unique Guild was also a top-tier contender. Although the other teams were slightly less formidable, they still had notable reputations. 8 teams, a total of 80 people. On the Shen Shua side, Yao Yi's strength was securely in the top 10, Old Hu and Unmovable Mountain ranked in the top 30, and Tianya consistently held a position in the top 3 of the Great Xia. While Menger and Yuer individually might not be in the top 1,000, together they could reach the top 50 level, and if someone shielded them to allow free attacks, their damage output was comparable to 3 Tianyas. This was the true strength of the Shen Shua team today. The battle is about to begin. Thousands have gathered around the canyon of the Million Mountains, all eyes fixed on one spot. 8 elite squads are making their entrance: Xuanwu, Gale, Lioli, 100 Refinements, Unique, Star, Deer Mountain, and Moon grasping 9 heavens. Each represents the peak strength of the current major guilds. How will Shen Shua respond to such a formidable alliance? With the appearance of the 8 squads, the atmosphere becomes tense, and the crowd falls silent. Wang Shikong gazes intently at the approaching group of 80, aware that this team is even more challenging than the previous 1,000. Without hesitation, he summons 12 celestial swords intending to leverage the advantage of attack range to reduce their numbers first. 3 celestial swords hover mysteriously in the air, while the other 9 target the center, aiming for the Lioli squad. The 10 women of the Lioli Guild stand with cold determination, as their leader, Qianyu, wields a golden whip to counter the attack. A burly female warrior with a shield steps forward, her shield shining brightly. Just as the Lioli squad prepares to counter, the 9 celestial swords suddenly change course, attacking the Xuanwu squad and Deer Mountain squad on either side. This unexpected maneuver catches everyone off guard. Xuanwu squad members Li Xing and March react swiftly. Li Xing swings a silver sword to cast a defensive spell, while March uses a golden sword to strike back. One team member, unable to react in time, hastily activates a defensive scroll. Meanwhile, the Deer Mountain squad is less fortunate, with 2 members struck down by the celestial swords. Crash! March strikes down 1 celestial sword, and the remaining swords quickly retreat. The Deer Mountain squad leader glares at Shen Shua in fury, shouting, "Despicable!" Nearby, Old Hu reprimands coldly, "Fool!" March picks up the fallen celestial sword, delighted to find it's a golden-grade weapon. She immediately turns and hands it to her husband, Li Xing. "Here, for you." Li Xing accepts the celestial sword. His eyes gleaming with excitement, had given his previous golden sword to his wife, and had been using a silver one since. Now, he can finally enhance his combat power again. "Everyone, stop dawdling attack." Li Xing roars, charging forward with fervor. The 7 teams finally witnessed the power of the Shen Shua team firsthand and dared not show any negligence, launching their charge. As the distance between the 2 sides closed to 100 meters, Li Xing focused his energy and swung his golden sword with a powerful strike. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sword light, initially aimed forward, suddenly veered to the right, targeting his wife, Sanyue. Sanyue was in the midst of executing her sword technique and was caught off guard, unable to react in time. The sword light pierced her neck instantly and continued to sweep towards several nearby teammates. Unprepared, these teammates were also killed by the golden sword. In their final moments, they turned their heads stiffly, disbelief and confusion written in their eyes. This sudden turn of events brought the charging teams on both sides to an abrupt halt. What the hell? Has the Xuanwu team gone mad? A traitor? Killing his own wife? Everyone was in shock. The other members of the Xuanwu team also watched their captain warily. "No, it's not like that," Li Xing exclaimed in horror, quickly discarding the golden sword in his hand. "There's something wrong with this sword. Ha ha ha, killing your own wife. That's ruthless." Lao Hu and others were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. At that moment, the spells of Fenger and Yuer descended. "Damn it, defend quickly," the teams shouted in panic. "I'll kill you all." Li Xing, eyes red with rage, charged at Wang Shikong and the others. But in the next moment, the golden sword he had just thrown to the ground suddenly shot up, piercing his neck from below. His body came to a halt, collapsing slowly with endless grievance and anger. "Watch out for that sword. Be careful of the 3 swords in the air too." The crowd, witnessing this, felt a chill in their hearts. This bizarre sword had already caused 5 casualties in the Xuanwu team. The battle continued. Yao Yi chuckled and launched the first attack, followed closely by Tianya and Lao Hu. Each team swiftly adjusted their tactics. Support the spellcasters. Attack the enemy. Archers, target Shen Shua's spellcasters. They struggled to fend off the magical bombardment from Meng Yu and the others. The 9 strange swords attacked again, initially aimed at the spellcasters and archers, but suddenly changed direction, striking the surrounding warriors. Although some managed to deploy their trump cards and defenses in time, 2 still fell to the swords. The frontline clash was even more brutal. Tianya killed 2 members of the Xingqian team in 3 moves, and Yao Yi took down 2 from the Lioli Guild. Meng Yu's combined spells swept over them again, forcing everyone into full defense, while their own spellcasters hesitated to cast due to the threat of the flying swords. In just a few seconds of engagement, the 8 elite teams suffered heavy losses, with more than 10 casualties, far exceeding their expectations. Heaven and Earth, Celestial Curtain. The vice president of the Kuangfing Guild watched the approaching fusion spell with a twisted expression. He gritted his teeth and took out a wooden talisman, throwing it without hesitation. Instantly, a powerful defensive shield enveloped everyone. If we hold back, we're dead. He looked at the precious defensive card with regret and ordered sternly. Take out those 2 spellcasters first. Lan Yuqingfeng's gaze was intense as he raised his hand towards Menger. He began chanting. Heaven and earth reversed, lives intertwined, earth as a guide, sun and moon as witnesses. With my last breath, exchange for her vitality. This spell cast, destiny altered, die for me. As the incantation completed, Lan Yuqingfeng drew a dagger and stabbed himself. He winced in pain, his health plummeting. A yellow energy linked the ground to Menger, and her health began to drop rapidly. Yet, Menger remained composed, crushing a divine protection talisman that instantly interrupted Lan Yuqingfeng's spell. Shadowless Charge. Chengfeng Xiaoyao, having gained top-tier fortune, unleashed his ultimate move. A wind shadow identical to him crossed 100 meters in an instant, targeting Yuer. Sensing danger, Yuer activated a divine protection scroll to block the attack. Although it held off the strike, the wind shadow didn't dissipate, turning instead towards Menger. At that moment, a group of hovering celestial swords suddenly dove down, aiming directly at Chengfeng Xiaoyao's body. He snorted, unfazed. A teammate swiftly cast a light shield, rendering him intangible. However, to his dismay, the swords veered and struck 3 teammates instead. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 teammates fell to the ground. Chengfeng Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and continued to direct the wind shadow at Menger, but found 3 celestial swords circling around, nullifying his attacks. So you're all using your trump cards now. But your trump cards are rather weak. Wang Shikong stood motionless, smirking at the unfolding battle. 8 celestial swords shot through the air, targeting the spellcasters in the back. Don't defend. Use spells to knock these flying swords down. The captain of the Xingqian squad commanded loudly. Amidst the booming noise, the swords fell, emitting a silver glow, but no one dared to approach them. Those 2 spellcasters are casting again. Take them out. I just used a large-scale defensive card for you. The vice president of the Kuangfing Guild shouted angrily as the fusion spells from Mengyu returned. Get inside my sword prison. The captain of the Jalushan squad pulled out a sword, which instantly dispersed into a sword prison. Everyone quickly took cover inside. Haha, got plenty of trump cards, huh? But we haven't even used ours yet. Lao Hu sneered at the opposing team for relying on external aid. Without such assistance, the battle would have been over long ago. The members of the 8 squads were filled with anger and shock. As they watched the spells of Mengyu and her companion dissipate, they gritted their teeth and launched a fierce attack on Tianya's group. The president of the Lioli Guild immediately pulled out a precious area spell scroll, reluctantly activating it. Several water ropes appeared out of thin air, slithering like serpents towards Tianya and his companions. Faced with this aggressive onslaught, Tianya and his allies raised their eyebrows slightly and simultaneously unleashed 9 Nether Protection and 9 Nether Phantom. 3 phantoms instantly took shape, dashing towards the enemy lines like specters. Screams echoed as 5 individuals quickly fell into pools of blood. Even more terrifying, the scattered heavenly swords suddenly rose into the air, shooting towards the enemies as if they possessed a will of their own. This is bad. These swords are too strange. Who still has an area defense trump card? The terrified crowd shouted. The captain of the Balian squad, his face ashen, had no choice but to use his treasured trump card. The flying swords were momentarily halted, but Wang Shikong had anticipated this. As the defensive barrier vanished, the combined spell of Minjer and Yuer descended once more. Can we hold on? Faced with the approaching spells, the survivors finally felt a deep fear. Each strike from these 2 spellcasters rivaled their ultimate trump cards. Without using life-saving items, they risked losing a third of their life force, even if they survived. Not to mention those terrifying, unpredictable flying swords that could curve mid-flight. With no other options, they had to endure the wave of attacks. Cold flashes of long knives and spears followed, felling another 7 or 8 members. As their opponents' trump cards were gradually exhausted, Tianya and his team fully entered a harvesting mode. Tens of thousands of spectators watched the battle in the canyon in stunned silence. From beginning to end, the 8 squads were suppressed. The explosive spell clashes and the collision of trump cards left everyone dazzled. Especially those bizarre flying swords, which could even turn in the air, resulting in the Xuanwu Guild squad's captain accidentally killing his wife and 4 teammates, and ultimately falling victim to the swords himself. This is too uncanny, the audience buzzed. The attacks of those two spellcasters are outrageous, with damage so high it's frightening. If the 8 squads hadn't kept using their trump cards, they wouldn't last even 30 seconds. Look at those 4-body cultivators. One can overpower 8 people, and they've already killed over 40. These 8 squads are doomed. All the spectators were in shock. The strength displayed by the Xinhua squad was terrifying. The 8 top squads were no weaklings. Their trump cards were formidable, yet they seemed insignificant before the Xinhua squad. As their trump cards ran out, those once revered as powerful were now being swiftly slaughtered like lambs to the slaughter. Suffocation. Suffocation. On the battlefield, 8 teams, including Xuanwu, Gale, Liuli, Byron, Unique, Star, Gashan, and Langyue Jiutian, who prided themselves on their exceptional strength, found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. Their teammates fell one by one, and the ground was stained with blood. Even top fighters like Langyue Qingfeng and Chengfeng Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a hint of despair. They clearly saw that the 4-body cultivators of the Xinhua team were as strong as they were. In an unknown situation, they were confident they could handle them. But the aerial attacks of the 2 spellcasters were incredibly powerful, with each strike potentially lethal. Under normal circumstances, they could still find a way to deal with it, using the heritage they had obtained to seize an opportunity to kill the spellcasters. However, what made them truly despair was the figure that remained motionless and the 12 flying swords he controlled. Every time they prepared to launch a fatal attack, those flying swords would intercept them with precision. That person was like a chess master controlling the entire board, while they were like Sun Wukong trapped in the palm of the Buddha, with no way out. Suddenly, the swarm of flying swords came whistling towards them. Even though they had exhausted all their defensive options, they couldn't escape death. In their final moments, looking at that still unmoving figure, they felt a sense of relief. This person was indeed invincible. President of the Liuli Guild, I'll give you a chance to live, Yao Yi said playfully, twirling her spear as the 8 teams were annihilated. 30 seconds. If you can withstand my attacks for 30 seconds, I'll let you go. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Qianyu, burning with rage, charged forward with her sword. Yao Yi met her with a cold smile, and in just 4 moves, her spear pierced through Qianyu's heart. Nothing more than this, she said indifferently, flicking the spear with ease. The surrounding battles were also coming to an end. Those once high-spirited, highly regarded top fighters had now all become cold corpses. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the onlookers. I recognize her. That tall beauty with the spear is Yao Yi, the goddess of the Tianhu Guild. That's right, the one with the sword is her father, the president of the Tianhu Guild, and the one with the shield is immovable as a mountain. Voices echoed from all around. Holy crap, are all 3 members of the Xinhua team from the Tianhu Guild? The Tianhu Guild is already one of the 3 major guilds of Tiger Cliff City. Now, won't they dominate the entire city? So strong, the goddess is amazing, I want to join the Tianhu Guild. The crowd burst into enthusiastic shouts. In the canyon, Yao Yi, Lao Hu, and immovable as a mountain frowned slightly as they realized their identities had been revealed. All eyes were on Wang Shikong, who remained calm and unfazed. It's okay, exposure doesn't matter, he said with a smile. Yao Yi nodded slightly, her gaze sharp as it swept over the crowd at the entrance and above. She slowly removed her mask, revealing her identity. Raising her spear high, her eyes sparkled as she declared, unbeatable. The god speaks. Old Hu and the others exchanged smiles and removed their masks as well, shouting in unison, unbeatable. The god speaks. It's our president. It's really them. So impressive. The members of the Sky Tiger Guild around them erupted in excitement. In Tiger Leap Cliff City, the stronghold of the guild, tens of thousands of members shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the canyon. Unbeatable. The god speaks. This is freaking awesome, so thrilling. Other teams watching couldn't help but be swept up in the atmosphere. The achievements of the God Speaks team were awe-inspiring. In the first day, they fought against overwhelming odds, and on the second, they easily defeated top teams from major guilds. Especially in the recent battle, each member displayed overwhelming power. When strength reaches an indisputable level, skepticism disappears, replaced by genuine admiration. At this moment, the God Speaks team truly deserved the title Unbeatable God Speaks. Yao Yi, Old Hu, and the others raised their weapons in response to the cheers, while Menger and Yuer stood by, grinning foolishly. Not long ago, they were just village girls worried about making a living. Now they were the brightest stars on the continent. They felt both proud and grateful, knowing it was all thanks to their captain. Wang Shikong smiled calmly as he began to sort through the spoils. 8 teams had contributed 3 golden weapons, a sword, a staff, and a knife along with 15 pieces of silver equipment. He assigned them, saying, I can use the sword, and the staff goes to Menger and Yuer. Once sorted, the group looked towards the entrance. Wang Shikong smiled and said, welcome to the next challenging team. There were still 6 or 7 top teams waiting at the entrance, but after witnessing the recent battle, their expressions changed. They knew they were not as strong as the previous 8 teams, and even though the Godspeaks team had expended energy, their chances of winning were slim. The opponents were simply too powerful, unbeatable in this canyon. Among them, the members of the Skywatch Guild looked the most troubled. As one of the top 3 guilds in Tiger Leap Cliff City, listening to the surrounding cheers and seeing their opponents' true faces, their hearts sank. As a rival guild, the Wangtian Guild is inevitably under pressure. Frequent conflicts between the two guilds only make the situation worse. A sense of existential crisis grips the vice president's heart, but all he can do is sigh helplessly right now. The Wangtian Guild is indeed struggling to compete with the Tianhu Guild, which boasts the formidable Godspeak squad. At that moment, his communicator suddenly vibrates, delivering an important message. He quickly scans the content, and his expression turns serious. Is no one brave enough to accept the challenge? Old Hu, wielding a long sword, looks at the eager teams at the entrance with a smile. The crowd hesitates, avoiding his gaze. Haha, no rush, you've got a full 14 days. The grand stage of the canyon awaits you anytime. Old Hu laughs heartily and casually sets up a table and chairs, inviting Tianya and others. Come, let's have a drink and celebrate. Wang Shikong smiles slightly and also sets up a table and chairs, focusing intently on crafting scrolls and honing his skills. Tens of thousands of onlookers gaze admiringly at the Godspeak squad, whose recent victory has left everyone in awe. The news spreads like wildfire online. The Godspeak squad's triumph over 8 top-tier teams has shocked everyone. Members like Hu Xianfeng, Yao Yi, and Budong Russian have become instant internet celebrities, and the Tianhu Guild has gained tremendous fame, rising to become one of the most prominent guilds in the country. 2 days pass, yet no one dares to challenge them. Hu Xianfeng and the others begin to show signs of weariness. Captain, how about we wait another 2 days? If no one dares to come, let's just focus on leveling up, Old Hu suggests. All right, Wang Shikong agrees, glancing around. Even after 2 days, thousands of people are still watching, but the top-tier teams have quietly left the entrance. Staying in such a situation would only invite ridicule. Wang Shikong knows that the situation will either settle down, or it's the calm before the storm. Some teams might be secretly joining forces for a final assault. However, he leans toward the former, as truly top-tier teams are rare. This mission is much more peaceful than in the past, with fatalities reduced by hundreds of times. Suddenly, Old Hu stares at his communicator, his face changing dramatically. Damn it. He jumps to his feet. Captain, we've got a problem. What happened? Wang Shikong looks at him in surprise. It's about our identities being exposed, Old Hu says gravely. I just got word from our informants in the Wangtian and Gale guilds. They've already teamed up with several other guilds from Tiger Leap Cliff City to make a move against us. Old Hu's face was dark with anger. This situation started because of us. In the past few days, our Tianhu Guild has seen its membership skyrocket to over 1 million due to our status. The guilds Wangtian and Quangfeng, which were previously our equals, now see us as a threat and have suddenly allied against us. Upon hearing this, Wang Shikong frowned slightly. The dynamics of Tiger Cliff City had changed significantly from his previous life due to his presence. He clearly remembered that in his past life, the Tianhu Guild had absorbed Wangtian to become a super guild, while Quangfeng had only maintained its status as a top-tier guild. Now, because of the Xinhua squad and the unyielding Xinyo's legacy mission, the two guilds felt a significant threat and not only allied but also recruited other guilds to join their ranks. History was quietly changing. Captain, these two guilds clearly want to prevent us from obtaining the legacy and becoming stronger, Old Hu continued in a grave tone. Their combined forces now exceed 2 million members, making it difficult even for our Tianhu Guild to withstand. I'm afraid it might implicate you, Captain. There's no need to worry, Wang Shikong replied calmly, shaking his head. Captain, do you have a strategy? Yao Yi asked curiously, noticing his composed demeanor. Wang Shikong chuckled lightly. Solving this is simple. Such situations have occurred in the past life as well. The reason why first, second, and third-tier guilds could continue to exist later on is because of this logic, he explained. On the surface, a super guild with millions of members could easily wipe out a mere million-member first-tier guild. But if they really did that, they would face a significant risk to assassination of their members by the opposing guild's strongest players. These players might not be able to defeat the super guild's top fighters, but they could easily target ordinary members. This could deal a fatal blow to the guild's reputation. If you destroy their guild, they will retaliate at all costs. Old Hu's eyes lit up, and he looked visibly relieved. According to my sources, the guild leaders of Quangfeng and Wangtian have secretly gathered 20,000 elite members and are heading our way. I'll handle it, Wang Shikong said calmly. At this time, less than half a year had passed, and the guilds had not yet realized the importance and deterrence of top-tier players, which led them to make such rash decisions. Of course, it wasn't entirely their fault for being foolish. The sudden rise of Tiger Vanguard, Yao Yi, and the immovable Shan Yue had put immense pressure on them, forcing them to take this approach against the Tianhu Guild. Meanwhile, not far from the canyon's grand stage, the core elite members from the guilds Guangfeng, Wangtian, Yinri, Qingtian, and Duzuan were quickly assembling. The past few days had been challenging for the many guilds in Tiger Cliff City, with the Tianhu Guild gaining fame rapidly and many cultivators joining them. The situation had put unprecedented pressure on the other guilds. The leaders of the major guilds were well aware that if the Tianhu Guild continued to grow, they would eventually face being absorbed. When the guild leader of Wangtian proposed a joint action, the guilds quickly reached a consensus to set aside past grievances and unite against the Xinhua squad. Their goal was clear: to prevent the Xinhua squad from obtaining the inheritance of the invincible Xinyu and to weaken the power of the Tianhu Guild. Guild leader, the 7 members of the Xinhua squad are still flaunting their strength inside, reported a member of the Wangtian Guild who was stationed at the canyon entrance, rushing over as the guild leader and his entourage arrived. The Wangtian Guild leader nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the leaders of the Yinri, Qingtian, and Duzuan guilds beside him. 20 members from each guild, and we split the inheritance task equally, he said in a deep voice. No problem, everyone is in position, the 4 guild leaders replied, their eyes glinting with determination. For this operation, they had specifically formed a suicide squad to both strike at the strength of the Tianhu Guild and seize the invincible Shun Yu's inheritance. The crowd of spectators suddenly became restless. Huh? What are these people here for? Oh my god, that's the leader of the Guangfeng Guild. And the leaders of Wangtian and Yinri. Why are they all here? The onlookers were shocked as they watched the formidable force of 20,000 people surge toward the canyon. Captain, they're here, said Lao Hu, watching the throng of members from the 5 major guilds with a serious expression from within the canyon. Wang Shikong slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the dense crowd. Which one is the leader of the Wangtian Guild? He asked. The one in the golden armor. Yao pointed to a middle-aged man clad in golden armor. Wang Shikong nodded slightly, an epic mutated formation flag already appearing in his hand, aimed directly at that guild leader. In front of the grand stage in the canyon, the president of the Wangtian Guild wore a fierce expression, his eyes glinting with malice. Xinhua team, prepare to meet your end. His roar echoed throughout the canyon. The conflict began with the legendary team's mission. The Wangtian Guild, which should have withdrawn, discovered that 3 members of the Xinhua team belonged to the Tian Tiger Guild, suggesting that the team could be undercover agents for Tian Tiger. The long-standing grudge between the 2 guilds was deep, and the rapid rise in Tian Tiger's power was nothing short of a disaster for Wangtian. In this crisis, the Wangtian president saw an opportunity. He quickly contacted other guilds in Huyue Cliff City, proposing a joint attack with the lure of the legendary task of the invincible Godyo. Each guild would send 2 members, leveraging their local advantages to secure this legacy. Hearing this, the likes of Gale Guild immediately agreed. No matter how strong the Xinhua team is, killing 1,000 people is their limit. How can they withstand an attack from 20,000 members of our 5 guilds against just 7 of them? Just as the Wangtian president was about to continue his incitement, the scene before him suddenly changed. He found himself enveloped in a dark, special space, as if in a different world. He felt his strength suppressed by 30%, and his face changed drastically. Ahead, a figure stood silently. Is this your doing, Sword Immortal of the Xinhua team? He asked in a deep voice. Wang Shikong nodded calmly, with 12 celestial swords hovering above him. He advanced slowly, his voice indifferent. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. The swords glimmered, and the 12 celestial swords sliced through the air towards him. The Wangtian president shouted angrily, arrogant. Killing me isn't that easy. He brandished a golden sword, striking towards Wang Shikong. 4 flying swords spun to block, while the other 8 continued their unstoppable advance. The Wangtian president hastily set up layers of defenses, but the barriers shattered almost instantly. In a critical moment, he activated a spatial escape scroll, blinking dozens of meters away. Wang Shikong raised an eyebrow slightly, aware that these guild leaders had many escape tricks up their sleeves. If not for the special space, the president might have truly escaped. The flying swords continued their pursuit, and the Wangtian president finally showed a look of despair. A few days ago, he had witnessed Wang Shikong's bizarre tactics against 8 top teams, but facing him personally, he truly felt the suffocating terror and power, unable even to muster the will to resist. How can he be so strong? That was his final question. The sword pierced through his chest, and his life force dissipated instantly. Meanwhile, at the canyon entrance, members of the 5 guilds were advancing. The vice president of the Wangtian Guild and others suddenly realized their president was missing, exclaiming in surprise, "Where is our president?" "The Sword Immortal has vanished ahead," someone shouted, alerting everyone as they noticed the sudden disappearance of the Sword Immortal from the Divine Squad. The mysterious disappearance of the Wangtian Guild's leaders startled the leaders of the other guilds, but the situation was already at a critical point. "Don't worry about it, just take them down. If we kill them, the leader will be fine," the leader of the Guangfeng Guild ordered immediately. "Attack!" The members of the Wantian Guild shouted in unison as the vanguard continued their charge forward. At that moment, with a dull thud, Wang Shikong reappeared in front of everyone. Even more shocking, the corpse of the Wantian Guild leader fell heavily in front of the 5 guilds formation. Everyone stood frozen in place. Just moments ago, the Wantian Guild leader was surrounded by his many protectors, and now he was a cold corpse. As a guild leader, he was not only well equipped with numerous life-saving strategies, but also ranked among the top 3 in strength within the guild. Yet, such a powerful figure was instantly slain amidst an army. Wang Shikong's cold gaze swept over the elite members of the 5 guilds. The Divine Squad welcomes any challenge, but if the guilds join forces to attack, be prepared to never leave the main city alive. Never step out of the main city? Is that a threat? Just 7 of you dare to oppose our 5 guilds? Ridiculous. Longzi, the leader of the Duzuan Guild, retorted coldly. Wang Shikong merely looked at him calmly, the epic formation in his hand glowing. With a light tap of his finger, both he and Longzi disappeared from the spot. The leaders of the Quangfeng, Yinji, and Qingtian guilds, along with their top members, witnessed this, and their pupils contracted violently. In an even quicker moment than before, Longzi's body had already crashed heavily to the ground. 20,000 elite players felt their breath catch and their scalps tingle. This eerie method meant the sword immortal of the Divine Squad could take lives at will. What's more terrifying was that this fearsome spell seemed to have no cooldown and could be used continuously. Wang Shikong remained expressionless, issuing a calm warning. Quangfeng, Yinji, Qingtian, think carefully. If you dare to step forward again, bear the consequences yourselves. Take one more step and face the consequences. These words echoed through the air, causing the 20,000 present to involuntarily hold their breath. No one thought they were arrogant words, as just moments ago, the guild leader who mocked them lay in a pool of blood. Even more shocking was that this top-tier fighter's downfall took only a few seconds. The power displayed by the Shun Shua team sent chills down everyone's spine. Members of the 5 major guilds all had the same thought. If they ever became mortal enemies with Shin Shua, even leaving the city would require careful consideration. Encountering them in the wild would mean only one outcome: death. The face of the Quangfeng Guild leader changed several times before he finally took a deep breath and forced a smile at Wang Shikong. I didn't expect you to be the leader of Shin Shua. Your strength is truly impressive. It was reckless of us earlier. Quangfeng Guild has no intention of opposing Shin Shua. The same goes for Yinri Guild. It's said that you don't know someone until you've fought them. We hope to become friends with Shin Shua in the future. The leaders of Yinri and Qingtian Guild spoke up, their eyes filled with apprehension. They knew that being targeted by this Shin Shua leader meant they couldn't survive in this realm. This sense of pressure was akin to facing a nuclear threat. After the 3 guild leaders spoke, they gestured to their subordinates and quickly withdrew. Members of Wantian and Duzuan guilds were still in a daze, but soon received retreat orders from their leaders clearly. Their leaders were also intimidated. The 20,000 from the 5 major guilds came quickly and left even faster. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding cultivators, who discussed in disbelief. Is the one controlling the flying sword the leader of Shin Shua? 2,000 people were intimidated by one person. How did he manage to take down 2 guild leaders in an instant? Budong Rushan watched the departing crowd, overwhelmed. Captain, your power is truly astounding. Wang Shikong merely smiled faintly. He knew that what he had just shown was less than a third of his true strength. This incident quickly spread across the internet, causing a huge stir. The news of one person intimidating 5 major guilds left countless people in awe. At the teleportation array of Xuanli main city, Li Xing, the vice president of the Xuanwu Guild, abruptly halted with his wife, Sanyue, and 5,000 elite members upon receiving the news. As an SS-level victim in the Grand Canyon stage event, he had been tormented by the mockery of being a real man skilled at killing his wife, feeling the strange looks from others every time he went out. Even though his wife had forgiven him, the shame still burned within him. However, when the intimidating message from the Shinshua team arrived, his expression changed dramatically. Sanyue softly said, "Husband, father wants us to return. We can seek revenge another time." Li Xing took a deep breath and nodded slowly, fully aware that any rash retaliation against the power displayed by the Shinshua team's leader could not only endanger him and his wife, but also bring disaster upon the entire Xuanwu Guild. The threat was so significant that other guilds with similar intentions quickly restrained themselves as well. Thus, under the deterrence of Shinshua, the legendary team's legacy mission concluded within just a few days. A system notification sounded. Ding! Your level has increased by 1, mental power 10, physique 4. On a peak within the Million Mountains, having resolved the threat from 5 major guilds, the Shinshua team finally enjoyed a peaceful period of training. 10 days later, Wang Shikong's level rose to 23, with each level up after his first transformation granting him an additional 10 mental power and 4 physique, bringing his mental power to 322 points. Suddenly, their geo equipment emitted a dazzling light, and a guiding message appeared. The entrance to the third stage of the unbeatable Shinyu mission was located at Tiger Leap Cliff. Old Hu and the others showed expressions of delight as the third stage mission finally commenced. An hour later, they reached a platform over 8,000 meters up at Tiger Leap Cliff. The Shinyu set glowed, and a phantom door slowly opened. Passing through it, they arrived at a dim grassland, where the dried blood-stained grass and scattered skeletal remains lay all around. The unbeatable Shinyu Legacy mission is extremely aggressive. This scene foreshadows more tests of slaughter. Yao Yi said gravely. The group advanced cautiously. Suddenly, Wang Shikong's eyes sharpened, and 12 celestial swords flew out instantly. 7 bizarre humanoid creatures without eyes, but with large ears emerged from the void, only to be slain on the spot by Wang Shikong, who had activated his foresight. What are these creatures? Old Hu exclaimed in amazement. Their appearance is just too strange. Before he could finish, 2 more creatures charged forward, emitting piercing shrieks, their crimson eyes fixed on them. Old Hu and Budongrishan immediately engaged them. However, as the battle began, 4 more creatures emerged from the surroundings. The system displayed DMO creatures, bronze level, level 28. This level posed little threat to them. Wang Shikong did not immediately join the fight, but observed the battlefield. Seeing this, Yao Yi and Tianya also joined the battle. Shockingly, more DMO creatures continued to appear, causing everyone's expressions to turn increasingly grave. The number of DMO monsters kept increasing, raising alarm. Old Hu stepped forward without hesitation, swinging his weapon with a powerful move aimed directly at the horde of monsters. Menger and Yuer, seeing this, immediately cast spells from the rear to support the attack. One by one, the DMO monsters fell under their combined assault, but strangely, more creatures continued to emerge from the void. Captain, could these monsters be hiding around us? Old Hu asked while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. It's possible, but I can't sense them, Wang Shikong replied, shaking his head with a frown. No sooner had he spoken than 2 DMO monsters suddenly emerged from the void, lunging toward Menger and Yuer. The 2 swiftly dodged, but as they moved, more monsters appeared in succession. Don't move, Wang Shikong commanded sharply, immediately using his celestial sword to slay all the monsters, then ordered everyone to stay put. Though puzzled, everyone obeyed the order and stood still. Wang Shikong stepped forward, and the sound of his footsteps attracted a new DMO monster, which he swiftly killed. He thoughtfully observed the ground, feeling the flow of earth elements, and silently took another step. Sure enough, another monster appeared from the side. Every step we take spawns a monster, Yao Yi astutely observed. Exactly, Wang Shikong confirmed. If we get entangled, the more steps we take, the more monsters appear. This is the challenge. This legendary team's legacy is quite a trap. Old Hu couldn't help but complain. Although these DMO monsters weren't particularly strong, even Tianya needed 3 strikes to kill one. In battle, movement was inevitable, and each move summoned more monsters, creating a vicious cycle. Wang Shikong realized that the team which entered this place in the previous life likely failed at this stage, as no powerful team emerged afterward. This third stage of the trial is already so tricky, Wang Shikong pondered. This level seems to test our observation and teamwork skills. If we can figure out the rules in advance and coordinate well, we should be able to handle it, Yao Yi analyzed. Under Wang Shikong's leadership, the group advanced slowly. His 12 celestial swords could instantly kill the appearing monsters, but their progress had to be steady. After covering 2 kilometers, the number of monsters appearing each time doubled, but they could still manage with their strength. An hour later, when they finally saw the entrance ahead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As they stepped into the 4th stage, a voice echoed. Welcome, little ones, to the final trial of the unbeatable divine abyss. As soon as Wang Shikong and his team stepped into the space, a commanding voice echoed from the high platform ahead. Looking up, they saw 9 shadowy figures in black robes, each wearing a black mask with the words Shinyu in white, gazing down at them. The leader of the Shinyu team spoke, "Defeat us, and you will have the chance to inherit the undefeated Shinyu legacy." A 7-person team without even an assassin, the figure to the right of the Shinyu leader mocked coldly. Your performance in the 3rd round barely passed, but it's far from our legacy. In front of us, it's not even worth mentioning. You should just get lost. Hearing this, Wang Shikong and his team frowned slightly. They scrutinized the 9 figures, 2 wielding staffs, 1 archer, for with daggers, and 1 with a spear and a sword. According to their legacy requirements, neither he nor Budong Rushan met the standards, and their team lacked both an assassin and an archer. Honored predecessors, I am the captain of the Shinshua team, Wang Shikong asked respectfully. According to the rules, defeating you grants us the legacy, correct? Indeed, the Shinyu leader replied calmly. But our legacy values not only strength, but also fate. I can offer you a chance if you perform well and are willing to switch to our profession. You can receive the entire Shinyu legacy and the subsequent key. The essence of our undefeated Shinyu lies in the in unrivaled stealth and assassination, in unparalleled teamwork. Our successors must be able to recreate the glory of Shenyu, one team member added proudly. Old Hu Yao and the others listened, their expressions darkening. Who would have thought that even defeating the opponent might not guarantee the legacy? They would have to switch to their profession as well. May I ask, esteemed predecessors, from which era do you come? Wang Shikong stared at them. If you want us to switch, at least demonstrate your strength first, right? Ha! A Shenyu member laughed loudly. Dare to question our strength? Haven't even heard of the undefeated Shenyu from the Third Era? Captain, don't waste words on these ignorant kids. With their team set up, they can be easily wiped out. Just slaughter them and teach them respect. Oomph, easily wipe us out. Wang Shikong sneered, as an epic wheelchair appeared behind him. He slowly sat down, removed his mask, and casually tossed it aside, while the Shenhua book materialized before him. His authoritative eyes, glowing with a dark light, stared directly at them, chillingly saying, "From the Third Era? No wonder you hide your true faces behind black robes and masks. You are merely a bunch of heretics skulking in the shadows. Do you think your kind, like rats in the street, are worthy of making us switch to your profession? I will find your ashes. Heretics, I will purify you. Heresy, I shall cleanse it." Wang Shikong's voice echoed decisively within the legacy realm. Seated in a wheelchair, his gaze was intense, exuding an aura of authority that transcended all beings. Old Hu and the others stood by, utterly stunned by his words. Although the invincible Shenyu team was known for their arrogance, within this tangible realm, the inheritors possessed their own consciousness and could easily deny granting passage or merely bestow minimal rewards to dismiss them. Yet here, their captain dared to issue a direct threat. On the high platform, the 9 members of the invincible Shenyu looked down at the figure in the wheelchair, their expressions grim, exuding a chilling aura. Despite their anger, their eyes remained fixed on Wang Shikong's youthful, yet commanding gaze, and the book he held in his arms sent shivers through their hearts. These unmistakable traits were not only familiar to them, but were imprinted in the memories of all the powerful beings of the Third Era. The word of God is law, and only truth. Under the divine gaze, one finds liberation. As a legendary team born at the dawn of the Third Era, they had witnessed the rise, coronation, rule, and ultimately the tyrannical reign of that figure. Especially during those dark times, the Church of Light had boldly declared, God said, "Sunlight is sacred light, a gift from the divine." Now, the young man in the wheelchair, from his disdainful gaze to his commanding presence and judgmental words, gradually mirrored that fearsome figure. Have you received his legacy? Are you his divine heir? The captain of the invincible Shenyu asked in a deep voice. Divine heir? Wang Shikong chuckled coldly. No. At most I'm here to lead the new era after the light of the old has faded. He thought to himself that the old trickster wasn't as good as his swordmaster. Gaining the light god's legacy was all thanks to his foresight. Perhaps in the next stage, he could encounter that old man again for a chat. The words sank heavily in the hearts of the invincible Shenyu. This disregard for everything was indeed reminiscent of the light god. Ha! One team member sneered. We, the invincible Shenyu, have neither descendants nor disciples, long since dead. Why fear your threats? Even if we had descendants, their bloodline would be diluted by now. So what if you have his legacy? Dare to threaten us? Another member spoke coldly. You shall never obtain the legacy of the invincible Shenyu. I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, Wang Shikong said calmly. In the Fourth Era, there was a legendary hero named Diqin, whose most powerful spell was resurrection. Perhaps when I grow stronger, I might be able to revive you in your second legacy realm, ha. These words made the 9 of the invincible Shenyu's pupils contract sharply, their faces filled with disbelief. The 9 individuals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep apprehension and fear. They were all pondering the same question. How could this person manipulate their souls when the god of light elements had never ventured into the realm of souls? What's more unsettling is the rumor of resurrection magic appearing in the Fourth Age. If someone else had mentioned such things, they would have dismissed it as nonsense. But coming from that twisted figure, they couldn't help but believe it. Captain of the Invincible U team was the first to break the silence. All right, according to the Secret Realm's rules, as long as you can defeat us, we will pass on the legacy to you without reservation. Seeing Wang Shikong's expressionless face, he quickly added, we promise. That's more like it, you're sensible. Wang Shikong nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin then. He knew very well that even if the Invincible U team didn't want to hand over the legacy, he could still have the crows absorb their souls to obtain the complete legacy. However, if they cooperated, it would save a lot of trouble. With a swift movement, the Invincible U captain announced, it's begun. The Invincible U team excels in stealth and assassination, especially against magic users. Before he finished speaking, 4 figures wielding daggers vanished into the air. One member with a long spear charged at Yao Yi, while another with a long blade targeted Tianya and the others. Wang Shikong's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a subtle thought, 12 celestial swords formed a defensive circle around Menger and Yuer. The sound of clashing immediately followed. What? The four hidden figures reappeared, staring in shock at the guarding flying swords. Such terrifying anticipation, such powerful flying swords. They instantly realized this was not magic from the god of light elements. While fighting, the invincible Yu captain began to impart wisdom to Menger and Yuer. To become a top-tier magic user, you must master the means to counter assassination attempts and sense all elemental fluctuations around you. The two nodded in response, simultaneously waving their staffs to launch a perfectly fused ring of fire and earthen wall at their opponents. Impressive synchronization, even surpassing Yu Xian and Yu Shui. Once you inherit their legacy, your powers will surely advance by leaps and bounds. The invincible Yu members marveled. The member wielding the long spear, while engaging Yao Yi, explained, the way of the spear lies in purity and focus, striking the vital point without embellishment, advancing courageously without retreat, and integrating the power of metal, water, wind, thunder, and darkness elements. You have the talent to inherit my way of the spear. Yao Yi suddenly realized that this was not merely a challenge, but a form of guidance and teaching. She sincerely replied, "Thank you, senior." A unique confrontation unfolded, more of a rare mentoring session than a battle. Despite their weakened soul state and inability to cast many spells, the undefeated Shun Yu's 9 members still possessed a wealth of battle experience and keen insights. Wang Shikong sat calmly on the side, exuding an air of composure. None of the Shun Yu members dared to challenge him, merely observing the faint smile on his lips. This scene affirmed a truth. Even in the third epoch, the reputation of a god could still inspire awe. Standing alone and observing quietly, Budong Russian specialized in shield techniques, which none of the Shun Yu used, making their styles vastly different. Thus, no one could offer him guidance. Watching his teammates receive instruction, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. As his gaze fell upon their captain, his heart stirred with emotion. The scene before him was too extraordinary. Their captain, also a descender, commanded such respect from this legendary elite team that they willingly imparted their skills. For a full 3 hours, the Shun Yu 9 shared their knowledge generously, teaching Tianya the intricate art of swordplay, guiding Yao Yi in profound spear techniques, helping Menger and Yuer grasp the essence of spells, and imparting special skills tailored for assassins. After the session, Yao Yi and the others bowed deeply to their mentors in gratitude. The Shun Yu captain looked at these talented young individuals and sincerely praised, "Each of you is exceptionally gifted, and inheriting our legacy will not bring it shame." Having witnessed their abilities, the 9 were impressed, yet on reflection, found it entirely reasonable. Finally, the Shun Yu captain respectfully addressed Wang Shikong. "Captain of Xinhua, we acknowledge your team's prowess. Please allow us to present all the Xinhua team medals." "All right." Wang Shikong nodded in agreement, retrieving the remaining 3 team medals. The Shun Yu captain continued, "Captain of Xinhua, your team is short of 3 members. We have 4 assassin legacies and 1 archer legacy here. Please choose their heirs." As he spoke, he produced a special medal. "Additionally, this is our most important legacy, requiring 1 soul to be infused into the team medal, with the secret realm contained within. We believe that under your leadership, the Xinhua team will become a new legend. When that time comes, please mention that you were guided by us, allowing our names to be remembered." Seeing their humility, Wang Shikong nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, future generations will know that Xinhua received the legacy and guidance of the legendary Shun Yu team." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows of the 9 Shun Yu members merged into the team medal, and the special medal in the captain's hand fused with Wang Shikong's medal. Ding! The clear chime of the heavenly Dao resonated. Congratulations to the Shun Shua squad for obtaining the legacy of the invincible Shun Yu. Prestige, 5 million. Shun Shua squad has been promoted to a gold squad. Wang Shikong's lips curved slightly as his gaze fell on the spot they had just occupied. There lay 5 neatly arranged legacy books and 9 dazzling crystals. Among the legacy books, 4 were for assassins, and 1 was for an archer. The rest of the legacies had already been distributed to Yaoi and the others. He reached out to examine the books closely, paying special attention to the Archer Legacy 9 Heaven's Nether Arrow technique, which would be perfect for Qingya. His attention then shifted to the 9 translucent crystals, his eyes lighting up with delight. These were divine heart crystals, which could increase either constitution or mental power by 20 points, but each person could only consume 1. Who would have thought we'd acquire the legacy in this way? Yaoi's exclamation broke the brief silence. "Hey, check out our squad badge's attributes." Old Hu suddenly shouted excitedly. The Shun Shua squad badge's attributes left everyone in awe. Gold level, 20 attack, 10 spell casting speed, 50 stealth spell. Skill 1, Shadow Synchrony. Spells between teammates don't cause harm. Skill 2, Shadow Divine Body. Immunity to binding spells for 1 minute, 30-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Return, instant teleport to a teammate, with a distance limit of 10 times one's physical mental power. Special note, blessed by the legendary squad Invincible Shunyu. Strong, very strong, Wang Shikong praised. The 20 attack boost was already impressive, not to mention the 3 practical spell skills teammate no damage, binding immunity, instant support each worth a fortune. Typically, squad upgrades don't grant spell skills, all thanks to the legendary squad's blessing. These are divine heart crystals, one for each of you, Wang Shikong said, distributing the crystals with satisfaction. Do I get one too, Captain? Immovable Mountain asked in disbelief. Take it. Even though you're not an official member, Wang Shikong generously replied. Since their first transformation, everyone's attributes had increased by 50, making them acutely aware of their importance. Such divine heart crystals were invaluable, even for millions of currency. Thank you, Captain. Immovable Mountain bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Following the captain is the way to go. Old Hu and the others beamed with joy. Previously, the best legacy they had received only offered a 20 constitution boost. Wang Shikong consumed a divine heart crystal, and the system immediately notified him. Ding! You have consumed a divine heart crystal, mental power 20. He carefully stored the remaining 2 crystals, along with the 5 legacy books and Immovable Mountain's badge, then surveyed the surroundings. It's over, let's go. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in a high-level secret realm, 9 figures slowly opened their eyes, discussing with lingering fear. Who would have thought someone could obtain that old freak's legacy? Not only that, but the Flying Sword and Emperor Qin legacies are also terrifying. Good thing we wore masks. Otherwise, we couldn't hide our expressions. He said he could resurrect us. That's terrifying. Outside, there's talk of extra-dimensional demons invading. I wonder if the little freak will charge them for sunlight once he grows up. The night in Tiger Leap Cliff City is completely different from Shanghai City. The mountain peaks have been skillfully hollowed out and sculpted into magnificent architectural complexes, which exude a unique majesty in the night. Inside a high-end restaurant in the main district, Lao Hu raised his glass with a beaming smile. Captain, thank you for leading us to inherit the legacy of the legendary team. I'm doing quite well now, and if you ever need me or the Tianhu Guild, just let me know. Even though I'm the captain, we're teammates, so I won't hesitate to ask for help when needed. Wang Shikong replied with a smile. He had a great impression of Lao Hu. In this era of dramatic changes, teammates are the most trustworthy comrades. He didn't want to be the kind of leader who is aloof and unapproachable. Haha, great. Lao Hu felt honored by this and raised his glass heartily. Come on, Tianya brothers, the 2 lovely Mingyu sisters, and all the brothers of the Xinhua team, cheers. Sure, Brother Hu, Tianya replied. His voice had healed from the previous training, which made the Xinhua team feel more complete. Only the Mingyu sisters still stuttered, a psychological issue that Yuanli couldn't cure. However, their faces were now beaming with genuine smiles. Yao Yi, with her exquisite makeup, smiled silently and focused on pouring drinks for everyone. The 20-plus days they had spent together had brought the team closer. At night, back in reality, Wang Shikong let out a sigh. After completing the task of the invincible divine phantom, his personal strength hadn't increased significantly, but he had gained several legacies comparable to top-tier ones. These could be used to cultivate the core strong members of the Jinxiu Guild. Wang Shikong fell into contemplation. To fully develop the Jinxiu Guild, he first needed to oust the Han and Wu families. However, considering the decades-long friendship between the Ning family and the 2 families, this matter needed careful handling. Although the auction house issue had left his father-in-law with some resentment, it hadn't reached the point of a complete fallout. Shikong, are you still awake? Ning Qingya's voice suddenly broke the silence. No, I'm still up, Wang Shikong replied, smiling as he saw her. Recently, Ning Qingya had invited him to level up together several times, but he had politely declined with excuses. Ning Qingya sat down beside him, asking with concern, Shikong, how do you plan to resolve the auction house issue? Continuing to incur such losses isn't sustainable. I heard that Wushuang auction house's sales exceeded $1 billion again the day before yesterday, and today Wu Xiaohua and the others approached my dad, wanting to invest in Wushuang auction house. Given the current losses, should we consider finding some partners? Of course, it doesn't have to be them. Wang Shikong was taken aback by her words. Wushuang auction house had held 2 auctions in a month, with sales surpassing 2 billion, and based on the visible data, the losses had exceeded 10 million yuan. Ning Qingya studied the accounts, secretly calculating the losses of Wushuang auction house. It was evident that the Wu and Han families shared the same perspective, which prompted them to take the opportunity to request a stake. Although Wushuang auction house appeared to be suffering significant losses on the surface, its reputation in the industry was undeniably the best, far surpassing the second-ranked Tianxia auction house, which had been inactive since its first auction. Qingya, there's something I haven't told you, Wang Shikong said, watching her with a meaningful smile. Actually, my auction house is currently in a tax-free period. Tax-free? Ning Qingya exclaimed, her red lips parting in disbelief. Wang Shikong nodded in confirmation. Doesn't that mean Wushuang auction house can net 4 to 5 million yuan per auction? Ning Qingya calculated in shock. Without taxes, no other auction house could compete with Wushuang. Earning 4 to 5 million yuan per month made the Ning family's assets pale in comparison. Shikong, according to my investigation, the astonishing sales figures of Wushuang auction house are indeed bolstered by other forces behind the scenes. I didn't expect you to fool them all. Ning Qingya marveled at him. You're incredible. If they find out your auction house is tax-free, they'll be furious. Heh. Wang Shikong shrugged. I didn't expect them to help me so much either. By the way, he suddenly remembered. Qingya, you can tell Wu Xiaohua and the others about this. Ning Qingya frowned. It's better not to tell them. They've already invested 3 million yuan in the auction house. If the news leaks, it could affect Wushuang auction house. No worries, I just want to see if they'll tell the other auction houses, Wang Shikong said with a glint in his eyes. The next morning, at the Shanghai City Jinxiu Guild outpost, when Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhoming heard Ning Qingya's words, they were thunderstruck, their eyes wide open. Qingya, are you saying? Wushuang auction house is tax-free. Wu Xiaohua's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling. Uncle Wu, I had my dad warn you not to compete with Wushuang auction house. Ning Qingya shook her head. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. After Ning Qingya left, Han Zhoming's face darkened. Doesn't this mean our investment of millions has gone down the drain? Why didn't they tell us earlier? In reality, they were once billionaires, but after the emergence of the endless continent, their real-world assets had become worthless. They only had about 10 billion in cash left, most of which was invested in auction houses. Now, knowing that Wushuang auction house was tax-free, their plan to bring it down was shattered. Han Zhoming gritted his teeth, took out his communicator, and sent the news to the group chat of other auction houses. The chat exploded immediately. Is this true? Is the information accurate? Tax-free? How could Wushuang auction house be tax-free? What the hell? That's impossible. We invested so much, and they're tax-free. Give me the owner's information of Wushuang auction house. I want to hire a hitman to take him out. The auction house owners were stunned when they received the news, as if struck by a heavy blow. They watched helplessly as their substantial investments were about to turn into nothing, their anger erupting like a volcano. In a private meeting room, Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhoming were closely monitoring the group's dynamics. They noticed someone was starting to inquire about the mysterious owner of Wushuang auction house, a shrewd glint in their eyes. Should we take action? Han Zhoming asked in a low voice. In the past 2 months, old Ning's son-in-law has made over 100 million yuan. Wu Xiaohua folded his hands thoughtfully. If he's willing to support the Jinxiu Guild financially, it would indeed benefit us greatly. The problem is, his relationship with the Ning family isn't as close as it appears, and he hasn't even joined the Jinxiu Guild. Han Zhoming frowned. Maybe we shouldn't inform the other auction houses. If they really target him, we can't be implicated. Perhaps we should first sound out old Ning. No, Wu Xiaohua replied, a sly smile playing on his lips. On the contrary, we should spread the news immediately. The more suspicious we appear, the easier it is to shake off suspicion. Old Ning knows us well enough to understand we wouldn't do something like this at such a critical time. As long as we keep denying it, they'll naturally suspect other auction houses of having learned the news through special channels. He continued, this could also be an opportunity to get that kid to join the Jinxiu Guild. We offer protection, and he has no choice but to help Jinxiu, or face the threat of assassins. Han Zhoming's eyes lit up, and he clapped Wu Xiaohua on the shoulder. Brilliant plan. By involving ourselves, we actually make it easier to extricate ourselves. It's a win-win. Wu Xiaohua chuckled with satisfaction. As top-tier tycoons, their strategies were incomparable. He quickly took out his communicator and sent the message to other auction houses. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Tianxia Auction House, Chairman Tianxia stared at his communicator, his face contorted with rage. He never imagined Wushuang Auction House would secure a tax exemption. All his meticulous planning had not only gone to waste, but had also benefited his competitor, leaving him at a significant loss. I want to hire assassins to eliminate the owner of Wushuang Auction House, he furiously messaged through his communicator. Anyone interested, contact me. Within an hour, a new contract appeared on the assassin organization's hit list. Assassinate the owner of Wushuang Auction House, with a reward of 800,000 yuan per attempt. Detailed information available upon acceptance. In the past 2 months, a mysterious assassin organization has rapidly taken root in 24 major cities, causing a huge sensation. Although this organization has taken on numerous assassination tasks, most are small orders worth tens of thousands, with the highest being a 1.2 million currency bounty for assassinating a guild leader. However, today, a special bounty has caused an uproar in the underworld. Someone has offered a bounty to assassinate the owner behind the Wushuang auction house. Although each successful attempt only earns 800,000 currency, the unique aspect is that the bounty can be claimed repeatedly, with the same reward for each successful assassination. This means that successfully assassinating 5 times could yield a total reward of 4 million currency. Ning Qingya's face changed dramatically when she heard the news at noon. As a vice president of a guild, she was very familiar with this mysterious and powerful assassin organization. She had previously bribed insiders from various auction houses to close her own auction house, promptly once they learned about Wu Shuang's tax exemption policy. It now seemed that this information must have leaked from the informed Zhou or Wu families. Dad, Ning Qingya immediately went to her father, Ning Tianxiong, and told him everything. Upon hearing this, Ning Tianxiong's expression became serious, and he remained silent for a long time. Wu Shuang auction house is tax exempt? How dare old Wu and old Han do this? Ning Tianxiong's face darkened. Let's go and confront them. Dad, it's strange that even you didn't know about this, yet they did. Ning Qingya's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Meanwhile, in the central area of Shanghai City, at the Wushuang auction house, manager Xian was handing over a batch of equipment and spells to Wang Shikong, who had just returned from Tiger Leap Cliff City. This batch included 3 silver longswords, 2 swordsmanship manuals, and 4 spell skill books for magic practitioners. Wang Shikong's heavenly sword collection was already impressive with 12 heavenly swords, 8 of which were gold level and 2 dark gold level. The newly acquired swordsmanship and spell skill books were intended for Tianya, Mingyu, and others. Although Wang Shikong himself had so many inherited skills that he could hardly master them all, Mingyu and Yuer, after receiving the inheritance from the 2 indomitable magic practitioners, still had room for improvement. As for Tianya's swordsmanship skills, this addition further enriched his skill reserves. Take these skill books. Wang Shikong distributed the books among the group. Focus on improving your skill proficiency next. Thank you, Captain. The 2 of them accepted the items, their faces immediately lighting up with joyful smiles. Wang Shikong looked around at everyone and said, I know a perfect place for practice. Ming'er, Yuer, and Tianya, you've all gained quite a few new skills. It's time to hone them. He paused briefly before continuing. On the endless continent, opportunities come first, skill proficiency second, and levels actually come third. He explained in detail. Take a spellcaster for example. Even if you're level 25 and your opponent is level 30, if your spell proficiency is at a masterful level, while theirs is only at a basic or intermediate level, you can cast 2 spells in the time it takes them to release 1 attack. In terms of total damage, you'd actually have the upper hand. This is what they mean by sharpening the axe, not delaying the woodcutter's work. As your skill proficiency improves, your level will naturally follow. At that moment, Wang Shikong's communicator suddenly buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Ning Qingya, and his brow furrowed slightly. Someone has placed a bounty on me within the Assassin's Guild, he murmured, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Then, Ning Qingya sent a flurry of messages. According to her, they were questioning Wu Xiaohua and Han Zhoming. These 2 adamantly denied leaking any information and even offered to mobilize the full resources of the Jinxiu Guild to protect Wang Shikong, insisting they would never do something so foolish. Wang Shikong let out a cold laugh. Although the bounty from the Assassin's Guild might have come from someone else, the news about the tax exemption at the unparalleled auction house must have originated from the Zhou or Wu families. As a first-class Earl of the Snowfall Empire, his noble privacy was strictly protected, and outsiders had no way of knowing anything about unparalleled. In less than half an hour, Ning Qingya and Ning Tianxiong arrived in haste. Shikong. Ning Qingya hurried forward, her face full of concern. Ning Tianxiong also spoke up. Shikong, you don't lack money, so you can easily hire strong protectors. Besides, there's our Jinxiu Guild, and Tianya is already a top-tier fighter. The Assassin's Guild won't find it easy to succeed. Don't worry about the assassins. Wang Shikong waved his hand dismissively. I'm taking you all somewhere. Where to? Ning Qingya asked curiously. Wang Shikong smiled and replied. To our home in Shanghai City. The house in Shanghai City? Ning Qingya was surprised upon hearing Wang Shikong's words. Let's go. Wang Shikong motioned to everyone and introduced his companions to Ning Qingya. This is Tianya, Ming'er and Yuer. They're all my teammates. Hello. Ning Qingya greeted the 3 with curiosity, extending her hand in a friendly gesture. Hello, sister. The 3 responded with warm smiles. Ning Tianxiong couldn't help but ask, Shikong, you didn't buy a house in Shanghai City, did you? I heard a 150 square meter house there costs 2 million yuan, which is outrageously expensive. As he said this, he recalled the matter of the Wushuang auction house and added, but with your current wealth, buying a house should be quite easy. As a father-in-law who had just learned that his son-in-law enjoyed tax-free status at the Wushuang auction house, Ning Tianxiong was deeply shocked. This meant that his unexpectedly acquired son-in-law had become the first billionaire on the endless continent. However, after experiencing numerous surprises and being proven wrong multiple times, old Ning had become more composed about his son-in-law's astonishing actions. He secretly felt proud. It showed that his judgment was indeed excellent. Wang Shikong chuckled at his father-in-law's words and said, 150 square meters? Follow me. Our home, in the endless continent. Ning Qingya felt a special emotion welling up inside her. She gently pushed Wang Shikong's wheelchair, even though his legs had already healed. He quietly enjoyed this warmth without mentioning it. Led by Wang Shikong, the group arrived at the teleportation array. Ning Qingya couldn't contain her curiosity. Shikong, where did you buy a house in Shanghai City? You'll see when we get there. Wang Shikong smiled, and in the next moment, they were transported to a magnificent mansion. Flanking the mansion's entrance were two three-mid turtle statues of Water Qilin, and the plaque above the door was inscribed with Qingxi Lord's Mansion. As Ning Tianxiong and Ning Qingya took in their surroundings, four guards respectfully approached. My lord, welcome home. Yes. Wang Shikong nodded. This is the future mistress of the mansion. Greetings, Lady Countess. The four guards bowed in unison. Ning Qingya stood frozen in place, while Ning Tianxiong was left speechless, his mouth agape. Wang Shikong then introduced to the guards. This is the lady's father, Mr. Ning. Greetings, sir. The guards promptly greeted him with respect. Ning Tianxiong's body trembled slightly as he turned his vacant gaze towards Wang Shikong. Just moments ago, he had managed to maintain a calm demeanor in front of his accomplished son-in-law, but now his mind was buzzing with disbelief. Count. My lord Count. He mumbled incredulously, staring at the grand and imposing residence before him. This is your home? Ning Qingya was equally lost in a dreamlike daze. Her husband was a count, and she would become a countess? In the powerful and extraordinary Snowfall Empire, they had ascended into the ranks of nobility. Over the past 6 months since the endless continent linked with Blue Star, the noble hierarchy of the Snowfall Empire had been thoroughly investigated. A count held a mid-tupper rank, even higher than the marquises who govern major cities. Wang Shikong noticed his wife's astonished expression and allowed a proud smile to play at the corners of his mouth. How does countess sound to you? What kind of husband did I end up with? Ning Qingya asked in a daze. Four guards quickly opened the grand gates, and the butler, Old Lei, came out to greet them. My lord Count, you have arrived. Countess, Master Ning, I'm the butler of the Green Snake Manor, Old Lei. Please follow me inside. Led by Old Lei, the group began their tour of the estate. Ning Tianxiong, akin to a wide-eyed country bumpkin, gawked at everything around him. As a top-tier tycoon on Blue Star, living in the most luxurious villa district of Desia, he fancied himself worldly, yet this estate was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Half an hour later, they arrived at the spirit garden in front of the main mansion. Pointing at the spirit trees, Ning Tianxiong's voice quivered. Are these all rare treasures of the earth? How large is this estate? Over 10,000 square meters, Wang Shikong replied calmly. Wow, Ning Tianxiong gasped. In Shanghai City, a 150 square meter apartment costs 2 million coins. How much would this over 10,000 square meters cost? It didn't cost anything, Wang Shikong replied with a smile. It was a gift from the Empress. Ning Tianxiong's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. A mansion over 10,000 square meters. The title of Countess was beyond his wildest imagination. So far, he hadn't heard of any Blue Star citizen receiving a title, not even the lowest rank. Damn, who would have thought that I, old Ning, would become the father-in-law of a count? He exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Ning Qingya stood quietly to the side, still processing the fact that this would be her future home. Wang Shikong put away his smile and spoke seriously. Qingya, I brought you here so you can live here and practice magic. Also, I wanted to tell you about my identity. One more thing, the privacy of nobles is inviolable. As a first-class count, even a marquis wouldn't dare to leak or investigate it lightly. Wang Shikong's words made Ning Qingya and Ning Tianxiong's expressions tense. It was clear that the Zhou and Wu families must have leaked the news about Wushuang auction house's tax exemption to other auction houses and also disclosed information about Wang Shikong, which led to other auction houses placing a bounty on his head through an assassin organization. Ning Qingya's eyes turned cold. They just swore it wasn't them, and I almost believed it. Whatever, Wang Shikong said calmly. You don't need to worry about the bounty on me. It's worth it to see some people's true colors. Plus, seeing them clearly now will save us a lot of trouble later. Shikong, I'm sorry, Ning Tianxiong said, his anger barely contained, feeling utterly humiliated. He had already felt he couldn't hold his head high in front of his son-in-law, and now this incident had completely shattered his dignity. It was infuriating that his own brothers had betrayed his son-in-law. It's all right. No one wanted this to happen, Wang Shikong reassured, seeing his father-in-law's sincerity. It was good to see he valued loyalty. Dad, we have to completely sever ties with the Wu and Zhou families. Ning Qingya decided immediately. The Jinxiu Guild must be under our full control. Agreed. Ning Tianxiong nodded emphatically, but then frowned. But right now, the Wu and Zhou families also control several teams. If we cut ties, our hard-earned status as a top guild in Shanghai City might drop to a third-rate one. They will certainly take many members with them, and under such turmoil, even more people might leave. He looked helpless, knowing the guild they had worked so hard to develop would suffer significant setbacks. I'm here, Wang Shikong said calmly. Those 3 simple words left Ning Tianxiong momentarily stunned. Considering his son-in-law's immense strength, substantial wealth, powerful pets, and the highly skilled swordsman beside him, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. He never imagined this security would come from the son-in-law he had once dismissed as useless. Just as Ning Tianxiong was about to express his gratitude, Wang Shikong quickly sidestepped. Old Ning, don't go there. Uft. Ning Qingya couldn't help but laugh. Ning Tianxiong gave an awkward smile. I've already messaged Qing Gru and her mother, asking them to come see the estate our son-in-law has secured for them. Haha, an earl for a father-in-law. Huh. Wang Shikong smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming. Next, he planned not only to officially involve himself in the development of the Jinxiu Guild, but also to play a little game with those who had put a bounty on him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.